wins, because they do have a couple of, a couple more exploitable maps you can try and use against them in their pool that there's question marks around. Thinking of Inferno, some of the struggles that this team have had there. Don't have to worry about that here. You're always going to end up on a comfortable handshake map, and in these kind of favorite v underdog matchups, as you say, NaVi not really the team that go on to lose to underdogs. So you end up on something you feel comfortable playing. You got time to prep and try and get ahead of it. This is NaVi in their most deadly form.
Yeah, you also hope, coming into the major, you've worked on those maps you've had trouble with. We've seen for a lot of squads, even playing into maps where the numbers aren't very good this major, but finding better results, getting the practice in officials, as it were. NaVi looking to level up.
There was a chance to get something going here for Pain, but that spam kill from Bit has just removed really any issues, any problems. Left with biggazera, attempting to look over the smoke. They play it confidently, don't leave anything to chance.
Yeah, why let him get a gun, get position, make that round interesting, or even save? Just straight up take the fight with two players. Nothing he can do about it. NaVi 5-2, an absolute dismantling so far. Slow and steady on this T side, but finding every entry kill and every trade required to win the round. Are Pain going to feel like they have to make plays at a certain point? Another gun round comes in for the Brazilians. Here's the first move being made, DGT and lower.
This could get problematic though. NaVi have been really systematic with how they've taken lower, and usually it's accompanied by this top mid molly. Now the push from Snow lends a lot of interest.
Yeah. Gets out. They don't even know about DGT.
Yeah, they still haven't sprung that trap yet. Ema goes right into him. DGT and Snow with aggressive moves. They found a 5v3 for Pain, who are looking to get back on the board.
Gotta win this.
Alexi even tags in that molly, so they know about him in middle. Don't want to get too tunnel vision though. This AWP of Wonderful looking over the top. Would love a biggazera swing. He's gonna go for it. Flash out, flash dodged. Wonderful forced off the angle, but it gets biggazera across and into CT.
He was there for so long, I don't think Wonderful would have even been ready for it, but good to see him get out of position, play it safer. What is now a very favored round for Pain, but NaVi contacting into this B site, that is the best way to win. biggazera's rotation is nice.
Makes you a little nervous. biggazera will alleviate a lot of this pressure. The molly splits the approach, and with Snow holding the line, there's the support from his captain.
Just save.
No left. Nothing left in this round for Wonderful to play for. 1v5, he's locked out of it.
It's going to have 16k, so it's not exactly a worry here for NaVi.
Oh, so you're saying they can stomach the loss. That's good, because they certainly might lose this AWP.
Hello.
Wonderful gets the spot. Remove him that easy. Oh, this is the AWP here. Yeah, that's the AWP gone.
That's sick, actually. Makes all the difference, because not only is he not giving them his AWP, he's removing theirs. And so Pain, they've got to stomach that themselves. No AWP in this gun round as Wonderful finds the exits. So some weird decisions for NQZ. Again, a fight, he doesn't know the exact money, but after 5 clean rounds, would have been nice to just see him disengage. It's going to cost him.
Very NaVi to go on a super squeaky clean 5-round streak, lose one, and instantly Blade comes in. So as to not let this game close up.
Yeah, perfectionist here. But it's also a point in the game that Pain can get going after making a couple of plays, feeling confident. So Blade wants to stem that quickly. Long take. Pain get no resistance.
Saw a lot of focus from biggazera yesterday in their matches, just to try and harness Snow's energy in the right way and keep the vibe up within the team. Snow is a very loud, very hyped up player.
Say the line, Bart.
Has his signature catchphrase whenever they're on a heater. And bigoZero was getting involved with him. Those two sitting next to each other in the arrangement. It's always fun to see.
Doing the Alexi B against Alexi B here. Just multiple nades down in spawn. If MongolZ doesn't move, he might just die. NQZ could do it again. So careful here. NQZ, it's tempting. I think we might just see it. MongolZ, luckily, it falls a bit short. He still looks for the trade, breaking his own smoke.
It's
nice
a
aggressive
lot of attention
move.
put on Catwalk, right? But still, Pain remains stubborn. They haven't dismantled this triple B stack.
They're right.
bigoZero with the right read. They're forced into the DGT peak, out from window. Unsuspecting, they'll get past Snow, sure, but there's still a lot more to do if you want to get into this B site. There's bigoZero. They learn about him the hard way. Alexi. Oh, that's a bit of an extension
No
for
chance,
DGT.
right?
10 seconds left. If they can get past bigoZero, they could be onto something, but that's why there's a lot of hype around bigoZero, not just the captain in name, but leads by example. A big hold, and Pain are right back in this. What NaVi were trying to dodge, they call in a timeout before that one. They attempt the misdirect. bigoZero never shuffled his pieces around the map, never fell for that short fake out of MongolZ.
Nice 2v4 attempt for NaVi, but yeah, health too low, and bigoZero. Perfect read of the round. 3 players in the right place. Snow gets tagged on the cross this time by Wonderful, worth noting. As a solo B player, this could be exploitable. NaVi, I don't know if they know they've got this damage, but they are looking to capitalize on the B bomb site right now with a player in lower, forced forward. Did NaVi realize too far to hear the burn? bigoZero can backstab the bomb right now as Snow is put under pressure in the B site. That's the bomb back in tunnel.
This is awkward. Got to get past bigoZero, and that's easier said than done. Alexi far away. They have the B site, but they don't have this bomb. Not quite caught with nades out. bigoZero will live to tell the tale, but has to give up that bomb in the process. Now you look at Alexi. This round riding a lot on the success of the captains, and Alexi can't get his.
Damage done.
4v2 in the retake. Bit of time for NaVi to try and get set up, but there's still util at play here for Pain. Caught out in the open, Ima's a dead man, and now you're left looking on. MongolZ, 1v4. Paranoid about the tunnels, so paranoid in fact that bigoZero was playing his hand. He takes eyes off the window. Pain have tied this game up.
Great recovery from Pain indeed, and a lot of missed shots for NaVi. It's not a great sight to see on this T side. In a lot of decent positions here. But Alexi couldn't get a single kill in middle. Ima takes a wide fight, which is reasonable given the stakes, but no one connecting any headshots here for NaVi is going to cost them the round. Bomb drop as well. Bit of a disaster round for NaVi, all in all.
And QZ brings the AWP out again. It lands the tag.
Remember when Bit was on 16k? Well, now this is NaVi's final buy. After 3 straight for Pain, they could win this half right now. This gun round is everything.
I think bigoZero's had some really solid reads as well in the last couple of rounds, right? Again, an attempt at misdirection here to open this one up. NaVi throwing the lurk smoke over at B, hoping that that rejiggles the setup.
Some stubborn B stacks. Surely NaVi won't do it again.
Bomb waiting in the upper tunnels. So much time left, you're far from committed, but as this clock continues to tick down, eventually it might just reveal the true nature of this, and with this smoke locking DGT out over towards the spawn, finally a misplaced stack for Pain. 3 players over towards A and middle. Only 2 in this B site. DGT taking contact as he plays through these smokes down in mid. They'll get replenished. That block from earlier doesn't matter, but this one does. Slow down in the tunnels. You don't really have a choice but to play through. There's the flash play. bigoZero nearly caught out. Snow tries to help him, but can't land a shot. And Ima's double opener. Surely that's all you need for NaVi. 4 on 3. Bit holds on out here in middle for one more. And as long as you don't give a kill away, this is a tricky round for Pain. Weighing up if they want to go for it right now.
Could justify save, but I feel like David Dares might poke his head in at the end. He's going to find out the hard way. Oh, wonderful spot, and that's it. Pain realizing this one's too far gone. They give it up. NaVi, an unlikely round on that B bomb side, to be honest. They get a little bit fortunate in there with some misposition. Biguzera getting stuck. Caught during a reload. And some punishing util here from Pain, but NaVi still push through the smokes and find a 6th round. Important double entry from Ema. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that one's going to especially hurt for Pain, who just kind of felt like Biguzera was trying to do a little too much. Right, smoke down. And I know Snow misses his chance to deal with anyone spilling out through the tunnels, but he's only put in that position in the first place trying to help his captain, trying to help Biguzera. And you see some frustration at the end of that. He knows if he didn't mag dump the smoke, he would have been in a great spot to shut down that B hit. With so little time left, you're left wondering if that was worth it.
He read the timing just a little bit wrong. The first flash and he full spamming. It was a second to worry about. Pain looked to make up for it here with the saved door. Biguzera's got one as well, but NQZ strikes first in this B site. I'd be expecting Biguzera to have a second, surely. NaVi climb quick up the catwalk.
Relieving that NQZ able to put this AWP to work early. He's had a couple of swings and misses in high impact moments, and a lot of his kills have come in saves. So, you know, when Pain were at their very best, NQZ was the entry man on this AWP. Makazi playing it fast, and the rest of the team in tow as NaVi swing for the fences. They'll get through this A-hold. NQZ dead on the rotate, and NaVi look to recover at the end of this half. Only Snow left standing. A round he'll have to give a try, but not a clutch that's ever likely to come through. NaVi so entrenched, and everyone swinging, everyone facing. NaVi play a very up-tempo 12th round, and it does them well. Breaking through with 2 at the end of the half. They win out on their T side of Dust 2.
Systematic breakdown from NaVi here on the T side. 5 rounds straight, and a little bit of spice at the end of the half as NaVi continually abuse that B bomb site for better and for worse. They get 7 rounds though, so Blade's got to be happy. Pain, a blink in this game. They got to wake up now, or this will be over before they know it. They need to go early on long. HE and Flash already utilized, and Alexi has nothing from it. He's going to get the info as he sees nades come over the top. Pain take the control, and they look to commit with that cross smoke.
Alexi hung around to fight him for only a moment. He's got teammates moving over with flashes, but can't get out with the thing. Through. Ooh, they play through the CT smoke. Bit of pace, bit of bravado out of Pain, chasing down the short stack. That is wild routing, and it works perfectly for Pain.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the penny dropped there for NaVi. They've not seen that pistol before. 2 smokes down, 1 deep spawn, and that provides Pain the route through the long cross smoke, and they can't get picked from B rotation. So really cool pocket strat there for Pain.
Yeah.
Stealing the pistol away.
You so often just feel like you have a bit of a safety blanket with that CT smoke down, right? You were not ready for them to come barreling through it. And so Pain, chance to make this second half competitive off the rip.
Yeah, looking for both conversions here. Pain with both pistols. Got MongolZ hiding in Goose here. 4-man A for NaVi. And that smoke's not going to change the setup. NaVi refused to move from their positions. Can Pain figure this one out? Looks like they have. Read going well. No CT close smoke, so they won't get flashed through. I like the util that Pain are already throwing. Cutting NaVi off on 2 fronts. It's just bit here. Nothing he can do about that. Clean AK headshot. Flash comes high, and Pain take the sight and the round with it.
Yeah, running this one back again in the next for NaVi, who take a bit of a gamble with an A-sided lead. Not dealt the play they were hoping for, and so you just get to go again. Pain tie this game up at 7-all. Another solid deduction from bigoZZ. All right. Got nothing else to do, I guess, if you're bigoZZ. You've already won the round.
Oh.
Already tied the game up. So having a little kick around with his friends back in the spawn.
It's been a slow and steady game here. Pain winning both pistols, only now just drawing the game out. So NaVi looking better in gun rounds. Is that going to continue? Have to wait one more as NaVi save the force. Try and give it another go. I respect the Brazilians in the building. They've been singing since round 1.
A little slice of Rio in Budapest. Sides have been problematic for Pain as of late. And So really going to get put through their paces when these guns come out for NaVi. For now, you'd like to think they're safe to move into the lead, but will it just be short-lived? This one in a 4-on-4, with a traded kill out towards the catwalk. Pain still get the room they were hoping for here. Gonna get the Galil, sure, but has he just given the scout to NaVi? Feels like it.
Strange drop, but shouldn't matter, even though the flank is coming in.
Wants to make this interesting, I guess. Wonderful. Moves off from long with Alexi dealt with over here on Cat. You'd like to think this round gets safer now. DGT follows up. Both players on the wraparound dead. A bit's been heard on that fast flank. They know where Wonderful is, so they're going to chase him down.
Pain are looking really good on these T sides today, at least. Playing tight early in this game. Slow and steady on Dust 2 and trading well.
Yeah, I'm saying let's not count our chickens before they hatch on this one.
See the gun rounds for sure, but I like the pocket pistol strat. They play these anti-ecos clean, done their staging early in the round, execute a bomb site together. Spacing looks good. Can NaVi disrupt any of this now as we get into rifle rounds in this second half? Pain with the lead, but for how long?
I've had a string of kind of lackluster T-side performances, even dating back to Hong Kong on the run-up to this event, right? You think back to that Furia game in the semi-finals where you had the Brazilian beatdown. They were 11-4 up on the second map of Overpass. Admittedly, a tricky T-side, right? But just rounds away from victory, and they end up losing that game in OT. Even here, opener versus 3D Max, thinking back to the very first game they played in Stage 3, 9-3 half, closes all the way up to a 13-10 win as they struggled to field T-side rounds. Usually it's the pistols and the conversions, and then it struggles to get going. And it's not going to get better here in this first gun round. Wonderful opens on the AWP with NQZ dead. Lost some serious opening power from Pain.
Seems like Wonderful just read exactly what he was up against there. NQZ holding for the back of Xbox peak. Wonderful goes right in under him.
It's a very consistent fight that NQZ likes to take, right? So good knowledge of his opponent there in the counter AWP head-to-head from Wonderful.
That's what prep can do, what an analyst, what a coach, what watching demos can do for a player. Give you a massive advantage in a round like this. First gun and Pain are just forced into this site. Fantastic grenade.
Oh, and there's more where that came from. They're so softened up. Sure, burning at the ramp, you nearly lose two. But for DGT, oh, he will actually pick up one. Now, did they spot this push out of Ema, who made it all the way in towards Goose? They didn't. DGT dead. And first rifle round hits hard out of NaVi.
Alexi can laugh off that molly death. It's not the end of the world because everyone else shows up with great utility. Couple of nades up from Alexi and co. Break Pain into little bits. And that opening pick from Wonderful just forcing Pain's hand. Exactly what NaVi wanted. Wonderful makes that cross again into the B-bomb site. Does Pain do clear lower? Done this pretty quick. Good control early in the round, making a lot of noise on middle. The players outside the doors on long. Bit of a ruse being thrown in by Pain. Faking out that mid to B. Bigusera playing behind the smokes. They've set him up well in this round, but he is not the main character right now. It's Pain coming out long as MongolZ is drawn back. He gets info early. Free kill, doubles up. Very nice hold for MongolZ. It's his rotation that leaves him in a nice off position, one that Pain don't expect. As they get their first kill, it still feels too far gone.
Can't quite find himself a third. But still a ways away from believing in this round. The two players for Pain are split up. Bomb out over towards long. NQZ able to recover an AWP here, and you wonder if that just proves too tantalizing a prospect to save. If they give this a go, they're risking everything. Wonderful. Wasn't anticipating that, but the problem is you're just running out of time. You're not going to be able to win this, and now they know where the AWP is. It's fired off over here on long.
It's going for it.
Save called, but Bit's moving in to deny. And NQZ knows he can't move too far. The whole map's been dark. There's been gaps everywhere. Bit closing in. Will he be able to remove this AWP? Doesn't look like it, so the AWP saved.
They were close, though. 2 players in NaVi outside those doors. NQZ, that's a small victory in an otherwise very difficult game for this AWP. Keeping it going for 1 round, but that round has nothing behind it. Bunch of pistols here for Pain. So once we hit those gun rounds, that early anticipation for Pain dissolving before our very eyes. And QZ has got to be the man to the front here for Pain. Forge an opening kill. Mid is completely open right now. 2 players drop off Cat. Wonderful reinforced long, but it's Ema down in spawn to spot this mid to be, and it's contact.
If you don't find something soon, this might be one of these games that ends up only being close in scoreline alone. You've only managed to win 3 rifle rounds right now if you're paying everything else coming on their success in these pistols. NaVi, meanwhile, over to earn it all in the rifles. Bare minimum, you want to keep this competitive. Little gap on the smoke for NQZ. The low econ forces you to be innovative with this tiny bit of resource you have available in the AWP. But NaVi don't give them anything. Paint a team that are good on capitalizing on mistakes, but the problem with these system squads is they don't often make them. Everyone's got a fixed role and responsibility, a part to play in the round. And NaVi aren't really feeling any pressure to make moves, to pull anyone into a different spot on the map right now. Might just be left with a B play, and you know, this is maybe the worst spot for the AWP, left to a B rush. If you're NQZ, I think you should really think about saving. Just send the pistols in. Nade finds big damage. There's no winning this round. 1 back from that AWP, and it looks to get out of there. Keeps it in play at least, but NaVi onto double digits as those pistols get brushed aside.
Yeah, it's not the worst case scenario if you save this AWP. A couple of kills is always nice, but NaVi are definitely swimming towards the finish line here. 3 rounds in a row. The pistols have been the problem, but as you said, with limited gun rounds picked up by Pain in this game, NaVi don't want to let that change. So NQZ's kept his AWP for a minute. Really needs to put it to use here again for Pain in a gun round. They can do with an opening kill. Wonderful's been providing in this match.
Snow looking like he wants to call the bluff and walk this smoke, delivers the opening to Ema. Feels like at this point, every opening move you've attempted, if you're Pain, has been countered perfectly by NaVi. That was how the half started. NQZ trying his hand at the pick at the B site, cancelled by Wonderful. There, a smoke walk for Snow, and Ema is in the spot to deal with it. Now here on long, Davideus might think he has room. Really, he does not. Alexi not even needed. Wonderful's got the cover. And as you go out in a mid, you play right back into the hands of Ema, whose positioning has been perfect here. Even more in the way of resistance with teammates nearby who can offer up flashes, offer up support. But Ema might not need that, lines them up, knocks them down, and running out of room to save themselves a Pain. NaVi in full control.
A reassuring look, definitely, for NaVi. Pistols have been where they've struggled in this event. But when your guns hit like this, Pain running out of options. Wonderful, continuing to be a reliable output as he was in that previous stage. And Ema multi-kill to boot. This is NaVi bordering match point in this BO1. Playoffs within sight for NaVi if they can lock in this game.
Pain don't really have anything left to fight back with in this coming round. They've got a hero gun in play, a little bit of armor as well, so they can try and juggle it around, but you're not feeling optimistic here. Not one bit. As we say, just 3 rifle rounds for Pain in this match, and they were all back in that first half. T-sides are where they've encountered the bulk of their problems, where even on the run-up to this event, where they've given away some of their biggest leads. And they look set to continue versus this unfeeling machine that is NaVi.
And there were moments where bigoZero was saving the day with multi-kills and CT sides, good reads, gambling well, predicting NaVi's pushes, and putting up multi-kills while he did. Well, even with this hero AK now, I don't know if one man can save you from this system squad. NaVi playing tight.
I mean, in the few games we saw as well, bigoZero has been trying to put himself a bit more at the forefront, being a bit more involved in the openers, but hasn't had the best of successes in those ventures.
Or here.
When you think of bigoZero, think about a real clutch factor, but normally not alive in the late round in these T-halves.
One by one, this AK is just getting cut down right now. Ima's onto a double. Wonderful's looking to join him. And Pain are just walking into death after death. Bit in middle. And they just come to him, so no issue for NaVi. This is match point. All but locked in on this CT side.
I mean, this is NaVi looking really switched on.
Clinical.
When everyone's finding success, when everyone's in form, and the system's working, the rounds can just go by in an instant, and oftentimes very, very clean. I mean, the amount of flawless or 4-player alive rounds that NaVi have had in this game feels insane, right? The rounds that Pain have won have been few and far between. They've always been scrappy. It's the few times that NaVi have been let down by a player here and there, not quite living up to their part in the story. But outside of that, this has been dominant from NaVi.
Yeah, it feels like a slow clap from Blade is in order if this round closes the game right now. NaVi have just answered every question that's come their way, and they're starting to throw aggression into the mix. Confident push in upper, finds a 5v4, and Pain lose half of the map just like that. Force into a cat hit. Alexi getting in position in time, still has a Molotov to block, and Wonderful can come back to assist. No long lurk to worry about.
I mean, you know this play's coming in, so Alexi's just going to cycle that util down, a reblock, lends even more time to Ima, who's waiting with nades down in CT. He'll be able to soften up this hit even further. As soon as that util comes out, Ima takes position. Wonderful going to start to move over as well. Suddenly it's gone from just Alexi to get past to almost all of NaVi. Spam connects out of bigoZero, but the victory's short-lived. Wonderful maintains the advantage for NaVi, clamping down with this orb. He closes in. MongolZ and Ima make it up to the ramp side, and the net is tightening. The noose around the neck of Pain. They'll fall down, a game away from elimination. Just 3 rifle rounds in this map for Pain Gaming. NaVi, that was a brutal victory. And the scoreline makes this look far closer than this game really was.
Yeah,
NaVi were never out of control. They were fully locked in, and they run over Pain.
A dominant win here for NaVi, especially in the rifle rounds. But Mihai, you're holding your hands behind you right now. I want to ask about the simple arm sleeves you're rocking out right now. I'm not used to seeing you with this, man. What's all this about?
I mean, it's nothing special, but I wanted some sleeves because I heard that it's kind of cold in this in this arena, and then I was like, fucking shit, like I'm always cold, I have cold hands, and I have to play with some sleeves. And then I saw that NaVi still has this like this simple collection in the shop, and it looked very cool, and I took it.
Okay, that's the lore behind that. I've got to talk a bit about pistol rounds not going so well for you guys, but you're still staying strong. No one seems to be mentally breaking as well, and the rifle rounds have come really strong into this. So are you feeling like the mentality of the team right now has improved since we may have seen in recent times?
First of all, I will take every time we lose to pistol, win the game. And yeah, I mean, you can get some unlucky with some pistol, that's why we are losing, and also I think both sides, they were like smashing us in pistol rounds. They were not like very close. So I think overall, because you said about mentality, I think we are pretty good. We don't care about losing rounds. We are trying to focus, even though we are, I don't know, give best example. We lose a clutch 1v3. We will try to not care and move on, because I think that's the proper mentality to go forward.
Very smart.
I will ask about the actual gun rounds, because it feels like whenever you were on CD side and as well on T side, you were countering all their moves, all the aggressions. I've seen Wonderful doing a lot of impact with AO, and you as well. You had, like, for example, 1v1 around middle with Snow in the smokes. Like, always, you were seemingly ready for everything. Is this something that was prep-wise, or is this something that you felt in the game?
I think it's 50-50, because obviously we had preparation. We knew what we're going to play, and if it's just to what we're going to play against them, and what moves they can do as well. And also, sometimes we got off guard. For example, one time they pushed tunnel, and then me and MongolZ both died. But I think it's 50. I said 50-50 because first it's preparation, but then you need to adapt, because they will also create something new, we create something new, and then it's about adaptation after all.
It was a kind of nice balance, because then you pushed upper tunnel on the last round as well, and MongolZ got an entry frag, so it kind of goes to both ways, that you were not only expecting the plays, but you were also doing them. Is this something that you are feeling more comfortable doing in best of threes, where you don't have backs against the walls and losing both pistol rounds, and economy-wise it might be a tough game?
I mean, in best of three, it's you can have more mistakes, let's say, so you can afford to have mistakes, but in best of one you cannot afford them at all, because you do one mistake, you do second one, and then you lose the game.
So NaVi is more comfortable in best of three?
I will see.
He didn't want to give away too much just yet. Any words to the crowd out there? Everyone supporting, everyone cheering around the world?
I don't know, you are so small, but you are so fucking amazing. I saw you cheering for MongolZ, cheering for us. Thank you for everything, and then I hope you're gonna cheer like forward.
There we go, Budapest. NaVi and Mihai Imo!
Yeah, despite not winning any of the pistols, NaVi making this pretty easy, sealing it up 13-8, and now the best of threes do await them. ZywOo, you kind of prophesized this, saying NaVi don't often lose to teams below them in terms of the world ranking. That wasn't about to change today.
No, I think it looked a little bit scary and just at the beginning of the map when they were trading out rounds and they couldn't get a grip of the economy, but once they actually got into the late rounds of the half, they started to gain some control, and when they switched to CT side, it was just total dominance. It was, you know, nade utility, shutting down any aggressions, anything Pain really did in the whole game. There was always an answer for NaVi, whether it was the individual positioning, the rotation, the flashes, or the utility to stop them as they grouped up for any kind of pushes. It was just clinical Counter-Strike from NaVi.
Before the map began, ZywOo brought up the structure, preparation of NaVi. That was epitomized in many of the rounds that NaVi were able to win. I thought that Big Uzera, Pain would have a little bit more of that X factor to get him over the line in some of these situations, but it was too much to withstand. The fact that on a NaVi bomb site defense, you have 3 guys perfectly situated, and yet on a Pain defense, you have 2 guys whose heads are on a swivel trying to wonder where the next fight is coming from. So all of the attention, all of the attacks were a lot more centered for NaVi, along with their defenses too.
Should we take a look at some examples from that pretty much immediately? You brought round number 11, T-side, NaVi. What's the story here?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great point where you brought up, you know, the defense isn't really already in place. We see NaVi, they're gonna go for a B hit. And, you know, every time NaVi defended their B hits, they were in place, they had people in position. But here we're gonna see a little bit more of NaVi, they fake it out a little bit, the round kind of develops, they're just waiting for this trio up in upper side to get their timing. They go for it, and you see here, Snow, he is looking for middle, he's ready to help the mid guys, and he's just 1 second too late for that trio coming into B to actually defend it.
One thing that NaVi did a lot more, and even in the prep in the months leading up to this, than Pain, is that they throw those mid-tunnel smokes, the left and right side smokes. And Pain, I think only in this match threw it a single time. In fact, I saw Pain sometimes throwing smokes to just get up Cat. And it's just, they're using a lot of utility to just take the early space on the map, where you could see in the finishers there for NaVi, they have all of these smokes in place, they have so much misdirection. The rotator in DGT was just all the way back in CT spawn. There was no way he was gonna get in on that, and then it leaves the two defenders on the B bomb site on an island.
Okay, tell me about the NaVi defense then. We move into the second half, round 16. What's going on here?
Yeah, so this is basically just like clinical NaVi, that they always have an answer, They always have control over what's going to happen. And essentially get an entry, they kind of force them, they feel like the hit is actually going to come off this short, smoke it off. You see these nades, like that's a 150 damage nade before they've even exited the smoke to gain any sort of duels. So it just makes it really easy for the NaVi defense then to kind of spray them down, get the multi-kills, just finish them off before they even have a chance to get a bomb plant.
That's incredibly reminiscent of when Vitality was playing, I think the MongolZ actually, in the grand finals of the Austin Major, where Apex just had 3 nades that just landed on them one after another as they were coming up the short side, just calling out the play. Just says, you guys didn't even have a mid to B smoke up. We had no pressure towards long. Our tunnel guys are already watching that side of the map. We know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, very well prepared from NaVi, undoubtedly. Ime, we're giving him the MVP of this map. It's nice to see him looking confident, both in the server and in the pre-match, post-match interview, rather, as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's super important for NaVi, especially entering into those bomb sites with MongolZ and kind of scaling through so that their star players kind of get more action and more kills and picks. He's also really good on the CT side to shut down aggression. We saw him in mid when Pain kind of got into panic mode. They wanted to go for some sneaky, aggressive plays, shut it down immediately, repositions himself, and always makes himself a danger and someone uncalculated to some degree for Pain going for an entry.
A confident Ime is something that none of the top dogs really want to see, because I feel like his form this year has been really wavering. A couple of the big events, he's definitely pitched up. I think he had a very strong Katowice and even Austin Major, but it's kind of that throughout the season, we haven't said his name nearly as much now, but if he picks it back up here, NaVi do become a real threat with their trifecta of him, Bit, Wonderful, then MongolZ just gets to be an X factor as we're seeing him just progress, I'd say, tournament by tournament.
Well, NaVi do take the win here, but you guys can also be winners at home, as you do have that Blacklight chair giveaway that's keeping on rolling. All you have to do, very simple, is put !Blacklight_chair in the chat. Any of the 3 English streams, you can get that in, and you could be taking home a beautiful Blacklight chair. But we are going to head things to a very quick break whilst you guys are doing that, and move on to our first playoffs progression match. That's between Mouz and Spirit, going down after this.
Way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes, and I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't competitive, top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's me? I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
I'm catching up with Brawl on the IGL of Mouz before the game against Spirit. I have to say one thing. Spirit awaits, and obviously they've got your number. I'm not going to sugarcoat it because since last major, they beat you 3 times. So what is happening in this matchup? How are you preparing differently now?
No, I would say it's the same as usual. We've been playing them a lot, and we know how they're playing basically. And since I'm the team here, maybe that hasn't been the best for them, but they're still a strong team, but we look forward to win today.
You know that the inevitable donk round or Shiro clutch is just going to happen. Tell me from your POV as a captain, how are you making sure that these rounds don't affect your teammates too much and it doesn't overall like destroy the mood within the team because they just happen?
No, I think it's just we have been going through it a lot, and yeah, it's just pure mental that we need to reset the right reset buttons basically, and we yeah, try to focus on the next round. Sometimes it will always happen. It's not only Spirit who does it, so yeah, it's just a reset button everyone has in the team, and it's just getting better from there.
Perfect. I want to say one thing about Donk because he mentioned that he's now focusing more on the team play and putting not himself first. Is this something that you are noticing throughout the tournament as well? Because he's still putting insane improvements and insane numbers, right? But is it something that you think that makes them even more dangerous in the long run?
I mean, it's a good question because I haven't thought about it, but it's just, I don't know. It's just, I think it still plays the same, but you never know. He maybe feels it that it's playing different. can't really figure it out at the moment, but we'll see in the future. But I mean, of course, he's an insane player, and yeah, from what I've seen, I haven't seen a difference, but.
It just seems that they're going the route that Mouz is already taking for a lot of years. No star player, but a good system and overall trust between each other. So is this something that you see future Tier 1 teams and all Tier 1 teams become more consistent in, to have rely on the team play instead of individuals?
I mean, I don't have right and wrong. Like, I think coming from different teams, I think everyone has their own star playing team, especially in top 5. And yeah, so we try to come up like with 5 people who's just playing together and try to win in that way. And yeah, of course, we're gonna play some donk or Kiyosuke sometimes. You never know. And yeah, we try to figure it out in our way how to play the game and try to help each other as much as we can. And yeah,
let's see how it goes in this best of 3. Good luck, brother.
Thank you.
A rematch of the IEM Cologne Grand Final now for the first spot in the Budapest playoffs. And it's 2 teams that have had their names in the top-tier conversations in Counter-Strike in 2025, but one with a few more trophies than the other. Either way, Maui, this is such an exciting clash to be seeing who is going to be the first team moving forwards to the top 8.
Without a doubt. I feel like we can all celebrate the fact that we've got a hometown hero that's going to be loading up in the server today in torzsi. On the other side of the server, of course, you have Chopper and Spirit, who not looking like the same beasts that they were earlier in the season or the year when they had Zontix and Magix. But I would say that this is the most stacked in terms of firepower Spirit has ever looked in the team's history.
Buff Krieg? Nah.
Do you agree with this Brolin statement? Buff Krieg, remove all offers from the game. You know, Krieg was just so overpowered.
What's Brolin on about?
It's a good joke because but he had good stats after it, okay? I have to always explain to people, like, Brolin's not the same player without the Krieg. No, his stats were really good after the Krieg, too. Okay, either way.
Either way, looking at Spirit, and of course, the obvious standouts of donk and Shiro. Let's just get rid of the donk conversation. He's had such a great start, literally started off the first round of the major with an ace. He's starting as he means to go on, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's continuously looking like the best player in the world. And I mean, what more can you say? He's just ridiculous. The way he just, you know, thinks about the next duel, knows almost like he has wall hack to some degree, where he just positions his crosshair like inch perfect every single time. It looks ridiculously easy, even though it's very, very hard. On the other side, you obviously have Chiro, a top 3 AWPer in the world. That foundation is insane if you just think about it. Top 1 rifler, top 3 AWPer in the world, and they're playing together in this team spirit.
When it comes to donk, I mean, I feel like this Major 2 is a test for him to see, can he upset expectations? Can he upset the best player of the best team of the year in ZywOo? Because I would say that the conversation and the race for world #1 of 2025 is more up for grabs than some people want to admit.
How do you feel about the quote he had on HLTV interview saying, you know, I don't mind if it's #2 this year? I don't believe that for a second, just given his, you know, winning speech last year at the awards.
I'm glad he's coming across a bit more humble when he says these kinds of things, but in terms of gameplay at this major, nothing has reflected that.
Yeah.
Like, nothing at all. He is still running at opponents in the same fashion. He's still taking duels that are completely untradeable. Like, if he dies, it puts his team in a bad position. The difference is he's actually being the best team player ever by simply not dying and getting those kills.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. There are a few players you're always going to get with each generation that kind of break the rules of Counter-Strike, and donk is definitely one of those.
Let's do a little head-to-head between Shiro and torzsi then. Pretty much any time torzsi comes on screen, the crowd starts to cheer, and that's for good reason. He's such a hero here in his hometown. When we look at stylistically between Shiro and torzsi in this head-to-head.
Stylistically, torzsi can have a little bit more flair, I would say. Shiro's brought out a little bit more aggression than he's used to, but I feel like when it comes to the T side, if I'm being completely honest, and thankfully the crowd can't hear me because they're yelling so loud, I like Shiro in a lot of capacities. I feel like his rifle is a bit better. The way he's able to play against just aggressive CTs can be a little bit better. torzsi can be such an X factor for Mouz in the way that he moves around the map, gets a single pick here or there, but I feel like he's really had to reel in the initial aggression that he hit the Tier 1 scene with.
Yeah, but you can also look at torzsi as, you know, he's like a really important piece in this Mouz squad, because he's the hyper. He's the one that brings them energy so that, you know, people can reset, people can get out of, you know, having a bad game. He's the guy that they rely on to make sure the energy is well, you know, in the best way possible.
Any surprises here with the veto?
A bit. I would say that the train pick coming out from Mouz was something I didn't quite expect. Also, when the teams faced off against each other last, it was Mouz that went for Mirage, Spirit that went for Ancient. And so Spirit feeling a little bit more comfortable on the Mirage to go with that one. And Mouz, I'm a little concerned. I mean, going for Train against what I've seen from Spirit already at this tournament on the CT side is a pretty bold play.
Yeah, the one good thing in this veto for Mouz is they did get over past CT side. Oh, wow.
Not a popular man here today. Okay, Maui, I can trust you to give me the cold, hard, honest facts, okay? ZywOo, what is the story with him at the moment? Because it's all well and good talking about the stars of Spirit, you know, it's sexy to talk about that. Where's ZywOo landing right now?
Unfortunately, I would say ZywOo is one of the worst anchors we have on any top 5 team. However, he actually plays incredibly well versus Mouz. That's the one saving grace for Spirit in this series, that the one top 5 team that ZywOo has looked good against has been Mouz. His repeats actually don't go punished. I feel like it's surprising Mouz more times than not, because when you see him play against Vitality or Falcons and he goes for that re-swing after the first kill, the second guy just trades him out immediately. I almost feel like Mouz have too much respect for ZywOo, and they are surprised by the fact that he goes for that second bomb side swing, because they think surely he's just going to tuck, play the time. But I think the fact that ZywOo treats it a little bit more like an FPL game than an actual Tier 1 matchup catches them off guard.
Yeah, but on the other side, I think, you know, in the stability department for Mouz, they all are really, really stable players, whereas more up and down on that Spirit side. I'm expecting output from everyone, especially, you know, Surgeon on the aggression, Torsi on the follow-up, Spinks and Jim Pat on the anchors. They are just such a well-rounded squad that it, to me, just should be enough to beat like a two-man Spirit. They need someone like ZywOo, they need someone like Tanir to overperform in the roles they currently have to be able to beat them.
Well, even with the odds siding with Team Spirit, we've all believing in the hometown heroes, in the romance of Mouz, but more importantly, it's time to hear what the teams are thinking of one another.
The experience I had today was probably the best experience I have had since I'm a professional Counter-Strike player.
The mood in our team was incredible from the beginning of the day. First round of the major, I had like a feeling that I will do something crazy. First 4 kills, it was like regular for me. The last kill was the hardest one.
Sometimes I have to accept that first game gonna be a little bit more stressful than usual.
Feels like we all have a lot of energy and we can just smash anyone.
It's always good to see that there is room for improvement and we can do better for the next day.
We need to communicate more, we need to fix this, and we're gonna be Gucci.
It's okay sometimes to look out and just look at the crowd and enjoy this moment because it's a special occasion.
Arena energy was great.
Yeah, the most important thing is now is just to relax. We have to appreciate these moments. Going into the next game, it's still just another game. I know that this team has done a lot of good work and we put the right effort into it, and if we keep it up, I know the outcome will be there as well.
Have fun, the stronger team will win.
All right, Budapest, it's time to put our first team into the playoffs of the Major to crown 2025 Mouz versus Spirit, a one-sided head-to-head. But we got one thing different today. Mouz got that crowd buff on their side.
Yeah, feeling that this team isn't used to, but with hometown hero Torshi in the Mouz roster and a lot at stake. The team that wins this, you'll be getting a catch again in the playoffs of the major here in Budapest. And I've heard that this place gets loud. They've got a tough opponent in spirit, so Budapest makes some noise!
Так, пора что-то сегодня два эйсика расчехлять, мне кажется.
Donk looking for aces today. Looking to break records while he does it. Only 4 majors deep for this young player chasing #1 in the world. Team Spirit on the T side of Mirage explode up the palace.
Exertion gonna open, but those dual Berettas fall into Donk's hands now to open up this pistol round.
Dangerous. 4 more.
Playing with fire. Sometimes you'll get burned. He's getting aggressive in the post plant. Donk out towards the spawn. A second for Donk on the dualies, and everyone's quaking with terror now. The fear sets in. You've seen what this guy is capable of, and Donk, hungry, will get shut down. Claw back into this with 2 from Torshi.
Got the plant.
And bomb's not for Team Spirit. Tap on it, baits the swing. Now they know where both players are. Mouz looking to start strong in this game to send themselves into the playoffs. It's only Shiro, defuse held. Mouz come through with the pistol. And it's Torshi doing some heavy lifting to get it over the line.
Yeah, taking down Donk is no easy feat when he's on a heater like that, but pulls back. Couple kills deep, and Mouz able to jump right on that bomb. Torshi finding Donk. And finding a pistol on a map that's done Mouz relatively well in this series. It's a series they haven't picked up 3 in a row ever since that last major. But Mirage, often entertaining, often in overtime, as we remember in Austin and in Cologne. Spirit changed their tune today. It's a team that still, despite Donk, is being maybe underrated coming into the major.
Oh no.
Donk denies any expectation. Takes a 5v4 to exertion.
Torshi's coming in confident. He's gone for the second round or purchase, but that leaves him without head armor, and now he sees that they force bought. These Galils pose a real threat.
Look at the gamble as well that's being called by Mouz. If this leaves them in the wrong place, what do? Do they save on second round with an AWP? They might have to.
Asking a hell of a lot of Brolin here, but that's not a bad way to start. It at least leaves the door open to entertain a retake. Torshi gonna try and get himself set up back in the spawn. Moving in with this AWP. Torshi closing the distance, but a man up close to near will shut down that AWP straight away. And even though Jimmy claws one back, there's still a lot left to do in this round.
Nice swing.
Brolin can't play into this, surely low on health in a 1v2. You feel reluctant to give this away, especially because you know Spirit are going to get that AWP out of your hands. But there's no room left to run for Brolin. Spirit come through with a force buy and instantly battle back against Mouz.
Yeah, Donk finding that perfectly timed 5v4 exertion. Leaves his back door open for a second before that smoke blooms. And Team Spirit explode on the bomb site. They get upgrades as well. Devastating to give that AWP away so early in the game. Shiro won't upgrade to in a strange spot with a scout and an AWP, but they'll make it work. We know Donk can wield this weapon as well. We saw an ace from him yesterday on Dust 2 against FaZe. This is such a tense matchup because we know how high Mouz's ceiling is. But Donk is always to be feared. And he came in looking as good as ever, if not better, yesterday to the first day of the major for him. Mouz showed resilience though. Game v Jame on overpass, and with match points against them, they still won it out in overtime. Torshi had a comeback in that game as an individual as well, and they went on to dominantly set themselves 2-0. We know how good Mouz are in these Swiss stages, in these BO3s.
Oh, that's lightning fast from Shiro with the lightning strike to open things up, and a second kill bestowed upon him. That tag team is threatening over towards mid. Only Spinks, and that flash leaves him wrecked. Easy prey for Tanir. Forespite won't find success when Mouz bring out one of their own. And so Spirit will get off to a strong start on Mirage, flipping the script. You win that pistol, but you get none of the reward if you're Mouz.
Tanir at the front of the pack in some of these rounds, which is nice as well. Spirit talking of making these newer additions feel more comfortable inside of the team. And we know when Tanir's off the leash how aggressive he can be. Now even mentions ZywOo's strong performances against this Mouz team. Despite having some poor games in the Spirit jersey, in the 2 of 3 they've played, he showed up in a big way. Even carried the last, or statistically, like a blast. The Spirit have a lot going for them in this series. Plus, that's not even including just the head-to-head. 3-0 this season.
I love this from Chopper. A wall of smokes. Acts like a stream for him to swim on through. He gets all this control out towards jungle.
Naughty.
Feels needlessly suave considering what they're up against, but it leaves this MAC-10 in a strong position to just go and farm. He's able to put a lot of pressure on with Util with shots down range. And so 5 alive round for Spirit, locked and loaded, ready to go.
There's not even room for 4 people in the bomb site once Chopper gets that space. Molly under Balk, perfect nades. Mouz have to evacuate. So 3-1 here for Spirit, but Mouz's gun round coming through now. Delayed gratification after losing to that second round force. Shiro still wielding Torshi's AWP against him.
Brolin likes to make these aggressive plays out here towards ramp. Well, he's got Exertion backing him up. Into ZywOo they'll go, playing on the fade of this smoke. ZywOo gets first shot off, can't deal with the second man. Exertion keeps it even. Spirit still low and slow. Don't quite feel the burn yet at the 4-on-4.
Very vocal in this mid-round as well, talking a lot on the cameras. All a band of middle smokes come in, Spirit make their mind up. Torshi looks to meet them there. Chopper coming in from under, perhaps looking for another connector lurk. And despite fighting on ramp initially, Mouz have also cleared Palace. So they should have a lot of freedom to rotate Spinks out, realizing perhaps that this is going to be a B hit. Big flank. Mouz looking good.
In the right place and ready for what's coming their way. Donk dead first is no small feat, and now Torshi tucked in back of the site will get shut down at first glance from Shiro.
Huge.
Claw their way back into a 3v2. Bomb planted, and Mouz so far removed, so out of the picture, they can't justify going for this. So strength to strength play from Spirit to open things up.
Just a clean hit there, and even though Donk goes in first and dies immediately, they find the crucial trades. Chopper uses that underlurk to stop the cat rotation. There's no one coming up from short. Spirit get an open bomb plant. Everything goes swimmingly here for Team Spirit. And that's despite Mouz having all the information in the round. Would I love to see Spinks make a big gamble in that moment, right? Make the rotation towards B. It felt like Mouz knew what was going to hit them. They just thought they could hold it. Spirit are not a team where you are expecting their lurkers to be the most impactful. It's about stopping this entry pack. A lot of money right now for Spirit, taking some clean rounds. Only losing 3 players in the last 3 rounds combined.
And Shira's certainly been looking in form at the dawn of this major, right? Him and Donk hitting very, very hard for the side of Team Spirit. So often the tag team that have had to do it all in the past. Here it's nice to get a bit more from the rest of the gang, but Shira's been no slouch to open up this game. It's the speed and conviction behind these hits with the AWP that's giving you some cause for concern. The fact that they have a very hard-hitting AWP and the best rifler in the game side by side makes Spirit very, very scary to handle. Be a bit more of a stripped back round here, right? Nothing crazy out of the gate, just a grouping over towards A. Chopper calling Donk back from the other side of the map, and it looks like they've got their sights set on this A play. Right now only 2 players here for Mouz. Third moving over in the form of Spinks, but you don't have a lot to work with in this round. You're hoping for a multi-kill.
Rotates are good though. AK in the right place.
Zertian and Brolin just probe ramp and move away. Right as Spirit looked to move in, a block with a minute left. Might slow the roll of this hit. Might buy you a few more seconds, but that's assuming Spirit don't just play through. Donk leads the charge.
Hello.
Second kill found for Donk as he starts farming early. Gonna keep the steamroll going. Donk said coming in round 1, he's looking for aces. That's what he wants. That's the goal, and he's on the verge of another. Only Jimmy left.
Find him.
Quaking in his boots. And I mean, now it is just a hunter versus prey. Donk looking for his 3rd ace at the major.
It'd be unbelievable. He's played 2 maps, Harry. You can't put an ace on every single game. Donk hunting, but unfortunately for him, the wrong way. What I also love is how Spirit give him those aces. You know, when Chopper found that last player on that train pistol yesterday, he ran away. He let Donk swoop in for the kill, but he's not going to find it today. May as well take this kill now when you've got it. Jimmy looks for exits, and Chopper had to take it, so no ace for Donk. Disappointed at only 4 frags in that round.
I mean, you know, when you're a player like Donk, you kind of have to keep chasing new ambitions, right?
Sure.
He kind of completed Counter-Strike in the first year of play. Well, 2, I guess. But
yeah, just to go back to this acing as well, it's, you know, Magisk has the record at 9 aces across all his major attendances. Donk has played 4 majors. He's 2 behind. He's at 7 aces.
Yeah. He wants to hold every record. That's the type of player he is. He gets to do that.
Achievement hunter.
Bit of a whiff for exertion, but he's able to recover. And Donk dead early. You breathe a lot easier when you see his name in the kill feed.
Well, on one side of it, yeah. Dead early, but Torshi gets picked from Palace. Exertion down under is a common theme here for this Mouz CT side. And so it pays off getting flashed in to find Donk. More control taken here from Mouz, pushing into B. Jimmy dies. Spinks is the Joker at the back of car. He smokes behind Jimmy as he aggresses further, but this doesn't matter. Spirit don't know. Setting up towards the A site. Zertian and Brolin home.
They've got a strong crossfire set up. Oh, but an instant clear for Chopper. Leaves it all on exertion. Oh, Chopper hits back hard, cover in from Zwei as well. Every piece of Mouz that try to react there get cut down.
Chopper tab out. It looked like he did there for a second. He stopped staring at the ground, but none of it matters. Zwei's got his back. Chopper looking sick in some of these moments already, finding crucial trade kills to keep this game one-sided for Spirit, 6-1 up.
And it's far from the start you were hoping for if you're on Mouz, right? You wanted to kind of come through with a vengeance, get some wind in your sails early. Instead, you're dodging donk cases, and the scoreline keeps racking up for Team Spirit in what has been a provably hard matchup for this Mouz squad, right? You said it already, but you're thinking back to the Cologne finals where they get blown out the water 3-0. Even before that, facing in the groups, a victory again for Team Spirit. Played them at Blast Bounty, lost that decisively in 2-0 fashion. It's been a very, very strugglesome head-to-head for this Mouz team, and if something was going to be different today, it's got to start soon.
I also think it's a bit of a flex for Spirit to go in and pick the map that Mouz have looked best on v Spirit in those last few games. Nuke would have been the other option. It's one that Mouz have actually found fairly consistently over Team Spirit, but they've gone for Train today. Tania, his timing here. So only spots one, but they're calling him below him, and he has no idea. That molly might do him favors, but Brolin's fast enough to the punch. Controlled by Chopper, can't get that kill. Brolin's able to escape. So 5v4, but does Spirit just want to speed up off that call?
Yeah, at this point, right, you give them the space. You know, they dedicated a lot of resources to that push. It's not something you can do with just one player. Tania got info, and so they're just going to concede that ground, give it to Mouz, and look instead for this B split. Window on this starts to close the more time you leave, but there's the opening. Torshi brushed aside with the donk entry. Left to Exertion, who will offer up resistance. And now he's bought time. The rest of Mouz appear. Chopper, clean headshot to get rid of Exertion. And Shiro holding for this cross on in. Spinks didn't spam, didn't want to commit to that. Chopper allowed a second chance here at the back of the site. Will eventually get dealt with. All eyes on Shiro. That's a crazy way to start, but leaves it to chance, leaves it to the no-scope. Wanted a highlight reel of his own, an unlikely round for Mouz. That's where they break through.
Yeah, Exertion just delivering all these kills to donk right now that are definitely making the difference. Finds a clinical headshot, does donk, but back of the site, double kill for Exertion on the MP9. Holds in very tight for as long as he can. Scary when Spinks doesn't take the free kill off the bomb plant, but relieved by Brolin. So Mouz find their second. And Halley calls his first timeout here for Team Spirit.
And Halley knows how quickly these games can close up, and so you want to just keep pressing every advantage while you can. Spirit are a long way away from getting broken, but they don't want Mouz to start to find form. Exertion v donk, proving to be a pretty exciting head-to-head between the two of them. Two aggressive players that are more than down to play by their own rules in the start of these rounds. Torshi brings out the AWP again. Had to just try and stomach it on rifles the last few rounds. Thus far, since the guns have come out, Torshi hasn't had a kill. Got two in the pistol, helped Mouz pick it up, done nothing since.
Days are early, Spirit take their time. And the boost up again. As Mouz try and go for info.
Nice use of the info flash, right? Even getting that one bullet out of Chopper, now that's why they assemble this boost. Exertion going to be left in a good spot, but Chopper's ready for it.
He's on it today, man. He's not missing a single shot. Chopper.
He's about to overtake donk. And you occasionally get these games out of Chopper where he ends up looking like A rifle star as well, which in this team goes without saying is easier said than done.
Jimmy burned out. Spinks comes through the smoke. That's donk caught with his back turn, but Chopper lurk. He looks to get the backstab as well. That's forcing the rotation.
Oh, and now they're leaving. Mouz don't necessarily hear this yet with Jimmy playing back within the site, so they start to group. It's all eyes on Brolin here. We've been crediting Chopper for hitting real hard in this game. Well, the captain of Mouz would have to hold the line, and he can't do it. Missed shot for Torshi, and that signals the end of this one. Chopper cracks open the back door, gives Spirit a way out of there, and they dodge the Mouz stack entirely.
Dude, unreal impact for Chopper. He even finds that headshot to Brolin through the box, coming out CT. It's Tanir who gets the kill, but Chopper puts him on notice immediately. So just insane impact off of Chopper in this game already. He has caught up with donk.
Yeah, he's got more ADR, less deaths, same kills.
7 of his 9 kills being headshots, so no complaints here from the captain of Team Spirit, an unlikely star showing up in this series.
They're thinking, you know, bad enough we got to deal with donk and Shira. You're telling me they have a second donk and it's Chopper?
Donk still
Ain't
got
no
it.
way. Spam damage coming through on the Torshi. Not even the orb save is guaranteed.
Jimmy saved him.
Just about gets out of there. But even with these saved guns, a lot of hope in this half now. Mouz just looking for scraps.
Chopper outlurking Spinks is a phenomenon I was not ready to witness, and Donk's loving it. Sit back and enjoy this show.
Cyclone, who as a coach, even in games that are going well, likes to be very proactive with the pauses, likes to try and cool them out as fast as possible. If you listen closely, you can pick up on who the favorite is in the room.
Oh, favorite only in one term right now. Spirit hammering this home.
Oh, look at this aggressive round from donk, charging it in through middle. Keen trade again out of Exertion, who has just been the kryptonite to donk in these rounds. Still, he got his one, keeps a lot of pressure on. Time for Jimmy to fill these boots over at B, and fill him he shall. 2 quick kills, flips the script. Team Spirit left in a 2v4. Shiro out on an island. Chopper still a ways away with a late lurk in through catwalk.
This is ballsy. He's fast enough for it, though.
Oh, Chopper gonna catch Brolin in the back line, and Shiro goes hunting for his next. Not like this. This was 2v4 for Team Spirit. One more man in the sight. Chopper's dealt with Exertion, and now Torchi's living on borrowed time. Molly gives up his position. Pincered on either side. Missed shots all around. 2v4 from Chopper and Shiro. And Spirit on the fast track to a map win.
I love everything about that from Shiro, man. Just the way he plays the wide position on the balcony. He lets him get out. They never see him. They don't know how committed he is. Able to force a player backside burned out. Finds another molly. Does the same to Torshi. Catches info with jump spot. And Chopper is just the star of this game right now. There is no denying it. 11-4. A double kill on the lurk when Mouz had every reason to win that round. Torshi just can't catch a break. Almost re-peaking. With a missed window smoke, you wonder if it's by design because all of Spirit are looking towards it. Feels on rails right now. This is 8 out of the last 9 rounds. But a man advantage gone the way of Mouz as Spinks finds donk. Donk's dying first. Only sometimes with a kill, and it's not even holding Spirit back.
No, not one bit. If you told me the reason why donk doesn't get an ace in this series is because Chopper's too busy killing everyone, I would have laughed you out of the room. But that's the reality we're in. Chopper says best player in the world. He's not even the best player on Team Spirit. 11-4. Brolin up close over here at ramp. Playing ahead of this util, but they blow the smoke open. Still, Brolin gets out with his one. It's a quick trade back from Shiro. And oh my
not
god,
again.
not Chopper and Shiro once more, clawing back a round that was in jeopardy. Plant for CT, running around right now is Jimmy. Might be able to stop this with a clear shot. No! Chopper! He just can't miss!
Can he clutch as well?
Spinks is quaking in his boots. Chopper has been red hot. And the captain is Spirit going demon mode, finally put down, finally dealt with.
Someone had to do it. It was getting out of control. 13-5, Spinks puts a round down the board for Mouz right at the end of the half. But doesn't it just feel almost too late? As resilient as Mouz are, a team that never go down, never give up until that final chance. But Spirit have just had every clutch round, every clean one on top. Mouz still believing, bringing some hype there after their third of this half. Funding Torshi's AWPs time and time again, but he's had 2 kills in the pistol and 1 on a save. Waiting for Torshi to deliver here in this game. Had a slow start for his first match in Budapest, but he did recover by the end, so Mouz try and hold on. Donk out middle. He got his first 8 kills, 6 rounds in. 6 later, he's got 2 more. It's not been about Donk in this game. Can he find a final blow in the last round of the half? Good nade this time, not dodged. Double done. Straight through the net. How about a third?
The barrage down here into the lower tunnels, and it's softened up too.
They're coming for
Chopper
revenge.
still asks for the boost. He wants to go and fight these nade players. He does not like that you've tried to ruin his round, but it won't matter. Spinks here to stop Chopper in his tracks. That's back-to-back rounds. He's been able to accomplish it. Molly forces him forward into a fight with Sway. A fight that neither player really looks like they want. That nade returned to sender. Spinks also brought down low.
30 seconds.
Gotta get a move on. Gotta get a move on. Torshi's off, right place, right time. And you would love a big Torshi sequence to try and recover this half. Backs it up as Donk gets his kill out through the connector. But time is really the problem here for Team Spirit. They've got to be clinical as they move in.
3v5. 15 seconds.
Shiro closing in on exertion. Might be able to catch the reposition here. Bomb just getting planted now by Donk. And so they get to the post plant. Shiro with another one of these man advantage rounds, quickly getting away from Mouz. Shiro plays it forward, knows he's got exertion. Trapped out here in the jungle, and that leaves it all on Torshi. Out into the open, Shiro lights out. An electric from Team Spirit in the 3v5 to send us in to this second half of play. Mouz here. They might have won the pistol, but past that point, it's rounds few and far between, scraping by with just a couple at the end of that first half. It's smiles all round for Team Spirit as an unlikely candidate works his way up towards top of the board. Shiro might have been lights out as well. Right now, we're all looking at Chopper, a man who throughout his whole career knew to take majors very, very seriously, even thinking back to the Vega Squadron days of old. He is dialed in time for this match that sends you into the playoffs. Outdoing Donk at the end of that first half and very much on the heels of Shiro. And if Spirit finds success in this pistol round, hell, even if they don't, it wasn't a requirement in that first half. This could be a very, very quick mirage.
We got Donk in the right place as well for this pistol. That's why he gets that info off of the jump spot and flashes prepare as Spirit set up back in the bomb site. Mouz come flooding in. It's good utility to displace Spirit, and they find that first pick as well. What can Donk do from the back of the bomb site? Quick USP shot, but they're overwhelming him, and Donk has time to put a back in as Donk chases every single one. 4 kills in the pistol. Donk cannot be stopped. With Chopper by his side, this is a deadly duo that Mouz are not ready to put away.
That's twice now, so close to another ace for Donk. 2 4Ks in this map. And this one of the utmost importance. They're flooding into the B site. Mouz get the opener, but it goes no further. Donk on a tear.
Nobody does it like Donk.
Mouz have no choice this late in the game but to just play the full eco. No bomb plant, nothing to look forward to in this round. Just a chance to talk it over, try and plan ahead.
Dude, Spirit just look unstoppable right now in these couple of games we've seen. Cleaning up FaZe. Clean over Liquid, and now their most dominant map yet, if they can finish the job against Mouz of all squads.
Donk getting pressured, will get overran. Deagle or Spinks provides something here, but okay. Spinks has made this one interesting.
He's in a good position. If he doesn't reveal it too soon.
Just resist the urge to play. He's got Tania trying to move in towards CT and lend a helping hand, but he's caught on a jiggle. Gives one over. Mouz had 1 Deagle in this round to work with. But a plant open, and in comes Tania, ready to deny. Spinks, your job's not done yet. That double kill, not enough to set up Mouz in this round. Pressure in, out through the connector. Chopper, spam down low. Spinks is making this happen, but time running out. Calls the bluff for Tania, and Tania gives him the fight, but 12 HP the difference. And that one gets away from Mouz. That would have been a huge opportunity, a chance to recover this game. Now it's down to their rifle round.
Oh, just doubting everything right now, right? Spinks puts that bomb down for 1. Could have stuck it on the other side of the site, but he was scared of jungle as well. Couldn't make up his mind. Might have even got that plant, but Tania was just going to swing him off of the contact either way. No way for Spinks to win that one unless he nails the immediate headshot. So nice try, but not to be, as Spirit just stormed towards the finish line. Mouz getting mauled.
Give them your energy, they need it. Mouz don't win this rifle round, Mirage is going to fall dominantly against them. Flash out in towards middle. Brolin takes the space away. Slow start to the round here for Mouz. They go looking for this mid control, and it looks like Spirit are more than down to meet them there. Scrapping for the space. Kill back for exertion onto donk. He's at least been good in that head-to-head in this map. Spinks joins the fray. What is that?
In the air.
RNG. And he brings this one back into a doable spot for Team Spirit. ZywOo even begins the rotate as soon as he cheats that kill away. And so Mouz gonna play right into the stack. Jimmy makes it down. And with Chopper and ZywOo waiting back here in the spawn. ZywOo swinging on out. Caught by Jimmy, cover there. Mouz get this bomb planted. Chopper now plays his hand and unaccounted for, not known about. Jimmy not in a position to trade this either. Didn't want to risk it on that swing. He lets the 2v2 settle, and that's why Spinks catching Tania in rotation. Now they can both focus in on Chopper. He's been hard to deal with in this game. He's been hitting so darn hard, but caught in the crossfire. No recovering this. It's a lengthy journey for Mouz, but they couldn't have done it without that first rifle round.
Good show of restraint from Jimmy. It's a great example of when you don't always need to trade and how it can just risk you rounds. Those are the kind of rounds we saw in the FaZe MongolZ game earlier, where FaZe were always re-peeking to try and trade, and it's what let those 1v3 clutches come through multiple times. On paper, maybe a good play, but the safest option for Mouz is to play that bomb. Put Chopper into a very uncomfortable 2v1, keep Mouz in the match. 11-4, and Spirit broken. But there is no rest in this game for Mouz. Feels like no buy is too little for Spirit to win. Donk just fighting the urge to swing. 3 eyes on him. Push back this B-split building. Connector also taken. Mouz with a lot of middle right now.
Yeah, they're looking for this B-split, and Spirit are about to dismantle the stacks, so it's actually only Chopper here. They've moved away with everyone. It's a misread from Team Spirit. Backstab for ZywOo, that should be info, and maybe gives them a second's pause to reconsider committing to this stack, but at this point, they're so dedicated, it's got to be Chopper or it's nothing. One-man army, and Chopper, surely not! Surely there is no way that Chopper can stand tall at the end of this round. Finally dealt with, but it takes a lot of players to flush out just one. Donk hits the scout shot on the follow-up, and it's just Jimmy left, a dead man for sure. They weren't supposed to win that. You play into a site defended only by Spirit's captain.
What are you supposed to do? It is just not Mouz's day, and it certainly is Chopper's. Phenomenal hold. 4 men on the A-bomb site. Chopper alone puts up 2 kills as Mouz are unable to trade. This is looking like a limp Mouz right now, and Team Spirit are capitalizing on it so well. 12-4 up, winning a force buy like that as Mouz take their first gun round. I said there was no rest. Well, there may be between maps, and Spirit look to get there very quickly to send us into train. Mouz's pick in this series couldn't come soon enough. All in the meantime, Donk is 20-11, but it almost feels like it's going under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, outside of those few rounds he's put on 4Ks, which I'm kind of minimizing them a little bit here, but other than that, it's been a lot of just kind of 1-kill rounds traded by exertion. He's been doing his part for sure, but it's not like this has been a game of donk dominance. Everyone's kind of lifted their weight here for Team Spirit. And sure, ZywOo and Tania, 6 and 9 kills, none of that's really mattered with Shiro good in every one of these clutches. Him and Chopper clawing back 2v4s, 2v5s hasn't mattered. And Chopper arriving as the second star rifler alongside donk in this game has just left Mouz with too much to deal with. And so now they're broken heading into this what could be final round of play. AK for Torshi, AK for Spinks, pistols on the rest. They explore their little bit of util out into this A site. They will get away with the openings. Spinks has at least looked good to open up this series, and a backstab from Exertion complements it well, but they've given away a number of these advantageous positions. A 4v2 as this one begins. Bomb plant found for Mouz. The round is still very much alive.
Jimmy spammable by Chopper if he wants to risk it. Tania gets a blinder from CT. There's no kit right now. Spirit need to move.
You've never been allowed to be comfortable in this position. Kit dropped in the site. So Spirit have a little bit more time to work with. Chopper clears out connector, time running real low. Jimmy spotted under here at Palace, but you've got to get a move on, and with Tania dead, it's only Chopper left. Spam might connect, but too much time's elapsed. Mouz get to fight for one more round.
Oh, it's the fact that you're not even feeling comfortable in those 4v2s, in those 5v3s, where Mouz should have just a free given round off of Spinks' double entry into the bomb site with smokes down, and Spirit can still make it interesting. The one thing that's good for Mouz here is, you know, it's a team that have faced a number of insane comebacks in this year. It's a team that has showcased some incredible resilience in difficult games. We know the mentality of this team is very strong. And so at no point do they ever look like they've given up. But is that alone enough? donk given this AK to put it to use. Bomb here at ramp as well. Spinks swings in. donk double on his plate. And the round thrown to the wayside immediately.
Yeah, the one guy that's been able to deal with donk still out here partying alone in middle. That's Exertion. And so when donk gets free reign to go and fight from the stairs, it feels like he doesn't want to entertain this map any longer. Will Mouz have any say in the matter? donk up close over here at ramp. The attention split between both Palace and the ramp push. Broden looking like he wants to come through with Exertion dead down here in middle. donk's double might just be enough. And oh my God, another 4K from donk. And Team Spirit run away with Mirage. It's not even a contest. Now just a map away from the playoffs. donk in terrifying form, supporting cast around him. Mouz have got to go back to the drawing board. They've got to regroup if they want to strike back against a terrifying looking Team Spirit.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is competitive. Top of the throne of the speed. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Who's gonna be in the major grand final? I would go with, I don't wanna put us, I don't wanna jinx us. I'll put Furia versus Vitality.
Hope for us. And why not against Furia?
I really hope we do, and I would like to face Furia in the finals against us.
Hopefully us against Vitality. I always like to play against them, so Vitality.
Vitality and Furia.
Spirit and Falcons.
Who's going to play in the major grand final this time?
Spirit and Vitality.
Us against Vitality. Mouz and Falcons.
I think Mouz and Furia.
Mouz and Furia.
Vitality and Mouz.
Us and don't matter who.
And who?
Doesn't matter who.
Us, I hope so. And Furia, yeah, great final, right?
Division and Furia.
Oh, that would be cinema. Who introduced you to CS and how old were you?
I was very young, like 5 to 6 years old. My brother introduced me. He was playing like semi-pro.
Okay, you still play with him sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah, we get some fun matchmaking.
Well, the first time I got introduced by Counter-Strike was in 2007. I was 14 years old. It was a friend. A guy just opened a cyber cafe in my town, and I wasn't such a big gamer back then, and I said, okay, let's go. And I realized CS was a good game.
Do you still play with that guy?
No, I don't. I saw him 2 years ago. They are two brothers that opened that thing, and I saw them 2 years ago because it was fun to see them again because they were the one that introduced me to Counter-Strike.
I've always been around computers, but I was 12 years old when my brothers took me to the cyber coffee. Had only 6 PCs on the beginning. It was amazing. I loved it first time.
Who introduced me to Counter-Strike? I mean, my parents, they were having a PC cafe, so I was just hanging out with them there, and I saw some people play it, and I started playing, and yeah.
How old are you?
4 or 5, something like that.
I was, I don't know, I remember it since I was born almost, like since I have conscience and memory. My big brother.
You still play with him sometimes?
Yeah, he still, until recently was we played FaZe, but both of them were playing CS, both of them introduced me to it, but yeah, once in a while we'll play.
Older brother. I think the first time that I played under his control, it was like I was playing on the mouse and he is on keyboard. It was like I was 3.5 years old probably, and since 4 years old I can play like by myself.
It was my brother and my cousin. Like they started to play in a cyber cafe like together, and actually my brother bought him like his first PC, and we were doing 1 hour each every day to play CS. So that's how I learned the game.
And do you know how old you were?
6. I was 6 years.
I think no one, but I'm starting play Counter-Strike, I think 14, but I'm not play so much because for me when you so young you don't know it's good to play so much Counter-Strike or no.
Well and truly in session to start off this series. Now, it's one thing to pick Mirage versus Mouz, given their history on it. It's a whole nother thing, Maui, to pick it versus them and absolutely style on them in front of Torzy's crowd, no less. Absolutely heartless from Spirit.
That's the best T-side I've seen from Spirit this season. That is so clinical. The execution, the use of mid-rounding that Chopper had over the map, the cohesiveness as they're entering bomb sites, the fact that they actually use misdirection to make things difficult for the Mouz players. This is exactly why, when pressed about what needs to change in Spirit, when people are saying Chopper and Holly, I'm not moved.
Yeah, it's just like you say, it's so different every time they go into a bomb site. I think they went A like 5-6 times, and I didn't feel like any time was similar to the other one. They were scaling into bomb sites by breaking smokes and flak, getting the entries, slowing things down, using utility to break down the kills. They were executing and putting in pace. They were slow walking contact and clearing things. Mouz never got a grip on how to defend that A bomb site, and it was a masterclass from Chopper this whole T-side.
100%. So many diverse looks coming out from Spirit, and even if Mouz had maybe started to get their ducks in a row, maybe started to predict what Spirit would throw at them, you're totally right, Devil Walk. They just threw it in completely the opposite direction, catching Mouz off guard every single time. There could have been many rounds that we could have chosen to talk about from that T-side. You've gone for round number 9. Why did this stand out? Oh, sorry, round 6. Why did this stand out?
Well, this is an example of almost just how nonchalant Spirit could be when they are executing a plan, how when Mouz actually wants to try to block them on their path, drop a smoke at their feet. If we roll round 6, we'll just see how Spirit, they have the plan B right there. This is more of a micro reaction to what it is that Mouz are trying to throw in their directions. You can see the smoke lands right there. And look at, just within seconds, they're able to burst this with a flash on top of it. And it's just perfect. It's picture perfect. This wasn't a round where you really necessarily thought Mouz had the best chance or the best opportunity. They had a couple save weapons, a couple upgraded pistols, but it's just the speed with which they do it, which then unleashes Donk, where he goes on this tear, kills everybody in the bomb site, gets the 4K. Like, this round's over from the very first second that nade and flash combo popped from Spirit.
It's also the Molo flash combo from that holes, making sure that under balcony player is completely out of it, and then Donk just shows who Donk is, essentially, and finishes the round off. I loved what Chopper was doing this game, because it wasn't just a calling. He was also pulling things back, you know, in difficult situations and, you know, in clutches. There was a 2v4 even with Shiro, which we will play for you and kind of explain like how much impact Chopper actually had.
Yeah, round number 10, let's roll it. 2v4 didn't even seem to matter if Spirit were down in those man deficit situations. It seemed to always come up clutch for them, right?
Yeah, and it kind of starts off with, you know, Shiro, the patience, the calmness in a very stressful situation. He has essentially 3 guys after him, and Chopper, he just finds the perfect kill. Perfect mauler from Shiro, reads the situation, falls back and kind of lets Chopper continue his kind of finding pick on that A rotation, and then it's just outplayed. Completely outplayed. Torchi misses a shot, obviously, but too much pressure in the end in that 2v1. And that's a round the Mouz should win.
Those are the kind of breakdowns where Spirit, if any two guys can do that, if it's Chopper and Shiro doing that, then you really have to worry about Spirit as a true contender. Not only were rounds like that able to get it over the line for Spirit, but just in general, some of the rounds that we aren't going to show where it's just that they get the opening pick from a great setup, they get a good rotate, they catch a guy in rotation as he's trying to help the other bomb site, and then they just collapse onto it. It felt like everything just fell completely in order for Spirit, and I feel like no player created drastic losing conditions, which so frequently can be the case when it's a close 3v3.
I just want to maybe poke the bear a little bit with your point about Chopper. And yeah, okay, some people calling for his head, which I agree with you totally. I feel like that's a little bit premature to be doing that now. He totally displayed it in this game as well, not only calling, but so many frags going his way too. Have you seen any kind of change coming out of Chopper to make it a more kind of compelling case for him to stay in the Spirit?
I mean, this is a drastic difference. When I say that was the best T-side from Spirit I've really seen all season, I really do mean that, with maybe the exception of what they accomplished during Cologne. His individual play in terms of just the understanding of the likely angles to be taken, this was a game where everything went his way, where in terms of just the calling for one, the mid-rounding, sure, but it felt like he actually had individually game planned to understand what Mouz were going to do in their setups, how he needs to dispatch of them, and so that's the luxury that you get if you're a very well-prepared IGL, along with the fact that you're just in the zone as an individual. Like, you can do no wrong.
Yeah, it's also, you know, you could question Mouz in the terms that they played a little bit far back. They played more on setups, trying to catch Spirit off guard in timings, which Chopper was ready for everything. That they maybe could have went a little bit more aggressive, imposed themselves on the server a little bit more. But that's also something that Spirit did well. They shut those opportunities down and played safely. So just like top-tier T-side.
I guess with the good, unfortunately, does have to come the bad, and I don't really want to say it in front of this crowd, because of course, rooting for Torzy and Co to be making it through the playoffs, their map pick does lay in wait, but if you were to put it down to a distinct issue in this first map of Mirage, was there anything that was really standing out to you that they need to, you know, get together before we move to the next map?
Well, generally speaking, Torzy is one of their highest rated CT players. He had zero impact in that half, okay? I mean, I don't want to get down on a guy who's playing in front of his home crowd, in front of his parents, but it's just that usually he is really kind of a CT merchant in terms of how well he does on the defensive sides. But I mean, that's why I give a lot of credit to Spirit, because I don't think Torzy was playing well beneath what he normally does or anything like that. I just think that Spirit found themselves in a lot of great situations, used utility and spacing, and I mean, really just great game planning to perfectly dispatch of him and the rest of Mouz.
Yeah, it's so tricky to do with Mouz being such a solid CT side. Yeah, I'm looking at this train though. I feel like it's a little bit of a risky pick for Mouz. It feels like, you know, it's a map that Spirit is very proficient on. We saw them earlier on in the best of ones where they, you know, Donk came online with the first round ace. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to actually make sense of this train pick.
Odds heavily favoring Spirit as we do move into this one. Mouz, they're going to have to start on the T side of things as well. So what do we want from round number 1 to see coming out of Mouz?
Well, I feel like it goes without saying that given the performance that Spirit had against Liquid yesterday, you probably want to avoid Donk when you can, okay? I know you want to try to find this perfect way to take him out, dispatch of him, then work from there. Let's just be realistic for a second here, okay? ZywOo and Tanir are a weak defense on that B bomb site. When it was them versus Liquid yesterday, practically all of the rounds that Liquid found were on that B site with a variety of different executes, being able to just find the opening pick on ZywOo, then being able to press forward against Tanir. I mean, I feel like if I'm Spirit, I understand that my losing condition is that B bomb site, so maybe just move Donk over there sometimes. Like, you just gotta play a little bit of a joker sometimes, because it's clear that the outside yard fight will be hard for Mouz, and so if I'm Spirit, I'm getting ahead of what they're probably game planning.
Yeah, I completely agree with Maui. I think B-bomb side, Ivy, that's where they're going to find success to kind of draw Donk into awkward positions and kind of force his way. They need early entries. They need Donk to want to hunt for kills, make mistakes. Rarely happens, but that's where they want him, and they want to avoid him at all costs at this time.
You're totally right, Mao. It felt like Liquid were actively avoiding that area of the map in the game yesterday. But to play devil's advocate, maybe a difference between Liquid and Mouz and some of the individuals?
Without a doubt. I mean, I feel like Mouz's T-sides have been just so much better in general because they just know how to layer in terms of putting pressure on in so many spots. But Spirit's T-side looks like they've revamped a lot of stuff, so don't think you're out of the woods just yet, even if with a good T-side, Mouz.
Well, it's time to get this game back underway. One more map could separate Spirit from the playoffs here in Budapest.
With Spirit picking Mirage, it gave Mouz some runway to try and change the direction in the veto.
This is the we want to, and this is the five-man show, boys. It's when we're all playing. This is what I want now. We have good preparation, we're ready for it.
Preparation, they're ready for it, according to Cyclone, and it shows in this pistol as they fixate on that B site. This is the problem area for Team Spirit.
ZywOo maybe the problem piece dead first. Those dualies to be expected running a rampant pistol, to be honest, and so Mouz get through it with ease. Now they get to play out their round. This is two teams with 100% win rate on this map in the season, but for Spirit, they only played it for the first time yesterday. For Mouz, it's an 8-win streak.
Yeah, there was a time earlier in the year where a lot of teams were trying to pull a bit of a fast one, picking Train against Spirit in an attempt to exploit it, and it worked maybe early on, but then had a bit of the opposite effect, ended up making Spirit a bit of a threat on Train and removed it as a potential punish pick. Then we didn't see them play it for 6 months till they arrived at the major. Donk, 2 kills in. Oh my God! And he's come really close to these aces. He'll be close again, but shut down by Spinks. Backstab, but Chopper connects, and what was looking good for Mouz, another one of these 5-on-3s looks to get away from them, unless Jimmy can clutch up.
So many rounds flipped on its head in this series, but Jimmy is the clutch player of this team. Back-turned, shut down by Shiro, the same on the other side as Donk's triple, not in vain. Forget the ace. If you can just continually win these 3-on-5 disadvantages, Donk makes any round winnable. Just unbelievable.
And dude, I mean, that's the thing that's gonna, that's what you're gonna remember if you're Mouz at the end of this series. It's the amount of winnable positions they found themselves in, right? They lost a number of 5v3s, 4v2s all across these maps, and that's exactly how Train opens up.
And it's only been 3 maps played so far for... Oh, someone pick up. Donk's answered the call. The crazy thing is, his rating has gone up every map. That shouldn't be happening. Who can stop it? Will it be Mouz? Or will we have to wait to playoffs to find out? Donk in Shanghai form, and maybe more.
I mean, yeah, it's safe to say it's more right now. Sure, only a couple of maps into the major, but this is a guy who's looking to break his own record that he set back in Katowice. Currently averaging a 2.16 rating.
He's not made it easy, has he? You know, he set the record high enough. You're still going to top it? This is a very late B recommit for Mouz, so ZywOo is actually on his own. Donk has pulled back, expecting main control this late in the round. Brolin perhaps to sell the fake as Mouz wait out this smoke. ZywOo could be in trouble. Tanir's early rotate at the right time here, but no aggressive positions here for Spirit. This might still end in a post-plant.
As you expect a lot of these rounds to do, right? You wouldn't be hard-pressed to choose which bomb site to play into versus this Spirit squad. I think a lot of these rounds are going to end up over here towards B. First sign of util, Spirit starts scrambling, rotates away, gets out with 1, but those rotations are cut down. Tanir holds the line, leaves the round open, leaves the pressure on, and buys time for Shiro and Donk to make their way over. The terrifying tag team meant to spearhead this retake arrive, and it's all eyes on Torshi. Jumping up, gets the clutch! Torshi, that's more like it! Chance to just soak it in is finally one of these clutches go the way of Mouz, and not for just anyone, it's Torshi to pick it up.
Finally shows up in this series. We were waiting for Torshi. Budapest was waiting in a difficult 1v2. She puts a force on for Mouz, so lost pistol matters not, and now they can start streaming on this T side. Fast towards B. Precedent setting here for Mouz as they put pace in this third round. Spirit have nothing. Just an MP9 and a bunch of pistols. Chopper comes to assist on this B bomb site. ZywOo ready to block, but also trying to avoid the flashes. They come down ramp flying. ZywOo trades. No more than one. Not to be expected from really anyone in this position as Team Spirit are cut down.
Shiro and Tania even want to entertain this 2-on-3. Say it's tricky, feels like an understatement. They're pulling up with the Eagles into a lost bomb site. Smoked off at the connector as well for Tania as he tries to find the gap. Shiro's next contact really does decide just how interested you get, and no kill found. A reluctant save called from Team Spirit.
Mouz winning that clutch just changes everything towards this early game here, because not only do you have, you know, you don't let Spirit get off to this 3-0, 4-0 start and have control of the economy and play their game. Mouz get something to cheer for in this series, which they haven't had all day long. Get to cut the tension from that 5v3 pistol. They fall into donk as well. So something to celebrate for Mouz. Let's see if this can propel them forward on the T side. A 3-1 almost feels non-negotiable for Mouz.
Yeah, especially, you know, with this kind of bulking out your T half already, right? It's the harder side to play, so anything you can get feels super valuable. For some teams, pistol and the conversions is often all they really have to look forward to outside of a rifle round here and there. Spirit's certainly not above struggles on the T half either, so the less CT rounds you let them pick up here, the further you keep them from the finish line, the better your odds.
You know, we talked about the Mouz track record on this map, 8 in a row, with their last loss being at Austin, but for Spirit, this is a map they've only lost once ever as well, to Furia back at Astana. So it's just been such a go-to. Even though it's been some close games, like you said, teams trying to pick in to punish, they couldn't find a hole in Spirit, and eventually just looked to accept that Spirit were good at this map. And for that point, no one's picked it against them. Spirit haven't been keen to play it. It's been in the darkness for 6 months. So it was nice to see Spirit pull it in at the start of the major to show, hey, by the way, we can still play this map. Remind everyone of it. But Mouz still want to try and catch Spirit off guard here. So looking to abuse his B-bomb site in all of these rounds, do Mouz, and all of them landing so far.
And every kill, just a chorus of cheers for Mouz. They've got something to look forward to. A lot more fight showing to open this up, shaking off some of the ring rust from Mirage. Mouz finally being the guys to win a disadvantage round. Other thing I'll say is I like that you bring attention to the fact Spirit, after 6 months of not playing it, they bring it out straight away at the major, and I do think there are some mind games at play there, right? Trying to show the rest of the teams, if you thought you could pick this against us, you're wrong. Mouz could stand to undo a lot of that work if they pick up a win in this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And a discussion on the desk coming in was maybe we need to see donk be more active on this B-bomb site on rotation, because while it's Tania playing the fast rotate role here for Team Spirit, ZywOo right now is getting abused. And yeah, it's early days, there's not a lot of money, he's not had a rifle yet on this B-bomb site, but it's still clearly going to be part of the game plan here for Mouz. Would you rather run into the outside site against donk and Shiro, or would you go against ZywOo and Tania in B? It's a clear option for Mouz.
Good stuff, keep it going, guys. There's not much to say, guys. It's just our map now. We're just gonna play our rounds, right?
Let's see if Mouz can play their rounds.
I like this from Cychrome, right? Trying to kind of ease the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, saying it's fine, it's going to plan. And it definitely is. Giving donk nothing towards A main so far in this map.
Yeah, you tell him you got nothing to say. Cychrome, a very experienced piece, a coach that likes to be involved oftentimes early in games. So just giving a bit of a tip of the hat to Brolin and saying, no, you've called great thus far.
Perfect call as well.
Contact down through ramp.
Hello.
Brolin opens up on the other side of the map and caught by the awkward timing. Now you look at ZywOo. Oh, it's real rough, but he'll recover. ZywOo out with a double. And a lot more resistance than they bargained for. Spinks missed opportunity, could still turn into something here. Survives that skirmish with ZywOo. It's Shiro closing in and gets rid of him. Left to Jimmy now in a clutch, 1v2. Torshi able to win from this exact position earlier on. Does Jimmy have it in him? Far harder as he's got to go up against this AWP, but he brings it down low straight away. And there's the kill from Jimmy. Out with the swing! Jimmy secures it. That's back-to-back clutches in this B site now, whenever they've been given the chance. Mouz are building.
Onto Dong, no less, with a Galil at range. That's the two difficult clutches for Mouz. Both of them closed out. Bit of an awkward one for Team Spirit. Tanir getting caught, and you see they know that ZywOo is still in this B side. Torshi's trying to throw mollies and upper to burn him out. ZywOo does do his job. Catching two by surprise is the setup that lets Spirit down, but still they should be winning those clutches, or at least denying them. 2v1. Mouz, Galil is their best friend right now. It's keeping them up in the lead in this game. A risky move for ZywOo. If he dies, the B-side is just open. They don't clear it, not properly.
You wouldn't expect he does that.
Okay.
ZywOo's actually going to get out with two. Torshi going to make them feel a little better with the trade back, but in the same breath, Brolin's been brought down low. This is a low econ round out of Team Spirit.
Because ZywOo gets two, Torshi can't speed up, right? If that was just 1-for-1, I think Mouz might have just jumped at the chance to go B, but now Torshi has to hold on, or bomb, wait for your team. That gives time for Team Spirit to get acquainted.
What do they want to do here? They've given enough time for fear to creep into Team Spirit. They've split the defense 2-2. But inside of this A site, you've got Donk and Shiro to worry about. Mouz, they know if they get these kills, chance of the post plant, chance of the retake is low, but there's a big spot from Shiro. Now they know where the round's ending up. Spirit can start shuffling players over. Mouz still low and slow on this take, trying to play it contact, get that util in finally. You got to get past Donk on this Deagle though, and he's entrenched, he's set up. Takes a swing at Jimmy and comes up short. Tap on that bomb, trying to force a reaction, isn't given one. There it is. Torshi, gotta provide cover. Run down from Tanir, but Torshi there to reel it in. Another clutch added to the tally. Torshi with 4 and Mouz in form. This T-side off to a terrifying start.
Spirit jumping the gun. The opportunity to deny that plant, just too opportunistic, too tempting. Through the smoke, giving Torshi just what he wanted. And he nails every single shot, shaking off those nerves from Mirage. Torshi finding so much impact, 2 clutches from the man.
And he had to be so clean. You couldn't afford a miss there. A miss would have cost you the entire round. So that was perfection demanded, and Torshi delivers every step of the way. This is an entirely different looking team to the one that just got slapped around on Mirage. They've got a lot more fight in them. Spirit's gambit of that Mirage opening pick. Maybe it comes back to haunt them in this series.
Dance of death on upper right now. Heavy B rotation, but this is just Spinks.
I mean, something that I've enjoyed right now is Mouz have had a real focus on this B side to open up the game, and I think that's just to make Spirit very aware of how vulnerable B is. Over time, it started to siphon resources away from A, right? And so eventually you do get to change it up if you're Mouz, and you will have a slightly easier time. No third player here. This is where a mid-round move out of ZywOo is nice. And he's at least, you know, in spite of some real rough performances over here in these B holds, he's at least been active in the mid-round. He hasn't let the performance slow his role in getting info for the rest of the team. 25. So it's enabled the stack to come through with very little time left. Oh, but in seconds, only Tanir, and he gets sidelined. Jimmy comes through with all the entries. Chopper makes his move. Spotted on the edge of that smoke. Bomb now planted. Does Chopper really want to give this a go? He's got to go into this crossfire. Torshi on the line, and he's got him dead to rights. Mouz can't stop. And Spirit left in the dust.
Make a great point about these resources getting siphoned, but you still feel like Spirit have a lot of information in these rounds, right? The amount of times that Sway has pushed up a B and cleared it out or found even trades or even advantages here for Spirit. Neither Donk nor Shiro actually able to hold their own in this outside site just yet.
Yeah, I think, though, even with the info plays, like, there's a big difference between 3 players entrenched in crossfires, worried about angles, versus 2 guys scrambling over to try and reinforce the site, right? And you kind of felt that for Donk and Shiro in this round, who are playing super passive, but have so much to worry about. They're scared about the push down towards Ivy. They're scared about the push out of Old Hell. They're scared about the push through the camera smoke. There's a lot running through your mind for just 2 players to hold. And so at this point, Spirit have very much lost any type of initiative they might have had. They're playing from the back. Roland successfully cooling rings around them to make them feel very uncomfortable, very uncertain, and so this is the change. Donk attempting to get aggressive, but a tag in that molly. Mouz now know about the pop player.
Still want to jump at the chance of B as well. B crunch for Spirit denied. So Tanier rotates in and Donk plays safe. Team Spirit give the control back to Mouz. They have only 1 Molotov left in this entire round. No kit for a retake. Spirit already behind, just in the buy. Mouz poking and prodding, keeping pressure on Ivy.
Spirit just never really sure what anything means. You know, you see Jimmy over here at Ivy, but that paints no clearer picture on the round.
Even Donk is starting to lean over to B. Look, he was in connected considering it. Just wants to stay in the most mobile spot. That's something good here for Spirit, but Mouz have yet to decide their finishing blow. Back down the stairs now.
From Chopper here. Could net them something. Instead, it's a lineup for Brolin. Donk moves in, but he's 1v5 in this site hold. Tanier might be able to offer a helping hand.
Someone say Donk 1v5.
Molly doesn't go far enough. You know, at best, you've got Donk trapped in this little corner. He's still going to try and etch a name for himself out, but gets cleared head on. Exertion puts him down, and Spirit just look lost. They look so uncomfortable. Mouz have done a great job with the early staging over towards B, setting that reminder of how strugglesome, how hard, and how rough this B hold has been for Team Spirit, and now it's left them just anxious and lost everywhere, all across this map. This is an out-of-control T-side from Mouz.
Just shocking to see Spirit, fall apart like this so far, and you think it would be a very different game if these clutches didn't come through for Mouz, because Spirit, yeah, they found themselves in those 2v1s off the back of solo B's way holds, but now we're just seeing them plug this site with player after player. And Mouz exploits so many gaps, getting Jimmy out Ivy, getting Brolin Exertion out A main. Spirit even pushing into main with 30 seconds on the clock. With an MP9, I mean, what do they hope to achieve here? It's not a good fight. You're not going to flank T-spawn from this. Spirit feeling a lot of pressure. And Mouz relaxed, sit back, 7-1 up in this T side.
I mean, when it's going like this, you understand why. Mouz don't even really feel the need to bring the hype right now. This is just a game plan being executed perfectly. Looking at this, it feels like a masterclass of conditioning from Brolin. Cyclone himself admitted as much in that first timeout. And here we go on a smoke walk. Tanier dead in an instant. They're now making plays. They're getting ballsy. They have overlooked a player up close, and Donk ends up behind enemy lines. Oh, goodness. What could he do here? Clear for Exertion. Only 1 from Donk.
Why does he look there? Oh! Shots won't save you now. Mouz just have so much control. And the fastest round yet for Mouz at 7-1, even a risky call to make up against low economy to just walk through the main smoke like that, but Brolin perfect check. And Mouz getting revenge for Mirage and then some.
I mean, you just really hope, like, for Mouz, savor this feeling, right? This is what it looks like when the game plan's going flawlessly, you've got in your opponent's head, and everyone has found their form.
Warp smoke
to do it as well in front of the home crowd. It must be a very great... Oh my God, exertion! That's a one bullet.
If it didn't hit, he was dead. He flicked off the weapon.
Okay, 4-on-4, Team Spirit. Looking for composure, looking for anything on this CT side. I mean, this game is already so far gone. The T half has been strugglesome for Spirit. It always has been. It's the harder side, or at least it's meant to be, and you wouldn't believe it right now. Donk.
Timing.
Caught out in the open. Util in his hands. Can't even shoot back.
He's human.
Chopper dead in an instant, and I mean, everyone is just hitting their stride right now for Mouz.
Unstoppable.
Double molly onto Tanir. Nowhere is safe. He tries to back out, but this might just have to be a save for Team Spirit. Haven't looked to attempt them in this game, and you can't say you blame them with how close a lot of these clutches were on Mirage, with the fact that every advantage felt like they could still play through. But that is not the case on Train.
2 dinks as well in this round. Spirit let down. It's an exit at best here for Zwei. He can't win this one. Mouz will not give it to him. He's looking for the AWP from Shiro. Where's it gotten off to? As Mouz 9-1 up on this T side. Spirit had the pistol, and that is it. Still reeling from these 2v1 clutches. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's not guaranteed. The hunt comes in. AWP save denied.
So worth.
All that just to sweeten the deal for Mouz.
See ya. I mean, it's getting pretty desperate, right? Shiro's swinging through the smoke with the AWP to no scope. Donk, unlucky timing, pulls nades in the open though, and Mouz just peek him.
I mean, you can see how brutally uncomfortable this is for Spirit. They've had no knowledge, no ability to kind of piece together where these rounds are ending up, and so it really only leaves you with desperate plays. You know, you're just looking for solutions. You're so deep in the game, you're trying a bit of everything. Random aggression, hoping and praying that Shiro gets something on a smoke push.
All right, Zwei needs to hold his own here. So maybe there's something at the end of the half. Can Mouz do a 3-on-5 right back to Spirit? Donk is armed with an AK from that early pick in A main. Ivy completely open. Chopper's getting info at least from afar. Mouz, they should announce this.
I'm nervous for Chopper with the Torshi AWP closing in, right? This is a common sightline just to play for that info. Chopper knows it as well. He's nervous.
It's a good peek though. He's just safer play. Shouldn't be the angle the Torshi's ready for. So let's see if he can forge this opening kill for Mouz and get back in an unlikely round.
Oh, takes it a little wider, tries to recommit. There's the tag exchanged, info picked up.
Whoa. And
a re-swing for Chopper. They weren't expecting that.
No.
Chance at a clean round here for Team Spirit. Torshi caught, util in hand, and Spinks hoping for aggression, but gets deleted at the first turn. It's something for Spirit in the tail end of this half, but you're just clutching at straws, hoping that you can find 3.
Smart. Oh, he can't throw it out. This is a smart play, though, from Torshi. They can't have an AWP if he throws his, so screw it. You're not winning this round anyway. Deny AWP for Team Spirit. Absolutely the right decision from Torshi. Spirit find their second. They break the 9-round streak of Mouz. Toshi going for a pick here, it looks like. Smoked off immediately. Some breaks come in here, but no one to be seen. Spirit don't play donk close. He's looking to catch donk crossing behind the Olaf box, but not to be. Donk does it late instead. Common position.
I mean, this is exposing a vulnerability of a Spirit squad who have looked stellar in at the major. Now, we were talking coming into this about Donk trying to break his own record, but the thing is, Spirit are creatures of comfort, right? They've always preferred a handful of maps over the others, and they're often good at getting them. Don't have a lot of reps on train nor overpass in as our decider. Mouz, meanwhile, have always been down to kind of spread the deck and try to remain well-versed with as many tools in their arsenal as possible. If they lock in double digits here, that leaves Spirit with absolutely no breathing room. Even the 3 they're swinging for doesn't give you a lot of comfort in this map. Shiro overwhelmed after the first. Chopper here to try and contain. He's got support from Donk, who's pushed up over towards Olaf. Will win that next fight. Ready for the swing. Out from E-Box. It's Torshi on the wall bang to get rid of him. Spink's now dead, and Torshi clutch required. He's got 12 seconds to do it. Time is of the essence here, and Spirit goes slow. They'll swing him together. They salvage a 3-round at CT side. Make no mistake about it. This is fast building to be the redemption arc for Mouz.
Mouz at the major looking to go to the playoffs. Winner of this match qualifies themselves into the top 8, and at first we thought it was an impossibility for Mouz. Destroyed on the first map, but they've come back, clutch after clutch, and even some pace on this T side put Mouz in control of train. A map we've barely seen Spirit touch on this side of the season, not until the major. And a major problem for Team Spirit unless they show something on this T side.
Ooh. Ooh, I like that from Halley. I mean, it's concerning, but also he is being honest. He's addressing the elephant in the room, and he doesn't want Team Spirit to tilt out of this series. on being wrecked on this map.
Yeah, it's kind of mad that you even be talking about that at halftime, not even talking about the possibility of a comeback, but more so talking about losing the whole series as a result. As Donk got anything more in this game, he had a banging CT pistol round, fell silent from that point onwards. A 3v5 last time, looking to do more of that. Tanir, Donk and Chopper edging ever closer into this connector, and they overwhelm Exertion as well. They've got control, they can go B. Chopper's down the ramp with a bomb. Spinks back in CT, dinked, as is Torshi. Jimmy's hardly doing healthy at 33 health. And so Donk is on to close this round with his close position. Or it's all Tanir. Forget about it. Another 3v5 pistol here for Team Spirit. Quick as you like it, they're back on the board.
Gives him a bit of fight here. Now, we've touched on how the T sides are going to feel problematic, right? The idea that you scraped by with 3 rounds on the CT harp and a pistol is a big step in the right direction. Just got to keep it clean in the next. I don't know. That text from Hallie that we just saw, the transcript of what he said to the guys at half, you know, he spent a lot of time with this Spirit squad. He knows how they operate. He knows that they aren't immune to the tilt factor. Also likely knows what fires them up. It removes a little bit of pressure from the team. You can probably tell tensions were riding high at the end of a 9-3 first half on what's supposed to be the better half of Train. You never know, right? A player like Donk, you don't want to tell him something's impossible. And I wonder if doing so only fires him up.
Maybe just takes the focus off of this map in a positive way for Spirit, but we know that creeps back up. The closer you get to a comeback at this kind of scoreline, the more you are thinking about it. But let's see if Spirit can stage first, get rid of this force bite. As Mouz have all the momentum right now. Spirit full rifles. Roland loves this boost. Will avoid any utility, any kind of flashbangs in this position as well. So it's a straight up, close range, 5-7 headshot he's looking for over Donk.
Yeah, you see those little moments where Brolin's looking up at the minimap. You hope the IGL brain doesn't get the better of him. Has to just be gun on and laser focused. Will secure the opener onto Donk. Exertion with the follow-up. And the rest of Team Spirit never made it through main. Pressure over towards upper. They've spotted Chopper. That was the backdoor option for Team Spirit. And Exertion still plays active over towards Olaf.
He's good right now. This is great position late in the round.
Exertion lies in wait. Zwei deletes him. 3-on-3. Team Spirit moving in. Flash at the connector. Gets one off the angle, but Jimmy still very much owns his position. Zwei's going to take it away, and there's support from Shiro. Might have been a pretty dire start for Spirit. Losing Donk instantly. A follow-up from Exertion as well. But it goes no further than that. Crisis averted, 5 rounds secured, and only this MP9 on Spink stands to move forward.
Just huge credit to Zwei, because the clear on Exertion up close feels unlikely, and even the way he peeks into connector there by climbing up over the train into an awkward headshot angle saves his life. So Zwei picks up the round here for Team Spirit with a double entry in that A site. Spirit, step by step, look to recover this game. What a feat that would be.
Smiles right now for Mouz. I wonder how long those stick around if this tightens up.
You got that gun round coming.
Yeah, that's the first real test. Chance just to see what you can accomplish on the pistols again. Keep it loose, keep it light.
We weren't really seeing Shiro Orps on that CT side, right? But even in the brief moments that he has one, not really forcing any advantages, not really making any early moves. He's a late round player, we know that. But I can assure you, Torshi will be looking for those picks. And so that's going to offer a lot of help to Mouz once the AWP comes out, and it will be there in the next round. Torshi's been saving for it.
If one thing was clear, it's that Spirit were tilted going into this second half. And I think justifiably so. That kind of felt like the game plan for Mouz was just get in their heads, make them nervous about B, make them lose faith in the A hold once we've weakened it. Oh. That's a beautiful sequence for Tania and Donk. And so looking to find this one cleanly, what I was saying is, you know, if this does start closing up and you're able to get more mileage out of Donk, it's no longer Tania and ZywOo trying to keep the game alive and the usual suspects arrive in their full form. Nothing's impossible. And they're going into exertion here. Strong position back of the site, but needs to hit a shot soon. Given a couple of chances, won't be able to find it. You know, you've largely been playing this game with an absence of your usual stars. The fact that we're looking at ZywOo and Tania, the two trying to hold it together, the two problem pieces, speaks to that.
Yeah, and you know, last map for Chopper was life gaming hard, but he's 4-9 right now, and it's I don't see a way for him to get back into anywhere near the same impact when you consider how much micro there's going to need to be on this T side, right?
Here we go, first gun round for Mouz. They could alleviate really any worries of a comeback if they pick this one up. It would set that tone again. You'd shut down Team Spirit, you'd stop them building up any confidence.
A lot of ifs here. A lot of maybes. But Spirit have their AWP. They have their AKs. They have a shot. Torshi's patience tested on Ivy.
Fake leveled against them by Chopper. They see Brolin getting aggressive. That's at least cue enough to Chopper that this limp fake won't do much in terms of drawing rotations, right? You know that Mouz have the info, and now they learn about that Torshi AWP. This is where you look at Donk over here towards B, playing into a 3-9 Spinks, the one guy for Mouz who never really got going in that first half. Him and Tania have to try and find these openers if they want to put the pressure on, and Spinks, good to shut it down. Support from Jimmy. 35 seconds, Chopper trying to carve out a bit of room over here towards A, but it all hinges on the bomb making it, and with aggression from Exertion, a missed shot from Shiro. This first rifle round gonna go the way of Mouz. And it's convincing, 4 alive when all is said and done.
Team Ace, everyone pulls their weight there for Mouz. Everyone holds their position well. What a spot for Spinks as well, never seen that before. Perfect headshot angle as Spirit lurk out upper, and Mouz knew it was coming, right? You said they cleared the fake. Seeing ZywOo at Ivy only confirms that. So Mouz keeping 2 at B, able to stop Spirit's A and B plan. So 2 pistols and 3 AKs just keep Spirit in this game, so it feels. Noise being made towards B, but no one close enough to hear it. AWP spotted. So Torshi won't stay there forever. Could perhaps take a peek into Pop if he's brave enough, but Team Spirit have time to be here by now. Mouz look to back up, play towards their B bomb site. An attempt at a fake outside here for Team Spirit.
Lurk smoke in main, hoping that that keeps pressure on, keeps 3 players here.
Going back Pop.
Looks like they do want to meet back up over at A, hoping that Mouz kind of outbrain themselves with so much silence, but Exertion isn't moving a muscle. He's in the power position. He's in the spot that could just end this whole round in an instant. Goes unchecked, goes unclear. Dueling Donk around the smokes, tries to get out of there, and he'll live to tell the tale. Cross out, and now it tees up Brolin. Great bit of synergy on display from the captain and his front man to stop Team Spirit in their tracks. Donk and Shiro, they've got 25 seconds to try and cook up a 2v4. We're not on Mirage anymore. These rounds have not been coming through for Spirit. They've got an open runway into the B site, but the longer they wait, the more time for Mouz to make their way over.
It's almost too good to be true. Free site, free plant, Spirit, 2v4. What they got?
The comeback rides or dies on this round.
Time for deathmatch.
Shiro gonna play it forward, but Donk is dead straight away, and Shiro remains as the sole survivor. Gonna deal with Torshi. Two more coming to face him. Shiro holding the line, and he'll keep Spirit in this thing. A clutch finally going the way of Team Spirit. Shiro with 4. And the game continues. Mouz could have put a stop to it there and then. That is a frustrating round to give away.
Oh yeah, it's not the best play. Both swinging the same angle. Low player going last. Mouz could have gone over the top, faced him 2-on-1 at the same time, but they give him the fights. Shiro takes him every damn day. Great control taken in post-plant here, as Spirit win the least likely round of all, a 2v4. Yes, the name value of Shiro and Donk. But Mouz maybe kicking themselves for giving Spirit the opportunity to win that round. 1v3, 4K clutch for Shiro. And we go on. It's a really nice outside setup for Mouz.
You win this, you break Mouz. But it goes both ways. Spirit can't afford the loss. He would be broke moving forward. Mouz could suddenly forget all about that lost clutch. These are the rounds that decide how much pressure gets applied in this map. Jimmy and Exertion, they respond to it well. Donk and Tania try and throw themselves into the fray, and they come up short. 5 versus 3 for Mouz.
Donk just tried to trust his intuition there. He tried to seize the opportunity. Here's Exertion throwing nades up high through the rafters and just starts running, but he's not close enough. Exertion could pull his gun out in time. And so Donk, a mortal man in this map. 11-15.
Mind a detail there, but Exertion crept forward and grabbed the deeper AK to stop Chopper from getting it in that smoke.
Ouch.
There were 2 on the ground. He took the riskier one. Torshi even hits that leg just to make matters worse here for Team Spirit.
And so a sick 1v3 Shiro clutch looks to do nothing for Spirit. Arguably should be saving here. And even that not guaranteed with the spam connecting.
I mean, Mouz just breathing such a huge sigh of relief, right? Don't have to worry anywhere near as much about this game closing up now after the back of that sick little 1v3 from Shiro. You know that if Spirit win another, they can go from strength to strength. You'd be broken. Suddenly it's a 1-round game, right? And they're breathing down your necks, but you instantly find your path back in. You've got full control over the money here. This save comes out of necessity for Team Spirit. Meanwhile, for Mouz, it's flawless, and that's scary. It gives them staying power. It gives them that ability to sustain a round loss, still come through with investment. They're now very hard to dislodge. They're riding a high. They're running towards the finish line.
An 8-win streak for Mouz. Minutes away from making it 9. And taking this series all the way to more unknown territory between Mouz and Team Spirit onto Overpass. Torshi at the forefront of so many of these rounds. Again, puts himself in position with the AWP. Spinks flash to B, and they did catch him. He hides out in the smoke, though. They're walking right past him. They're blocked. Spinks ready to flick back. Donk still gets that headshot. Dink down to 10 health. Donk not going out quietly. Spirit go into this site.
Been a long time since you've had to worry about Donk's name even in the feed, but yeah, an important opening here, and it's cracked open the ability to go for this B play. Chopper's giving chase, going for the hunt before the bomb's even planted. He wants to try and sweeten the deal. Chopper getting greedy, looking to take stuff away from Mouz. The orb's the big ticket item, but he might just get sandwiched here. No, there's the kill on Brolin. Torshi at least holds his own with the orb. That's why that flawless round in the last really pays dividends to Mouz. It's going to let them remain competitive here, right? They don't have to roll over and take this. They can try and battle back in the next round of play. Getting out with these guns really looks to improve matters. That's how they keep the AWP in play. Torshi gets to remain comfortable.
This game really is just a test of the mental right now. So we saw Harry talk about the tilt after the first half, but just the fact that we're still here. Spirit have gone through the roller coaster of the highs and lows of incredible clutches to just shut down rounds. And Mouz shaking with anticipation to finish their 9-round T side. Struggling to do so. We've been trading rounds for 6 in a row.
Seen Cyclone up until now, a coach who always loves to be optimistic and, I guess no, a better word would be pragmatic with how he uses his timeouts. Likes to try and bring them in very early in games, but he's largely left Mouz on their own here because the game plan's been working. He finally calls one in there. Didn't sound like he's layering on the pressure too heavy just yet, as Mouz could still firmly control this one, but make no mistake about it, one more round for Spirit, suddenly that dial gets cranked up, and this one does become a very hotly contested game.
We've been saying that for a minute, right? Mouz just need that one gun round. They just need to break Spirit. They've been unable to do so far. Spirit on low economy and still getting it done. Donk just runs out into the B-bomb site and kills Exertion. Have they realized the B anchor is still here? Spinks has yet to leave.
Said it earlier on, but Spinks is the one guy who's kind of been struggling here for Mouz, but this could be his round. The backstab chance gets denied. And this was your big worry. Donk has not really been a factor here on Train. In these last 2 rounds, he's come through with key opening kills. If this guy gets warmed up, if the rest of Team Spirit have bought him enough time to get switched online, this could be a very different game to the one Mouz have been playing.
And Spirit are nowhere near their round closer. That was just an opening move. They have Zwei on Ivy, they have Shiro on main, they have the bomb back in pop, so they have to go back, pick it up, put it down, but they're still ready to find these exits. Spirit are so assured they've already won the round, and they're playing for the kills. They're playing to bankrupt Mouz deep in this game.
You remove these guns and suddenly you get handed a freebie, and then it is that 1-round game nightmare that Mouz are working so hard to avoid. So the hunt would be brutal, and I like that Zwei hasn't moved a muscle. Ivy's such a common point to try and save these guns. He knows he's going to have the drop on them if they head that way.
I don't think they'll move from here, though. They're all bunched up together. They've got enough control, so if you really want to get these guns, you've got to go chase them.
Spirit electing not to do so right now. Eventually, Zwei's going to make a move. Plays out from the Ivy side, gets the spot on Jimmy. Now you know where they're saving, but time's really run out to go for this hunt. Maintaining these guns lets Mouz remain competitive. Even losing one would break the bye moving forward. So there's still more chances for Mouz here.
Spirit could have committed more into that HUD, definitely, but it was a nice setup for Mouz, all tucked in together. So here we go. Mouz with another chance off of those saved rifles and a bit more left for later. But this is getting too close for comfort, certainly. And Spirit winning 2 in a row for the first time since the pistol.
Again with the aggressive play over towards main, Mouz come looking for info. Shiro holds on to it, won't allow any aggression to go untapped for too long. It's a very tense atmosphere right now. Donk brought down low. He's been instrumental at getting these openers, but going to struggle to do so at 27 points of health. That responsibility falls to someone else.
Did he get wallbanged in upper or through the windows, perhaps?
Trades out onto the AWP.
Don't see that every day. Taking it over Shiro. Zwei spotted on Ivy, but he's not exactly been able to get control here. He's just been blocked, ignored by Jimmy, who has more util to shuffle down Ivy. Can trade smokes here. Jimmy's rotating out. Does Spirit take this space, and do they go all the way? 40 seconds to make this play.
The idea was that Torshi would be able to hold this eventually. He's been smoked off at the hands of that ZywOo smoke, and now constantly looking over his shoulder. This is quite the uncomfortable setup for Mouz. Huge catch for Jimmy on the reposition. You see him in Z though, you know you've got space out towards Ivy.
Donk late.
And that's what Spirit go looking for.
Tick-tock.
Taken what was a very claustrophobic setup. You've made it work for one, but still you've lost this sight control. Chance to catch Donk, and they will find him. Huge stuff from Torshi.
They can just plant, they have to.
Only option for Team Spirit, plug in those numbers, trying to take Con away. It's ZywOo playing it forward. Oh. Spirit looking for the 3v5. Important kill for Exertion. Shiro's had a clutch that got this whole comeback going, and more might be required yet as they are boxed in, trapped at Z. ZywOo can't play it forward, and Shiro now has to fly solo, has to hit hard. First shot connects on a Sphinx, but this is what it's all riding on. Tap of that bomb, it's being held. Shiro can't find it. Mouz get onto map point. Finally, they arrive at that promised 12th round, and they break this comeback from Team Spirit. One more to extend play onto Overpass.
Felt like heartbreak was in the air there for Mouz, but at least relieving some pressure with the overtime locked in. Terrifying, slow burn for Spirit as they sneak around the map in this T side. But Mouz with map point first. ZywOo's given us a great game here in this T half. It might all be for nothing here for Spirit. A close comeback just to find the same result. 3 rounds for Mouz to close this game out now.
Without a doubt, it's ZywOo's best game at the majors so far.
Let's go, man. Lotan, you had good read. Adam, amazing comms. Lotan, I love that you want to push B there. It's unlucky with the step, bro. It's all good.
Shiro almost given that advantage, but Sphinx not known to swing out for the 5v4. He's already had a tough game, has Sphinx. So staying alive is the right play. Torshi again, second time at this. Is it Donk on the other end of the skewer?
Nades out, nades pulled, but a missed shot cost Torshi dearly. Donk, this time they don't whittle him down low. That was a big reason as to why that last one gets away from Team Spirit. He gets to play first, gets to play early, and when you're up against Donk, you really can't afford to miss. 5v4 for Spirit. So a chance to keep that pressure on. Jimmy blows the smoke open, plays it through, tries to get in their face. Brolin, at least there for the trade, stops this from getting too weird. But it's still a 3v4, and desperate times calling for desperate measures. They bought Sphinx over, trying to pad out the A site. They lose Exertion out in the open. Sphinx has to just be the joker in the deck. Gets in behind the bomb site. On a quiet game, Sphinx can't find a thing. Brolin, the captain of Mouz, coming to terms with the fact that Spirit will keep train going as he is left all alone in this round and no room left to play. Money gone on Exertion, Jimmy, and Torshi too. Team Spirit might just get their wish of making this a one-round game, going all the way to the end of regulation. At this point, you still have rounds to play with, still have a little bit of room. And so I envision if you're Mouz, you want to try and have everything. You don't want to swing for the fences with a weak, cobbled together force here. I feel like this AK is all they're going to have moving forward. And that's if Spirit let it come through. Brolin looking good to get away with it right now as Spirit show a bit of respect. Don't hunt down the captain, he'll get out with that, but this one is really tightening up. Just when you're ready to write off Spirit, when you're ready to say Mouz have done enough, they come through with these rounds time and time again.
Brolin has 4,800. I think he's going to just buy the AWP, and they're going to piece rifles behind this. It's actually a good enough buy for Mouz to have a go. You don't want to be full ecoing this deep in the game, especially when you have a saved AK. You can buy an AWP, so Mouz will get a rifle round here. They're going to force for the final if they can't do it now.
I don't know, it feels kind of crazy, doesn't it, though?
Nah.
What kind of limitations are they working with? How much util they got?
It's not the best, but it's the guns that matter here for Mouz at this point of the game. You feel like you want 2 opportunities to close rather than 1. Figuring it out still. Who's taking the hit?
I mean, you won't know until the round ends whether or not this was the right call, but you better have an idea to work with in this round. Spirit have played slow, grueling rounds, and then they suddenly explode at the end. You feel like the util's so important in this game.
Yeah, you feel like Spirit have really done their homework, right? They know Mouz's tendencies. They're finding a lot of gaps on this T side at least. The main control is getting conceded by both teams in T side, allowing the CTs to take that control. Spirit have barely shown 4B.
At bare minimum, this is like a decision Spirit aren't necessarily prepared for, right? You might anticipate a partial, you might anticipate the eco, just thinking you've got one gun to worry about. This is the Hail Mary from Mouz, and Spinks has opened it with a double. This was the all or nothing buy. If they didn't win it here, overtime looms over the top of Mouz. That's what's on the line. Plant found for Spirit in a 3v5, but a missed timing for Shiro. Spinks has delivered a free kill. There's no Shiro to bail them out. There's no donk either. It's got to be Tanir and Chopper, and now it's just the captain. 5 kills deep. Mouz left it all to this one gun round, and on the verge of picking it up. Now Brolin is low on health, but he's got cover from all angles. Defuse stuck, and Mouz have done it. Risked it all right there on that buy at the close, and they get it done. Spirit were a threat. They were able to show up after a lackluster first half, but Mouz remain resilient, and this best of 3 for playoffs continues all the way to Overpass.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
So this is Dubs.
Yeah.
I think he has a beard, no?
I'm not so sure.
I feel like he...
Beard is good, but I was also thinking about the tattoos. Because he have tattoos, but it's really difficult to spot, yeah.
I would say his beard. I don't know, it looks like he should have one.
We can go...
Let's check?
We can check, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. I felt something was off.
Yeah, it's really different, okay.
This is a bit of Latino broccoli.
Yeah? You like the Chino broccoli?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah? Thank you, right?
Broccoli with tattoos. Sick, actually. You should do it.
It actually fits him.
Yeah, it fits him good.
Okay, please.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Frozen's hair is blonde. He's not blonde.
Yeah, it's all, I think, yeah. No way, bro, he is blonde. No way, yeah, let's go next.
No, elephant.
What the hell? I didn't see because of the light.
Oh my god.
StarLadder Berlin Major, it's not the good major. This is Budapest.
I am has a
helicopter or a
peltor. What is it called?
Some sound headset, sound cancelling. I've never seen that in my life. I think it's pretty old.
You use this for like wood chopping, or I don't know, like something with the loud noises in when you do something like this. So yeah, it's the headset there.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
he's the second guy who's playing in it.
Yeah, it's like keyboard thing.
Maybe he plays like this.
No.
No trophy?
See him next week.
With wonderful hair.
Ariana Grande hair.
Wonderful hair.
Actually, maybe you should do it. Looks good.
Okay, wie is dan?
Oh my
Nice.
The Phoenix for sure.
Looks good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good.
The mouse is the mouse is not missing, but it's another mouse.
Gate smoke. He can sneak hell, boys.
Dead. Nice.
Only one more.
Dead. I'm gonna nice. Blow it up. He went back.
And Chopper, he was faking.
I'm trying to play time.
I have pop.
Okay,
he went back in
Ivy is open, Ludwig.
Yeah.
If he was there, he could have had...
Pop that.
Nice, can be city. That guy unknown. He should be towards main or Ivy. Okay. I'm going long.
Nice, boys!
Hade sig köret. Jag sa, undefusing boys. Arket, kalla over.
I have lower.
Nice!
strong start on the T side for Mouz and able to put a halt to any potential Spirit comeback as we move into their offense. Game is truly on now, Devil Walk, and a great showing from Mouz that proves they can hold their nerve even in the most high-pressure situations.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about in the pre-game that the game plan for Mouz should be hitting that B side. What I liked about it is they did that early on in the offense, but then they kind of switched a little bit more into that A bomb side. And donk constantly was in that rotator position, and it felt like he couldn't really position himself towards B or A in any situation. He was always caught in that connector area where Mouz could just shut him down from multiple angles. So it's a great game plan from the start for Mouz.
Extremely thorough approach from Mouz when they were on their offense there. I mean, even when they were going towards A, even when Spirit took some space from them, they had the cognizance to just recognize, okay, we need to make sure that we're not gonna just skip any steps. Getting back into the bomb site, getting through their defaults, usually netted them a kill or at least some space back. I would say this was a well-planned game. You could see how well they've been drilled onto this map, and it makes sense why they chose it as their pick.
Should we roll things back to the beginning of this map? Because Spirit, they start off by winning the first pistol. How does torzsi after back in the subsequent rounds?
Yeah, I mean, they had a 9-3 T-half, and this is the beginning of it, and what a moment for torzsi. It's such a double-edged kind of, moment for Mouz, because not only do they get the momentum back, it's the right player at the right time, and this is a beautiful flick to bring it back, and that's the start of a 9-round streak on the T side.
I mean, that's just excellent stuff. I mean, I feel like torzsi, map 1, safe to say, well underperformed. I didn't mince words about that when it happened, so it's great to see him have the bounce back there where he's actually able to give the live crowd something to feast on.
We can't understate the importance of this moment for torzsi as well. It's very rare that you do get the opportunity to play in front of your home crowd, particularly hailing from Hungary, where we don't see that many names coming from this region. So important for him, just from an emotional standpoint, to be showing up in this one and, of course, making his way to the arena.
I feel like you could even have made the case that because of how much fandom came out for him, how many people came out for torzsi, that he was a little bit nervous in map 1, but I feel like the pressure was off of his shoulders after he unlocked himself in that second round there. It feels like everything started just flowing for him. I mean, we're seeing right now another great late round moment for him, round 7, where he was able to just make sure he put a stop to a kind of a frisky Team Spirit eco round that was getting really out of hand. So again, he was so present in terms of understanding where the next fight was coming from. Even times when I was just kind of looking back at that half, there were times when on the radar, he's catching all the flanks from the Spirit players. So it's not that the Spirit players weren't trying to upset those kinds of pushes coming out from Mouz. It's just that torzsi was always catching them when they did off camera.
Yeah, and it's so important moments, right? The T side to get 9 on the board, that's really, really hard. The CT side, we usually talk about Train being a map where you need 3 or 4, or in a good T half, get 5. And getting 9, it was just a waiting game from that point on when we're going to the third map.
And it wasn't just torzsi putting in a shift. We've got to give it up to Xerxen, but also Jimmy. Round 5, he's able to pull off some magic here too.
Yimpat had a great CT side, but he got himself started in the first half. This round number 5, almost just a page from torzsi's book. I mean, get these guys onto the B bomb site, which was clearly a target for them, but then the ability to take down Shiro and then donk. I almost thought that the second fight lasted too long and that donk was just going to bust out a headshot, but even gods sometimes can't take you down that quickly. So really great on Jimmy to get activated there.
Considering it was 9-3 first half, we start to see the Spirit come back, maybe becoming a reality. Were you ever worried at any point that Mouz might let this one slip through their hands?
9-3 was just too much to get over. I mean, before the game started, I did say that you do need to watch out for the Spirit T side. I think that it's improved. I feel like there was for themselves, I mean, to give them credit, maybe the very last round of the game didn't look all too special. They just went for the full-on B rush. But a lot of the rounds, they're actually trying to pressure a couple different sides of the map. There was that one round where they actually snuck a couple or 3 guys through Ivy to flank the A bomb site. Like, they had some different looks at this tournament, even in the match versus Liquid as well, where I didn't see Spirit run those kinds of plays had it been maybe a month or 2 ago.
No, exactly. I think it's just so good to see someone to play the Train, play Ivy, switch things up so much, because I feel like we've seen just a lot of, A splits into B plays all the time from Train, so it's good to see these teams kind of picking up a different style of Train.
This next question isn't meant with any judgment behind it, but we did get to hear a little bit of team comms from Halley from that halftime period where he was mostly focusing on overpass, right? It felt like he was going, okay, you know what, we can just write this one off, we still have a third map. What do you make of that? Is that something where you know this team, you work with these young guys, and you just go, okay, let's just move on, let's just leave this one behind? What do you think about that?
I mean, it sounds silly from an outside perspective to do that, but it's just to relieve the pressure of the players. Just play the game, get warmed up, just find some good moments so that we can be in our best shape possible going into that third map. And sometimes that can release the players and actually make that comeback back without really having it in your mind that you have to. Just playing the game, get into form, make sure your communication's well as we finish it.
I generally speaking have a lot of faith in Holly, so not gonna really question his methods in that one, because a 9-round T side for the opposing team on Train, which is arguably the most CT-sided map. I think it and Overpass are the maps with the generally highest CT side win rate. You are kind of just already thinking about the next one. That was just putting into action what we're already all thinking.
Yeah, don't blame him, of course. More just curious as to your guys' thoughts upon that. Overpass, though, map 3, the decider, to see who will be going through as the first team to playoffs here in Budapest. Just top-level overview, what are some of the team's records on this very map? Who do you favor going into this?
Mouz already showing us at this major that they can play it at a very high level. They really trounced Bait in their second matchup against Paravision in their opener. It did go to overtime, but I want to say that I really like the style that Mouz play. I think so many teams now, it's kind of a handicap. They just go to that B bomb site way too often. I think it's really easy for teams to just say, okay, we can get water, or we could just do a 4-man monster thing. But what I loved about Mouz in both of their matchups versus Bait and Paravision, they really like just taking slow control towards A, encroaching on that side, kind of putting a chokehold on the entire map, making the CTs make a mistake because of all of the pressure they're putting across the map. And so, to me, that feels like a more sustainable approach than just spamming B hits.
Mouz gets to start CT side as well. So does that give them a clear advantage for your money?
I think so. I think they're really, really good. They have a lot of different options on the aggression on the CT side, and fallbacks were excellent. And it's just really hard when you play a team that you know can be aggressive on short, in under, push towards that fountain area, and keep applying pressure. It slows down your default. It makes you use a lot more utility early round. It makes it so much harder to actually attack that A site when you actually get there. So I think they have a really good balance of that aggression, backing off safely into more passive setups. And that can be a problem, especially, you can't have donk everywhere on the map, and you can't defend against all the Mouz.
You could only wish for that, couldn't you? Odds becoming quite tight, our sponsor odds, that is. If we're looking at donk on this map of Overpass, and we're also looking at Chopper having a pretty good T-side, obviously on Mirage, a less, CT-sided affair, what do you expect to be some of the initial calls coming out of the Spirit side?
Well, I feel like the crazy thing about Spirit coming into this tournament is every map I'm watching them, I'm seeing some new looks. So trying to predict what they've done based off of their Chengdu performance is something that I don't even necessarily want to attempt. I feel like it was maybe a little bit more B-centric for them back then, but now I feel like teams are starting to try out that A site. So I'm actually really curious myself. I couldn't really give you a prediction for which site they're going to hit more when I feel like they've changed their train. They've changed some of their dust too as well. So I think Holly and Chopper will show us what they have had in the lab.
I think historically Chopper has been a very B-prevalent caller on this map. I mean, we've seen this actual matchup on Overpass in Cologne a couple of months ago, where Spirit won 13-6. And so I think that they haven't really played it that much, but they have that in the back pocket, a little bit of a mind game momentum with them, that they beat them before, they can do it again, and adding a few different looks, like Maui pointed out, could gain them a good advantage, but it's really, really hard. You need a good start on that T side, and I'm worried for Spirit because Mouz CT side is so good.
One more map will decide who is the first squad to make it to the playoffs of StarLadder Budapest Major 2025.
Mouz looking to set the record straight by the end of this series and break the streak that Spirit have amassed against them. 3 times this season, Spirit have taken wins over Mouz, including in a BO5 final without dropping a map. even an overpass win for Spirit. They've had everything in their pocket, but Mouz have flipped the script, coming through and closing on Train. Despite some difficulty in that second half, we now go to Overpass, a map that Mouz are battle-hardened on here at the Major, with 2 wins already on day 2 of Stage 3.
Yeah, Spirit's coach, Hallie, parting advice at the end of, at halftime on Train was to not tilt for this 3rd map. He already got the vibe that this would be a 3-map series. And he was right in that assumption. Team Spirit, they're going to lose Donk to open things up. And if you can keep Donk kind of cold, kind of tamed here in map 3, this is a player who doesn't get to have an off day. Someone who always has to stand tall for Team Spirit. You want him out of the picture as long as you can. Exertion holding down this B site, and it might just be a clean sweep in this pistol. Mouz coming through with a vengeance. All 5 alive. They'll finish that one off cleanly.
Yeah, you think you send Donk out solo mid and 4B, and that's a perfect round, right? Donk get a couple of kills, clean up the rotates, and then you got a weakened B bomb site. But when have you seen Donk fall in a pistol like that? He's been winning 3v5s all day in these pistols. Well, finally, nothing out of Donk after a slower approach on Train. And this is going to be a very hard map for Spirit now, with the pistol against them. Got to keep their head in the game.
Yeah, for Mouz, it's start as you mean to go on, and you don't get a better beginning than that.
Mouz are just a team with such a strong resilience and such a strong mentality, and we've seen that just shown across this entire year, right? It's a team that, with the exception of Spirit, Falcons, Furia, and Vitality, they haven't lost a BO3 since February. They've lost 1 BO3 this year to teams outside of that top 4 squads. That's an unbelievable show across all these top events, Swiss stages, majors.
I mean, yeah, it's like if you want to say NaVi are gatekeepers to tier 1, Mouz are the gatekeepers to the top 5.
And despite that, no trophies, right? Not since Cluj. Gatekeepers, but themselves gate-kept. Now they finally look to not only go one step further, but to take down Spirit in their stead. A series that has eluded them all season long. What a time for it to show up on home soil for Torshi. Here to make a clean 3-0 run through the 3rd stage of the Major to be that first team into the playoff.
I mean, that's kind of what dreams are made of for this Mouz team, right? That was the focus the moment that this Major was announced. You heard fighting talk from Torshi straight away, the rest of the team sharing in his sentiment. I mean, this is a squad that, for the most part, you know, kind of growing up alongside each other. And so they want to do right by him. They want to play their best CS yet and be that first team making it into the playoffs.
Can't say I wasn't worried after Mirage, but Torshi has come back to form with clutches and AWP kills across Train. Can he kick this one off with a bang? No. Donk shuts him out early, hands over his utility and looks to reset in this round. 5-on-4 for Spirit, the pressure's on Mouz.
In a lot of ways, though, you even saw this back on Train in any round where, even if Donk gets an opener, if you're able to kind of bring him down low, that already feels good. It lowers the impact he can have. This is a guy who so often just cleanly rips heads off. So bringing him down, softening him up just a tad, was meant to make this easier. ZywOo, double entry, and already Mouz throw in the towel. They want nothing to do with this round.
ZywOo's had a really good series. I think it's got to be mentioned as well, right? With ample criticism levied towards him, and at times, you know, perfectly fair, I think. He's had some stinker maps in this team, but he was the one guy keeping rounds interesting back in that T side of Train down the stretch. Donk with the occasional entry, but it was ZywOo looking to close out rounds, so.
He deserves his props. I want to see if he can keep it up, because that was, you know, hands down his best map of the Major so far.
For sure. But it's more just historically in the Mouz head-to-heads he's performed. He showed up in Bounty, held his own in the Cologne final as well.
Terrorists win.
So Spirit on the board early at least. No dominant starts. Not again, guys. Not again. Chopper. Back to the lab. Who tells Chopper off?
Gotta be Hallie.
Someone else know this smoke? Ooh, flash is awkward, but no punish here from Spirit. Door smoked off, so ZywOo can come up connector and they set him up into middle, but already a lot of smokes used for Spirit.
I think this is, one of the potential worries for Team Spirit as we go deeper into the tournament. It's just the idea, said it last map, kind of creatures of comfort. They have a small pool they love to try and get to play on. You should have a lot of reps on some of these extremity maps that are still in the Spirit map pool, but haven't been played a lot in officials. Train was an example of that, right? They played it now twice in the last 6 months, both of them at this major. And even for Overpass, all of 2025, this is their 5th time taking to this map.
Yeah, I guess some example that shows Spirit are more comfortable here than Train versus Mouz is the fact that they picked this as the 4th map in that Cologne BO5 final. The options were Overpass or Train. They picked Overpass. It never came that far, but it shows that they would rather this than the latter. Another entry for ZywOo. Donk and Shiro just going to storm in. And Team Spirit just swipe this round to the wayside.
Over in seconds. This A site is getting annihilated right now. It's some very passive play for Mouz, lending a lot of room to Spirit. Thus far, these missed smokes for Chopper have never come back to haunt them. They're getting all the space for free, and they're just kind of running amok with it. I need to see Mouz try and take a bit of a risk here and actually look to fight for some of this control, because it's a worrying precedent to set early on that you're going to have a lot of room out towards A for free. Spirit are not going to overthink that. They haven't been doing it thus far, just following through when they get that deep up through short, long, and the toilets. That was a 3-man A-hole dispatched in seconds by Team Spirit.
Making it look easy. Torshi was caught throwing nades, and that's the bottom of the house of cards coming apart. All right, Chopper, we're watching. 3rd time's the charm. He nailed it. Wait, did he throw a decoy? Or a flash, just to practice it? Either way, no, smoke in the toilet. Cool boost, old school for Mouz, over towards the B side. He threw a flash to practice it.
I just want to caught his reaction on the cam. I don't think that was the practice. I think that was an accident.
Oh dear.
So, not great.
The crowd.
Here we go, a bit more active out towards the bathrooms, trying to fight for this control are Mouz, and they'll end up burnt alive by Chopper and his util. Aggression out here towards short as more of it comes through for Mouz. They know that Spirit have a clear objective in these rounds when given this much control. Thus far, it's been all A hits to open up. Oh, that's 2 quick kills from the USPs. Brolin with another. They were not supposed to win this. Bit of aggression does Mouz well, and Tanir is thrust into a clutch he never saw coming. Last play, they'll swing them together. Brolin, what a round! The rifles didn't have to do a thing. The pistols were enough all along. And Mouz get back into this game earlier than you were ever expecting.
4v3 advantage for Spirit and just a USP double headshot. Torshi as well. And Mouz pose an early problem to Team Spirit. Can Spirit avoid the tilt? Because I feel like it must have been a tilting game. There's been, you know, on Mirage, Spirit were the ones offering up those rounds, right? Winning from disadvantages, winning the clutches. But the longer this game's gone on, the more BS Mouz have gotten away with themselves, and that is one for the history books.
Look, if the goal was to not get tilted on overpass, this has not been going great. Chopper has not landed this smoke yet. Finally, he gets to throw it.
Round 6, first one.
So he's been missing that every round, which is just frustrating on a micro level, but now you've lost to USPs.
Torshi's up in the toilets.
Yeah, Mouz quite liked that aggressive stance, didn't they, right? Not tucked in back in the sights, not giving so much away for free, and expecting Spirit to go back to this move that's worked so many times. They play aggressive out here in middle, and they will get past Torshi. It's going to leave a lot to Spinks up here, tucked in at the cubby, waiting for the creep round. Spinks lines them up, and he'll get out with a double. Now the test for Torshi. There's two more players adorn the short side. Torshi waits with this AWP, looking to get going. Caught on the quick switch. Shiro knocks him down. End up in a 3-on-3. Spirit know there might be more players in store, and Tanir's just confirmed that fact with the spot of exertion back on default. Nade does big damage. Oh. Waiting for a swing, waiting for the reaction. Spirit get what they were looking for. And Sabrola might have delivered a very unlikely round once. Is he able to do it again? Spam comes through out of Tanir, and that's A wide open. Now you look on to Jimmy. He got that electric 1v2 back on train to help kickstart everything for Mouz. He's looking to do it again. Chopper caught out in no man's land, and the bomb's dropped over here in the bathrooms. Tanir fast running out of time. Jimmy still closing in. Plant will be found. Jimmy round the corner, plays this one quickly, plays it forward, backs his aim as he looks for the fight, and Tanir swings it wide, rips his head off, clutch denied.
Very important round for Tanir, right? He's not been at the tip of anyone's tongue in this series, but thrust into a couple of very difficult clutches in this game. He does come out with one. It was pixel perfect, getting away with the bomb. Mouz was still able to buy. A very A-focused game right now here for Team Spirit. Have not gone B since the pistol. Mouz know it's coming, it's only a matter of time. Starting 3 on this site still. Torshi again. Aggressive, even more than before, but flashed off the angle. Spirit employ boost to clear this position. Tanir gets some nades into B early, but is forced to lurk. Very passive here for Team Spirit. Onus is still on clearing the toilets before Spirit do anything. Trying to keep Mouz on their toes on this A site. Donk and Chopper side by side into middle. Two flashes left for Spirit. That's always a big problem when this AWP is present. The A side, so Spirit set their sights away, down on lower, good nades on Jimmy.
Yeah, let's see how they handle this. Haven't had to worry about these B plays yet ever since the pistol. Spirit have been so laser focused with this room and space they've been given over on A that they haven't felt the need to explore other parts of the map. That's about to change.
Monster's free. There's that one flash for Shiro.
Comes in now, explosion on the back of it. Brolin gets out with one. Jimmy here to lend a helping hand, but he's got to stay alive, got to buy time, and he's overwhelmed, surrounded, knocked out of play. Rotates arrive in the form of Spinks. And Torshi sat up over towards the heavens, blocks out another. Mouz combine. B play denied. The retake works out, and Mouz move into pole position.
There's the value of playing passive on A, right? It speeds up your rotation down lower. Mouz are able to keep the pressure on Spirit and never let them get into a post plant. You want to cross out of the bomb site. You want to get back to short and play that bomb. Spirit are not giving the satisfaction. Those two topside players there in time to keep their thumb on the round. And Spirit out of desperation, forced by donk, AK, 4 pistols.
Talked about this coming in, but Mouz incredibly consistent team at being able to beat up on teams outside of the top 5. Their challengers, all the best teams in the world. This year took a huge step in finally beating Vitality, a squad they were going blow for blow with.
What?
For a long time, and right when they were able to break through, new challenges emerged, Spirit being one of them. This would be another huge tick from Mouz's rogues gallery of these top teams, taking the early steps in the right direction and looking to field the lead, looking to widen it. Sat pretty in a 5-on-3 with that exertion double.
Just constant re-smoke. Stonk just wants the heads-up fighting Monster with this AK, but they're not giving it to him. We even saw in that B hit, Mouz had 3 around Pillar and Pits. No one playing towards Monster. Does leave Mouz with a lack of information, but is also low risk. This setup, able to trade contact. Exertion holding that re-smoke for the left side of Pillar. Completely constricts any T's getting out into this B bomb site. Whoa, donk creeping, crawling forward, misses that tap, and as the smoke comes out, 20 seconds, how does Spirit win this round?
It just has to come down to donk going huge, given the hero gun. Trying to secure some type of a foothold here for Team Spirit. It's actually Chopper opening things up, but Court jumping in, Court leaping through. No room now to get this bomb planted, surely. Dead, and donk heads for the hills. Mouz widen their lead.
I think he picked the bomb up off of Chopper when he died, and he just knows there's no way they're going to give him the satisfaction to plant that bomb. Every single Mouz player there, even with one entry, Mouz can just spam the smoke, spam the wall, blow donk out of the round. So just keeping that AK going here for Team Spirit, but this is a very hard map to find a one-man AK round win. It's not an Inferno, it's not a Dust 2. You can't force saves that easily. CTs with such inherent advantage, so many avenues to fall back.
Again, donk given a hero gun. That seems to be Spirit's whole prerogative here, is just get him activated, because he's still got some of that ring rust left from Train. Right, Mouz got in the head of Spirit. Ali kind of reflected as much, and we got that transcript. We saw him speaking to the guys, saying, guys, just don't tilt for map 3. Mouz, meanwhile, feel like they could be on the cusp of something great here. The home major for this squad, thanks to Torshi. They would love to be the first team to make it through, the first team out of stage 3. And to do it, without losing a series.
Bomb at the
backstab on Spinks, and he bides his time. Knows he's got kills on a platter right here. With that one opens up, right as Shiro pulls the pin, there's no supportive smoke. That was really smart from Spinks. Ooh, Chopper! How's he gonna try and finagle this? Just takes it while he's got it. Donk finds one more. Don't let this get away from you, Donk. Dealt with. Donk brushed aside, and Chopper might think that they're on the wrong end of the map, but guess who never moved the muscle? Jimmy, ready to deal with any change of direction.
And this is where you look at Spirit and you sometimes doubt the firepower across the board, even though the ceiling is so high. What Donk provides, Shiro able to close rounds across the board, it can come into question. Mouz don't have that problem. Some of the best players in the world at their roles. Spirit walking down struggle street right now, because if Donk isn't multi-killing, who is? This T-side overpass can feel so brutal.
I mean, but the teams that are securing wins as well and left in that 2-1 position, it's no safe bet either for the loser of this game that you're guaranteed that spot in the playoffs. There's kind of no freebies available here. There's pressure really on. Spirit looking to break through now as they don another rifle round. But that usual threat of the Donk hero gun has largely been quelled without an issue from Mouz, who are playing a confident and concise game right now. A swing from exertion to find yet another man advantage.
Just keeps everything flowing when you have a 5v4 like this, and they still have so much control. Spinks is down in connector right now. Mouz never let off the gas. Spinks can pop his head out at any moment. Zwei unaware, unprepared to deal with the connector player, puts Mouz in a formidable 5v3. Late to the play is Shiro. Spinks is still ready, but he can't stop him. 25 health, however, leaves you with almost no room for error. You'd rather run into the orb. Shiro goes back lower. Donk trying to take space in long, but Torshi's here with a flick up top, drops him. 4v2. No saving this round, Spirit.
No, even the way they play this 3v4, they kind of played it to leave options open, prepared for failure with Team Spirit. The idea that Chopper could come and regroup with Shiro, but this really doesn't leave you with a lot. You're relying on Shiro securing an opening, and Jimmy's got that spot right there. Now calling for reinforcements. Jimmy just playing a delay around this smoke. Shiro low on health, and Jimmy's ready for it. Chopper's got no choice. No road left to run at the end of this round. And they've even heard him drop this gun. They know exactly where Chopper is. They could look to remove it. Time's about to expire, and this would be ballsy from Mouz. Yes. This was something Spirit never got the chance to do back on Train. They let the time expire. They come looking for this AK.
Oh no!
Oh no! Calamity for Mouz.
Oh dear.
But you like that they tried. 7-3.
I do like that they tried, because it came to the end of Train where I was looking at some of these rounds that Spirit have all this money in on the comeback with no room for error anyway, and they're not hunting the guns hard enough. And Mouz got out with multiple rifle saves when you could argue that Spirit can risk weapons to chase them down, and it ended with Mouz having a good enough ball buy to close out at 12-10. When if they had 1 or 2 left saves in that half, they would have probably ecoed that round and played for the final one. So Mouz know the importance of taking the guns away. They are unable to do so. But Donk has yet to get these entries.
Contact on it as well. It's Way and Donk working in tandem. Suddenly we're looking at Brolin. Been good in this game thus far, but not in this round. He'll get overran. 2v4. Mouz. Torshi's going to try and give it a look in, but Spinks is so far away. If they do want to go for this, it hinges on Torshi getting something done out from heaven. The round is so far gone. And so it will just be this save call. Spirit, contact B play, change of pace. Mouz were not ready for it.
Yeah, keeping it simple. Nice enough for Spirit to just get a break into this game. 4 or 5 rounds, absolutely enough on this T side. And nice to see Donk not just fed to the wolves. Zwei running in with a MAC-10, gets the entry. Donk set up for trade, and he goes on to find both B players past that point. So Donk used well, and Team Spirit do enough on this T half. One more chance to sweeten the deal. And look how unprepared Mouz are for that play. They've not seen anything like it this game. It's been very slow rounds for Spirit on the last two halves of the T sides. Mouz reminded that they can at any time. What a gamble in this one though. 4A, Jimmy solo, retake B. They look to fight in middle.
Feels like up until now, Spirit have still been playing a couple of rounds behind, right? Used to getting this space for free out on A, but that just hasn't been the case since those initial rounds for Team Spirit. I was always trying to come through with an opening move, and finally, one of them won't pan out. Still, exertion keeps things even, and they weren't ready for a second player. Brolin putting in a very solid shift right now for Mouz. Keeps them in the advantage. They get past connector. This is exertion's domain.
Ow.
Damage put down range, softens up to near, and that nade will find him.
Brutal.
Bit of trigonometry for exertion. Can Chopper and Donk wrestle this round back? 2 versus 3, thanks to that opener for Chopper.
Chopper always willing to give time to Donk. Able to pull out after that kill of the B bomb site. Let Donk get in position to try and sandwich exertion, but Torshi quick to the shot. Chopper, chop into this B site. They're not going to let him in. 3 players of Mouz side by side, but Chopper finds a kill. 30 seconds as he pulls back again. There's nowhere to go but B.
As far as Chopper's concerned, no, exertion on the reposition just gets there in time, and now a strong position at that. Exertion secures a strong finish to this CT side from Mouz. They now sit just rounds away from the playoffs and finally beating an opponent that's got the better of them 3 times over. Five rounds separate Mouz from the playoffs at Torshi's home major. To do so, they've got to take down Team Spirit. It might have been a strong start from Spirit at the top of this series. Absolute domination on Mirage, make no mistake about it. Mouz have gone on to bounce back tenfold. They had a great showing on Train, able to close that out and stop the Team Spirit comeback, and now Overpass stands to be an even bigger decisive win for Mouz.
Can you imagine Mouz winning this series after watching that first map? Pure domination from Spirit at the start of this series. Chopper life gaming, Donk near acing, and now Spirit missing.
And it's one of the things that always disappeared for Mouz in these high pressure moments. That resilience that would get them through so many games would leave them the moment the pressure cranked up.
Well, it's the combination of a group and a playoff. Crowd advantage for once. Mouz with it all to play for in this pistol. Smoke into the B-bomb site. In they go. They miss Heaven Smoke.
Will that come back to punish? Or can they get it done on the back of some clean entries? Shiro, Tanier don't seem to think so. Now they learn about that missed Heaven Smoke, and this gives them a moment of pause, but they play through, they play forward, looking for more. It's Brolin at the front of the pack. In comes Donk and his terrifying dual Berettas to lay down the law. Spirit have got more fight in them. CT pistol round picked up. The thing about this Dragon, it's incredibly hard to kill.
Yeah, you're going to need more than pistols to do it, that's for sure. While ZywOo may have the fastest dualies in the game, Donk has the most accurate at range. Just spamming. Never safe against this guy in a pistol round. He has been delivering in almost all of them in this series today. So Spirit on CT's side, and you can see Torchy's stressed because he knows how much that first round means to him.
It would have made this game very, very easy, right? It would have rolled out the red carpet for you.
Even then, I mean, 4 rounds on T-side overpass is absolutely fine, especially at this level. Throw on a pistol and maybe throw on an ace, because Donk, he's got a bone to pick with Magis.
He said this was his goal coming into today. Coming into this major as he looks for the record, and now they've got the spot. They know where he is. Donk's moving in. This would leave him 1 ace away from Magic's record. And so Torchy's whole goal is don't give it to him. Everyone else from Spirit is knives pull. They really want Donk to break another record. And I mean, this is going to build some camaraderie for Spirit. Look at them go. They're letting Torchy even get these kills. Donk is closing in, and Tanier finally takes it away.
Look, it's better than deaths, I guess. There is a lot on the line here today. But there are also achievements to get. Respect on the runaway there.
I mean, that's like the embodiment of, you know, you're not doing it for any other reason other than to ruin Donk's day. Refuse to let him get that ace.
Incredible. Certainly a nice try. But there is still a playoff to progress to. Spirit can't afford to lose the guns. First rifle round comes out here for Mouz.
I think while both teams are down to laugh about a round like the last one, that's actually like an important morale booster for Team Spirit, who have looked a little tilted, right? That was Hallie's kind of worry coming into a third map. But when all your teammates are knives out trying to give you the ace,
I've never seen anything
that
like
will
it.
give you, you know, a great deal. It kind of brings the camaraderie back into the game. And actually, I wonder if that could prove really, really threatening in the long run. Let's see.
Oh, Shadow.
Donk, Shadow advantage, only going to get out with 1. Shiro steals himself away, doesn't want to play this too early now. There is this long wrap for Spinks coming in on a lurk. When Spinks is alive, you're always looking over your shoulder. If Chopper's able to hold the line, oh, never mind, there's Spinks. Jimmy finds another and looks to close in. Chopper brushed aside. ZywOo backstab. Nets the first onto Torchy. A moment to breathe and get set up in this post plant. You've got to play it well with Jimmy at low health. Spinks is the only guy really, truly locked in for this fight.
He could stick it if he knew.
So he went long. He might have just missed that info. Spinks went for it. Jimmy sees him on the cross. That tap on the bomb. Anxiety starts to creep in for Mouz, but Jimmy's confirmed it. No defuse being held. Sweat on the swing is locked out. And so taking the first when you bring out the rifles is a huge step in the right direction. Spirit are just a round away from getting reset, and this late in the game, that could mean everything for Mouz.
Huge entries for Jimmy. Akin to what ZywOo was doing early at the start of the T side. But off the back of a winning half, those 5 rounds turned to 4. 1 more step in the right direction here for Mouz. And 1 more will break Spirit's money. That all but tees Mouz up for the match. So this is the most important round of the game yet. Morale might be high, but stakes are higher. No AWP for Shiro, even limited util for Spirit. They got to make do with what they got. Torshi top performer, but the other day when he was against Paravision on this map, he came in cold to that CT side. That being said, he recovered so well on the T side of Overpass. Not exactly a paradise for AWPers as much as that first half. But Torshi can do it on the offense as well.
Bit of aggression here, but this is Donk putting his head out there, a chance to find him early. He's got teammates backing him up, and Donk wants to stop this one before it becomes a problem.
No way.
He can't quite deal with exertion. Will he even survive the cross? Torshi's got his number.
That'll do.
And so Mouz get out with that double from Long. It comes at a cost of 3-on-3. 2 players down at the B site, and Shiro's still floating around in the bathrooms. That happens so early, you're not quite sure of the setup here. You don't know where Spirit have laid their hat.
Yeah, this is still a dream situation for Mouz, right? To get 2 players out of the round this early. You can play with Spirit here. You can make them gamble. You can make them doubt. Shiro's 5-11. It's not exactly been a barrier here for Mouz. They're going to walk into B either way. So into the better setup of 2.
Winning this round means that Shiro might never get to see an AWP on this CT side. It puts you on a fast track to a win. And so there's Chopper practically handing it to them on a platter with that smoke walk out towards short. You're looking at Tania now, who's called for rotations. Shiro gets here in time. And Torshi brought down low. The home crowd favorite shut down in the clutch attempt. And Spirit lived to tell the tale. Gap continues to close.
Getting so scrappy down the stretch. This has been a long series between these 2 top squads. Seeing audacious moves being made, missed aim. And still Spirit fight on from another disadvantage, trying to draw this game back like they did Trade. Their economy survives. Mouz's does not.
Pretty passive here from Team Spirit, knowing that they're likely not up against much. Only way this gets weird, really, is if these Deagles, these pistols, able to secure an opening and you can just flood the site. But if it's left as strung out engagements coming in from the long side, you're not in the position to win this. Not supposed to either. And with Chopper securing that double, this is an eco round that's quickly cleaned up by Team Spirit.
Now we have almost an even game with Spirit on the CT side of Overpass. Who is the favorite now?
Yeah, the thing that feels the roughest is you lose that window of opportunity, right? You lose that chance to reset that you got from winning the first rifle round. Spirit, if they keep 5 alive here, they make a hearty improvement to these bank accounts, and that starts to give them staying power. That means the rest of this game is a grind for Mouz from here on out. If you're gonna win this series, you're gonna have to earn it in the rifle rounds. And that's a hard thing to do, T-side of Overpass. Timeout called in. Couldn't think of a better time for it. Cyclone hops on the mic. I have no doubt he's been very impressed with how the guys have played in this series, the resilience they've shown, but he's asking for even more if they are to make this final push into the playoffs.
Series that Mouz used to have in the bag 3 times over this side of the year. Spirit might be once again sending a message to Mouz with a late game comeback on this CT side. Explosive for Spinks, the flash lands, blind chopper, but Spinks gets stuck, he can't swing round, and Donk shoots him in the back from Connector. Can he escape? Question posed, answers yes. Donk, dancing with death, gets back to this bomb site. Torshi can't do a thing about it. Short control still taken, Spirit, headshots galore, 3 kills deep into this round. Make it 4.
ZywOo knocking out Brolin, and this one is over in seconds. Whatever Mouz had planned on the back of that timeout, long since forgotten. Lost to the history books. They never get to run it, picked apart by Donk and ZywOo. And ZywOo's work is not done in this round. He plays it forward, wanting to make it very expensive, very costly. Looking for a late in the day recovery, our team Spirit.
This hunt matters as well because 5 alive last round, they didn't have an AWP as a result. Well, they can just pick one up for free if they want.
Torshi even makes a step, a slight overswing, and he's a dead man. Coming around the corner, Torshi will get rid of ZywOo. And so the AWP living to fight another day. He'll get out of there with it, but that is all Mouz will have going forward.
Yeah, you wonder if Shiro even buys an AWP here. I'd expect he would, but it's also into low economy. So maybe tempting to just keep rifles going at this point.
Especially if, you know, you win this next round up against what is mostly Glocks, you could go and get Torshi's AWP. Yeah, so and that's going to hamstring him moving forward, right? There's a world now where this AWP becomes a kind of distant prospect for the remainder of the game if Mouz falls short in this next round.
Shiro decides AK will do him well. They drop it over, and I actually like this decision for Spirit to lean away from it for the time being. Like you said, get it for free. And don't get rushed on pistols. Torshi goes back for this boost to look up into heaven.
I mean, it's now more than ever. You're going to need Torshi to stand and deliver. The pressure he must be under is tremendous here, right? Seen already for a number of players, it feels incredibly personal, and as a result, you're incredibly invested when playing in front of the home crowd. You want to do right by them, but now he's got to do right by his team as well. He's the only guy with anything to work with in this round.
Family, friends, and country watching on. Team by his side, and the only weapon in the round as Spirit step closer and closer to that victory. What is Torshi meant to do against this setup, though? No one peeking on the bomb site, playing tucked in, double truck.
The problem, it's a bit of a poison chalice, really, because sure, you're the guy feeling all the pressure, but also if you want this AWP, as we say, going forward, you can never be too invested.
Okay.
Look for an opening as Brolin sells a fake in towards lower. He's drawn a lot of rotates. Donk, though, is the man to get past, and he's gotten that spot on guys back in the toilets.
Jump spot could be deadly.
Brolin still down here in B, plays ahead of this smoke, but with him it's snuffed out. The bomb now coming back along with the rest of Mouz. They've lost their captain. They go into this lower hold 4 strong as Donk makes his way down here as well. Spirit staying 1 step ahead. And it's looking like a clean mop-up, a clean shutdown. Torshi's got to try and save this AWP once more, but it gets knocked out of play, and that is gone going forward.
And they grab it as well. ZywOo with an absolute stinger shot on that B bomb site. He had 5 kills at half. He's doubled that already in these few rounds. Finds himself the AWP and a 3K hold on this B bomb site. It's against pistols, but it is still of the utmost importance as Spirit continue to put on clean rounds on this CT side. It's 3 flawless rounds in the half for Spirit. A free AWP, and Mouz without that luxury. See that connector boost in heaven from the AWP as well. As Mouz may be feeling the desperation to go for this B pop. It did break Spirit into their T side late, but let's see how it does for Mouz.
Donk's at least not here. He's alone over on A, so they're going into the 4-man stack.
Ouch.
Hell of an opener for Spinks. It's quickly cancelled by that Shiro AWP, the one that was gifted over by Torshi. In comes Exertion. Charging forward, flashes leave, everyone blind. They've got 2 players trapped down here right now, and they want to clean them up before Donk is even a problem, before he's even in the picture. Mouz break through. A tie game secured. A must-win round goes their way.
Even with the orb in the right place, his exertion, 3-kill entry, burning alive. Mouz licking their lips at the prospect of that B hit. And it absolutely catches Spirit by surprise, the same that was done to them. Final timeout called by Cyclone as they have to capitalize on this. It can't be a flash in the pan for Mouz. They need a streak, and they need it now if they're going to win this match.
That's it, Cyclone hands off the wheel. He can no longer elect to get involved in these rounds anymore. That is the last time they're going to hear him unless Spirit call in pauses. Final bit of wisdom he gets to impart, and you also saw Halley using that time to his advantage, really trying to drill the rest of Spirit to focus in for these remaining rounds of play.
Just feels like that's a one trick. You can't run that and back again. You can't spam those B hits. It's too predictable. So a Spirit start 4B with the orb bearing down from heaven. Donk alone at long. Mouz take map control.
You can certainly try and make Spirit nervous down here towards B, though. Call this B hold into question. When you think about Train, that was something that Mouz and Brolin did so well, right? Was make Spirit nervous about a bomb site. Have it in the back of their mind that this is a vulnerability, and so to lean into it a little stronger, siphon resources away from the other side of the map. But what awaits you on this top site should you choose to go there? It's Donk who is back in form at 21 and 11, and Shiro on this AWP. You're going in to the star duo, the star power of Team Spirit.
Shiro Donk set alongside. That smoke is a problem. Shiro's going to take the risk.
Plays ahead of it, plays through. Torshi, I don't know if he'll expect this. Shiro out like a light, and that baits them forward into Donk. Bomb away from Mouz. And Spirit in a very comfortable position. That was an all-in for Mouz for the long control. And that aggressive move from Shiro, it set them down a path to ruin.
Donk has been waiting on long, round after round, for that play, and it finally comes through at the perfect time for Team Spirit. What more could you want from that long setup? Orb pick first, Donk double up, grabs an AK, and secures the round. That's 11-10. Mouz have to buy. They can afford to. But then that is it. 8-4, no more. Team Spirit take the lead.
They cobbled together another buy, but it's quickly becoming a dying effort for Mouz, right? They were able to break through last time. That felt like the huge sigh of relief. That was really where things had to change. Now you're asking to go do it twice on these low econ rounds. Everything about this game riding on success right here, right now. If they don't do it, you reach that conclusion that's been building for some time, and that's the spirit of the squad looking for those playoffs. And going to do it right at the 11th hour as well, right? Mouz could almost taste the victory here. They were so close to it, only to have it snatched away late in the day on a comeback from Spirit on this CT side of Overpass.
Feels like you have to hit B, right? You've had 2 round wins in the half. One was an early A execute where Jimmy found the double entry behind the site, and then that B rush for Mouz. So they're going to go back to it a little slower from the short side instead. The nades land for Spirit. Mouz at the gates. Will Spirit be the initiators? The flash goes high.
Oh, and they play ahead of the exec. Spinks with an important trade, and that might be the go button pressed. You get out with a kill to open. Rotate start to arrive for Spirit. They get here quickly. Chopper holds the line from the heavens. Mouz will get in. They will have a bomb plant, but they've got to try and complete this a man down. They still have Tania in the sight, stuck in this close corner, able to play on whatever timing he wants. He's letting the rest of his team get set up right now. That util meant to harass, meant to make life awkward, and the smoke certainly will. Spinks trying to play ahead of it is shut down, and now you look on. It's exertion or it's nothing. Missed shot from Shiro, but caught out in the open. Team Spirit, match and series point, a round away from robbery and moving in to the playoffs.
It would be a heartbreaking loss for Mouz. It would be a new team entering the conversation of that major run. All eyes on Furia, Vitality, Falcons, but Spirit in form as well, looking for a 3-0 clean sweep through the Swiss stage over Mouz on home soil, and some tenacity on this comeback against the team of Resilience. Teammates in that round, everyone plays their part. Team Spirit jumping at the chance to close this game out. 2 opportunities. Maps they haven't been playing. Shiro links up with Donk. One of Counter-Strike's deadliest duos. Side by side. Chopper at the helm as Mouz, slow and steady, walk into their round. Bomb goes back. Zershan and Brolin selling it on long.
It just feels impossible to not play with nerves in this situation. You were 5 rounds away on the half from making it into the playoffs, being the first team to do so. But now, it's Spirit with 2 opportunities. Set up again for this play in towards lower. Shiro catching exertion as he tries to get out of there. Now the rotates coming in down towards lower. Mouz once more playing into a hastily assembled stack. They'll head through. So he flashed off. Tania in at the barrels. Into this crossfire. Brolin, Jimmy do what they can. Torshi with one more, but has to contain, has to stop Donk in his tracks. It's all eyes on Torshi. And it's almost poetic that it would end with him down to this 1v1. Donk's got one chance to stop him, or Mouz say, play on! Torshi keeps the dream alive for Mouz. In front of his home crowd, the game continues.
So many clutches for Torshi of massive magnitude in this series. He started the streak on train, 9 straight T rounds off of his 1v2, and he keeps them on the stage today with another clutch against the world's best.
That's got to mean something. That's got to be for something. Torshi with that 1v2.
But it'd be so Spirit to still just rip it all away. Their most aggressive round yet in middle.
Mouz ready for this. 3 players here ready to face them head on.
Decide against it. Change of tune.
Look, it's an unlikely candidate, right? The amount of stress that Torshi's under in that clutch, but pulling through for his team. Now they've got to do the same for him. If this is going to go to OT, boost up over on long. Brolin runs the risk of getting fed to the wolves here. Instead, it's Torshi. Dead after the heights of that clutch. Plucked out of the round by the Shiro orb.
He wants it.
And Shiro's playing it forward. Shiro's hungry to end this here and now. Bomb lost on long. Exertion might be creeping in. He might feel like he has great timing, but a swing and a miss out of Exertion. And the task gets more insurmountable by the second.
That was your chance to get back in this round. Now space is getting taken by Spirit. Mouz tethered together towards his B site into their grave.
Sway and Tania both here to mop it up. And unless Spinks goes huge, this one's over. You'll be but just a round away from extending play. And the first dark mark against Mouz on this attempt to get to playoffs comes through as Team Spirit lock in the playoffs in Budapest. The full 24 rounds needed, but these demons rise up and they beat back against the hometown heroes. Mouz leave it feeling sunk, feeling flattened at the end of that one. It takes everything to try and claw it back into OT, but Spirit prove, as they always have, to be one step above. Just too much for Mouz.
Yeah, Team Spirit with the world's best putting on the performance today. He went missing on train, but Donk in this third at the end of the game showing what he's made of. Team Spirit, it's been a slow season despite heights in Cologne. Back to playoffs and back with a vengeance, maybe even title contenders is this Team Spirit roster.
A thrilling and exciting game, but Spirit have done it 3-0 through to the playoffs here at the Budapest Major. And I first want to ask Hallie, when it comes to this, is you recently talked about the system, working in the new players, how this all came together. So is he happy with what he saw, with the changes he made to make you guys go through 3-0?
Да, я доволен тем, какую работу мы проделали, потому что после Чэнду и Гонконга у нас было огромное количество материала, над которым мы поработали, пока это дает свои плоды. Опять же, не хочу забегать вперед, потому что местами мы играем не очень. Посмотрим, что будет в плей-офф, потому что мы часто выходим 3-0, а в первом матче сталкиваемся с проблемой. И нам нужно извлечь тот опыт, который у нас был на прошлых мейджорах, чтобы в первом матче сыграть так, как мы умеем.
So basically, after IM Chengdu Blast Kong, we had a lot of material and we were fixing it. So yeah, we are pretty happy, but sometimes we are really bad, and we will see what will happen. A lot of times we qualified to the playoffs with 3-0 and then eliminated at quarterfinals, and we'll see what will happen.
Now, Hallie also said in one of the timeouts on train that, guys, you're all mentally drained. If we play overpass, don't bring the tilt from train to overpass. You're smiling because you know what he said. I want to ask, is he specifically trying to focus on these moments for Spirit so you do not get tilted, so you can stay in the right mindset?
Чтобы не тратить лишние силы. При этом, я думаю, мы после первой стороны предполагали, что шансов у нас немного, но нужно постараться забить, набрать максимальное количество раундов. Но при этом, если мы сохраним холодную голову, то у нас повысятся шансы выиграть оверпасс.
I heard something that you didn't have a lot of chances, but you needed to mentally reset for the next map, right?
So yes, he does. He's just keeping us calm, and so we didn't have a lot of stress. That we will have stamina to play third map and with good communication. Because like at first map we were pretty good, and second we was like off a little bit, and that's it. Maybe it was a feeling during the game that we're gonna lose it like 3-13, but we all know that if we stay calm, we can come back from any score.
And one final question. You now have a few more games, in total 5 maps, to look at and see how well this new system is working out. Is this where Hallie and Chopper go back and they try and work some more things to make sure you become stronger for playoffs? Yes, just as easy as that. And Donk, while you're here, thank you first of all for translating and helping us. We're going to see more AWP in your hand in the playoffs?
Yes.
Yes, and he says it with a smile on his face. Well, guys, give it up for Spirit, Donk, and Hallie!
Star-studded form from the side of Team Spirit, and a well-deserved spot as our first team entering the playoffs for the StarLadder Budapest Major 2025. It was a competitive series through and through, but so impressive to see Spirit come into the second half, able to take the lead, and, well, any hopes that Mouz might push this one to an overtime?
Spirit do not want us to take them as a dark horse. They're coming into this with some new preparation. Holly, and thanks to Donk translating for us, have shown that they did get back into the lab. They have worked on a few of the persisting problems. We still see that Donk is one of the most unnatural, supernatural forces that graces the Counter-Strike space. And on top of that, I feel like the losing conditions, they've been shored up. There's not as many of them. We're not seeing as many characteristic errors that we did from Spirit earlier on in the season. If they're going to play like this, then everybody needs to take them seriously come playoffs.
And it's 2 maps in a row that they were, Mouz had control over the game. Mouz actually had all the grip they needed to actually close it out, but they kept clawing back, they kept making moves. And that's a sign of a very, very competitive team, a really strong team that can challenge even for the best. They never gave up, and that's the reason why they won this game.
I guess that's where I want to take the conversation now, because sure, we can sing the praise of Spirit, well-deserved. We can always talk about Donk and Shiro and their impact. I'm more curious as to your opinion of Mouz going forward. Once again, very competitive series. Just couldn't break the curse of Spirit, which has kind of plagued them throughout this season. And this is such an important moment. We talk about it so many times. Torzi in front of a home crowd. He wants to make it to an arena. What are you seeing of them going forward now that they are in this 2-1 category?
Still see them as one of the clear favorites to make it to the upcoming stage. Obviously, without the 3-0 little boost to get an easier draw in the bracket, it's going to slightly hurt them, but I don't think they're too worried. Spirit's kind of been a thorn in their side for this entire season, dating back to Cologne. I feel like when you are Mouz in this kind of situation, you're really not thinking to yourself, oh man, like anything's going wrong with the major or anything like that. Sometimes it's just incredibly tough to game plan around Donk, who's going for an absurd amount of kills. And I think, I don't want to peddle the same story that I've always had for Mouz, but there is a clear lack of that extra little oomph in terms of X factor that teams like Spirit always have up their sleeve.
Yeah, and it's always in the late rounds. It's always in the late game that they kind of crumble just a little bit, and it's never really the same issue, never really the same thing at fault. I mean, they play close series pretty much every single time I see them, and this time around it wasn't enough either. But as you say, Mouz is going to make it to playoff. They look like a stable team all around. All their players are very close together on the fragging department. They're all doing their job. For me, the most impressive player at Mouz is Jimbat at this tournament. He's been a really solid anchor for them, and that kind of gives the freedom for people like Torsi, for people like Sertians, to be aggressive.
I was slightly concerned about Mouz, or maybe just being a spoiler to the elite teams. And with the amount of time that they had between this and their last tournament, about a month roughly,
yes.
I feel like they definitely had enough time to show a different face. But unfortunately, I feel like I saw more new stuff from Spirit's playbook in this matchup than I did Mouz's. So I feel like they still look like a great team, but just I don't see them technically as a contender.
Well, either way, Spirit are first winners to be coming out of Stage 3, and you guys could be winners at home too. That is only if you enter the Blacklight Chair giveaway, though. Make sure you're putting in chat _Blacklight_chair, and you could have the opportunity to be heading home with one of the Blacklight chairs. But either way, we do have one more matchup on the cards tonight, and you can probably hear the fans behind me. You do not want to go anywhere. That is because Furia are going to be taking on G2 after this.
way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you move it slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Furia are looking to go 3-0 here in stage 3 of the major. I've got Yuri with me, and I kept hearing from your teammates that the boot camp was bad, but in these best of ones, you guys absolutely dominated. So does that shake away all that bad feeling you had from the boot camp? You got the confidence again?
Yeah, of course. In my mind, Perks is always different than tournament. Sometimes Perks is so stressful. Yeah. So when you get here, it's really different. And some major as well, so it's really different. But when we started yesterday, I already knew that we could like do again that we did on other tournaments. Yeah. So it was very great.
Now, I also want to ask about the energy in the team, because it's not something that you guys are normally doing, right? Going all deep in tournaments, playoffs, now lifting trophies. Do you still feel like you guys are pumped up and ready for all of this ahead of you?
Yes, I wasn't like I wasn't used to like going through the playoffs every time. So now it's different. It's very. Sometimes I get so tired because we need to play a lot of matches like in a row. Yeah. But for us, it's normal right now, like because this is always that we wanted. So now we have this. So yeah, for us it's good right now.
It is looking very good on the server, in the scores, and all the trophies that you guys are having here. I also want to ask around for like your role and how you play. When we talk like this, you're always relaxed, you're always calm, you're always very chill. Even for your role though, right, you just kind of need to do your role, listen to what's happening around you. But what is the communication like inside Furia between Fallen, between Marix, what MongolZ wants as well? Is it calm at the same time, or does it get a bit crazy?
No, not crazy. I think everyone is like calm. Sometimes in the match, of course, that will be rounds that is the communication will be crazy. But normally it's over. Everyone is calm, like communicate like what you need, what you're seeing, like reaction. Yeah. So it's basically like that, you know. So in my position as well, like anchor, you need to be always ready and focus, pay attention on minimap, like. So it's like for me, you know, this position. So I'm calm, the position is calm as well. But when you see a guy to kill, it's like always 3 or 4, so it's hard. But yeah, I think everyone is playing well. The communication is very good. Everything has been good for us.
Everything's looking good for you. I completely agree with you. Against G2 though, they changed some of their CT positions. They seem like they have changed quite a lot coming into this major. How did that change the preparation you did for them? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, always ready. For me, you need to always focus in our game, but you need to study them as well. And bro, G2 is always a good game to play against, always tough. So I think they won 3 BO3, we won 3 BO3 as well. So there's a tie. So today will be the last match against them, I guess. So let's see. I hope that you can win, and I sure that will be a tough game.
I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thanks so much.
Analyst desk haters, don't you worry. There's a very good chance by the end of this segment we will be drowned out by the noise of the Furia fans who have come here in their droves. They're about to make a damn big noise. The StarLadder major very much underway, and Furia is 1 game away from making the playoffs. But they've got to face off against G2. It is our monster matchup. We're going to be unleashing the Brazilian beasts. My name is Sam. I've got Pimp and Ted with me as well. Spirit's through, so who joins them?
That's what we have to find out, I guess. Furia, obviously, so far in this tournament and the last 3 months have looked like the best team in the world. There's no disputing the fact that right now they're playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. However, what makes this match so interesting is that while Furia were getting better and better and better, they've had these matchups versus G2, and it's actually 3-3 as of late, 2-2. They keep winning against each other, 2-0. So in terms of who's the better team right now, Furia, sure, but in this, let's call it domestic lineup between the two teams, it's quite even.
No, it absolutely is, right? And this is the one thing that makes this matchup so much more interesting. The fact that G2, throughout this entire period of Furia getting better and better, have been able to find ways to counter guys like Kikinder, guys like MongolZ on the other side. Now, one thing that we need to address as well, Jacob, is the fact that they actually haven't played against each other in the last couple of weeks, the last couple of events. Sure. And the last time they met, Furia were able to win. So if we're following the trend where they're just exchanging wins, it should mean that G2 win today. But I don't really feel like we can make that point considering how good Furia have looked in the last couple of months.
That's all we've spoken about, right, is how good Furia looks. What a surprise it was when they brought in MongolZ. So let me flip the script a little bit. What do we think of G2 so far and what we've seen here in Budapest?
I mean, it's been a small sample size, obviously. Best of ones is one thing, but they look hella good on day one. You know, they have a lot to be proud of in terms of how they conducted themselves yesterday. I also think they're going a bit under the radar. We didn't get to see them in full force at Chengdu because they had to play with Saw in the lower bracket game that could have netted them a place in the playoffs, so we kind of couldn't really figure out where their strengths were at. One of the question marks I had coming into this matchup was the fact that Son Payers have been struggling a little bit within this G2 system, and he's had a great start to the tournament. I have no doubt that Mattis, Heavy Guard, Mouz for that matter, and Hunter will find their footing and deliver what we expect from them. The only question mark I had, can Son Payers be a difference maker with the AWP? Based on the best of one so far, he can. Now the opposition tonight is going to be MongolZ, which is a different level of AWPing at the moment. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it absolutely is, right? MongolZ yesterday was absolutely electric. You're looking at the second highest rated T-side player so far in this event, and you're looking at what, attempted 33% opening kills on the T-side for an Oper with an 80% success rate versus Sampayas, who usually doesn't take as much initiative. But I feel like the key thing to address right here is the fact that G2 has been one of the few teams that has been able to figure out some of those extremity pushes coming out of Yikinder and MongolZ. We know that Furia loves setting the young Oper up for opening frags, even on the T side, going in towards, for example, Dust 2, where he's going to be constantly looking in towards that B-bomb side from tunnels, Yikinder being sent out long, and G2 is one of the few teams that has been able to figure out a way to stop that. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit more difficult today, considering how good of a form MongolZ is in right now.
So you mentioned his good form. I got to speak to a grumpy old man, Kassad, and he said that he was worried about MongolZ and the prestige that is a major. He said, oh, you know, as a rookie, it gets to you. It doesn't matter if you played on those big stages. When you arrive here, it's a completely different beast. I don't think it looked like MongolZ had a problem with that yesterday.
I get the point, you know, and I get why he would say that, because that's normally what a rookie would feel. That's normally what we'd expect from a star player coming in for the first time at a major. We saw it a little bit in Austin, which was the first one for MongolZ. Some would argue he dropped the ball in the playoff, but I think it was still new to him, so he had to learn from that. I'll be honest, what I saw yesterday in the best of ones, that was some world-class opping. What I saw back in Hong Kong, what I saw in Chengdu, that's a MongolZ that seems unfazed by any sort of pressure. So I don't think that's going to be an issue, and it's not going to be an issue in a group stage game for going 3-0. Maybe when we come to the playoff in a major grand final, that's when we open that conversation again. But for now, I got no issues.
Yeah, and it feels like he had that opportunity already to get accustomed to what the stage feels like in Austin as well, right? Because he did make the playoffs. They did bomb out in the quarterfinals against Spain, but I feel like now we're seeing him being a little bit more comfortable when it comes down to playing in front of a live audience, which, to begin with, he was handling pretty well.
Okay, so here's a question for you. What does G2 need to do if they want to shut down Furia?
Well, there's many things they need to do. Obviously, I think keeping MongolZ on track or in contention is a good way to do it, especially when your son Payas. He's an Oper not known to be too aggressive, more within the system. So he needs to punish MongolZ whenever he's coming at him, so to speak. I also do believe that the strength of G2 is that there's no weak link within the lineup. You have Hunter being the in-game leader, so when you look towards the CT side of things, there's not like this weak point that Furia potentially can exploit. I see Mouz stepping up. I see Heavyguard as arguably one of the best in his position in the world. He's severely underrated by a lot of people out there. I think he's world-class. So I feel like G2 don't have a weakness when it comes to the CT side, so if they can maintain that level and make sure that all 5 players are delivering, that's one way to eliminate MongolZ.
And this is where they usually do well against Furia as well on the CT sides, right? Because they're very proactive. G2 is one of those teams that it kind of feels like all 5 players are just sharing the same brain. There's going to be an aggressive peak, and the moment that a kill happens, they're just going to create a little bit of a gap. They're going to switch positions quickly and just mess up with the understanding that Furia is building on what's going on throughout the round. So I agree with you. This is a team driven by a lot of firepower, primarily by the rifle. Some passes more of a supportive element, let's say, and they definitely have the firepower to go toe-to-toe with Furia if they're able to isolate MongolZ.
The video's obviously on your screens. We know by now Furia has a very deep map pool. We've seen enough best of 5s to confirm that. What do you think about this?
There's no punish pick for G2 on this one. Going into Inferno makes sense. G2 have looked good on the map. It's a map they've had in the map pool for quite some time, a map they have a lot of testing on, so to speak, and also a map that exemplifies what I spoke about before. When you're playing the CT side of Inferno, it is mega important you don't have a player that is a liability, because it is so tough to defend a bomb site on a map like Inferno if you have a player who's not keeping up to his own, especially considering how tough it is to retake both bomb sites. So I think in that regard, that's a comfort pick for G2, but as you said, there is no punishing Furia, and Furia picking Overpass, we know them to be the best team in the world on that specific map, so no surprise here.
Yeah, I feel like the veto's pretty expected. There's been a bunch of maps that the two teams have been going into throughout those series and just changing the order, right? And all 3 on the screen are part of that, let's say, group of 5 maps that they've been playing. When it comes down to Inferno, I feel like the interesting thing is that we actually haven't seen G2 play Inferno so far at this event. So going into it, there might be a couple tweaks, there might be some new things, and this is the advantage that G2 gets because they haven't really played that many officials as Furia has in the last couple of months. So there could be something more that we haven't seen out of them in a tactical aspect.
Everyone's talking about Furia and how they could potentially win the major. Why is no one talking about G2 as a potential major winner?
Well, the problem is, and I would love to provide this point to people at home watching the major now, you may not follow Counter-Strike as close as us nerds, you know, who are living and breathing it 24/7, but G2 did win a tournament in London where they did beat Furia, where they did beat FaZe, where they beat Vitality in a best-of-5 grand final. So they have shown us that they can play Counter-Strike at a level, at a tournament-winning level. The problem is we never saw them replicate that kind of performance. They dropped off a little bit, couldn't do it at Pro League, couldn't do it in Chengdu, so expectations have been lowered a little bit. The way they play in the group stage, that was a step in the right direction. Let's imagine that G2 are going to win here, then they have to enter that conversation because they've shown us before they can win stuff.
There is a spot in the playoffs up for grabs. One team is a step closer to lifting the major trophy. Who's it going to be, Furia or G2?
Energy of the arena was very good, to be honest. We play way better on stage compared to studio games, by far 100%. So we are very happy to play always on stage.
A lot of people support me. When you see this, you like this so much. This is insane how people support. For me, this is very good, and I like this so much.
Obviously, we won some rounds we should not have, but I think that's for every team on this tournament. When I check the game from stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, all of the teams are losing anti-ecos, anti-forces, this kind of stuff. Always gonna be up and down in those special games. We were keeping like good mentality and we were not tilted or tilting each other. Our frustration level was not going up.
You need to always start strong. If you lose something in game, it's hard to come back because it's major and all teams starting every time strong. You need to think how you need to start strong and just enjoy the game.
I think it's gonna be the same when it comes to BO3. Maybe only thing that will be different, of course, is the timeline. For example, between the first and second game, we couldn't prep that much as we wanted to, for example. It was tough schedule and pretty tight. So I would say this is gonna be the only important and different thing.
I heard we play against G2. They know how we play and we know how they play. And every time this is hard game. Every time when we play against G2 it's a good game.
Yeah, I'm not looking for 3-0 to be honest. I just want to qualify. For me, it will not matter if it's gonna be 3-0, 3-2. For me, the main point is to qualify, and for me, it doesn't matter. As long as I do my job correctly, I try to do my best, that's the most important. If we don't qualify, if it's not gonna be enough, then it doesn't meant to be.
We're ready to play against G2.
Well, tonight we have two teams that have lifted trophies in 2025, and they're here in the 2-0 game, looking to qualify into the playoffs of the major here in Budapest. Furia, the world's best team on current form. Jason, no stranger to lifting titles, and G2 trying to get back to some of the form they had earlier in the season.
Yeah, so much of the conversation throughout the year is peaking at the right moment, and if you're Furia, no moment was better than when they've achieved it. #1 team in the world ranked at the end of November, lifting trophies, heading into the major, feeling supremely confident, Furia, in this matchup, in this major overall. One of the favorites to take the whole thing, but they got to get past G2, who's been on a rise, and despite some of the struggles recently, they've looked better and better every step of the way. We're going to start out slow into the pistol. Very passive from both squads, testing the waters, seeing what they're going to be up against. Sun Pius peeking up Banana. Yakinder's got a little bit of information, but not going to shy away from a fight.
Yakinder, no secret, battling illness throughout this competition. Let's see if he was able to handle the pressure inside of Banana early on. Only down into the peak. G2 continue to push forward. Yakinder falls away and has the support of Fallen, who is juggling nades, getting ready for G2 coming this way.
Yeah, holding on to utility for the moment, though, not panicking just yet and dropping it out. That's the bomb as well for G2 at the top of Banana. Neither team making a move just yet, just past the 1 minute mark. Yakinder waiting for any piece of information, any sound cue. Any piece of utility flying over the wall before he dumps the smoke. It comes out just now. Good timing on it. Fallen with the flash to activate him. And G2's, oh, surely they'll be stalled out behind this smoke.
Throwing utility in, and now they're going to go. Right past Yakinder. MongolZ's got first blood. Yakinder on the follow-up, and Furia off to the races as Fallen cleaning up inside of the B site. Furia pick up the first round of play.
And look at him go crazy. Loving that out of Fallen. What an incredible year he's had as he's tried to find another bright spot in a long and storied career. His humble nature and stepping down from the off to activate MongolZ, and he's become such an important piece on the rifle. Such an impressive timeline in his career. And Furia get the pistol to start this out. Now, in the opening halves of their matches they've played so far, in the BO1s yesterday, they've gone 23-11 in rounds. First halves have been so dominant that Furia's been able to just walk to map victories. And G2's gonna be a little bit more of a test. I don't think they'll let it get that bad.
Well, they've got the pistol around Team Furia. They're also going to find the second. Already magic from G2. Minimal investment. So Deagle coming out here. You know, both players have had impressive rookies. Obviously, MongolZ, the rookie of the year, but
yeah, hands down. I can't imagine anyone taking it away from him. It's not even really a conversation or an argument.
Matto's second half of the year comes into this G2 roster, and shows us what he's made of. I think really impressive results from him and adaptations into the Tier 1 scene. It's been very smooth for him.
I mean, the conversation when he joined the team was, I think, a surprise from the outside that Mattis was selected. Hunter had some good words to say about him, saying he had sharp aim, but a lot of the reasoning was given that it just felt like role-wise he fit exactly what Furia needed. But then you get to this major and he's their top performer so far. So, I mean, he's going above and beyond Mattis for this G2 lineup.
Yekindar going to be waiting at bottom banana here. They come around the corner. Yekindar mowing them down. A triple kill with no issue. As Yekindar's out of bullets, fallen. Tried to protect him, but eventually Yekindar going down. I think they'll take the one casualty here and make sure this stays clean.
Doesn't matter how ill you might be feeling. Those are easy kills to rack up. Don't have to work too hard with the MP9 and unarmored Glocks.
And in that sense, you do want Yekindar to be back to feeling great going into the playoffs. So if you qualify through 3-0 today for Furia, you get a number of days off leading into the playoffs to get Yekindar to recover and rest up, and Furia can be in their best form going into those playoffs.
I mean, and also you got to give some credit over to the team for Furia because they're buying them some time to start feeling better and healing up. They've got MongolZ is the #2 player of the event in this stage. Serato #4, Fallen #9. 3 players in the top 10 individual performers in stage 3 of the major. So plenty of time being offered for Yekindar to start feeling better before the playoffs begin. 2-0 in the guns. The AKs come out for G2. MongolZ's gonna lead the way up banana through all the fire and smoke and nades. Not taking too much damage for it, but no control yet established. And all the forces of G2 coming into banana. Hunter, a player who's switched into the IGL role this year, commanding the troops.
Yekindar waits at the car. They come over the top. There's the first fight. Spotted the second. Fallen's got that covered. And this Yekindar Fallen combo are proving very difficult for G2 to get through.
Yeah, just a nasty timing on that smoke. As soon as G2 wants to make the play, it pops down, and mentally they're already committed to it. Going through to their death. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and still the B bomb site is well defended.
Yeah, even further defenses now arriving on that rotation. Yuri's come back towards CT. MongolZ is pushed all the way through. He's going to be flanking eventually through T-spawn. So G2 completely cut off here and stuck inside a banana. This is looking incredibly strong for Furia in the final 45 seconds. We've got Fallen on the fountain. Yuri ready to pounce on his contact, and Fallen is taken out. Good clearance here from Mattis. This is going to allow them to move forward, but here comes Yuri flying through the CT smoke. Serato's got him covered, and Furia keep on going. 3-0, flawless start.
Lovely trap setup with 3 players there, and G2 never realized that MongolZ had pushed all the way down alt mid, so they knew everything that was happening. You probably felt a little bit of security when you take down Fallen stepping in, but then Yuri and Serato able to pounce through the smokes. And another hot start in the opening half for Furia, up 3-0 without breaking a sweat. This will be a test for Hunter, as I mentioned, switching as the IGL this year, but spending plenty of majors as a player. First time he'll be leading the troops.
Oh, Yekindar straight through that smoke. Furia loving how these early fights in banana have been going. Just controlling this area. G2 not getting close to a bomb plant. Fallen's going to play in front of that half wall just behind the smoke. Yekindar protects him. And smoke fades away. Great reaction from Fallen. Goes into the open, was a little bit too committed, so Heavy got able to get rid of him. And Yekindar was replenishing the ammunition. But he comes back in, he goes for a further fight, and Yekindar, he is just stepping up again inside a banana. Heavy God doing what he can, but there's just nowhere he can go with this one.
This is a great recipe for a strong win if you're Furia, right? Let them know early they can't take banana. Let them know every time they want to get into this bomb site, Yekindar and Fallen are going to make it costly for that first step. G2 would love to be able to establish some semblance of control, show that they have the ability. Good kill from Heavy God, 3 HP. Plant is really all you can ask for in this scenario.
Yeah, still uncomfortable to do so. Hoping he can catch another kill, but Serato changed up his position, went towards CT spawn, and Furia continue to build. And we talk about the strong starts and halves that Furia have had so far through the first 2 maps of play, straight into the 2-0 game. And another flawless beginning, winning the first gun round. And now 4-0 up. G2 gonna go for a timeout.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense. You know, you're buried in this hole, and obviously plan A hasn't worked, and now you're gonna have to come up with a different idea. If you can't access the B bomb site, what part of the map can you give some attention to and come back towards B a little bit later? Ice out Fallen and Yekindar, make sure they don't get on any more of a hot streak than they already are. Come back to that idea a little bit later on in the half. These 2 teams have played against each other plenty of times this year. 6 matchups going blow for blow, winning series, alternating winning series. Every win has been a 2-0 run from each team. this game to decide which one of these teams moves on to the playoffs of the major. Breaks the tie. One of them is going to get the edge in the series head-to-head, as well as qualifying into the playoffs. So a little bit of pride on the line as well.
And who knows, maybe we can get 3 maps finally in this matchup, Jason. That would be great. Smoke out towards top banana. Kindar responds with some utility. A deep nade. And all the way down to the T-stairs, catching Hunter, dropping him to 54 health.
This time they don't want to aggress up towards banana, at least not right out of the gate. MongolZ going to step in now, a little bit of utility as the smoke fades at half wall. Now they can take control of top banana. Counter nades from Furia are in. Heavy Gun and Mattis clearing out the A apartments. Great peek from MongolZ. That's what they need more of him out of. Nice kill.
Fallen moves out from the bomb site towards CT itself. Minute 5, no rotation. Thinking that G2 are likely to back away because we've seen some early heavy rotations from Furia in the early going. Fallen's just going to try and sell there's more presence there on the B bomb site than there really is, hoping G2 backtrack into an A finish where currently 3 Furia players still wait.
Yeah, puff up your chest a little bit if you're Fallen and make it feel a little bit more resistant. Question becomes now, how much does he have stockpiled behind him for the late stages of the round? 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, they know the AWP is still here. They know MongolZ is still at long. Making no secret about that. 35 seconds, though.
Furia might be taking the gamble that because they've been able to hold on to B so well, that G2's not going to come back here. What a shot from Serato now evened out.
Yeah, miss shot from MongolZ, a rare miss, and Matos opens things up. In fact, they're going to go for a B split. They're coming at Fallen, and he's going to wait inside of the ruins. He's going to try and build his team back up.
No movement from Yuri and Serato yet.
And that bomb is now arriving. Fallen hearing the steps. Can he get anything done? Matos going to clear him, jumps on in, and Fallen's gone. And no rotation whatsoever, so that's going to be the safe call. And G2 finally getting their first round on the board.
Yeah, very important opening provided by MongolZ to open up the map as well. You force MongolZ to make a play through the smoke, a missed shot from him, and then all of a sudden you've opened up the avenue. So out of the timeout, Saul is able to get G2 into their first round win of the map. And Saul's going to play a big part of this team. A very, very strong coach within the scene. This is maybe the first chance he's had with a team that feels like they're going to be willing to put together a championship caliber squad. He spent all those years building up that ENCE team, years in heroic, replenishing a roster that keeps getting bought out. Now finally in G2, he's got a chance with a solidified roster to put his name on the map and put his name next to guys like Blade, put his name next to guys like Zonic. This team can actually do that for him.
Just think about it from the G2 perspective as well, right? MongolZ and NiKo depart the team. You lose 2 of the world's best superstars.
Yes.
You've got to rebuild, and you have no beating heart. So you go and you find a coach that has proven that he can rebuild squads. We've seen success in ENCE. We've seen success in Heroic. And so just seemed like the perfect option for G2 to get back into a competitive position. And now they sit 2-0 here at stage 3 of the major.
Yeah, 2025 for G2 has been the year of them trying to step out of the shadow of the kind of star player philosophy within the roster. Having NiKo go over to Falcons, having MongolZ join him a few months later, trying to retool and find ways to replicate the production those 2 guys provided in a team environment. Doing pretty good so far. 1-4, but Yakinder's found one through the smoke. Oh, that time can't get away.
Yeah, it goes back in. A little bit uncomfortable there for Yakinder. MongolZ able to get rid of him, and once again, Fallen left. He's only got an MP9 in this round.
Yeah, and that's actually going to call Serato over much, much earlier just to go for the boost. What nades dropped off as Fallen's not going to use him up top, but he's going to be in the cheeky position to catch some over the smoke when it comes in. If it comes in, as G2 haven't made their final decision just yet. Minute and 10 seconds in a 4-on-4, but they're not going to work the map. They're going to keep this simple. Everyone lining up in banana. Everyone coming right here towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, this Fallen boost can be effective, but Serato backing off to toss out utility. Flash comes maybe a little bit too early as they had it fully around the corner, and that boost is canceled by the smoke of G2. So now Serato stepping into the open, looking into the corner to dodge a flash, but they just come right through it. Serato still stepping up, still delivering here for Furia, and he gets away. He gets to safety, and Sampaius in the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great double play. I mean, the both of them stepping through the smoke to fight at the exact same time is what sets Serato up, and now a tough clutch for Sampaius.
And MongolZ is waiting for him to come back into banana. The patience, but the missed shot again, and Sampaius hits the headshot on the AK-47, and he goes for his chosen weapon. The AWP falls into Sampaius' hands. Is it the weapon that will win him this round? Smoke is deployed towards CT. Finally, that defuse being stuck. Sampaius needs to go, and Serato will deny as he collects himself a triple kill.
Yeah, using Sampaius' own smoke against him, hiding in the edge until he senses the perfect moment to swing out. Really tough scenario for Sampaius, and yet again, Furia come out on top with the 5th round. I love this. Everyone is so razor focused. Fallen's making the sound cues. Serato's walk and play an anti-flash. Nobody knows he stepped there as well. And just a lovely performance from Serato. Him and Yuri on this team have experienced such a resurgence as MongolZ, Yikinder reinvigorated this lineup. The 2 former Brazilian stars have also equaled and matched their production.
Yeah, just much more balance here for Furia. Everyone's comfortable, thriving in their role, and Yikinder charging his way back into Banana again. Yet another opening from Yikinder, but it's a one and done just like the last round. But this time Fallen isn't alone. He's got the AWP of MongolZ, but again, MongolZ getting caught. They've kept MongolZ quiet for the start of this game.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to last the whole time, but it is a great way to start the map, but you don't have anything for it. Like, yeah, we've seen some critical missed shots from MongolZ. We've seen him taken down here in a weird situation, but Furia still have 5 rounds on the board, so if he does show up, G2 could just be in a lot of trouble.
And if that AWP falls out of the hands of MongolZ and into the hands of Fallen, you know you've got a great secondary sniper.
It also lets him keep the defenders, both defenders at the A bomb site. He'll be confident as the solo AWP at the B bomb site.
2 players left on the A site for Furia. They're quite passive here. They aren't gathering early information, but they've still got a strong setup. It's Serato and Yuri playing together. Yuri from pit, Serato on the bomb site. If they go towards the archway, Fallen has to be aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be aware of the potential of it, but he's not going to get there in time to spot it. This is going to surprise Serato inside the bomb site. Yuri's watching for a sliver gap towards Rap side, so at least have some information, but not a long time for Serato to react.
Well, Fallen got taken down actually through the speedway. Do they decide to just go
yes,
B?
They do.
They get that kill, and that opens up that B bomb site, and that is going to cost any chance here for Furia. It's a second round for G2.
Okay, now, I mean, able to find some success at the B bomb site, but both of them have been through these Raps, right? Rapping, like, not directly attacking into the B bomb site. Fallen and Yikinder have been able to manage that, but these little wraparounds when they picked off a few players across the map and opened up the avenue have been great. Great calling from Hunter in these scenarios. Bomb is planted and Furia won't budge from the A bomb site, so 2 M4s to bring forward into the next round, and G2 has no motivation to hunt. Inferno is featured in 4 of the series they've played this year. It's been won twice by both teams, so a very even map for them. But
yeah,
certainly so far at the Major, it feels like Furia showed up at a level that nobody else can match. An absolutely blistering pace on day 1 in the best of ones.
Yeah, G2 have shown some great form on Inferno at points throughout this year, especially in their win in London. That was where G2 did some of their best work. One of the maps that was picked up and looked comfortable for Hunter as a caller. You know, talk about the fact that G2's main goal has to be to try and disrupt that huge momentum that Furia have been able to build at the start of every half so far at this event. They're starting to do that now. You know, you've got 2 rounds on this T side.
Look at the level of aggression in this round from Yikinder and Furia, jumping up on top of the car with the MP9 to fight over the smoke. I feel like that was a sort of idea to set up MongolZ with that kind of a boost, but Furia now might be saying, okay, getting a little bit too aggressive, because even in some of the victories, they've lost a few players, and now the economy's been chipped to where it's very, very low. MongolZ on just a Deagle, MP9 on Fallen and Yikinder.
And that's where it comes back to my point of G2 starting to get into position now where you found 2 rounds on the T side. Not only that, but you have got Furia at breaking point economically. Win this round, you've got the break, and you can actually get close to tying this up.
Yeah, the light at the end of the tunnel is right there for G2. They've had to grind and just barely cling on and hold on to this Furia ride they've been on for the first 7 rounds, but this is the one that could finally give them the advantages they need.
And look at the way Furia have started this round, Jason. 4 players on the A bomb site. Kindar solo with an MP9.
It's because of the weaker weapons. I think, again, because of some of the dominance and the level of aggression they've shown, they believe at some point G2 is going to go away from Banana, at least to open up the round, so they want to have some players here. And with the weaker weapons, if G2 do commit to the B bomb site, you kind of just get a rinse and repeat.
Right. I want to see if Kindar is going to have enough stopping power with that utility. Playing all the way back at CT. MongolZ currently the only player for G2 even close to that B site. And Kindar just dropping the nades early. And G2 are slowly moving towards top middle. Supportive utility. A flash around the corner to peek short.
Yikinder can now stall this round out, or the B bomb set out for the rest of this round, so G2 have to come to this A bomb set. If they try and shift back, Yikinder still has 2 Molotovs to drop down, and the bomb is inching there. Looks like they want to try a split again, but they want Hunter to show that it's going to be an attack into the A bomb site. 22 seconds.
Yeah, keep these players busy. Serato spotting the archway play. It's Serato with the double. Madison Heavy got go down, but now we have to focus on Yikinder. Can he do enough to hold on for the final 10 seconds? Can he stop them from getting to the site?
He doesn't have to do anything. Let him in. Let him in. You have a 5-on-2. If they really want to come in and plant this this bomb, go for it. They don't even have time anymore. So nervous clearing out this B bomb site.
It's done.
Nothing was shown, and Furia win a cerebral round. That's surely going to make G2 feel quite embarrassed.
Yeah, Kesarado, great work just on the side of that smoke, spotting the archway, knowing that's a play that's been working for the side of G2, getting into the arch and splitting into that B bomb site. Kesarado's positioning and success on that double kill cuts open the round entirely.
More of a gap than they expected over the top of that edge of the smoke. Nicely done from Kesarado.
Well, you missed the opportunity to break the money there, and you kept all your players up if you're Furia, so you're loving that. You've got a round win, and you also have everybody alive, so that money can start to stabilize immediately.
And you upgraded to free AK-47, so it just gets a little bit freakish. Tough task for Saw to help his team out on the fly. They're getting beat in a multitude of different ways, and he'll have to find the solution.
At least they've still got a good buy here at G2, but this is the side of the smoke. Kesarado catching Madison Heavy God, sort of eclipsing one another. Yuri stopping Hunter's solo play forward, and just that split never happened.
They still haven't really done any kind of like direct hit towards the A-bomb site. They still haven't really seen them kind of take bracket control, use utility, scale into the A-bomb site, actually try and force their way in, going for a little bit of the trade game. Kesarado and Yuri have been able to chill at that A-bomb site for quite some time.
Oh, there's the jump up here from Hunter, catching Yukindar's aggression, and so close to losing Fallen as well. That could have been 2 players down for Furia immediately.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit cocky now. I think Furia's trying to be one step ahead and say, all right, they're going to come back and do a fast banana take. Let's just double spray. And boy, did they get punished for it.
Ooh, feeling like they need to rotate MongolZ over as well. He's going to toss some nades over to Fallen. MongolZ can certainly strengthen this B bomb site defense, and he's coming at the right time because here comes G2. This might be that direct hit we've been looking for.
Well, you imagine MongolZ, oh, a good nade, beefy nade. Sunpius brought down to about half HP. I mean, you imagine MongolZ is going to get smoked off, and that would leave Kesarado inside the bomb site on his own.
Supported by the utility of Fallen. But MongolZ's had some misses so far.
Well, he doesn't have the ult this time.
Just the AK instead. We'll see what he's capable of in the rifle in behind the coffins.
Once the flash come in, do they call it on a timing? Do they call it on utility?
Kesarado taking first contact, hiding in dark. Util's going to come and heat things up for Kesarado. MongolZ over the top of the coffins, opens them up and swallows mobs. Madison's burned out Kesarado. Some more pressure on MongolZ to deliver with this AK-47. His teammate in Fallen is gone, and MongolZ cleared out by Madis. That's the B-bomb site under wraps, and G2 finds success to put their 3rd round on the board.
Yeah, we didn't catch it. We might get it in the replay. I'm assuming Fallen just naded himself, but G2 happy to take the man advantage, the damage they did over in Banana, and just march into the B-bomb site. Now this T side has started stringing rounds together. Now with this break coming up and the low money that Furia is going to have to work with, well, not this next round, but they're going to start feeling a little bit, they're going to start thinking more about the map, because now G2 sort of established the B bomb site. They'll probably make the defense lean and be a little bit more respectful of their attacks towards that side of the map, and that's what can open up the A bomb site for G2. Almost feels like G2's been stubborn in this B approach, but now that they've got that success, it's going to give them the reward that they've been looking for this whole time through. And in the rounds they've been able to win in these 3 rounds, they've done a very good job of winning it convincingly with multiple players alive. 4 players alive every win that G2 has had.
Oh, there we go. That's how it happened then.
I'm assuming it hit like a sidewalk.
Yeah, just
underneath the smoke
towards it. I'm sure Fallen a little bit confused by that. Regardless, 6-3 scoreline. G2 staying tenacious on this T side.
It'd be a good time to see MongolZ's ult come into effect. We've mentioned the misses, we've mentioned the slow start here on Inferno. If he can find impact now and that ult heats up, the end of this half could be spectacular.
Mouz already up beyond that half wall. Molotov doesn't spread fully, so he's found a little bit of sanctuary as he moves through it now. Util off the back of his teammates. A speed up here from G2, but Fallen handles that pressure, handles that changeup, and G2 down to 3 players instantly in round 10.
With a FAMAS, no less, taking down 2 of the strongest riflers on the G2 side of things. Unreal, and once again, Furia have a great read of the situation. 3 players open up defending this B bomb site.
And the MongolZ now waiting it short with that sniper. We see Heavy God starting his pressure up towards A. Look at it, poke and prod his way through middle, but eventually that peak would be denied by MongolZ, and Heavy God decides about a different approach, perhaps over towards the apartments. And Furia have control of that as well.
Well, I think they want to come back towards middle. If that's the case, they want to be able to clear Boiler from the opposite side of things. But Yuri's got such a strong position. They're looking for it. They swing for it. A little jiggle.
Well,
there's Heavy God. Nicely done.
Yeah, able to activate. Coming out of the apartments now. Stats being heard. MongolZ pressure up on his face. That flashbang coming in. MongolZ. They know exactly where he is now on default. 35 seconds remaining. The rotations arrive towards Library. He's getting wrapped along. He relies upon his teammates here to help out MongolZ inside of the site, but he's gone. Heavy God gets that kill. Fallen, another kill in this round added to his collection with that FAMAS. 24 seconds as the bomb is being planted. G2 have worked themselves into a winnable round all of a sudden.
Yeah, Sunpius has done a great job stalling this out, having the information and getting away from the danger. Now an AWP in the middle of the site.
Yeah, he wants to play with that. Gets closer, gets aggressive, and Sunpius removing Yukindar. Looking to deal with Fallen, and Sunpius stepping up alongside Heavy God. And that is a hard-fought round win from G2. Fallen handed him out 2 early kills, and they had to dig deep to find the solution.
One of the revelations of this G2 lineup as it's constituted, Sunpius coming into this, it felt like in CS2, he faded away. He kind of lost his touch and he was out of sorts with the AWP. He's been working so hard to get it back, and this is him stepping back into the light for G2. Lovely performance in a 2-on-3 and securing an advantage for G2 going into the last 2 rounds.
Very much in this fight now, G2. Sunpius and Heavy God earn the break, and Furia now down to pistols. G2 should be taking 5 rounds here on the T side. They've done what we said they needed to, Jason. We see G2 put up a competitive first half against Furia, not letting them run away with it.
Well, now we get asked the question, what's Furia what are they gonna be able to do in the second half now that they actually have resistance? 12-0 in the first half of their first game of this stage, 11-1 in the first half of their second game in this stage. Now finally you have a team putting up a fight, so what's that second half gonna look like? Utility down for G2 to take Banana safely. And all 5 players again, Hunter calling the heavy play in Banana, and now Furia inside the smoke, it clears, they see nothing, and they're gonna have a very, very early push down. Nobody's looking.
No one is looking right now. Eventually, you'll see some checks just in behind, but
all timing is crazy.
How close can Furia get? Oh my God, Fallen has them all in front of him. It's one quick kill for Fallen, second on the 5-7, and then Heavy God and Mouz make sure this comes back for G2. And Yukindar sends himself into the fight. There was a world in which that happened. And so Pius, look at that, catching his breath.
Yeah, it's
nearly stunned.
Scared the hell out of him, I would imagine, and he could just see that round falling apart. So close to disaster. That's a shock, just when you're chucking out utility, just when you're ready to move forward. Fallen couldn't believe his eyes, was waiting for everyone else to get set up for the fight. Lovely response from Heavy God and Mouz to secure the scenario, and a collective sigh of relief for G2.
Keeps you on notice. Last shot of the half here, MongolZ with the AWP out again. A half where he doesn't find impact. Perhaps it is in the final round. He finally gets his shot, but it's a missed one. Madison Heavy God cut open the A bomb site, and G2 with speed heading towards the A site. Fallen, unable to do much about it. Just the single kill as Horário once again trying to keep his team in this fight. Heavy God is down. And Mouz wraps around the motor smoke, gets Yukindar to catch him, but can he drop him? Not yet, and now Yukindar's out of bullets, but Horário, a killer in the bomb site! Once again, murderous from Horário, and he's up against Mouz, 1v1,
no
Horário, that is what he does for Furia all season long! 7-5 lead. Caserado gives Furia
We
the
got lucky
edge.
round, all good. We fucked up a bit individually. A bit bad decision, but it's whatever. New half.
As Heavy God trying to keep everybody cool and collected after the Caserado moment right at the end. G2, is it going to be enough? 5 rounds as they switch to the defense. It's Sampayas caught early.
Look at that nasty little way to peek into the mid brackets. Good kill from Yuri, 5-on-4 now. Smoke towards left side. Fallen's not going to mess around. He already wants to progress into the bomb site. It's Heavy God over and Pit. The lone defender gets one, gushed, and dropped out. The strength of this retake comes from the flank. It's MongolZ coming up with Sampayas. Excuse me, Mattis.
They're making their way up middle, already through the top of it. We got Caserado winning in the apartments, but it's MongolZ. It's short. Looking to cut the lives of G2 short here. It's MongolZ swinging alone. Mattis actually got that kill in the apartments on Caserado. Now he can come back and they can double up. And MongolZ is preoccupied with a library player. Chikindar's pit position. That might just be strong enough here for this post-plant of Furia. G2 trying to thrust their way into the bomb site. It's Yuri on the double kill. Yakindar taken down, but Yuri doing what he does best. And it's a 4K in this piss round. Another progression here for Furia.
I like that. No patience to it. Fallen just finds that opening kill, realizes he's got space to work with, realize they've got real estate they can work with. Smoke left mid, hit the bomb site. Don't make things too crazy, don't make things too complicated. And that's both pistol rounds in this opening map for Furia now on Inferno. Setting themselves up very nicely. 8-5, a 3-round lead, but MP9's come in, a 4-spy out of G2. Yeah. So one more round Furia have to get past, and then they've got all the advantages in the world.
Yeah, I wanted to bring the fight to them early on. Don't want to allow Furia to have an easy start to the half here.
And look how far back they're playing in Banana. They don't even want to mess with it in case there's a nade stack, in case there's aggressive SMGs running down. Don't want to get fall prey to any kind of trickiness.
Yeah, you don't have enough to challenge with utility here if you're G2. You got 2 flashes and 1 smoke left. Really hoping that Furia come towards that A bomb site.
Well, it is important rounds like these to apply at least a little bit of pressure onto this B bomb site, right? You want to make the B defender nervous. We saw Furia do this in the first half on the CT side as well. That lone defender, get that smoke out early, cycle it out early so he can't stall you out in the late round if you have to come back to the B bomb site.
Furia are coming back to the A finish. This is exactly what G2 would want. The time continues to tick. They're going to be funneled into this. MP9 sent forward. It's Mattis to come out with 1. Goes back in again. And a second from the SMG.
Yeah, now you can want to continue marching forward if you're Furia losing 2 players, getting whittled down. Heavy God just along the wall. This time it's an AK-47. He handles Caserado.
Oh, it's working here for G2. There's 4-spy coming out on top until MongolZ and Yakindar fight Furia back into it. Limited time, the rotation arriving.
Yeah, bomb can be planted. Yakindar's going to step down. He's got the UMP. I would imagine you'd want to find an AK-47 you could upgrade to. Low HP on MongolZ as well. Post-plant positions are going to be critical. No damaging utility picked up for G2.
Mattis goes into the apartments. Important fight here. MongolZ low in HP, not confident to stick around. And then he goes back for a double dip. MongolZ realizing he might be able to get a flank on here. Yakindar has to be aware they're coming from short. MongolZ trying to get around the back. And the timing, he's just missed it. Instead, it's Yakindar. The UMP stepping up with a double, and Furia nearly fall to the 4-spy.
Yeah, tough round for G2, especially when you see that position over and by Boiler up the stairs. You're kind of worried he's going to flank behind you, go to the end of halls. That's what they expected. Another great round from Furia, recovering. Got put on the back foot at one point in it, but come out on top. All that matters in that second round of the half is survival. So G2 going to be forced to sit back yet again and wait for the bigger rifles to come out.
2 MP9s for G2, and one of them going to be gone immediately. MongolZ just running up through top banana with a MAC-10. A second kill, and then he dies to his own Molotov.
All right, nice little confidence kills for the young man, having a tough start here on Inferno. A couple easy ones to get some money in the bank, make you feel just a little bit better.
There's the other MP9 in play. It's Hunter at new box.
Look at this little challenge of just 2 players stepping forward into the edge of the smoke, not really committing too much, but still being here as a point of danger. Now Hunter forced into the open. Done from the MP9 to get a single kill. But Furia have all the control in the world.
Oh, Heavy God, look at this. Oh, just about misses out on Yakindar that, who just gets up into top banana. Heavy God thinking about that flank. We have a minute left on the clock, or just under. Let's see if Heavy God can get anything going. Yikindo's going to come back. A fair fight for the 5-7 as Yikindo's head turns. A quick upgrade, always out of bullets, and Fallen's able to turn and make sure it's a headshot.
MongolZ's laughing right now.
Yeah.
He thinks that's hilarious. Sunpius with a P250 behind the smoke. Going to be a 10th round for Furia outside of any kind of spectacular sort of magical shots with this P250.
Yes, and Furia shouldn't really give him an opportunity with that double peek coming through to secure it. And they stay comfy here in the second half. It's a 10-5 lead here for Furia, starting to get into gear to close out the map. We'll see that buy start coming through here for G2, but we have got to start seeing rounds posted almost immediately.
Now, one area that G2 can have a leg up on their defense that Furia didn't have in the first half is the AWP effect, is the AWP factor. MongolZ had that tough first half, some critical missed shots. If Sunpius can get that rolling, we know the AWP can influence the way Inferno plays on the CT side. So many positions it can open up in that it can deter you from attacking. Saw's called his third and final timeout to get G2 back as close as they can to their peak level of performance here on Inferno. Struggling and labored, we heard the words out of Heavy God. But Saw knowing this round is critical. If you can't win this first gun round, Furia is just gonna march away with the victory, and he wants to get everything rolling as soon as possible. Coming into this major, Saw mentioned this is the right moment for G2 to see another big peak similar to the one they had in London when they lifted the trophy there. He said that one came very unexpectedly, very early on, but because of the work they put in since then, because of the practice leading into the major, this time, this moment is primed to be a strong showing from G2.
Your success earlier in the season gives you a glimpse of what you're capable of. And Sunpius on the hunt in mid. Doesn't want to go too far with the angle, so posts up now at short. And we'll see Furia start to move a couple of their forces into Banana.
Again, very cautious though. Furia just want to, I guess, see what kind of style G2's going to open up with. Oh, there's the shot from MongolZ. Sunpius down already. Over eager for that impact, goes for a deep mid-round, mid-peak.
So MongolZ has given Furia the player advantage. A 5v4 to convert into a round victory to push up to 11. Oh, missed smoke from G2.
Furia love that, as if they needed any more advantages.
MongolZ can just take up that angle in the long corner. Serato clearing the half wall.
You know, I don't think Sunpius would have expected there be an AWP in the field for the T side. I don't know if he would have thought that that was going to be there with that kind of a peak, but certainly punished for it. And you can see what it does. This G2 defense has to go passive. It's such a long amount of time in the round they have to play with the disadvantage. And, I mean, all the real estate just tells Furia, we got to go wherever the hell we want.
Yeah, they're coming at the bomb site with only one player. Maul's being forced out of his position as well. And there's no other option. You've got to save.
And look at the way Furia just did that. One Molotov, Serato kind of challenging with the confidence of his individual skill and prowess, willing to take any fight that he finds. And when he gets to a certain point, chuck the Molotov, force someone into the open for him for an easy kill. And you're not risking a whole lot, right? You're just risking one player when you already have a man advantage. Very smart, very strong from Furia. Bombs planted, 11th round coming in. How many guns are G2 going to lose?
We got Yikindar holding Boiler. He's got a pick on Hunter. There's one. And the trade comes back in for Mattis.
AWP is recovered. A pretty important piece to keep in their hands, but you can see Furia, they know what's going on. They want to take all these weapons away.
Yeah, you shouldn't see MongolZ move too much further forward.
They won't hunt too harshly. A couple players very low on cash, so they're just going to sit and wait and hope that G2 extend way too far in the attempted save.
Ooh,
and yeah, he's going to get exactly what he wants.
And now Heavy God going for it. He's getting spammed down through the door, missed shot. All right, Heavy God under a lot of pressure now. This could be everything. This could be absolutely everything ripped from the hands of G2, and it is. Heavy God's gone. No mercy here from Furia.
Former coach in the crowd as well, putting this team together. Took a lot of heat over the years for the inability of Furia to lift a trophy. To get a trophy for Serato, who's building into one of the best riflers in the world. Well, he can be proud now. This team, with the confidence they've built over the last few months, just seems unreal. All the risks taken have panned out. And Furia coming to the major as favorites.
Yeah, and there were so many risks taken as well. Fallen. Could he do it on the rifle? Could he continue to in-game lead at this level? Yikindar had obviously dropped off the face of the earth in terms of his form. It wasn't a great time in Liquid, bringing him into the squad, hoping that he can somehow get back to some form. And then the biggest risk of all, picking up a rookie sniper and switching from speaking Portuguese for this player, and it's all paid off for Furia. And there's no slowing down as Horário goes past the arches. It's another frag in favor here of Furia as they look to put 12 on the board. Grab at map point here on Inferno. No one has been able to touch Furia yet in this competition. And it looks like G2 will just be added to the pile. Up next, Overpass, Furia's map pick.
It's been a map played in this series, or in this head-to-heads, the 6 head-to-heads across this year. It's been played twice, but Furia's won both of them, so feeling very comfortable on that. And after a win like this, going in supremely confident yet again. And G2 have had no answers. I mean, they really, the first half clawing into their game, just staying alive, just clinging on barely, but never able to find a solution that lets them settle down and feel like they're actually truly fighting back.
The second half not delivering for G2. Missing out on that first gun round, but also losing every player in the save costs you your potency in the next round. And it's really come back to bite Furia, losing, rather G2 losing all of those weapons. And Furia now at map point on Inferno, map point on G2's map selection.
Yeah, they're just marching toward victory, aren't they? Horário has 17 kills and 5 deaths. He's been an incredible piece. Yakinder up at 16, Fallen at 16 as well. Those 3 players have been driving Furia towards this victory. They've got 7 rounds to close it out.
So Pius going down mid for that early peek. Unable to find success, backs away, doesn't want to lose his life to the challenge of MongolZ again. Furia make their way up banana. Horário clearing out the sandbags with utility. He's got all the space he wants.
It's been so much more chill for Furia to take banana on their T side than for G2. Really, G2 hasn't worked up the motivation to go challenge down banana and fight it. So Furia feels so confident, just kind of march up and take some liberties with the room they're given.
Now Mouz mounting a little resistance at least, pushing them further and further back with utility, gradually forcing Furia back to the steps, which they started the round.
They love the prospect of having Mouz trapped over towards sandbags and picking him off, keeping him isolated, but that defensive smoke gave Mouz plenty of reposition options. He's chosen the most aggressive of them all. Flash, peek, nothing there for him.
So Pius running all the way back into the site. Furia doing a great job at pushing G2 further and further back.
Actually, this smoke is so perfect, though. Furia's going to have to come through it at some point.
Yeah, Mouz is already playing in front of the car, just in behind it. Here's Horário up first. First victim, but traded immediately by Yuri. And now it is Mattis at the back of the site. He is the only G2 player left. This could be the last round of Inferno as Furia come charging forward. They have not cleared him, and they line up. Mattis gets them right back into it. G2 not dead yet, thanks to Mattis. 10 seconds left. Yakinder scoops that bomb up, going for the plant. Hunter not finding the position to deny just yet, but eventually he's got it. Yakinder's gone in no time for Furia. G2's keep on going, and it is Mattis who steps up.
That's a very rare mistake from Furia in this game thus far. They didn't think anyone was going to be home at the back of the bomb site. Nice sneaky play from Mattis to just chill and take a double kill, stop that plant, set Hunter up for the winning frag on Yakinder. But you won't get many more of those mistakes out of Furia. Most of this game has been very, very clean from them. 12-6.
Yeah, you still got a lot of money for a really good buy here for Furia as well, so the pressure's not off for G2 whatsoever. It's got to be flawless just to get this one into overtime. So Pius once again searching for the opening down middle. He's actually going to allow Hunter to push down with the rifle.
Oh, I don't think, well, Furia is certainly not ready for it at the moment. Fallen going to come back. Yeah, it is the bomb, but Fallen well aware. Hunter goes down. IGL action. And another 5-on-4 for Furia. And now you don't have to worry about banana if you're the T side. Screw it, come right back to the A bomb site.
Oh, Supplies retreating, going for a shot, gets blasted through the wall. It's Yakinder and Fallen opening things up here for Furia. Heavy God, Mattis and Mouz remain. Mattis towards default once again, a great double kill to keep G2 going as he moves into the bomb site. It's MongolZ striking onto the kill feed. Mattis trying to strike them out, and he's doing a great job over the last couple of rounds here. He goes forward. MongolZ retreats.
Waiting
There's still a lot of time left here for Furia.
Yeah, waiting for Quesarado to get into position. 48 seconds. This is a long time to not peek into Quesarado's spot. He's waiting for it. Heavy God stand tucked down. Mattis looking up. They're so low on HP. The health might actually prevent them from stepping into Quesarado's crosshair. It's now MongolZ op coming up.
Not too far off, landing that one on Heavy God. He keeps his head tucked away, letting that time drain. Will Furia finish right now? MongolZ right through the pit, and Mattis looks the wrong way. Patience from Furia, and first blood drawn. Inferno falls in their favor, and now Furia one map away from playoffs in Budapest.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. So competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is competitive. Top of the throne of the sea. Are you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph.
Mouz starting to activate now, getting a little bit uncomfortable with the lack of control G2 has, so he goes for the fight. A frustrating start to the game here for Mouz, but his first kill finally coming in.
Yeah, it's a spicy kill as well. Really quick snap over to the dome of Yuri. And Fallen is just waiting this whole time. Rest of Furia is going to come back and join up. That is just a flashbang, so no smoke to deny the choke points. One's coming in from the other side of the map. That's for the monster tunnel.
Yeah.
Fallen and MongolZ will still have open avenues into the B bomb site. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it comes at a good time. Heavy God moves in front of it. They've got to come through this for Furia. Utility at the ready, but it's not going to affect Heavy God unless it goes through the tunnel. But currently, Kesarada going to throw it over the top, but Yekindar just walks in dry, and Hunter has to sweep them back up. Yekindar and Fallen both gone, as Kesarada with 14 seconds left. Furia do not have a lot of space and a lot of time. 8 seconds on the clock. Kesarada, essential kill. He's got to go.
Is there time?
It's their time. He's got to start right now.
He does. He's got it.
And MongolZ helps him. Milliseconds in it. And now Sampaius, a clutch required in heaven.
Oh, the patience in that kind of a play. G2 thought surely the round was won. Kesarada comes in at the last second.
Yeah, suddenly Sampaius has to go for a clutch he didn't think would be required. And Furia are long gone. Kesarada and MongolZ play it to perfection, utilizing every second available to them, and utility goes into the bomb site. Sampaius has none of his own, and a lack of kit means no time. And Furia continue to build on this T-side showing of Overpass. It will be 6 rounds in a row.
Rounds like this from G2 are why they've got to be getting so frustrated, why we hear things from Heavy God of making some individual mistakes. He's got to be so pissed that he's watching the monster smoke from behind it, and they just step through, not even blind, not even broken open and naded. They just step through and kill him. And he's got to be so frustrated that for whatever reason, it's not easy any longer. Everything going right for Furia. And another timeout called from G2 on this CT side that is yet to get going, and Furia starting to bury them in a hole.
And they've had their timeouts, they've had their chances here, G2. Just haven't figured anything out yet. Second one coming through now. Desperately trying to get into the series. But Furia showing their class in Overpass. We heard the Des talking about it. We heard Pimp saying that he could believe in G2 coming back into it if they were proficient on Overpass, but their numbers aren't looking good, and Furia are the best in the world.
MongolZ lighting things up. Huge 1v2 clutch earlier in the half to get Furia really started. And they have not slowed down whatsoever. G2, they need a stop, an emphatic stop, something that changes the nature of this game.
They start with some aggression down into short water. Sampaius is up, looking deep into the connector, but he's held back by a flash, and then another one, just as that one fades away. Yuri not giving the opportunity to Sampaius, and look at this from Furia. They don't want anything to do with B this time.
I like this piece of short control, though, between Sampaius and Mattis, because it's going to prevent Furia from having the option of falling back to the B bomb site with some pace, with quickness to it.
Yeah, close front bathrooms. Mouz traded out to one, but gets a lot of info on the peak. We'll see what G2 do with that information. Hunter trying to block the smoke. He's going to call his teammate Heavy God to come and help him.
Uh-oh. Couple pieces of missed utility.
Yeah.
But it is making G2 nervous. Sampaius dropping the utility because he was going to rotate, but his teammates call it off with no more noise. Furia have a decision to make because now they don't have control. They have no information towards the B bomb site. They don't know if there is that push for control of short. And more utility coming in, streaming towards the A bomb site. CT spawn choke point blocked off.
Yeah, look at Heavy God forced into the open by the fire. Combined damage gets rid of him. And now Hunter steps forward, side of the smoke, sidelines. Kesarada goes for a second. Yuri denies. Sampaius' turn, misses the first shot, goes to the sidearm. And he just keeps going. Sampaius eventually death by 1,000 paper cuts, and then Yuri sends the grenade on in. There's just no mercy right now. Furia continue to bear down upon them.
That's some Hollywood shit out of Yuri. Going down and he knows it, so just drop the nade. A kill from the grave. And 7-0 now for G2. They even had the right read. They even kind of knew that was initially a fake. They got 3 players here, but man, the utility usage, the details out of Furia right now are so sharp.
Yeah, just relentless. It's after the second timeout as well for G2, not finding any answers. They've got themselves into a couple of rounds in this game, but a clutch from MongolZ early on, a couple of really close moments. But G2 not catching a break, not yet.
I'll tell you what, Fallen is so locked in. Being up 7-0, dominating the first map, there's like no real sign of Furia descending into laughing a little bit too much, overconfident, you know, getting out of their game a little bit because they just feel like they're so dominant. Furia is locked in each and every play, each and every decision.
Looking to secure playoffs in the most dominant fashion. Sampias slightly towards long. He's got MongolZ first. MongolZ finally finding some success here for G2 as they go 2 players up. Sampias not able to find a follow-up, but he's still alive. He's still kicking. And on that second peek out, he finds success. And Yuri trying his best. He's got one on the rifle, but Sampias silences him. A 3rd kill in this round, putting Fallen in the 1v4. He's had many big clutches for Furia in the second half of the year. Well, this one is going to be so difficult to piece together.
But this is the first time we've seen G2 really able to harass and take out players away from the bomb sites, right? This is the first time Furia's really had any issue traversing, you know, up banana, up bathrooms, and getting to the A bomb site. Otherwise, they've had all that real estate. G2's given them a lot of respect, and it might be time at this point, even if it's just out of desperation, to say, you cannot have this space for free. Even if we die here, we're at least going to fight for it, because that's the best looking round G2 have put out yet.
And it's the one where Sampias is able to get some multi-kill production.
I think you could even see Furia get pretty excited, right? When Sampias gets that opening kill, they're like, oh, the op is out towards long? Perfect. We know the A-bomb site's probably clear.
They can move up, and MongolZ capitalizes on that movement forward. We've got MongolZ, bomb on his back, looking for the opener to try and catch a jumping player. Hunter was definitely jumping, but just beyond the gaze of MongolZ. Yuri to move through connector. No one from G2 challenging here.
Out towards long we go for Furia. They saw aggression in bathrooms from MongolZ in the previous round. Yakinder's going to start taking position out towards the long tree. Fallen and MongolZ over at Fountain. Yuri's going to join up with them coming up the stairs. Serato tasked with keeping control of the B bomb site, keeping information out towards Monster.
Oh, MongolZ getting wall banged. Low HP, 31, he'll back away. MongolZ moves into position. Blocked by the smoke.
Yeah, but now you've denied information. You forced the defense back. They're not going to have the cleanest calls on whether Furia is continuing to move forward or falling back to the B bomb site. Leg spotted. MongolZ gets baited into the peak. Yeah. Another good kill from Sampias, and he's going to add on top.
Yeah, Sampias starting to come into his own. Lighting up here for G2. And perhaps Sampias will give G2 a little bit of hope in this first half. Belief that they can come back into this and secure 5 rounds. Serato.
It's got to be a save. There's only 15 seconds on the clock. Even if you get the bomb, you have no ability. Yeah, you have no ability to actually move forward into the site. So a second round for G2. This time, all 5 players surviving need to go on quite a run to close out this half or any shot in the second half when they switch sides.
Well, Sampias is giving you some life,
which is great. It's exactly what you needed.
Heavy God did his best in the early going with that 4K on the 5-7. MongolZ took that opportunity away from them, but has fallen to the sniper of G2 to start delivering, and these are some great shots from Sampias.
Yeah, back-to-back phenomenal rounds. Sampias has been the heavy impact and the one most responsible for the 2 rounds G2 has posted thus far. A few more remaining in the half. I feel like G2 need all of them. And if you're G2 right now, in the back of your mind, you're wondering if it's not going to be a play towards the B bomb site with the way you've shut them down in bathrooms and towards A by Sampias' op.
That's his. If he decides to go forward, MongolZ is waiting for him. Not only MongolZ, but Yakinder also over towards Playground. So this could get a little bit messy if Mattis is to move forward. He's got the aggression from MongolZ getting caught. Yakinder carves him up. MongolZ ready to punish Mattis, trying to go for that trade. And now caught out of position. G2, they crumble. Sampias of no impact this time. And G2 dead at the start of round 10.
That's a 4-man stack for a piece of aggression towards Fountain. And none of the 3 players that went down for G2 fired a shot. Not a single one of them. MongolZ didn't hear anything based off timing, thought things were clear, killed for free.
Well, that dream of 5 rounds, it ends quickly.
Yeah.
Furia keep 5 up as they move forward into the A bomb site. to secure the plant and round 8 on the T side. 8 rounds to play with and signs that they're going to get more. This is the Furia we wanted to see coming into the major. So much promise with the amount of events they were racking up and the form they were getting into coming into the major here in Budapest. We wanted to make sure that they come into the event and they show that form, and they have been the most dominant squad. They've been so impressive to see throughout the first 2 days of play. And this is with 2 players struggling with illness, Jason. You know, if you get them at 3-0, you get a couple of players who are feeling under the weather, some time to rest. They could be even stronger going into the playoffs.
Yeah, might even just power up, which is a crazy thought. I'm with you, though, with all the teams that have come into these stages as favorites, and we've seen disappointing early exits, disappointing just performances, looking out of sorts. Individually not looking sharp. Furia has come in as a breath of fresh air, and they've just been at peak Furia this whole time.
And it's great that they have won titles on the way to the major as well, because they've given their rookies some experience in what it feels like to play in front of crowds, win trophies. And also just the players in Furia not used to winning. You know, that's been the biggest story around this squad over the years, is the fact that so much brilliance, so much skill for Caserato, yet not walking to the front of the stage, not picking those trophies up. And now they've got that experience heading into the most important event of the year.
Yeah, it's all coming into place for Furia right now. 6-round lead here on Overpass. G2, they've been humbled. No more aggressive stance. Unpious with the op. The retreating op battle, but the flick doesn't land, and you don't even get the chance to step away.
Yeah, so that impact from Untitled not going to be felt in an important round here, even with the aggression. So Furia feel comfortable moving forward up through long. Advantage siding with Furia again. Who is going to respond from G2, if anyone?
I think that's what's made this T-side so effective as well for Furia. Is like so many of these times where they've taken, you know, front bathrooms and fountains and coming down those stairs, they've been able to catch MongolZ off a couple times. They've been able to catch, you know, Untitled, as we just see here. They've been able to find some opening kills and prevent that G2 defense from backing off and getting a new position and a new setup. They've just been able to take a 5-on-4 with 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, well, another missed smoke here from Furia that was designed to go ahead towards the A-bomb. Well, lands on top of the flower bed. Limited time, 35 seconds. Caserato continues to build forward here for Furia. 5v3 now as we come down to the final 30 seconds of play. Hunter speeding up, trying to get there in time. He can't do much about this as Furia walk out into the site. Caserato at the party looking to spoil it here for G2. It's Mattis down first and Heavy going to respond.
Yeah, but you got to save the AK-47. There's nothing you can do to get back into this. Hunter, I mean, he was even shifting over, but playing behind the smokes, no point.
Just completely outclassed here on Overpass. It's going to be 9 rounds for Furia on the T side. Very likely looking at 10, just with the way Furia are playing. And G2 will not even have enough rounds posted in this first half to survive a pistol round loss.
Still, Overpass eludes G2 as a map that they can be competitive on, at least against Furia. Now, in this series too, G2 came into it out of their boot camp. Saul had words to say there of bringing in a lot of new ideas, refreshing a few things. So even though you're getting battered down in a loss like this, and that's going to feel horrible, if you're Saul, you got to take a look when this series is over and say, okay, this worked, this didn't. And you're going to have to make a judgment call on what plays you want to go back to, what you feel just kind of didn't pan out because Furia is just so damn good. But at least a lot of information that they can look at in terms of how they were undone throughout this entire map.
Reminder, it is a 2-0 game. G2 do well to get themselves to this position. Miss smoke towards Monster, goes a little bit too far. But a reality check for G2 of their level coming into this game. Caserato waiting down in the water. There's some aggression now from G2, who's starting to move forward. He hears the steps, he hears the jumps of that information gatherer, and then Caserato turns his gaze towards Mattis, catches him, and gets out of dodge before those bullets and spam start coming through. Caserato is going to be finished off by Hunter, knowing there's only a few positions Caserato could have gotten off to.
Look how far back Furia is on the other side of the map, though. The hitters are going to come for quite some time. They've got a lot of ground to cover. hustling over into position, but G2 with no information, don't know yet what's coming in this direction.
Yeah, MongolZ is waiting to punish it. He knows he's there. You can see the barrel just a little bit as well. The smoke comes down to defend Mouz. Utility going in. MongolZ trying to force him into the open, but Mouz is still able to hold this corner.
How does that change things?
Now you see Furia don't want to stay committed to long. They're going to go back into the bathrooms instead. 28 seconds, such limited time here for Furia. This is where G2 could secure an extra round.
And Horário was already cleared out over in short at the B bomb site. They're going to have to come towards A. They don't trust the fallback to the other bomb site.
Yeah, Hunter's blinded just as he peeks. He still comes away with a kill on falling. Good work from Hunter. Needs another one though. And Hunter stepping up. Great work to close out an extra round here for G2. So much work to be done in this second half. It is looking like Furia are destined for playoffs here at the Major in Budapest. We'll see if they can do it after the break. Furia started 2025 as a forgotten team, bottom of the pile, always being eliminated from events with no expectations. But to round out 2025, they have become the leading contenders for the title. They become world champions. They find a rookie in MongolZ. They revitalize Yakindar, and the orb has been given over to the youngster from Fallen. And now they are looking to qualify into the playoffs here in Budapest. 9-3 up on Overpass. It is looking like there is no way they will drop this.
Not at all. Such a strong lead, and you're switching over to what feels like the stronger half for another rush towards the B bombs. Another G2 pump the brakes, going to take it slow, a little calculated, hitting a delayed timing, but plenty of defenders here for Furia.
Yuri waiting at the barrels here. They come straight in towards him. Blinded. Yuri's been so good in the pistol rounds today. It's MongolZ. He's never silent, he's always loud, but this time he goes down first. There's some pies and mobs coming right through, and Yuri still finding some success. Gets into the smoke, shrouded in the cover. Yuri, oh, another one again in the chaos. It is Yuri thriving. And the Brazilian brawls in B, and the bomb is gone. Sunpias is out of that. He's lost all of his teammates, and now he has to clutch.
Oh, the comeback, Sunpias. Oh, they spotted him, Yuri.
Spotted him.
Yuri's just winning this round single-handedly.
Dude, Yuri is just a god in pistol rounds today. Looking to take every single pistol. This would be the death sentence for G2 to lose the pistol round here. Sunpias heads his way back up to the A site. He'll have a chance to plant and go for the clutch.
Okay, gaining space on the plant as well. Yuri's just going to swing.
Yeah, moves off to the bank. Hoping this is his chance, trying to separate the fight. They come in together, moving forward. Sunpias gets into cover. They can apply pressure. They're just going to stick it. They're just going to hold it.
They force him out of position. Why not?
Oh, they canceled now. And no one's on it. Sampaius isn't peeking it any longer, so once again, getting back to that defuse. Sampaius has got to know they're going to hold it this time. Halfway gone, Yakindar sticking it all the way. Sampaius not going, and he's running out of time until the final second. Sampaius secures the clutch.
That is awesome from Sampaius. Way to call the bluff on the first tap, not giving away his position, and Yuri frantically trying to find which choke point he was going to attack at long defuse as well with no kit.
Right down to the wire. That you see how close it is, but this is fantastic work from Yuri because this pistol looked over. G2 found so much success in that B bomb site, but Yuri just thriving in the chaos, finding cover in the smoke, and it falls to Sampaius, the Spaniard, securing the pistol.
Yeah, he's delivered a little bit of hope into the G2 side of things. It's not much, but you're going to latch on to whatever you can right now when you're down 4-9. 13 kills for Sampaius, the only player on G2 in double digits.
Mattis, look how speedy this is. Out B, Fallen and Yakindar, the first victims, they topple, and G2 into the B site.
Even Queserano can't handle the swing from the MAC-10. It's Yuri's turn, and this time he too goes down. So a second round investment entirely for Furia. It is wiped off the map very, very quickly by G2. They'll be up to 5.
This is the only way G2 can get back into this game, is if they somehow just start this second half of the momentum they're building right now and just ride that wave. Is the only way that G2 can stay in this series.
Well, there's potential for it, and let's see what they've got. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, because this is the first time in this series they've been able to start a half on top, stringing rounds together. Now you got to go into that first gun round with the economic advantage, with a little bit more control under your belt. MongolZ just going to save the scout. Next round will be no investment for Furia. Everyone's just going to have the USPs, so the scout is the most powerful weapon they'll have in their back pocket. But G2 closing the gap.
Well, smile still on the face of Hunter. Oh, this is a 2-0 game in the group stages. Well, the second day of play here in stage 3.
Might hear some clapping in the background. That's the crowd giving out some love over to Paravision, just eliminated by 3D Max. And stepping away from their interview.
And what a run that was. Jamin Dastan showing they can do it again. MongolZ coming away from the party, backing all the way into the bathrooms with the scout in hand. It's Heavy God moving out Monster this time. Stack of players in terms of the 3 here, and then Yuri out towards Graffiti.
I imagine they're just going to smoke off between Toxic Barrels and the pillar, and then flash through it and see if they can get these pistols activated and surprise the attack from G2. But that smoke is going to put a lot of players on notice for G2. They're wondering what the hell is up.
Yeah, so they just stay composed, not throwing too many bodies at this problem just yet. Let Furia make their move, and they make it right into Heavy God. There's the jump, there's the leap. And Hunter and Sampaius make sure that G2 have faith in this round victory. They've got a 4v3 off the back of those fights.
Could have been a cool idea if G2 was way more committed, but they did a really smart job of spacing in terms of one player being committed, everyone else in relative safety able to cover each other very, very well. And negates the aggressive stance and the aggressive call from Furia. So MongolZ with that scout. You've got Hunter is susceptible to a scout death, but Sampaius has got HP. MongolZ and Mattis have plenty of HP. So G2 should be able to walk out of this round just fine.
Yeah, let's see if Yuri can grab one on the USP. The answer to that is no. Hunter makes quick work of him, and we're looking at 9-6. So buy available to Furia if they want it in the next round.
I'll tell you what, too. I mean, for us, G2's just been beaten down for 3 halves of Counter-Strike. Now they've won the pistol. If they win this first gun round, their belief in the ability to come back and overtake Furia on this map is going to be right there. I mean, it's going to skyrocket. This game could get much harder for Furia, so first gun round, all important to see if G2 can continue this hot start on Overpass T side.
And MongolZ fleeing the scene, but not allowed to get away. G2 closing the gap, but they know the hard rounds are still to come. You haven't seen the buy yet from Furia here on the CT side. You will not see the AWP come out for MongolZ yet. But they've won the rounds in front of them. And the scoreline already looks prettier. But the pressure is certainly on Hunter as a new in-game leader. to try and call his way back into this game.
Yeah, but you know, it seemed throughout this year that Hunter took to this role as an IGL like a fish to water, stepped into it very mature in the esports scene, and he seems very calm and poised at the moment.
You do actually have that MongolZ off coming out. They managed to save enough money for it and decide to throw it in. So you've got it coming out straight away here. They know how important and pivotal it can be, so throwing it into play immediately, even if it costs them utility, MongolZ can make up for it.
Look at the confidence as well from Furia to keep 4 players at this B bomb site. You see this kind of a start, a 4-1 opening frequently, but having 4 players stay here for the entirety of the round, very convinced of what's coming, and nothing has deterred them yet. MongolZ starting to shift back with the op to get the deep angles at the other bomb site.
Should be enough rifle presence down on B for the time being.
Another smoke for Serato as well, but they're going to run out of utility. They won't be able to stall out Monster entirely.
Good flash, but Fallen still comes in and wins the fight. Serato as well, swiping away Mouz. The continued push from Mattis is exactly what they needed, and he can't make it happen onto 3, so that's Yuri to respond. Furia is still in this fight. In fact, they've got the player advantage, and Yuri cast away by Sampaius. Once again, Sampaius with impact here for G2.
Hunter doesn't need to commit.
The bomb plant is being put down here by Sampaius. MongolZ has made the rotation, but he now has to clutch. He had a 1v2 in this lower bomb site already.
I wonder if he just saves the op. He's got no kit, and Hunter hasn't given him any kind of a look.
Oh, but he's had a year of just learning nothing but confidence, so he steps into the clutch, and Sampaius will punish, and he'll take that op off the ground.
All right, got a little bit shaky. The protocols of Furia broke down. 2 players at Monster handled that part of the push, but nobody turned to address short. Yuri out of position to stop that swing. Lovely double kill to open up the B bomb site. And MongolZ's op never got involved in the action. As soon as he shifted away, the hit came in, and everyone's dead by the time he gets there.
Yeah, Mattis with some huge work coming in from short that.
And I mean,
like it should have been more successful in that initial monster push, because Fallen gets blinded. Serato would be put in an awkward position where he's having to fight multiple players on his own. Fallen somehow gets a kill. Serato gets his own. That should have been comfortable for Furia.
Yeah, it felt like it was right there.
See that happen again. There's Fallen. A little bit awkward and still got away with it.
That was a lovely shot from Sampaius. In some of these late round scenarios, Sampaius has been excellent. Really the player for G2 the most, keeping them involved in this match, in this map. Hunter climbing up the scoreboard as well, and obviously calling a very good first gun round for G2.
And Sampaius coming to this G2 roster as a package deal with Saw. The primary target was the coach in Saw, but it came as a parrot from Heroic.
Just the cherry on top.
Yep, and it's really working out for G2.
It's really working out for Sampaius. His stock was plummeting coming into CS2 at the early stages of it. He's found a new lease on life here in this G2 roster. A calm opening from both sides. Again, 4 players starting at the B bomb site. G2 very far back, just now starting to move up to take control of the front of bathrooms, and Fury's gonna try and shift some of these weapons around. M4 on Yakinder, MP9 on Yuri.
Rounds like this can still be deadly if that clock gets low. You don't want to be caught in chaos at the end of the round if you're G2 up against some of these weaker guns. 45 seconds remaining on that clock. We'll keep eyes on how G2 decide to finish, because if they go towards the A site, well, we've got plenty of players waiting for them.
Well, the question is, what is Serato's utility for? He's one of the 4 players here. He's got smoke, nade, flash. There's the smoke drop as they feel the set piece coming in. They want to funnel G2 players around it.
And you want to set up Yakinder. You want him to find success. 25 seconds, stays committed, hasn't peaked yet. Playing with the dice, and he's gone. Yakinder taken down by Sampaius. It's a double from Yuri, but once again, it is silencing from Sampaius, and we have Fallen with nothing to do. G2 closing this gap rapidly. It is now 1 round the difference. They have come back in this second half.
Yeah, this is a really nice opening. 5 rounds in a row for G2 to kick off their T-side campaign. And all of a sudden, Furia starts sweating for the first time in stage 3. The most difficulty they've had with any opponent yet. And this was a very dangerous round. Yuri's double kill felt like it was really gonna seal this. And I mean, this is what makes Furia so dangerous. Ideas in every scenario, in every situation. They've talked through them all. They're prepared through them all.
The shot from MongolZ, taking away some bias. That's been the danger man here for G2. Well, they won't have him to kick off this round.
And MongolZ is starting to get aggressive over towards Fountain as well. He's the last remaining player there. Mattis over towards short. 3 players for G2 lined up outside this B bomb site, but the final play isn't going to come anytime soon. At the moment, they want Mattis to find an equalizing kill, giving him some time and freedom to have his own kind of peak in his own fight.
Fallen, flashed into the peak at short, gaining some control here for Furia. Detecting that no one from G2 is in this area. It's going to allow for a quicker rotation towards connector. And a quick response towards that A bomb site. And the luxury that Furia know they can work with is leaving MongolZ on the A side alone.
And leaving your Kinder here at the stairs. If G2 don't clear him out of position, he's going to end things in the late round. He's going to be a real problem for them.
You don't have a Molotov to send down his way. The closest one is in the bathrooms, and Hunters continue to move forward. MongolZ, oh, the timing just comes off it at long. 30 seconds. Goes back to, but Mouz has already found himself into the corner. And MongolZ goes back, cracks on a Hunter. Sees his second target, and MongolZ, this is what he does. He locks down this A bomb site. 3 so far. Yuri prevents the ace opportunity, but MongolZ, he still stands, and he'll go for the close. But Heavy God denies. 10 seconds on this clock. Heavy God with a bomb in his possession, but he's being flanked, and he's got 2 targets to deal with towards Bank and Stairs. It just isn't going to happen. Kesarado back to winning ways here for Furia.
Yeah, and MongolZ just is so impressive with the op. Taking the strength out of that hit right away from G2 with those 2 opening kills. Those are the players meant to find some trade, some space for the follow-up players, but G2 can't get anything done.
Yeah, you just see all season MongolZ being so comfortable in this part of the map, and you heard Pimp on the desk talking about how he believes Furia are the strongest team in the world on overpass. MongolZ obviously a massive part of that. His AWPing prowess towards the A bomb site. We've got him searching for the opening kill again. Same position, not given the opportunity. G2 getting across. Here's the opportunity now, and Mouz, protected by the cover of the flames, gets away with 1. Mattis trades out his fallen teammate, and we've got G2 moving towards the bathrooms.
There's a lovely opening kill from Mouz. Absolutely needed that. He's been quiet through these 2 maps. Haven't seen that signature play from old Mario. 2-round lead for Furia, but they're a man down here in round 19. Staying calm and collected, and actually overstacking towards the B bomb site. So relinquishing at A for the moment, assuming that G2 is going to try and finish this round here at B.
Yeah, if G2 go towards that A bomb site, very likely to see that saved from Furia, right? They don't have a huge amount of cash left over, or you feel like they would go for it, but they're coming back anyway. They're going to the right side that Furia want. They want G2 to finish here.
But this time, if you're Furia, you really can't set anything up. You can't have any kind of clever plans with the smokes, with the flashbang. It's just going to be take the brunt of this attack and see who comes out on top.
The Brazilians to hold on to B. Fallen here's the steps. He'll take first contact. Fallen passes the first test. Jumps around the corner, but the nade has landed upon him. So the fangs of Furia wait alone, sharpened with 25 seconds left to bear down upon G2. It is Kesarado with a bite on the rifle. Yuri on the follow-up, and Vicious again as Heavy God is required to clutch against Kesarado. Time is limited again for Heavy God, and Kesarado has found utility. He must hide as Heavy God on the hunt, but Kesarado survives. Ferocious again. And the Brazilians hold on to B.
But that round's all won by decision making. The 3-man stack at the B bomb site, well-researched, read where G2 was going to finish, and just incredible positioning. Catching G2 completely off guard. You know what? That kill on Fallen with the nade might have sold that bomb site as a tantalizing opportunity for G2. You might think in that scenario he's the only one there. You got the kill. You can come progress in this, and 2 more defenders there is such a shock.
Yeah, I mean, that's just great composure as well in that 1v1 for Kesarado. You know he could come at you from any different position, trying to kill you with the time. That Molotov is dropped, the pressure's put on. There's no way he can plant. He has to come for the kill. And Kesarado, so used to being the predator, not going to get hunted down by Heavy God. Another step towards playoffs for Furia. A gamble to stack the B-bomb site may just galvanize them enough to close out overpass. Well, a tech issue, unfortunately, here.
I think MongolZ might have run out of battery on the mouse.
Uh-oh.
Held it up like this bad boy ain't working. So yeah, we'll have an extended tech pause. As MongolZ gets things figured out up on the stage. Stray away from the details of the game while the headphones are off. But looks of deep concentration on the G2 side of things, as even during this break, their mind is still racing, still working of what they can change, what they can do, what needs to be done to overcome Furia and capitalize on the good start. I mean, overall, this has been a really, really good half. It's just, again, being buried in that hole from the first half is so painful.
Yeah.
It's so hard to claw yourself out of that hole.
And then those clutch situations, the fact you have the advantages, you're coming in to a three-man setup on the B-bomb site. Those are the rounds that are going to be so devastating for G2. You look back at this if you go on to lose it, and those rounds will be the nightmare.
Well, and the strength of Fury in all these close rounds, winning these clutches, being dangerous in every late round, being in the right place at the right time, all this just continues to chip away at the mentality of G2. It chips away at the morale that they're carrying with them, that this can be done, and all of a sudden, 2 rounds in a row, MongolZ dominating you. Next one, they're a step ahead, and they've got 3 players stacked at the bomb site you want to hit. That's such a tough thing to get over at times, and especially for Hunter. While I said he's been doing a great job, and he seems tailor-made for the position as an IGL, still relatively new in this role, and still going to be tough for him at times to have to continuously work and find solutions. Not only for himself, but for the team, for his teammates.
Well, getting some time to sit in his own thoughts here with this tech issue. Doesn't feel like anything is going to stop this celebration.
Brazilian fans aren't taking a tech pause.
It's been a long time since Brazil have been in a position to get excited about a potential major champion. And the closest run recently would have been out in Rio at the end of 2022. When Furia were making that miraculous run through the playoffs, defeating NaVi. That's the closest they have come. And for this man on your screen, Fallen, as you mentioned, Jason, many, many years since he's been competitive at the World Championships.
10 years since he started his campaigns in the major, back with Keyd Stars, and 9 years since he won his 2 majors in 2016 with Luminosity and SK. 6 years since he's had a team relevant to talk about in the major competition, especially when you start thinking of the playoffs. No team has been able to make it and qualify through all the stages.
And for Kesarado, everyone was talking about how he needed to leave Furia throughout certain stages of his career. He's got too much potential, too much skill, one of the best riflers in the world. Had to go to a bigger team, had to go to a team that could win him some trophies. And he stuck to his guns. He stayed loyal to Furia. They brought the talent to him.
Yeah, the dedication he's had is finally being rewarded. He's got to be living the dream right now. Taking so long to get here. Similar successes eluding on the side of G2 as this roster is in its campaign, still trying to build up and realize the potential of players like Heavy God, players like MongolZ, young players that we see so much talent in, but still need time to develop.
As you mentioned earlier, let's take a look at over some of the results that we've had. Paravision losing out to 3D-Max and lost in a 2-1 fashion. 3D-Max will stay alive in the competition. Maybe G2 looking like the team that are going to drop down to that 2-1 record. See some of the teams also in there. You got Mouz, the MongolZ, Vitality, Falcons, NaVi. Very difficult opponents that can give G2 a real challenge. So might end up being 2-2, to be honest, Jason.
Yeah, there's some very dangerous teams when you start descending down there. And stage 3 is so unforgiving. You even got a couple dangerous ones that can come out of the 1-2 camp as well eventually later on and maybe meet up in the 2-2 game. So the route to the playoffs is going to get more and more difficult.
It was always a tough opponent for G2 coming into this match, but this back and forth that they've had, the two rosters going at it, trading series wins, 2-0s the whole way, the whole time. But that curse, or that trend rather, looks to be broken today as Furia are going to be taking another series victory. Unless G2 can somehow pull off an overpass win.
Yeah, they're getting down into crunch time and a desperation time as well. Admin still working with MongolZ.
Working out, yeah.
Gonna figure that out shortly.
I guess we can talk about the two contenders for the title, Jason. Furia, obviously the leading contender just on form. But Vitality, obviously, team of the year, and you can never count them out, and their bounce back looks to be strong.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got Vitality, yeah, you're exactly right. This is the event that's going to get them hyped up. This is the event where you feel like some of those struggles to return to first season form are going to all fall into place, and they'll come into this one razor sharp. Yeah. Spirit with the way they've looked.
With donk, the way he looks.
Yeah, with donk individually, the way he looks.
And obviously, Falcon's always a dark horse alongside Mouz in this competition. But we return to the action, Budapest. Here we go. Let's see if Furia can qualify into the playoffs or if G2 will pull the comeback to force map 3. G2 return to this T side, everybody with the weapon that they desire.
They've scraped together what they can. What they're missing most is utility and flashbangs. Yeah. Don't have a whole lot of utility to scale up on MongolZ's op. So he could have a field day in a round where flashbangs are going to be worth their weight in gold if you're G2.
They got all the rifles, but no AWP for Sunpius. We talked about his impact. We've seen it over the last couple of rounds here for G2. Big reason as to why they are still competitive on the map. Slowly moving their way forward. Mouz past the stone at long. Front bathroom smoked off. G2 with a progression forward. They're going to be eventually reaching Yukindor and MongolZ.
Yeah, I mean, they just cleared out long, so they want to move over. Good flashbang. Oh, that's awkward. Yukindor's got to tuck down.
Oh, in fact, he doesn't tuck away. He goes into the attack. And in fact, realizes there's way too many targets around there for Yukindor to feel comfortable, so he'll take the opportunity to flee.
Seems a little disorganized, seems a little panicked out of Yukindor and MongolZ, but they haven't been punished quite yet.
No, I think they've been given the moment to reset, to breathe. Mouz's push it long has not worked out. It's been caught by Yuri. So 3 players known towards the A bomb site here for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great, I mean, Mouz tries to take advantage. They see the op and they see Yukindor over in bathroom, so he tries to gain ground out towards long.
30 seconds left on the clock. Limited time here for G2. They're going to be funneled into the A finish here.
1 smoke, 3 flashbangs. No mollies to force anyone into the open. This is going to be a very tough hit, and it's going to come down to brute force.
MongolZ again, ready to shoot them down, but he can't get that first. He goes back out again. MongolZ doesn't miss twice. He eventually is taken by Mattis, so cleared out from the bomb site. Plank coming in with just enough time to feel comfortable for G2. And a retake required here from Furia.
Yeah, this could actually be a really rough loss for Furia. They don't have a lot of money. They've got no kits as well. This retake is going to have to be quicker than they'd like, but it's Sunpius again.
Another really important piece of impact from Sunpius. He's going to turn around as well to check out Caserado in this flank.
We're saving.
Yeah, Fallen's a long way off already, and Caserado going out to the long side. So the money problems you mentioned, Furia don't want to lose everything, so they go into the save call. And a great round recovered here for G2. Time was ticking. MongolZ could have ruined it, but ends up only getting the 1 kill there.
Unlike Inferno, G2's been able to find an answer to every single punch they've taken. Good double kill from Caserado. Yeah, both teams having financial issues down the stretch.
And we'll see if that comes back to bite G2 here. At least the most important weapon was saved over, which is Sunpius picking the AWP up off the ground.
11-9, we aren't done yet. What does Furia want to do? They've got timeouts to play with if they want to call something. 2 saved M4s, not a lot of cash otherwise, but they're going to force up the buy. MongolZ caught off guard by the play through the Molotov by G2. And well done by Mattis, just tapping away, never letting MongolZ re-peek. G2 within just a couple rounds.
Missed utility there for Furia. That's going to allow the AWP to stand comfortably. The pass will peek towards middle. You can dart aggression straight down through connector and out towards short water.
Yeah, good amount of information found by the Yukindor. Furia really love using his aggressive tendencies as a tool they can work with. He's going to give them a lot of information of what's going on the map and where they can align themselves. Caserado and Fallen and Yukindor now defending the B bomb site. It's Yuri and MongolZ over at A, and MongolZ to take the point man position with an M4. This round, it's G2 with the utility advantage. No defensive smokes or Molotovs for Fury to put in place. So G2 executes are going to be particularly strong, and Fury is going to try and play in front of them.
Well, strong hold here for Yuri and MongolZ. In fact, they're going to move forward. little bit of a fumble here, and not so clean, but MongolZ eventually hunting down the trade on Mouz.
Yeah, actually, I think they messed up the flashbang, blinded MongolZ at first, but here they come. Kinder behind dice boxes. He's the sole defender. MongolZ now coming back from long to join up with him. Bit of a 1-2 punch, and now a triangle defense at the A-bomb site.
Yeah, just defensive smoke thrown out to the left side. Kinder not so clean with it, but Fallen protects him. Fallen going back at it again. He may have the little gun, but it's the big impact. We've got some pies and Heavy Card all of a sudden left alone here for G2 as Furia about to go up to series point.
Not if Sunpius has anything to say about it.
And another important kill picked up from the Spaniard, but eventually caught by Fallen. And Caserado puts them in the position of qualification, of progression into the playoffs. It doesn't look like Furia will be stopped today.
And this is where Furia min-maxing every detail of this game, going for every single advantage that you possibly can, comes back to reward them. The save call in the previous round that allows Caserado to get the double kill wrecks the economy, and this round win catapults Furia into an overwhelmingly strong position. 3 chances to close out the round, and not a single rifle in play for G2.
Oh, this is the best opportunity to do it. Furia looking to fire forward into playoffs. Kinder starts at party and will back away.
G2 has really gotten away from the B-bomb site in the later stages of this half. They started having some success at A, but they really haven't wanted to mess, even in any kind of small, minor, superficial sense, any kind of presence towards the B-bomb site. Kinder and MongolZ again on the defense. Quietly scaling as G2 and knowing it's up against a very, very low buy with pistols. Furia taking a passive defense, don't want to give over any weapons.
MongolZ not connecting. Not on the first attempt anyway. It's in behind the truck, goes out for the peek. MongolZ held back behind the truck itself. He's taken out by Mouz, moving forward. Kinder stepping up in MongolZ's stead.
Just has to survive at long, Kinder.
Yeah, well, he's overwhelmed here and he gets 1 extra kill. And that 1 kill keeps the numbers even. G2 have fought themselves into a position to at least get that bomb planted. Will it be Furia to close out here?
They're not considering the smoke bait at all.
And Hunter has pushed forward into Bank, but the response is there from Fallen. Caserado and Fallen to put Furia into the playoffs.
There's no smoke for the bomb, so Sunpius with this op can wreak havoc.
Yeah, it does feel like that lack of smoke is going to cost them in this round. Sunpius has put himself in a great position. Been a missed shot and a great response. Caserado taking down Fallen to follow. And with the weaker guns, G2 stay alive.
Oh man, that is a hard-fought round. Really well done, and just a couple details. Hiding inside the smoke, Yuri not considering the fade whatsoever, just chipping away at the Furia members that were left alive. And they've got to be a little bit sad because that's the best chance Fury's going to have to close this out. The money issues swing in the opposite direction. Furia's not completely deficient of money, but you got to save something for the final round.
Yeah, that really has opened up that conversation about overtime now. Timeout coming out for Furia. Both coaches getting to have their say, and that injection of cash, that injection of energy here for G2 as they once again had the ult for Sunpius, the rifles out, an AK even for Mouz and Heavy Card. The 2 riflers, you want them, those upgraded weapons, and let's see how this comes through.
Yeah, but you can't say enough about Sunpius in this game. He bought time with his performance and his impact for the rest of G2 to come alive on this map. And they've started joining him, started getting more production across the board from G2. Round 23.
This should come down to everything. Got 1 rifle for Caserado.
Yeah, but again, you know Fury is going to have a plan with it. We've seen in every situation, no matter what they're by, they had an idea. They had something to do, some way to be proactive.
Yeah, and this one is to boost Caserado up. A little look down into the connector door. Door stays intact. Blocking monster to kick things off.
There's the door open.
Caserado peeks, sees that no one is in the doorway. Mattis is already long gone all the way up towards the top of Con.
Yeah, they control the middle of the map, as again, with these pistols, it's going to be very passive defense. This is where, I mean, Fury is just trying to shave off 1 player, right? Turn this into a 5-on-4. You've got some smokes and some flashbangs to create those opportunities if they present themselves. They're still looking for some kind of a play. Fallen coming over and almost even offering a triple boost, but they've called it away for now. Still a chance if Hunter wants to get too frisky, but Serato on the timing is just like, well, if no one's here yet, it's unlikely anyone's coming. Utility towards the B bomb site to make it feel like a hit towards this side. I think Heavy God's going to commit. Let's see how many players from Furia get lured into this.
Oh, Mouz, he's down first. First kill here for Furia.
It opens up a flank as well now on this play towards the A bomb site. And Serato's got a rifle as well.
That's the rifle that's been in their hands this whole round. 10 seconds. That's the problem here for G2. They're limited on time. Surely not like this. Surely not like this, G2, as they crumble. And it is like this. Furia with the playoffs around the corner. They secure it. Over a decade on from his first major appearance, Fallen has shed the sniper and now leads a young, ferocious Furia into the playoffs here at the Budapest Major. Furia are front-runners to become champions of the world.
And I mean, you got Rookie of the Year and MongolZ, an incredible offer, one of the best in the world. The pride of Brazil and Serato carrying on the legacy from coldzera. These guys have been so strong at this event, in the Major, in the lead-up, and they are showing that they are here to take the title, here to take the trophy. And no one's standing in their way yet.
3-0 through stage 3. Fantastic work from Furia. That's what they wanted coming into this. And this is also with a couple of players that have picked up illness. You know, they're not feeling so good coming into this competition. And now they've got a few extra days to let those players recover and rest and get into final form to round out 2025.
From the perspective of G2 as well, very important we saw them fight back on overpass, show some grit, show some determination. The fact they're able to make that a battle is very impressive, and they've got to be proud even in a loss.
Dominance from Furia from start to finish here at stage 3 at the Major, and an impressive one. Did get a little bit close, but Stiko, you know what you got to ask on this one.
You are winning this game on the back of the timeout which you called, and you were very vocal during it. Can you share a little bit of secret behind it? Because you had to save them for, did you tell Serato to do that boost on short and eventually it turned around on its head?
Yeah, we're still kind of deciding if we would full buy or not, and Fallen actually came up with a very good plan. I knew we needed the pause to kind of organize our ideas, and Fallen came up with a good plan of playing off the stacks and playing with numbers and playing with smokes. And Marek got Yekinder got a lot of info on A, and then we could rotate, and Serato did a good job of being early on A. So he played behind site, and the guys didn't expect. So yeah, I think everyone came up with a little bit of an idea in this round, and I'm glad I called the tactical pause because it was important for us to organize things.
It was very much worth it. Speaking about Marek and the listeners that we had a chance to listen during the game, it seemed like whenever there was a chaotic clutch or anything happening like out of ordinary, you were still keeping composure and being really vocal about comms and keeping it clean. Is this something that Yekinder is very important about, and he's keeping calling it? Is he something that he brought into the Furia?
Yeah, he helps a lot with this, because even though he's an aggressive player, he's very calm as a person and as a player, and his comms are very clean and very he gives us directions when sometimes we are kind of lost. So we knew before the game that situations are going to be so important. And also BO1s, one of the things we worked on for this event was playing situations tight and trying to organize things, because we knew BO1s can come down to like some swing rounds that maybe change everything. And we actually carried this from the BO1s to BO3 now, and we knew we just wanted to be calm and composed during those situations.
Now I want to ask a little bit around this overpass, because we saw you start to struggle a bit more on the second half. What was going on inside the server? What were the problems you were having at that point, and how worried were you?
I don't even know how we made this difficult, honestly. I even called a very good pistol against what they did, a 4B, and I'll be honest with you, we were just whiffing. In my opinion, we were just whiffing, because we were in position, we were with the good reads, pistol round. I called a 4B, and then they went B, and then we just had to kill. But other than that, I started to get a little worried because every time we play these guys overpass, we find a way to go to overtime. And today I'm thinking to myself, not again, this can't be the script. This can't be the script on overpass. And City side, of course, it's the strongest side on the map, but you know how economy can get when you lose pistol, and then they started getting more and more money. But yeah, we had some solid rounds we needed, and I'm glad we won.
Now, in terms of you being happy you won, we know we've got sickness on the team. We know the team have spoke to me in interviews about feeling low on energy. How important is it for you and the whole team to just get some time off and be ready for the arena, man?
Man, it's going to be so important because these people, they need to, I don't know, to relax for 2 days straight. Don't even touch the PC. Yeah, vitamins. Yeah, they need everything they can use in order for them to feel better. Because yeah, it's been intense, and even today we have a very late game. Normally we don't do well with late games. People get so tired, and normally we lose focus. But yeah, this 3-0 is a blessing for us because we now can chill, relax, recover, and go work and come back for the playoffs.
Well, anything you want to say to the massive Brazilian audience you have here in Budapest and all the fans around the world?
These people, they know how to be crazy, huh? I mean, the crowd has been amazing here, not only for our games, but for all of the other games. We caught up, so we watched the Mouz game here and seeing how people are cheering for Torch, it's beautiful. And I'm sure it's going to be even crazier for playoffs. So thank you guys, thanks for cheering, thanks for the Brazilian guys who came, and so beautiful playing in front of you guys.
It really is. Good luck in the playoffs. Thank you very much, man.
When was the last time we saw a Brazilian team lift a major trophy? Does anyone have that stat off the top of their head? I threw you both under the bus there.
Well, I mean, it's been a while. Yeah, what, sorry?
Luminosity?
Luminosity, Columbus, I believe.
Yeah.
Back in 18, maybe. I'm not quite sure. Colsir jumping around with an AWP and having a good time.
Yeah.
I think we're nearing those, that stage of Counter-Strike right now. No doubt that, I guess what you're fishing after right here, Sam, is that Furia, yeah, they're the favorites to win the major. And yeah, they're the one favorite so far in this tournament, at least here in Stage 3, who's actually delivered from start to finish.
I was going to say, all of these fans have traveled a very long way.
Yeah.
There is an expectation here, and so far their team is delivering.
No, they absolutely are. They dropped just 23 rounds going through that entire stage, conceded double digits on just one map, and as Sid was speaking about just now in the interview, that was the one nemesis that they've had. When it comes down to overpass, it always goes OT against G2, not this time around. Furia have just been the best team in the world, and they showed it here in Stage 3.
What did G2 do, though, in the second half, though? Because, Pimp, they were able to bring it back. It started looking a little bit risky for Furia.
I mean, you got to give credit to G2 for still believing. Sun Payers winning a great clutch in the pistol round, gave them a brief of hope.
Yeah.
And then I think Sid said it pretty well. I actually agree with him. It wasn't like Furia was outplayed. It was just the fact that they started to whiff shots, they started to miss duels that they normally win. You'd see Sun Payers, every time he was offered an opportunity with the AWP, he would pound on it, he would count on it. So, if you were to take anything away from that, if you're G2, if you're Sun Payers, you're happy that he had a good game. He was fantastically well playing yesterday in the best of ones. Then the first map versus Furia, he was nowhere to be found on Inferno, and then he stepped it up on Overpass. So it's the small wins for G2. They couldn't win the game against Furia, not at their level right now, but for Sun Payers, it must feel good that, what we saw on day one was confirmed here on Overpass.
Yeah, especially for an Oper like him who, believe it or not, has never played major playoffs before, right? And a lot of the questions around Sun Payers has been, okay, can he pick himself up when he's a little bit down, when he doesn't have the best of starts? Well, that's what he did throughout this entire series. After the performance on map 1, to be able to pick up the slack on Overpass and actually push G2 so close to forcing an overtime, this is the positive that you're probably taking away if you're G2, just the mental toughness of the team.
Okay, so Furia goes through to the playoffs. Let's just talk bigger picture for the moment. Which team currently still in this competition has the capability to beat this lineup?
I'll be completely honest, there's a lot of teams who still have the capability, but there's no doubt that regardless of what matchup Furia is offered in a quarterfinal, in a semifinal, or even in a grand final, they would be the favorites. That's just the way it stands right now. They've shown us they can beat Vitality, they've shown us they can beat Falcons, not only once, not only twice, but 3 times in a row. They've beaten Mouz, Spirit as well for that matter, but all the teams I just mentioned right here have a realistic shot at taking down Furia. Whenever Furia beat them, it's close games, it's competitive matchups. We saw versus Falcons a couple of weeks ago in a best-of-5 grand final in Hong Kong. I know Furia won 3-1, but 2 of the maps were double overtime. Falcons even won a map versus Furia. So as much as people out there want to say that, yeah, Furia are the massive favorites, they're the heavy favorites, no one can beat them, trust me, Furia themselves are well aware that if they slip up just for one brief moment, just like we saw against G2 right here, there's 4 or 5 teams ready to pound on that, being Mouz, Spirit, Falcons, and Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if you see some of those individuals step up, right? In a potential matchup against Spirit, if you see donk having a great game, then you're looking at MongolZ on the other side for Falcons, ZywOo for Vitality. There's a couple of people that could ruin the fun here for Furia in Budapest, but I feel like the way to put it best would be Furia is the only team that could beat Furia right now. If Furia play the perfect Counter-Strike that we know they can, if MongolZ is showing up, if Keserato and Yuri are doing what they're doing best, if Fallen keeps on being such a solid actor and NiKo is taking so much space, I don't think there's a lot of teams that could take them down on their A game on their best day.
We're halfway through the stage 3, right? And we've seen quite a bit. I'm curious, because this is something that I felt coming into this. I just want to see how you're feeling. Is this the closest major we've got in terms of raw firepower and skill sitting in the, when we see what we're looking at right now and what these teams have delivered in the last 2 days?
I think you could make that case, yeah. I think what we've seen so far is the individual plays from the players obviously has taken a massive step up. We spoke about it in stage 1, maybe slightly underwhelming, slightly disappointing, you know, the level of Counter-Strike. Stage 2 got better. We go into stage 3, we see donk on the first day doing donk stuff. He's finishing this stage with a 173 rating on average, despite having a couple of close games today versus Mouz. It is absurd. So when you speak individual level and when you speak level of Counter-Strike we're being offered right now, it is up there, you know. Is it the best ever? Who knows? I'll let the people judge, but it's definitely up there.
No, it definitely is, yeah.
Let's take a look now at those matchups. We're looking at this right now. You'll get to see the winners on the A stream. Vitality, NaVi. Damn, that's Falcons, Mouz. I'm gonna just keep going. They're all just terrifying matchups, right? But how exciting for the rest of us. We're gonna eat well tomorrow.
No, absolutely, yeah. And I feel like it's a little bit just towards G2 as well that they get to play against the wounded Mongols. I feel like they're probably getting the best draw out of everybody else, right? If you're NaVi, you get to play against Vitality, and we're yet to see Wonderful, I guess, show the same form that he did in stage 2, so that's gonna be a bit of a challenge, and Vitality themselves are still redeeming themselves after the lackluster start in round 1. Mouz Falcons is just a straight up banger. For me, that's the game of the day tomorrow, and then you're looking at the elimination games as well. I mean, you've got 3D Max taking on FaZe in a 1-2 matchup. That's going to be very interesting too.
It's going to be very interesting, you know, and I think those 1-2 games are in particular interesting because I feel like every single one of those teams, regardless of who win, whether Bait beats Pain, whether Imperial beats Passion UA, or 3D Max FaZe, or vice versa, they will go into the 2-2 game and face a high-quality opposition. Doesn't matter whether that's NaVi, Vitality, Mouz, Falcons, G2, the Mongols, they will be the underdogs. So by the looks of it right now, obviously we don't know, and there's still, you know, upset potential. There's still certain games that go in one direction where you expected another, but this could be, if not the most stacked playoff ever, then one of them. I see a world where we have Vitality making it, we have NaVi making it, we have Mouz, Falcons, G2, and Mongols, regardless of the outcome tomorrow. So talk about a stacked lineup, talk about a stacked playoff, we're heading towards it. That's the dream. That's what we want. Let's be frank, that is what we want. Those are the best teams. It's teams that for the last 6 months have won trophies. We've got all these different teams coming in with trophies. We've never really, I mean, I can't remember the last time where we had all the top teams in playoffs without one single underdog coming in. That would be pretty damn amazing.
No, it definitely would, right? This is the one thing that everyone's wishing for every single time we're going into a major, and I feel like you both alluded to the point that even in Austin, it was a lot more of a clean cut that Vitality was the #1 favorite, and even though Furia is the #1 favorite right now, as Jacob, you pointed out, there's a bunch of teams that you can imagine taking him down, and there's a bunch of teams that have been able to lift trophies this season, so the dream of everyone is going to be just to see a bracket with Falcons, Mouz, Spirit, Furia, all of these teams just battling it out for the trophy in the playoffs. That is the thing that we're all dreaming of. I'll say like this, when donk is playing the way he's playing right now, backed up by Shiro, we kind of forget how good Spirit can be. I know Spirit's lead up into the major has been disappointing. Sway coming into the lineup, Tenier coming in, they haven't really figured it out, but at the end of the day, it almost doesn't matter. If donk is posting a 1.8 rating on average, then Furia will struggle against Team Spirit. Everyone will struggle against Team Spirit. And we also can't forget the fact that they went 3-0 both of them, so they'll be in the different side of the bracket now. So if you want to see that matchup between Furia and Spirit, well, it has to be in the grand final. And a best
a best of 5 grand final between what arguably is the best team in Furia and donk right now being undisputed the best player in the world. That would be cool. And here I am saying that, it doesn't really matter. Regardless of what's going to happen, the 8 teams making the playoff are some of the best in the world, and that's what I want to see.
I want to see that as well. You want to see it, I'm sure. And guess what? You get to see a little taster of what to expect, because we're going to see those top teams facing off against one another. We do have the schedule getting ready for us, so we can take a look at what you get to see tomorrow. Of course, 3 best of 3s here on the A stream, and the other side on the B stream, you'll say goodbye to some teams. It's all coming up, but from all of us, we're going to go celebrate with the Brazilian fans. Now, Furia and Spirit are through. Who will join them? Come back tomorrow and find out.
Who's the best opera of all time?
Simple. Simple, yeah, simple. Yeah.
Simple.
ZywOo. Simple. Simple.
Best opera when it comes to CSGO, CS and previous version, I think I will still put simple.
Simple. Best opera of all time. Yeah, it's ZywOo by now.
Simple.
I think it's ZywOo.
Everyone say simple, and I cannot disagree with it, but I prefer the Vice.
Shiro. Simple.
ZywOo. Simple, yeah.
I think ZywOo is like good of like he's the goat of overall, but he doesn't play up as much as I would call him the goat. But simple as well. I would say ZywOo.
ZywOo. ZywOo. I think simple or as simple.
Simple.
Simple. And device.
ZywOo.
9-10. Best opera for time for me is simple. Simple really made it look magical so many moments, and also he was able to win so many titles and win so many individual awards as well. And it was just different to watch the guy play. So yeah, for me, simple.
Best opera of all time? Simple.
Will be MongolZ.
ZywOo for me.
Apex.
Apex.
I think I have two. I mean, either Apex or Kerrigan. So I will pick these two. Yeah.
Okay.
All time. Glaive.
Kerrigan.
All time, in my opinion, Glaive.
I think by now it's Apex.
Kerrigan.
Kerrigan.
In a way, I want Kerrigan is up there for the longevity. Glaive is up there because he won a lot. But it was basically like, what, 4 years? A few years? So, yeah, I think... and Fallen coming back as well after so many years. Maybe some people put me up there as well. I don't know. I will still go for Kerrigan.
Glaive.
In terms of achievements, I can say I can say it's Glaive. But in terms of consistency, I can it's kind of hard to say because it's between Apex and Kerrigan. For me it's hard to say, to be honest.
Kerrigan, I would say.
Best IGL of all time? No, I think maybe it's between Kerrigan and Apex. I think Apex has won so many trophies this year, so maybe it's Apex.
But for me it's Fallen, but maybe for all people, maybe now it's Apex, but for me Fallen.
Apex. In my honest opinion, it's at the moment it's Apex.
Okay, I will just say Zeus because he play all versions, yes.
Kerrigan.
Fallen.
Kerrigan. Apex.
Apex or Kerrigan, maybe.
IGL. Blitz. For me, it's personally between Kerrigan and Glaive. You can take Glaive because of all the majors he won, but you can also take Kerrigan because he was able to do a lot with so many different lineups and in different games as well. Yeah, and maybe if I get some more wins, I can be up to discussion.
I will give 3 names. For me, it was Glaive before, and then it was Kerrigan, let's say, up until last year. But I think now Apex is catching up. I mean, not all full time, but Apex is catching up very fast.
Fallen.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage, the pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major is what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals, titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends. But maybe not like this. Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, Now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing. Too small. That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
StarLadder Budapest Major, where your Counter-Strike dreams are both born and die, and only one team can lift that trophy. We're not there yet, though. Heading into that third stage, Chad Sponge-Burchell joining myself.
I was going to say we even have a graveyard. I wasn't doing like the
We do have that corner, though.
Doing like, hey!
Dreams are dying.
Yeah.
Hey.
It wasn't meant to be cheery. It was meant to be, yeah, you can actually lose, and then we watch your sadness.
Yeah, and it happens real quick, right? Like the way these the first couple of days function of every stage, you're probably growing accustomed to it. Now I know I am. But before we do get into it, I wanted to say a thank you to our sponsors, Blacklight, XPlay, and Monster for sponsoring this tournament, making all of these lights, cameras, and action happen. But yeah, let's dive into just how quickly things can run away, right? Like, what is it, stage 2, stage 3, and it's just like, oh, teams are being eliminated.
Yeah, the last two teams, or last two matches that we have on this stream today will be elimination games, right? So there are some heavy hitters that will be going home early. I want to say fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which side of the fence you stand upon, none of the stage 3 teams are up for elimination today. You can see the standings right here on your screen. Furia, Mouz, Spirit, and G2 going flawless on day number 1 in the best of ones. Falcons and Vitality will be covering both of those games here on the B stream to start the day, both with hiccups in their opening games. Falcons losing to Bait on Ancient, and Vitality losing to FaZe on Nuke. But they course corrected, right? They didn't start 0-2 down. So as far as the day is concerned, you get acclimatized with the environment and you go from there. The other 1-1 teams, the MongolZ, NaVi, Bait, FaZe, Pain, and Imperial. And as mentioned, we will have those elimination games a little bit later. We'll get the best of ones out of the way first, and there'll be no more best of ones.
That's it.
And then maybe the next major won't have any best of ones at all.
That is how we celebrate. No more best of ones after this. Yeah, that's right.
That was our soundboard. We brought it from Malta for everybody, so just to bring you some of those vibes. Here is the Swiss bracket on screen. If you haven't been familiar with it, then you haven't been watching stage 1 or stage 2. But essentially, win 3 and you're through, lose 3 and you're out. And you can see how this all shakes up. So you get put in different buckets based on the amount of wins or losses you have attested to your name. And here are those matches I talked about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we can see on the right side of the screen what this broadcast will be bringing you, and over on the alternative, you'll be having those on the left. You've got FaZe, MongolZ, Pain, NaVi, Mouz, Spirit at 5 o'clock.
What's your game of the day?
Ooh, across all of them?
Across all of them.
You know, I think I'm actually really excited for Passion UA Liquid.
Really?
Coming up as our third one, just because there's so much, I love a bit of juice. I love a bit of tea.
Okay.
Whatever other liquids that talk about drama.
All right.
I think that's both of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, just so Liege against his old boys, winner stays on.
North American cannibalization.
North American cannibalization. Yeah, they're going to kind of be eating each other in like a not so hot way.
No, I think that for me, it would be... it's either between the Mouse Spirit game. Obviously, there was the Cologne final.
That's easy. Name value, you win.
Yeah, but what about Furia versus G2? Because every time they've played this season, I think they played like 6 times. Every time they've played, right, the other teams won, right? So it's like G2 win, Furia.
Okay, so
then
who won the last one?
Furia. That was back in Chengdu.
G2 win?
So then, if it continues, which would be crazy, I don't think I've ever seen that. But
We've got some stats for you now. I want to talk about these because they are brought to you by our sponsor, Scope GG, top enemy flashes. And I will say that James, despite all of his fantastic flash work, has had a really rough day in the office yesterday.
Yeah, tough one.
What's going on, man? It was a bit of a Paravision sim.
Well, they could have beaten Mouse, couldn't they?
Yeah.
That was an overtime game there on Inferno. On Overpass the start of the day. Excuse me, Inferno. That's what's in the background. Just to note on this graphic, if you're grayed out, it means you're eliminated from the tournament.
Yes.
That could be James later today. He might be getting grayed out. But 2 AWPers and 1 in-game leader in the mix. Not too surprising there. And Smoke Fragger. So I imagine this would be, it does says kills through smokes. And MPL's the highest still in the event. So we got him coming up first.
Yeah, okay, so Vitality, here's the strat. Don't throw smokes. Right?
Or stay away from them.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You could choose 2 options.
I'm just presenting.
Because they can throw their own smokes. So what do you do if they throw their own smoke?
And then he shoots you through his.
Exactly.
Genius.
It's like Glaive, reborn.
Genius.
Now a coach.
Glaive's a coach. Do we think that's going to be good? We can't really do a whole thing, but I'm interested.
I think that it's nice that Rain will be an in-game leader for the first time, and Glaive will be a coach for the first time. So it means that Glaive will be an in-game leader out of the server, and Rain will be learning.
Yes,
and they'll both be learning.
Mold each other.
Yeah, these vertical pillars of love.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So eating each other, vertical pillars of love. And moving swiftly on to Bait Vitality. That is our first game.
Playing versus
Bon
monsters.
chance, les gars. I don't know what
does that mean?
It means good luck something.
Well, that one says playing versus monsters.
Oh, like as in like the scary ones that live under your bed? Or
Vitality are pretty scary. Yeah. Obviously, this is the reigning major champions, where they find themselves in a 1-1. The conversation, depending on which side of the fence that you want to be on, you can be on the Bait side or you can be on the Vitality side, is recovery for the favorites, right? Just getting through today, then putting yourself in the 2-1, then you have a couple of best of 3s to get through the playoffs. That's where the expectation is for Vitality. This is a team that's been in 14 consecutive top 4 placements.
Yeah, and I'm curious, will is there any sort of expectation that Vitality slip any deeper? Is this just par for the course where you come in as a favorite cold? You know, we talked about static friction yesterday, how just getting that engine started, you can get caught off by those teams that started 2 weeks ago.
Happened in the last major, and that's when they were on that massive undefeated run, right? They lost to Legacy, and they got beaten much worse than they did to by FaZe. So I think that it's par for the course. Obviously, Mouz didn't slip up, and Furia didn't slip up, nor did Spirit, nor did G2. It's not going to happen to everybody. It is going to happen to some teams, and it happened to Vitality.
Sure, okay, right. So we're just going to put it in that legacy category. Just the fact it was FaZe and it was so domination, like, just how do you categorize it because of who it was? Like, does that change your perception of FaZe moving on? Not so much Vitality? Is that how I'm reading it?
No. No, it doesn't.
It's just an anomaly.
It's a best of one.
Yeah.
It's their first match, right? In terms of FaZe, we know that they've been building into the tournament, and we know when they go up against teams that are a little bit more comparable, they can become even more threatening.
Yeah.
Because first of all, the game becomes, I want to say, simplified, even though it's more complex in terms of the options that they're expecting and the type of play. It's more routine of what Karrigan is used to. But we got Bait on screen, and this is a team who, back in Austin, they went from stage 1 to stage 2. This time here in Budapest, they've made it all the way stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, continuing to turn heads. One of the notes that changed here is Alex obviously being the in-game, that he had a massive performance yesterday in one of their games to get them across the line. MPL, the star of the show. KenZazor has been impressive, finally coming into his own. And I think versus 3D Max, we get to cover that on D2. He was just an absolute monster against 3D Max in the last stage.
So taking their version of the, the static friction of Falcons, Bait managed to pick up a win on Ancient in the best of one. Up against Falcons, who have got such high expectations that ascribed to them, understandably so. This is kind of the super team. This is this, Megazord that they've assembled of big names in Counter-Strike and said, play, lift trophies now. And with Kiyosuke's addition, of course, that only gets more. What with such a, a prodigious name.
Yeah, well, for Bait, they actually beat Falcons back in Austin in the best of one in the opening game on Ancient as well.
Oh, come on.
So it is surprising that it's happened again, because this is Falcons' best map. I think they were 13 on the trot on Ancient. It is without a doubt their best map. So I think they let out more of a cheer there in that one than they did when we saw them beat 3D Max.
Yeah, you're right.
You can tell just how much that one meant to win. Obviously, change was in that Falcons roster, so you thought maybe that would be the difference maker. Kiyosuke coming in, he's a major rookie this time round. But Bait have continued to impress, right? You can just go through the laundry list of teams that they've been able to be putting away, right? The Huns, Paravision, Legacy, Liquid, Fnatic, you've got 3D Max in there, and Falcons. So there's sure some losses. They played a lot of maps. I think it's 14 for them, was probably on that graphic we had just before. But on the other side, as we're discussing with the way the majors work, when you're a top dog, when you're auto-birthed in by your VRS placement / ranking, you come in cold to stage 3, and it might bite you in the ass like it did for Vitality yesterday. I played 2 maps, both nuke.
Well, and talking about that nuke, that second nuke in particular, when you talk about coming in cold, 3D Max have kind of taken to social media this this idea that they were kind of caught out by the timings of the match start. They were like, oh, we had to get a cab, and then the shuttle was gone, and Pain were already there, and they're making, oh, not Pain, what am I saying? Was it Pain? Is that the first game? Maybe I've actually completely misread that.
They played Vitality in the second match.
Yeah, but the first match. Like, why?
I think they were regarding the second game, because you know how there's the gap between the matches?
That's what I figured. Okay, so regardless of what I just said, they were kind of saying, oh, we underperformed versus Vitality because we were kind of caught off guard, players weren't ready, blah, blah, blah. I imagine that there's some truth to that, but as someone that's played yourself, you do kind of just have to run with the punches in these kind of one best of ones. It's a bit of a grind.
I think if I'm going to take a bit more of a bird's eye stance on it, I've got an opinion that, yeah, you don't want it to be flustered. The angle that I would take of taking to social media about it,
probably
well, the same thing happened to FlyQuest when they played against 3D Max. They got slapped and they didn't post about it on social media. Now, obviously, it doesn't sound great coming out of my mouth because I'm Australian and people know that I support FlyQuest because I'm somewhat patriotic in that way. But
how dare you?
The same thing happened to them.
Okay.
They took the shuttle back after their game. They got to the hotel. The matches got drawn there in the opening round and they had to get in the shuttle and come straight back.
Oh, wow.
So
I mean, those are the kind of things that do affect results.
It affects the mental of the players too, because imagine you going back and you think, oh, I might be able to have a shower or go to the bathroom or get some deathmatch in or do something along that. Yeah, exactly. So look, I can sympathise with it, right? And I guess that it's something that nobody wants to happen. That is how it unfolded. But let's see how this one's going to unfold. We're throwing to Donna to hear about the pre-match.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm joined by MPL and Apex. They're going to face each other very soon in a best of one. And I want to ask you, MPL, because you have been here since day one, since stage 1, and you've been fighting, and you don't have the easiest path. First Falcons, Mouz, now Vitality. Are you getting stronger with every challenge we're giving you?
No, they're going to destroy us. Kindergarten boys against mature boys,
Okay, Apex, what do you have to say to this? I mean, they beat Falcons, the star team.
No, I think they are showing progress since they're together. I watched them a lot on the stage 1 and even on last few tournaments. I think they have really good individuals, and they are playing well together. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We all know best of 1 is never easy. So yeah, it's going to be a fun game.
Okay, I hear a lot of respect out of you. No trash talk. Appreciate that, guys. May the best one win, and hope we will see an amazing match. Thank you so much.
Okay, Chadney, do you think NPL's playing some little mind games there? I mean, you go into the interview, you are the underdog, and you sit there and go, oh, they're going to stop us.
Well,
I feel like I'd rather be saying that than, yeah, I believe, and half-heartedly.
Well, he obviously had a bit of a smirk after making that comment, but yeah, I agree with you. I think going in with that angle and just be like, yeah, we're going to get slammed, right? That is what the community expects to happen right now. So if Vitality don't, he's turning the pressure up on them slightly, and then Apex, he can't come in and go, yeah, they're noobs, we're going to smash them. He has to go, yeah, we've got respect.
And then you lose the pistol in the first gun, and you're sitting there going, oh, what have I done?
Exactly, but we got the video on screen, and okay, we do end up on Inferno. Now, this has been played once by Bait throughout the major. They played Paravision on it, and they won 13-11. This is a map that is a permanent piece in Vitality's map pool, so they're going to be comfortable here as well. Last time we saw them play it, they're actually losing it over in Hong Kong. So I think they're on 3 in a row loss streak on Inferno, but Bait is a little bit different to the other teams that they have been facing. Let me just read that list off. Yeah, their last 3 losses on Inferno. Sorry, it's 2 losses. One was to Furia, one was to Falcons. Before that, it was a win against Tyloo and then another loss to Furia. So only losing the best teams in the world at Vitality. That makes a whole lot of sense when you're making 14 consecutive top 4 runs over the course of 2025. But we're underway. Bait have opted to start on the CT side.
This is a very much a anti-B, anti-car control setup, hoping that if they do go for this little late half-wall approach, there'll be dual Berettas, grenades, and everything you need to find the advantage.
I do like this setup out of Vitality being slow, because it is a best of 1, as opposed to doing something all in and then walking into a stack, or them being aggressive and you getting caught off guard. You get to be tempered early, you put your foot in the water, you kind of see if it's warm, and there you go, there's some information for Apex based off of that jump. Very good work just there for info. So Apex maybe making a couple of overplays in the more recent tournaments, and he was saying, yeah, the team's not playing great, so I feel like I have to do more to try and set them up. Well, he needs to remember that he needs to get the frags too. Heading into A.
Yeah, let's see how this one works out, because already 2 of them have dropped into pit. The smoke on Moto and a headshot through it onto Head Trick. Looks like that's the end of NPL.
Just isolated.
I mean, really, really nice from Vitality, I have to say. The way you've drawn our attention to the slow approach, but simultaneously just using that util so quickly off of that small iota of information. You can see they've parked Mezzi in bedroom as well, really limits your apartment approach. If you dare, you're going to have a close fight with a Glock, and if you don't, he's going to flank you. Yep, just like that, a little bit of an underclear from Essential. Kentizor does bring him down, though, and now running out of time fast. Should just be putting this one in. Last couple of bodies to drop. It's ZywOo with some more pistol. Yep, that's 4 kills for him. His pistol stats continue to inflate. And that is Vitality getting off to a strong start, a necessary strong start when you've already slipped up once in the best of 1s.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We've seen this before. So imagine if it's another Austin run. They come in and now they just start marauding through the opposition and really just taking care of business, because sure, they did lose that opening game versus FaZe yesterday, but then they played against 3D Max regardless of the issues that they may have experienced, and they won 13-4. So just throwing them around the server, both been on Nuke. Whereas for Bait, it went from the high of highs, beating Falcons 13-10, and then losing to Mouz on Overpass 13-6. Now, there have been some real highlights when we have been watching Bait throughout the run of this tournament. I think KenZor, in terms of T sides, he's a player I'd be keeping my eyes on. And as you'd expect, the odds provided by our official betting partner heavily favoring that of Vitality.
Who would have thunk it?
NPL's had some really nice moments too. I think that now that he doesn't have to worry about the calling, the structure of the team has changed a little bit as well. I'd say Alex is slightly more selfless, but MPO had to, before when he was in-game leading, call around him because he's one of the best individuals on the team, right? So you want to put yourself in positions to find output when you're an in-game leader that usually gets a lot of output, so you can understand both thought processes there.
No, I can see that with the division of labor freeing NPL up to have more focus on his cross set. Certainly makes a lot of sense, and the fact that Bait have, you know, found a higher level getting to the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, it's been a good progression because KenZor came in late last year. It was for this year, essentially. So,
and you already have an extra stage of the major to kind of show for it.
And as the youngest team at the major, this is great steps in the right direction. Time's the problem right now.
Yeah, they're going to fight, leaping through, and not going to find that opening. FaZe
Bomb's going B.
Tries to sell something
blocked
on
again.
A and blocked on B. This does get really uncomfortable.
They're strung out.
They certainly are. A nade and a push. ZywOo knows he's got to be the one to provide that opening fire. Alex goes swinging, double swing. Oh, and they've overwhelmed them. What are you supposed to do now? It looks like it's their round. 17 seconds, the bomb's on the other side of that smoke. Apex flustered,
Needs to kill them
low,
right now.
and they need kills, but it's nothing but death, destruction, and misery for Vitality. Pistol win, and nothing more. Bait quickly wrestled back.
Okay, that one's going to feel damn good, isn't it? You lose the pistol, you find the follow-up. And in terms of pistol stats, as mentioned, they have an awful lot of games and reps at the major so far, but they are in like the bottom 5 of pistols out of all the teams across the stages. So, yeah, it's good to see them winning the force.
So is that a time management faux pas from Vitality there?
But they were split up. So, yeah, right, smile there, Frederick. You get away with that one. They're taking contact and porch side with 3 players, and they have 2 players ready to go B. So just not grouped up for any type of a finish there. And good restraint on the utility from Bait. The fact that you're able to drop a smoke top banana at about 25 seconds, very well done, is now to be the force back from Vitality. So being made to sweat early. You'd hate to go down in the 1-2. And it's going to be 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. That's getting through the playoffs. And with upsets that have happened against other teams, we know how scary those 2-2 matches could become. So it did feel like coming into this, it was just Vitality going to start going through the motions. But Bait, they've got other ideas.
Really forward setup from the duo of B here. Alex and kenzorz. Alex happy to play the MP9. kenzorz tries to bait them in with the trajectory of the smoke. That screams, I'm playing sandbags. And the MP9 screams, I'm half wall. He actually just starts to unload off the flashbang. And there's a second where that came from Alex. He does dip away, does stand his ground for one, does kenzorz, but that's opened up the B site. Looks like Vitality should be able to get across this sight line. M4 smoked off and bomb in.
Everybody in through CT on the retake. There's a kit on MPL, a smoke as well. Either use that to... Well, that's going to channel you through horrible. CT.
Yeah.
Feel like you have to wait for CT smoke, then head through CT spawn. But ropz has another smoke available, there it goes.
Ooh, that smoke...
A bit shallow. They can play through into pool.
Yeah, they're going to try. FlamesY knows there's a potential for a boost.
I think they're going to save.
Sentinel boosted up, info on 2 of them, starts to just crouch and unload his mag.
Save.
B9 chasing
Boys, hold on to
They
it.
want to try and take as much away from the CT side as possible. Not going to catch much on the spams of the smoke. Flames leaving with the AK though.
Okay, not great, but not as bad as it could have been. I'm glad they made the choice to save instead of giving everything over, because you're not completely rumbled at this point. You retain these weapons. You should be able to get some MP9s or even FAMASs out for your other players, and that's going to give you a pretty hefty looking buy up against what Vitality bring into this one. So the right choice was made, but I like the punishment. The flash comes through by Apex as they're starting to backpedal, so catching them off guard in transition there. Really good understanding, and that's one of those situations that because you were offered up the info by the spam of the guns, you've gone, all right, we have to go now, and you catch them perfectly. So 1 MP9, but 4 rifles.
And full commitment from the whole squad, the pack as well, right? That only works if kenzorz traded immediately.
We're essentially into gun rounds. So, you know, regardless of the force by wars back and forth, it's 2 MAC-10s and 1 MP9. Otherwise, it may as well just be a gun round in this situation. Half wall util being light up by kenzorz. So they are gambling. This means they probably want to fight top middle.
He's puffing up his chest with retake util, hoping that buys him 20 seconds.
They're clearing mid now.
FlamesY might poke his head out here. He's gonna get a lot of info. Maybe a headshot. Oh, 3 there, 3 mid. What does that tell the rest of the squad?
Should just go B.
Surely you would.
You saw 3 players. I guess they don't feel that they weren't in a position just to execute, pull the ripcord on it. They still would have had to have, okay, I'm doing this, we're mollying this, and there was a half-wall smoke in play as well, so you'd have to worry about a player potentially being close car.
Yeah, valid.
Half-wall sandbags.
Did buy enough time.
Yeah.
Even if you're rumbled.
And they all stay alive. So right now, with 50 seconds, we saw time was the issue on the round that Vitality lost. I think they're just going to group up this time and keep it simple. So bearing down on A, there's 3 players, and this is a strong setup. Right, they've got 2 players over towards the pit side. MPL long, he's always, once he gets smoked off, will be able to turtle side. Biggest issue is if it's a wrap.
And that's what those smokes imply. They'll take the longer sight line with those rifles. MPL confirmed. Spotted.
Now headtrick takes
forced
long.
away. Now ropz pokes his nose out, hits the headshot necessary. Then they pincer in. Oh, it's just poetry in motion from Vitality. That is an A-long split. Perfect.
Yeah, see that setup right there? It's good in principle because you can understand all the fallback options, right? So MPL takes contact, he can fall back sight, then Headtrick takes the long angle from headshot. But it's better in the scenario if, say, MPL gets one, then falls back. Then Headtrick gets one, then probably traded or stays alive. But none of them got anything done in that situation. So Vitality handled that one with poise and grace. And they don't slip up again. So now able to break back into where they would have hoped to be. Nice shot there from ZywOo onto the pit player. And they will retain 2 guns again. But one of them, unfortunately, being an MP9 for kenZY.
Well, that round did a bit of convincing, didn't it? You could have seen a world where they didn't find the regroup or you overthought it. You know, you kind of go between the 2 bomb sites, feel like B could likely have been rotated too by the time you get there. But you just say, okay, even if they've stacked A, we're going to throw everything necessary, we're going to pause and synchronize, and it works out wonderfully.
Yeah, sometimes it has to be all in, right? It is good if you can keep your options open, but as we saw from Passion in earlier stages of the tournament, especially against that NRG game that we covered off, they were just doing very direct plays, right? Actually, we were on the desk for that. We weren't even casting it. Well, we did cover it in a way.
We get to cast a Passion game today.
You know, yes, we do. Okay, so at this moment, you're likely just going to have to take the eco behind these guns. Now, for Alex and kenZY, these are the B defenders. Do you want to operate with these rifles elsewhere, right? Do you want to try and get tricky with it, see if you're able to isolate something over towards second middle, or do you want to just use them to banana, get full banana control? But then that does leave the A bomb site very susceptible, would just be the pistol. So how are you going to have this division of labor?
Whoa, keyboard.
Is that how he plays with his keyboard? Really?
What if your forearm just presses your F keys?
Is that real? Whoa!
So
he's straddling the keyboard.
He's got it like under his arm, like he's taking it on a walk in the park.
How have we not seen that?
That's new to me. That is new to me.
All right, MPL.
MPL.
You got some tackers. Okay, well, M4 in Boiler going to get boosted. So they were hurt. They were singed, right?
Oh, that's a nice little nade from Apex. 85 damage. What? Ouch.
And Alex is very low as well. So saved rifle already in a whole lot of trouble.
This one should just fall into place, right? I mean, I guess for Alex, unless his teammates start doing something, he's going to want to just try and bring that M4 through to the next.
May as well gamble stack. That way, if they do come to the site, maybe you can trade out, maybe a miracle happens. And then worst case, you don't have to reinvest in armor or potentially that M4 as you've mentioned. So spread out across the map quite comfortably right now, Vitality. This is all good in the hood for their 4th round. Apex, no secret of his banana presence. There's a flash there. He's making steps. He's lining up U2. Now it's just about a probe or conviction, right? Do they actually want to follow through with this? Because they are throwing the nades. The bomb's down. Still plenty of time on the clock, so no real worries. And now that Flamesy's jumped out of the window, it's telling that they will just be going for the B finish.
I'm curious, Chad, and maybe, you know, I'm getting a bit personal here, but I'm curious. You know, when you are bait, this is your first head-to-head against the name of a team that you've been watching. You know, these are the big boys. You're actually at the big boy table. You're pressing tab. You're seeing those names. Oh my God, it's ZywOo. Oh my God, it's ropz. You know, this is that kind. I imagine that will impact your gameplay, right? Did you ever have to kind of? Were you confronted with that? Did you ever have to kind of tell your boys these are just human beings? You know, like act normal, or did that not something you struggled with? Where
maybe in
like
the very early days, but once you're in the flow of things, right, and you're conversing with these players and you see them around the halls and stuff, right? This isn't like the first tournament for bait, so if it was, then you could maybe start putting them in under the microscope that way. You just do the same thing as everybody does, and this is top teams too. When you go up against a ZywOo, and you go, ZywOo moments are going to happen.
Right.
But if you have that level of awe of players, you're never going to beat them.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right? You, as a competitor, you have respect for your opponent, but you need to be cocky in a degree, right? You need to have some form of bravado and backing yourself and geeing yourself up. In terms of how the game has been played this year, the best team is no doubt Vitality.
Yeah, and they're not blind to that.
Yeah, so, and this is the fact that they know that they're underdogs. That's why in that MPL interview being like, yeah, we're going to get smashed. Obviously, it's slightly in jest. He doesn't want to get smashed.
But
they're
as we highlighted, it does. It's the best way to put pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, we're going to go out there and give it our best go. That's also, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine too.
Sure.
Right? We're not expected to win. All the pressure's on them. That's another statement that we've heard players make in interviews before, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think that you have a luxury as European players, just getting to play pugs, and you play against good players all the time. So you're so much more familiar with these names.
Yeah, and you're sitting there going, actually, I got 30 elo on him. So.
Right. So yeah, he's just another player.
Yeah, valid. Oh yeah, good counterpoint.
Okay, well, last time naded out of Boiler, this time different setup, and I like this, right? So it's very porch-centric, so they're playing for mid-control right now. So trying to make sure that they can't just take this mid-space. Now, obviously, the question mark smoke top middle does sow some seeds of doubt on a wrap around long, or even a fade through the smoke, but very silent. They're not really hearing too much. Flamesy maybe making a sound cue there. We'll be having a head-to-head on this flash.
Diligent. And, oh, booked. So you try and boost it, you get naded. You try and play it on the gun round, you get flashed.
Yeah, making that look very simple, aren't they? So
stunting on them with the move.
Still able to retain information with this porch setup, but it's a strong setup. You do have to worry about the apps leak at a point, and they are starting to dismount now. Some more util being thrown to soften up. Apex being siphon nades to look for damage towards CT. Alex with the flash ready to set up KenZywoo. And suddenly a cheetah player over of Headtrick to join the party. Now Headtrick has a HE to break a CT smoke. This could get a little bit out of control because it will be a B play.
Got a flash from Alex from the coffin's position. SMG just going to go for the drive-by. Oh, he tried to burrow into the smoke. It does not work out for KenZywoo. Gets caught off. Alex finds 2 on the spray, but it's Mezzy and ropz walking into the site victorious. And it's a 5th for Vitality.
Okay, it really is recovery right now, isn't it? And it's looking good. Like, Vitality looking clean in a lot of these rounds. Sure, you lose the second round of the game, but you bounce back. It's a great response. And just going through the motions. So this is what you want to see if you're a Vitality fan.
And what you want to see if you're a Bait fan is Essential not getting hunted down by ropz in time.
Yeah.
It feels like there is a collision course set, but I don't know if ropz is going to draw the line in the sand somewhere. Maybe they're just going to, lay down arms here. He gets himself up on his cool bicycle. I just want to know who lives there. I just think that's such a bougie apartment. Think about the views. You got your bike outside, no worries about leaving your bike outside the front door. Great, safe neighborhood. Sure, there's some terrorists, but pretty cool. Books just out in the open.
It is strange, isn't it? No locks on these doors.
I didn't know you had a nice mezzanine bedroom.
That was like my room in Engelbert's Straße 1.
Actually is. Yeah. Actually is.
We also have more best of ones going down on the mainstream right now. If everybody wants to go tune into that, it's FaZe versus the MongolZ being casted by the Harry and Hugo duo.
I heard some MongolZ chants behind us.
Yes.
So lots of this fan base, despite losing Senzu.
I think that there's still the ability for Bait to recover this half-right CT side of Inferno. 5 is okay. So if they're able to get there, it would just have to start soon, wouldn't it? We need to find some rounds where they're being able to burrow in like this. Enters on aggression.
Promising, but what an incredibly well-timed HE break.
Yeah, he's on 19 health. Yeah, he kind of feels marooned.
Hey!
Yeah.
Yep, that's going to happen.
Feels like they're doing a spring cleaning right now.
What, Vitality?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where at every corner of this map, they've managed to perfectly place nades. Even that one, they must know that if someone is trying to play Aggie or pushing half wall, trying to get deep control, if we break the smoke at this time, chances are they're exposed. I mean, it was just so flawless. KenZywoo was deep. Look at his body by the barrels. Didn't have the time to tuck in, gets exposed, trapped, and you could have Molotoved him out if he did get a bit more health. Alex has got a block here. You can see his restraint. He understands the longer he holds onto it, the more chance he has. And he has given it to 45 and throws it down.
No, there is a HE to break, but it's on ropz. So he's not part of this party. They're still coming through.
Oh gosh, they are just running at him, and you can't catch a break. Alex just gets caught through the smoke. That's another one from Mezzy. That's 2 rounds back to back where he's been a bit of a difference maker.
And you know what time it is?
SAVE.
Yeah, so this is a clinic right now, 6-1.
But this is what I'm sure Vitality would have expected of themselves. You know, the amount of support staff, the amount of top 4 placings this year, as you've been bringing up 14, was it?
Yes.
Consecutive, sorry.
Yeah, obviously they had the 7 in a row with the trophies.
And then,
they started the year with their worst placing, which was 5th to 8th at Bounty.
That's their worst placing.
Yeah, but everything since then has just been strong. Now, this second half is nothing like the first, and once you've elevated the bar, as we just take a look at this attempt on the save. Maybe they lose everything. Apex letting the dogs off the leash.
Let's see if they can feast. Just entry fragging for Hans. Down goes one of them. Essential's trying to cling onto his M4. Won't get the luxury. Head trick and MPL will. In fact, that might lead to an MPL rifle. Doesn't get his hands on it. So a little bit of a successful hunt from Vitality. They just want to make sure that they kind of sprinkle some additional salt, maybe Himalayan, into the wound.
Yeah, well, with the loss bonus, right, if you wipe the board, it is going to make the conversation of the buys a little bit more difficult, right? Because if you save a couple, then they can all drop, right? Because you're getting 3,400. We know that M4's 2,900. And this time they even have enough to get head trick these AWP. So right now, this might be one of the best shots yet of Bait being able to grab a round. as it will be the second of 3 tactical timeouts. And the fact that they've already had to burn 2 in this fashion, you can understand it. Madden here, the coach, always knew this was going to be tough. The problem with the video, people say best of ones, but if you have an exploitable map pool or a map pool that doesn't sync up nicely against a favorite, you can just be pushed around.
Yeah.
So it really depends on opponent as well. It's not just as reductive as what we hear from people that go, oh, well, it's a best of one, right? It's going to be a middle ground. Well, when you have the disparity of one of the absolute best Counter-Strike teams of all time going up against some plucky youngsters who are doing their best to march through and putting on sound Counter-Strike, it was never going to be easy.
Well, absolutely. I mean, just the depth of the map pool is what separates, you know, the kind of the A tier from the S tier.
And that's at the moment one of the issues for Vitality against the other S tier, right? Their train, their overpass, showing some wobbles and something that they definitely would have had to have worked on. Essential, up to bat.
Good pathing from FaZe. I'm kind of glad we watched that from Essentials, Pierre.
Yeah, it just shows you how quick the destruction can manifest, doesn't it?
And I can't quite believe it. This is Mezzy feeling confident because he's
into B.
Yeah, he's just.
I've seen you.
He's got him. ZywOo's in support, steals that kill. Mezzy gets his as well. They aren't.
You lost both sides.
They are
at the
attacking
same
both
time.
sides at the same time. Like your apps player's just gone apps, and then your B players have gone to B. And now ropz is parked as they go pick up the bomb and go wherever they want.
Yeah, so flamez will grab that. He'll join Mezzy and ZywOo. ZywOo's pressed very deep towards B, even behind a buffer. Headtrick is coming over to investigate, but here's the problem. If Headtrick sounds off the AWP and MPL fires some rifle bullets...
He's timed this so well. God. What a cheeky rascal.
Well, flamez is actually coming over for the hunt as well, and they think they're saving. So maybe they are just saving in CT, but MPL's coming back over. Well, they might have some backs turned or find a fortunate gap out of this. Headtrick doesn't know that ZywOo is pressed up, but has to be aware it's a possibility. Timing. Okay, there you go. MPL noted. flamez isn't actually backing off to find him, but MPL will come his way. Okay, another one, as it is just Headtrick. Mezzy has the unfortunate factor of, I guess I'll be the one who saves the bomb in the worst case scenario, but now it's just finding him in the library with the Kalashnikov.
And see you later. Headtrick, no AWP for you.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, no need AWP right now.
Why would we throw any variants into the mix? You can just play with 5 rifles.
Well, because with 5 rifles, you can do what we just saw, which was taking both bomb sites simultaneously.
Yeah. Even ZywOo saying no as well to the AWP.
Yeah, no.
This is the thing, when Matthew says no,
he means no.
Yeah. I'm sure there's sometimes where Apex is pleading with him like, please, man, for the game plan, man.
Yeah, but he shoots so hard with both.
All right, well, they do get another buy round. Virtue of the saves and the loss bonus. Now.
Chunky. Poor Alex has just got a magnet on his forehead right now. Does feel like Vitality have definitely got some well-drilled nade protocols on the T side.
I was about to go, at what point does the silliness come in? Right, everybody starts going, I'm going for this pick, I'm going for this pick. Really, how tight of a leash can Apex keep on them and make sure? This is dry running live,
yes,
right, with high stakes. So make sure that the comms are on point, that everybody is following the strats as they should, that the shots are sharp, that the trading is there. Don't just think that you can run around and win single-handedly. As soon as you let a team back in MR12, they'll take that. They'll take that opportunity every day of the week. Oh, kentzl has to play ahead into the flame, chipped on down, 29. kentzl flash now, everything going wrong, but still gets the opener.
I have to give him props. I can't quite believe he's done as well as he did. He gets a kill. 2 flames and a flashbang. Just as we're praising you, Vitality's dry runs and their utility.
Well, 30 seconds, so they're in a 2-2 split right now. A decision has to be made soon, Apex.
And it's back to A. If MPL goes down, it's going to open up the runway. flamez wins the duel.
How good has he been?
Yeah, he's looking great. I mean, this partnership...
It's only 5 kills, but every time he's cleared into an angle and just removed the opponent on the other side.
Yeah, his jiggles have been really on
15.
Sure, Essential. If he gets another, it would have been a conversation. One goes down with a couple of seconds to spare. Oh, my God, did he just... What are you doing that for? Apex makes me stand up to look at the clock. What was that?
That was meant to be comfy. Just making sure the keyboard's working. You know, I tried it with E, I also tried it with mouse wipe.
Yeah, they both work.
They both work. Here's a tip for everybody at home if you didn't know.
That would be so nasty. That would have been enough to, like, actually start the conversation of, right, Vitality is tilted now. Apex is swearing. tutting his tongue. Okay.
8-1.
Shout out to KenzZywoo one time. Gets his after the, what was it, from 100 to 30 from 2 Molotov.
Yeah, you can see he was trying to play between the two of them. The sandbags molly was already down. Then the mouth molly comes in. He's like, well, I'm committed now.
Yep, here I go. Fighting now. And then perfect flash through the smoke push. I mean, yeah, you know what? Like, as a kind of known Inferno hater, Vitality are making it look quite beautiful right now. Just showing just how good the team play can make this T-side look.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate about that goal. Maybe not the goal. I think something that Apex and Karrigan are both very good at is putting these sentiments out in the media for people to kind of gravitate towards. One of them being, you know, it'd be nice to match Astralis' trophies, right? Yeah. You know, the 10 trophies. But if that doesn't happen, which it can't now for Vitality, at least they're in a position where, you know, you could win back-to-back majors and Apex, oh, another opening kill. And another opening kill. Apex said in an interview he did with HTV the other day, he's like, yeah, it'd be nice to win back-to-back majors. Hasn't happened since Astralis. You know, so giving us some nice markers, building the story for us.
And I think he benefits. Like, he's building that story for him and his team as well. Sure. He wants them to have, like, something extra to be fighting for. Like, perhaps when you are so used to winning, so used to the confetti falling in the last day, you need, like, we're doing this for more than the trophy, more than that. It's legacy.
Yeah, and that's what, if I'm Vitality, I'm keeping my eyes on, because a team like this doesn't come around too often. And sure, this second season hasn't been what it needed to be, but there's still time to be able to pick that up. And if you close the year with both majors and then you go into next and you actually run with that momentum, that conversation is still open, right? It doesn't just close at the end of this year. You still are a great Counter-Strike roster. You just haven't, oh, let's see, a bit of a deeper coffin smoke. And it's all a ruse. Flamesy's faked B. Headtrick is over towards A. Well, Flamesy's cleared B, and
they're going back.
They may as well go back. Headtrick's going to desperately pick top middle, but he'd be killed by ropz. And
it so well.
It's beautiful, right? There's nobody who's popping off individually. Everything looks great. And the smiles on the faces of Bait, they know they are just getting the push-pull given to them right now. What I framed when talking about Vitality, now, in my opinion, like, you know, because people go, who do you think is going to win the major? Yeah. So you've got to give an answer. Yeah. I think there is a bunch of good teams at this major, and the bracket will determine with the different head-to-heads of who will win it. But if you had to put me on the spot, I say Vitality. And the reason I say Vitality is obviously not based off form. That would be Furia. Is I think the major, and I described it as the Viagra they've been missing all season.
Yeah.
Right? You win the major. This is the one that matters most. Everybody knows that.
And that's the first thing he said in that cross-cut we saw day one. It's like everyone's trying to, even Yakinda from Furia are trying to build that narrative that, like, nothing else matters, even though you are just on a back-to-back-to-back trophy run as Furia. Essentially, walking. I mean, also completely understand why he's going for that.
Yeah, you have to change the tone of the game.
Nothing else is working. NPL might get it. Okay, KenzZywoo.
Oh
my God. 3 on 2. It's a Desert Eagle and it's a Mag 7.
Come on through.
And he's coming straight to that crosshair.
Oh, sketchy.
Loosey-goosey.
But I'd say round over.
I'd say so too. Headtrick last alive again. What a beta. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke, everyone.
Oh, you're in NPL's process now, Alex.
NPL, it was a joke, man. You have to understand, man. Just a bit of fun.
Yeah, just like this game is.
For 5 players in the server, I'm sure. Actually, well, I don't know. We did see them kind of smiling and laughing it off. Because,
yeah.
Because what else are you going to do?
Okay, if I'm going to take away a few positives, it's not only the fact that Apex and the boys are ragdolling them right now and they're looking clean, clinical, it's that they're staying that way. I thought at some point they'd be like, haha, guys, let's just start running around now. You know, let's be a bit more aggressive. But everything is still tethered, well thought out when the shots are coming their way. And it's, again, it's not a massive disparity.
Look at the kills.
It's 6 at the low end, 9 at the high end. This is
10-1.
Beautiful Counter-Strike with everything working. If you're the support staff watching by right now, you're just sitting there smiling, nodding along, happy with how this is functioning.
Aggressive play. Mezzi might get blinded here. Perfect little team play to set him up. And KenzZywoo, he is actually the highest fragger in the server. He's matching ZywOo in a 10-1. And that's because he's so good for 1. KenzZywoo is going to be my main takeaway. I think from the debate games we've covered throughout the major, I just think he's a great soldier for the squad.
He loves the aggression too, which anybody who likes Counter-Strike likes watching players get aggro, but Flamesy controls, takes out Astenthiel.
Did he nail the molly? It's not going to spread cold, Sarah.
Landed in the box, I believe.
And they overlook it. It leads to an MPL double, so there's a little misplay.
Could be 2 rounds.
Finally something for the support staff to bring up in review.
Okay, hold on. They know he's side. Apex searching with a nade.
Caught off.
ZywOo in a clutch.
NPL's had a round. This would be a big one. We've got to give it the beans. If NPL picks himself up the quad kill up against Vitality, it's now looking a bit sketchy.
Oh, that's perfect, Smoke.
It couldn't be better.
You kind of have to play over the truck if you're Alex.
Alex starts spamming, it's just over. So he can't afford to reveal his position. He just has to hope and pray ZywOo starts to make a noise.
Yeah, both of them letting one another make the next move.
It was Josh Steele Nissan that said, noobs always play. I imagine ZywOo's thinking the same thing.
All right, well, ZywOo's still in pit, and Alex is still restrained to Boiler. So knowing that the bomb has to go down, 20 seconds left on the clock, the Woo will now have to go to the site to plant the bomb. Well, he doesn't have to, I suppose.
Is Alex going to be told? Perfect from Alex. Clutches up, makes NPL's 3K worthwhile baked, picking themselves up a second round as we take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back to the best of ones. Welcome back to the B stream. We got the two of these back to back, and for Bait, this one might be over quick. Vitality making mincemeat of them, and it's a full team effort. There's no funny business, Chad. One of your biggest takeaways being that Vitality have not let it get loose. They've kept this one quite tight throughout, even if in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, I like it, right? Obviously, this is the major. This is where they want to put their best foot forward, and they're recovering from their best of one loss yesterday to that of FaZe on Nuke. And they're playing as if they want to lift that trophy, as every team in contention here does. And Vitality are one to have that right to their name as the reigning major champions. Let's see if they can get it done and continue this clinic with a CT pistol round. Oh, Flames' company.
Okay, that's a lot of info, and he dips away smoothly. It's Apex that will be supporting him from coffins. Looks like Mezi will rotate through in time with a couple of flashbangs in hand. Do they want to go for a re-aggress? It would enable answers. Not getting any sound cues though, so ZywOo and ropz could be up for quite a large test from the two of them. 5 members of Bait making their way towards their bomb site.
ZywOo and ropz need something. Nothing's not enough for the round.
Take a fight, tapping off the head of Kensizor, which is the highest fragger from Bait. Stands in the off angle and just taps another. So double from ZywOo.
Staunch confidence.
Enables Mezi to get back over. A flash above the pit side. That might be ropz, well timed. Headtrick has dropped in. He uses that flash actually to dip back Graveyard, and now finds the angle. Beautiful team play. Mezi gets the assist on 2 of them. ropz on another. Apex pulls it across the line. ZywOo and ropz passing the test with flying colors.
Okay, well, that's both pistols. They lost the force buy in the first half, so let's see if they can keep the conversions clean in the second, and then that would essentially spell the end of the game. If you're Bait, your only real option right now is to force buy out the remainder of the game. Last thing you want to do is take a clean eco. They keep all 5 alive, and then they've just got a nest egg of cash to move forward, and you get out AKs, but they have a bonus round, and they're just going to run at you. So right now, the Tech-9s come into the mix. 5 of which there's utility, a whole bunch of smokes, hey cheese, a couple of flashes as well. ropz is surging with some aggression, and Senthiel will punish him.
He's done very well there. 99 damage from ropz is M4.
Might just go into an A-pop right now.
Knows he's removed the pit player. ZywOo, however, and Mezi do occupy. Here's that step on the Senthiel rotation through the library side. It's a perfect flash. You can see nearly led to another from the Tech 9s, but it is just going to collapse. Running on in, having a bit of fun with it. ZywOo survives the test, another 3K from him, so just 5 kills in 2 rounds to start off the CT side for ZywOo, and it might be the last round up next.
This is, again, I just want to keep reiterating how good this is, because you haven't put any stress today. You also haven't had to go deep within the playbook. You get to move into the best of 3s tomorrow. You've completely reset. You're likely to go 3-1. Later today, we are going to be locking in our first 2 teams to the playoffs. Tomorrow, we'll be locking in 3 more than the final day, the final 3. Now, it's obviously going to depend on what type of matchup Vitality gets, but there's only a few teams in the world who can beat them at the moment, and most of them are playing later today in those 2-0 games.
Yeah, it's actually, it sounds as a stark reminder of, you know, that contrast when people are throwing out tier lists or stages and seeing the different names. This is what happens when a team that started at stage 1, and by no means I think belonged there. You know, we saw how quickly and comfortably they managed to get themselves through eventually to stage 2 and now 3. But this is the difference between, you know, an invited team to stage 3 and one that qualified.
I think, you know, if you wanted to start flipping all the matches on its head and say, oh, okay, maybe they're a bit fatigued at this moment, or they've shown a lot of tape, right? You can bring those factors into it, but then you just have to remember...
That's not how they're winning this Inferno, is it?
Yeah, but you have to remember the quality of the player as well on the other side. That's why these top orgs are able to have your ZywOos or your donks, your MongolZ, right? That's what... Oh, on the jump, spots something, and good restraint here from Flames. So he's going to call Apex back over. Mezi pushes into Boiler window and calls second mid and mid clear. So they will have 2 players to defend against this B play, but this could very well be the final round for Bait, and then they go down to the 1-2 bucket. Best of 3s from this point forward for the Ukrainians.
Perfectly playing it to block in front of that smoke. He's done it on his own. Flamesy closes it down. Vitality, that is a very comfortable day in the office. You were just talking about it, Chad, but yeah, don't have to show your strat book. Everyone's going to be able to rest up easy. A very comfortable 15-round game.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to be very happy with today's performance. This is the type of Counter-Strike that we expect from Vitality. And for Bait, if you listen to the MPO interview, it's what he expected as well. So, you know, I know there was a bit of jest. You don't come in ever thinking or wanting to get blown out like this, but this is a loss that you can stomach and you're not going to feel too bad about, right? Losing a game in overtime or 13-11 is crushing. Losing in a fashion where you never even felt that you had a chance, sure, that sucks, but it always feels easier to shrug off. And, you know, maybe some people say that's a bit of a loser's mentality, but close games, you go back and you identify every mistake that you made that led to losing by 1 round. Whereas if you get blown out, the other team had your number. Now, that gives you a lot to work on, a lot to look at in the review, and a lot to search for in the future. But within the confines of right now, Vitality, they were just the top dog without a doubt. So domination in their last 2 games. Sure, they lost to FaZe, but now 3D Max and Bait thrown to the wayside. And up next will be a best of 3, which is where Vitality will get to see what they've been working on in the last 3 weeks, right? It's been a long season for everybody. Vitality have been under the microscope the absolute most out of every team. So I would love to see what they've identified and what they've been working on. I don't imagine any position changes. It's going to be refreshing your playbook, making sure that everybody's mental is there. That's a big one, being rested and fired up and ready. That's why I use the term as like the Viagra this event, because this is going to get everybody hyped, right? Even yesterday when we're casting those first best of 1s, there's a whole different shift in the atmosphere. Stage 1 and Stage 2, yeah, it's the major, but Stage 3, the top 16, the playoffs are out there, and that's where the best teams are right around the corner. So, yeah, there's really been that gear shift, and we're seeing it in the quality of Counter-Strike too.
Yeah, 100%. I think just reviewing the last 2 best of 1s doesn't have me ringing any alarm bells for Vitality. Just that Counter-Strike, like I said it before, but, you know, Inferno, not necessarily my favorite map, but just that T-side.
Beautiful, right?
Considered. You see it from the CT's perspective. It's like every idea they're coming up with, I'm like, I can see how they came to that conclusion. Seeing how Vitality just, you know, have got the perfect nade, the perfect flash, the perfect double molly into flash, into smoke push, you know, it's like, oh, they've actually accounted for all of these things. Like, they are forcing you into these positions, but we're going to head over and listen to ZywOo.
Well, that was fast. ZywOo, how are you feeling after that dominant win?
I mean, feeling great. Obviously, I think we play a pretty solid map today. I mean, we didn't want to do the same as yesterday, like having a sloppy map like for the first hours and chilling after, and just remind us like we don't have time for that. So obviously we want to have a strong start, and we did great today. Yeah, for that.
Yeah, you had an incredible T side. Was it you just guys hitting your shots, or was it also really good game preparation against Bait?
I think it was both, to be honest. I mean, obviously we have good preparation, but also like the team was feeling great. I think in terms of communication, in terms of responding to each other, the calls, I think everything was perfect for us. So obviously it was, when we are playing like this, I think it's tough for the opponent. So obviously it was tough for Bait today.
Okay, now I feel like you actually really warmed up finally, and that's the vitality we want to see. What's the plan for today, and what can we expect tomorrow?
Just to review what we missed, our mistake, and obviously we want to play like this, like you said, as Vitality does for the 6 first months. So obviously we try our best to feel this level again. So that's the beginning for us to feel that, and we're just gonna keep going, keep for the vibes individually and playing as Vitality.
Okay, looking forward to see that. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
That is embedded at top of the throne of the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Are you playing the best of the matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
One more best of one, and we have Imperial and Falcons making their way to their setups for another one of these. This is, you know, we just had Bait Vitality, where it is the strong big dog versus the team that's fought tooth and nail, and it kind of feels like we've got the same story here. Imperial have completely managed to break people's pick'ems on back-to-back stages. No one really having much expectation set of this Brazilian roster, this unassuming Brazilian roster. For example, they just write words like mayonnaise when you're asked for a quote.
Where Vinny not smiling, which is confusing to all of us, but Kickson trying to keep the fans on side, which is something you have to do if you're part of Falcons. You got to keep the fans on side at all times from all areas of the Counter-Strike globe.
But Chad, how on earth and why, I'm asking you to kind of read my mind if you could.
I'll try.
Why am I categorizing Falcons, despite being, as you can see in the global Valve ranking system, a top dog in Falcons? Why are they, of all of the top dogs, one that I kind of categorize as a team that could mess this up, could end up fighting for elimination tomorrow?
There's lots of reasons. One, NiKo has never won a major and he's played 16. I think this is number 17.
Okay.
So that's kind of like your statement piece. So he's had a couple of grand finals. Obviously, they're very memorable grand finals. Think about Boston. Think about Stockholm, right? So there's a couple that really stand out there. Then you have Falcons, who are put in this box of one of the most hated organizations, right? So a lot of people want to see their downfall. The other side of this is if you just look at the last major, they didn't make it out of the stage, right? So they didn't make it to the playoffs. They lost their opening two best of ones, then they tried to battle back, but they didn't have the gumption. Now, this time around, they do have a different player in their roster. Speaking of rosters, we'll just jump into Imperial while we have them on screen. No Way Skulls, Vinny, Cello, Try. We've seen an awful lot of these guys. As you mentioned, they played through all the stages so so far, and I even had some confidence in them beating the MongolZ yesterday. So I'll take that little win, but I also had the MongolZ going 0-3, and they just took down FaZe. So there's been a few different players on this Imperial roster who have impressed at different times, and they're also, I think I've heard the desk frame them as upcycling or recycling, right?
I like
because
upcycling, that's cool.
These players have been used in different Brazilian rosters, like 3 of the names we've seen in Furia in different iterations, right? Vinny, obviously Cello, and Skulls. And Skulls was on Liquid for a period of time too. No Way's more of the career Imperial player. I'd say that Vinny's now the franchise player. And then Try, we've seen him in a bunch of different rosters too. And Try's obviously not Brazilian, he's Argentinian, so we want to make sure that we give him and his people their flowers. And Try's can be a real difference maker for this roster, right? If he gets going on the AWP, he's able to light up the scoreboard. He's the real deal, but can be, at his own admission, a little bit hit and miss, right? Sometimes he can have a great half and then go missing in the second half. Cello's a very emotional player. That's what we heard from Zach in an interview a little bit earlier on in the tournament, right? The pistol rounds really helped them because we got up to the point where we were doing the M80 game, and in stage 2, up until that point, they were 6-0 on pistols against M80 that didn't win a single pistol, and they still won the series.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it's a bit, it's hard to categorize with Imperial, but they're another one of these teams on this Cinderella run from stage 1, stage 2, now into stage 3. If they make it all the way to the playoffs, well, they're going to ruin the ball for Falcons then, aren't they?
So if I have, you know, I don't know, maybe I had responsibilities or I had to like leave the house and I didn't get to watch the first day of stage 3, how come Falcons are here? It was a loss to Bait.
Yes, so just to reiterate, we were talking about this during our last series because we had Bait on screen, but Bait in back-to-back majors now in opening games have beaten Falcons in Ancient in the opening game. So it is kind of crazy to see, right? That's a wild stat for Bait to have in their column, or for Falcons to have in there, so it really doesn't matter. But then they played Passion UA on Nuke and just drubbed them. We have Passion UA versus Liquid coming up next, so we'll be getting to talk a little bit more about them then. I think it is just strange to see Falcons, after being 13 in a row on Ancient, lose it. But again, they have been very vocal in interviews about the format being best of ones. We've been discussing this stage after stage in terms of some teams coming in warm. And for Falcons, they do have this brush that's been painted with them of being chokers, right? Yeah. There is when the pressure gets high that they don't deliver. MongolZ was on really hot form within the last stretch of events, and then coming in here, he's yet to play. Yes. He has played, but yet to play like MongolZ.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of things that really all factor into this. And yeah, this man on the screen, one of the most storied Counter-Strike players yet to win a major. I think him and Elige are the 2 who have played the most majors without winning one.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes the most sense. And NiKo, you know, for the longest time was seen as the prominent #1 de facto premium rifling talent. And then Russian teenager showed up and started kind of changing that conversation. So he's kind of chasing that dragon.
Oh, sorry, Alex. I just wanted, sorry to cut you off there. No, we've got Zach and Zonic standing by for an interview.
Ooh.
Zach and Zonic, thank you so much for joining us. Your teams are gonna face each other very soon. Zach, you had a respectable win against MongolZ, but then the match after against Furia did not go in your favor. Do you think you have what it takes to face another favorite?
It's going to be hard. Yesterday I saw that we are not on the same level as Furia, and they kind of are. So it's going to be fun. We're going to have fun.
Okay, we'll see about that. Zonic, you lost your opening match yesterday, and but you had a crazy recovery against Passion, and you dominated them. You think you have enough star players to dominate Imperial too?
I will see after today. Maybe I need one more after this break. Who knows? So maybe even 2 more. Go all 5. You know. No, kidding aside. I mean, yesterday was a bit rough. A lot of nerves coming in. You know, it's a big tournament. It's what we've been working for the entire season, and we have been improving and improving. And sometimes when you improve, you also kind of feel like, okay, now it might be in our hands, and we can maybe do some good damage here, but. We had a really good talk after first game. Now it's a bit reset again, and maybe the pressure is on again. So we'll see how we start. I mean, we are playing against a team that you definitely shouldn't underestimate. So hopefully the boys has understood, and we learned from yesterday, and can get a better start.
Well, we're hoping for a really close and exciting matchup.
Didn't have much fun against Furia, did Imperial. It was an 11-1, and that was T rounds from Furia on Dust 2.
Yeah, but Furia were in hot form yesterday, weren't they? Right, against NaVi, we had the pleasure of casting that. MongolZ is in premium form, so loving to see Furia being able to carry that, right? 3 back-to-back trophies for them coming into the major. They come in as the world #1 and as one of the favorites. Got the video up on screen. We'll be ending up on Mirage. This is where Imperial took on NaVi in the last stage and actually made them work for their money. 13-10 scoreline. And just to pick up where you left off talking about NiKo now being eclipsed by donk, well, I think the whole Counter-Strike world has essentially been eclipsed by donk, right? He now has joined the legendary star status of the Simples, of the ZywOos of the world, those absolute phenoms. And just to put it into context, right? So I was saying that NiKo's played 16 majors. Over that time, he's managed 6 aces. Donk has played 4 majors, and he already has 7. He's the second highest of all time, Magis being the most with 9. Right? So you know, this is kind of wild.
Isn't
what
he
Donk's
averaging
doing.
an ace per best of 1
Well,
so far?
yeah, and now he goes in the best of 3s today. So if he keeps that up,
Yeah.
look, that ain't going to happen.
No, but imagine.
And if it does, well, he's going to continue to blow our minds just like he did to kick off 2024. But we're about to get this one underway. It's the Battle of the Green Logos. Imperial taking on Falcons.
Objective Falcons is just remember who you are.
Yeah, and let's see if they're able to put on anything as dominant as what we just saw from Vitality.
Right.
It's Mirage, so it won't be as clean. Oh, Cello gets dirty early into the underpass, and a quick click from Kixon removes the head of the most emotional piece of that Imperial roster. He's really a talisman. Once he gets going, if he's warm, Cello can heat up, but if he's starting slow, could be a real worry.
We'll try and find a way back in. It's Kyosuke that gets spotted out in Palace. So they're confirming a little bit of an idea as to where the spread of Falcons is. MongolZ gets another one. So this pistol has come to them.
Now it's just about finding the close, right? So looks like they still want to be jarring to try and grab something back over towards A ramp. No way can set up try with the dual Berettas, but MongolZ will not be there to receive that. So it is, at the moment, looking like Vinny's the next to have the door knocked upon. Just a reminder, this is Kyosuke's first major.
And, you know, the do it for him angle, maybe that's something to get the boys a bit more juiced up and motivated.
Well, I like that Zonic is happy to play along with the community sentiment. It's something that's had to happen. Zonic's been under an awful lot of fire, but he's the winningest coach as far as majors are concerned. There should be some respect on his name. But
we saw the interviews when they asked, you know, best coach or GOAT coach from all the players in attendance, and I mean, his name was very much in the hat. Him and Blade were the 2 names on most people's tongue.
Yeah, and we'll just have this one. Oh, I was going to say putted in. Vinny's very low, though.
Yeah, he's tapped a lovely couple, but it's not going to lead to much. No way in that 1v3. Kyosuke is disconnected. He's got the flank trying to lock the door, but Kixon will beat him to the punch. Lovely 3 kills from Kixon in the pistol. That's going to feel good.
Some smiles on some faces there, so going to be happy with this. They don't need any more radar screenshots, do they? But it's something that I think if you're Falcons, you have to lean into, right? This is one of the things when you're this team, this organization. There's a lot of pressure on the namesake, and if things do go against you, which from time to time they do, that's a nice second shot from Vinny, isn't it? Then you lean into it, right? You're going to have to be the butt of the joke. It's better to own it and embrace it than it is to try and fight against it. Because we've seen what teams who have tried to do in the past, it just gets worse for you. The odds provided by our official betting partner, and you can just see how heavily they do favor the Falcons in this. It will be the force buyback for Imperial. So Bay were able to win one against Vitality. Let's see if Imperial want to kick off their best of 1 in the 1-1 bucket in the same way. Remember, try with the scout. We've seen this one before.
Oh, he's a sharp shot. Certainly he has... he's no stranger to giving himself heavy criticism. He's got high standards for himself.
Oh, they are starting to regroup into an A execute, and the thing that I'm looking at right now is the positioning that was just highlighted there by our ropz team. You take a look at Cello and Skulls, who are both playing towards connector. If it's an A execute and you're not playing in the site with numbers, balcony, under balcony, towards the goblin box or default, they execute in, you're going to be playing back in through smokes. And when you're on a force buy, that could come in your favor, but they don't even really have any flashes at all to try and pipe through.
Feel like a save unless like a 5-7 from stairs does
exactly
something.
And look how good this utility is.
Yeah, job done, right? Like, as in, you can walk on out now. CT's the main threat. Jumping around with their MAC-10s, trying to make sure that those rifles are safely escorted in. It's MongolZ bringing that bomb in last. And you've even got CT control. So for Falcons, this could not be a smoother start to the second round.
Yeah, simple understanding of what to do here. Now it's about how much can you hold on to, or how much can you take away.
Not playing scared. His Tessus nade with tries name on it. Does another bit of damage, puts him down to 44. Unlikely he leaves, but maybe baits into the CZ. They're all congregated for a bit of a swing with the pistols. Tessus Monster spot the whole squad. It's now Kiyasuke up to bat. Should be able to get himself up a couple of kills. Does deliver 3. Oh! Shot from Vinny in combination with Try. They don't really have the time for this, but it is making it more costly than they would have liked. Falcons going to be left with a bit of a sour taste in their mouth.
Okay, can Kixon track down Try? Knows he was towards CT. He's going to back off, obviously, towards Market. Famis in hand and can't remove it. Try's going to get to hold on to this AK.
Okay.
So could have been worse, could have been better. I think if you're Falcons, the fact that you go up against the Force and you win the round, you get the conversion. That's the tick in the box that you're looking for. Now it's just about getting past this booby trap that is the AK-47 carried through. So yeah, a little bit shaky for a moment, but Kiyasuke just delivers up a triple. Okay, well, now starting heavy towards A this time, so nowhere towards window, everybody else towards A. You might try and claw in towards apartments or a ramp to try and activate this AK. And you can see Skulls, he'll be playing first, so Try can trade off of him. We get the fortunate factor of the radar. We can see nobody's home. They're infesting quite heavily over towards middle and the B apps. So could this be telling of a B split? Ideally, you want to avoid that AK if possible, or if not, make sure you're in a position to trade against it. You don't want any sloppy pathing, because a double kill against the AK, or even some of these pistols we can see. P250, 5.7, and even a Deagle in the mix is they are starting to reroute now. So started heavy A, now moving over towards B, and that B split starting to take shape.
Okay, layer of flashes. Good catch. He's actually onto the 2 players tucked on Van. Tries AK. Needed that. Needed that. Kiyasuke, just immediate deletion. Just what you wanted to be seeing if you're a Falcons fan. Double kill from Kiyasuke to stop any sort of funny business on the B bomb site.
There's something with these matches at the Major, right? Especially when you get to stage 3, there's an anticipation. And that's the key. That's why people tune in, because they want to see the biggest names, and not only that, the biggest personalities. These orgs, some of them like a NaVi at every single Major, but then you have players like a Kiyasuke who comes onto our screens. He's being touted throughout the start of 2025 to be the best thing since Donk, who happened in the year before. And maybe he hasn't been able to deliver in the same fashion, but he's still extremely gifted. And he's in a team with a lot more firepower around him, right? A name like NiKo and a name like MongolZ, 2 absolute bona fide superstars, and then you add a third into the mix. It's NiKo, the elder statesman, who's having to take a little bit of a back seat in some of these key positions.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, this is a fast A split.
Fast one.
They're just going to pop through this con smoke.
Oh, wow. NiKo does not mess around. Catches Skulls on the swing. There's one back. It's good for Cello. Try is in Palace.
Need to reset the round now.
Yeah, Kiyasuke's got something big here. Nice flank, nice headshot.
Clinical!
Look at him go! Just extracting brains from Skulls, 2 gone. And just like that, what was going to be a really awkward round becomes something a bit different. MongolZ's going to be running that bomb through T-spawn.
Yeah, as he should be, right? Because you know that Vinny's a B defender. Kiyasuke's got the rotations cut off. If Kixon and MongolZ just partner up and all they have to do is find, I know it's all they have to do, is be able to deal with Vinny where they were believing on B, they should be in. But really playing this one slow. You know where one of the 2 was, but now Try definitely could have evacuated. He could have even opted for a push through. But he's going to play over towards Ticket. Vinny's going to be floating in CT spawn. Kiyasuke's still with these rotations. He's going to puff up his chest. He has already made the round-winning play. Now it's about keeping the comms flowing in his position. Vinny now partners up with Try, and they're trying to search him out.
Yeah, his double kill has already won them the round. And not to know that, of course, understandably, taking their time on the pathing. Don't want to be walking into an AWP, losing that bomb. And now Kiyasuke maybe is caught out. Is he tucked? He won't be visible. Vinny could still catch him. Kiyasuke finds his 3rd. Vinny caught walking through the jungle. That's an impactful round, just as we were discussing his kind of rise to fame and the Major rookie.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't know what this kid's ceiling is. I don't think we've seen it yet. Whereas Donk's, we've seen because he's shattered all expectations. Doesn't mean he can't go higher. Donk is the highest level of any individual that we've seen, right? Obviously, ZywOo and Simple are very good as well. But what Donk did at that Katowice, the way that he just turned heads, right, especially as a rifler. And we are seeing that as we mature into CS2, it's no longer an AWPer's paradise. If you want to be an AWPer, you need to be elite level. But that is beautiful, so steady. Like the aim on point. This is what you love to watch. And from a young man, he is delivering like, yeah, he's another one of these kids who goes out there and goes, yeah, no pressure. Yes. And he's one that you have to believe because they do deliver. So great little start here, 4-0 for Falcons. Partial buy back in. And the board was wiped. Skulls are nowhere yet to get going in the frag department. But we might just have another clinic on display, but it could be in a different fashion. Not in terms of perfect pathing and util being picture perfect. It is looking like it could be something that is just packing a punch.
And Falcons packing a punch with Kiyosuke at the helm is kind of exactly what Zonic would be hoping to see. Just kind of waltz through this one. I thought it was interesting the way like Zach had approached it, where he said like, yeah, well, we found out that we weren't in the same category as Furia yesterday, and Falcons kind of are. So, you know, like that's not only realistic, but it does simultaneously apply that little bit of pressure. You know,
Sure.
It's like, well, Furia threw us around, so if you don't,
yeah,
you aren't.
You're not as good as them, huh?
Yeah, right.
Well, if Hong Kong didn't tell you that. Falcons still really looking through their breakthrough, and opening kills coming their way again. So,
okay, a little bit of something from nowhere. The individuals can definitely shoot. No one's denying that. There's a reason they've managed to fight their way through stage 3, pick up a win in stage 3. But for Falcons, they're trying to return to, you know, normality. A little bit of a slip up, one best of one.
When I look at the playoff bracket, if you are guaranteed to get yourself Furia, Vitality, Falcons, and Mouz, those are the top 4 names that you'd expect. Then the names that you would want should be Spirit should be the next one out of anybody's mouth. I was pretty high on G2 because of that Blast Open London win, and I've actually really liked what I've seen since this roster's come together. I rate players like Matters, Heavy God, Mouz very highly. So if they're able to show good form and get to the playoffs as well, then those final 2 spots, if you get NaVi and you get FaZe, you have all of the massive organizations in attendance. As, well, spreading in for this mid-control on the CT side. They've got information, but if there is a quicker move over towards A, they might just find themselves completely out of position. Cello Skulls heading in through CT, but they will be asking, has anybody slipped out? Are they ticket? And there's no way. I don't think he has the best of timings right now.
It might be like out on the side before he gets there. That's if they take quite a quick pace here. They are now throwing out their util. Monacy full blind, removes try, but no way will punish. Catches Kixon, bits the bomb loose. Now suddenly a bit of a panic sets out in the Falcons comms. We've got to focus on that. Kiyosuke focusing on B. Up and over, Tessus adjusts nicely, removing that threat and
now you can go back.
securing the bomb, and you might want to because Kiyosuke just said B's clear.
Yeah, so that tells you that that flank informed them that it was just full information for Imperial.
How far did he go?
Well, you know it's the stack now, so maybe they just want to finish A and have him clear out the back line.
Kiyosuke go kill. And that means he knows there's one ramp as well, because now you don't throw that nade for no reason. Going in, listening, fragging, it's perfect. There was a real opportunity. No way finding that flank, getting the bomb loose for a moment of chaos. Skulls is under a lot of pressure and gets brought down. So a nice one. You can see that Kixon, that one means a little bit more than the previous. Just seeing his boys work wonders, and it looks like Zach does want to take a timeout after that one. Probably a conversation to be had about these gaps.
You feel so bad if you're Skulls in that situation because you're the A anchor. So you're like, I'm the last guy. They know that I'm here. Everyone else was here.
Yeah.
They know that I'm here. So they will find me, as they are just getting ranked old right now. So both coaches with an opportunity to get on the mic. For the newer viewers, maybe not too familiar with Zach, he was once upon a time in a major grand final. That was PGL back in Krakow in 2017 with Immortals.
Everyone's favorite major final.
Yeah, going up against Gambit. That's one of those ones that was a crazy result, right? It was one of those majors where you go, okay, hold up, how did any of this happen, right? So Zeus got his major there alongside of the Vadozia, Mo, Adren, and of course, Uncle Hobnob.
Shout out to Hobnob. Nice Damian.
All right.
That's an auto shotgun.
That is an auto shotgun.
Usually you enjoy these.
I do.
Don't know if Try's going to enjoy this. A flash, a nade, and a headshot onto Kiyosuke. Tell a lie, he's having fun.
And making money.
Yeah, money short, but Kiyosuke put in a grave. That's his 4th death, and it's to a shotgun. They've got him boxed in. Massive Tessus, ooh, could have got the double. They're unable to find that second on the spray.
Now, there's a real shot within this round. Not only the number advantage, but it's the first time Imperial have found the opening kill.
All right.
So sure, it's not a full buy, but let's see if you can work into action. Or Monacy, Kixon, and NiKo combined. Can they bail them out? They've heard that deep smoke over towards the B app, so they know that they're fully entrenched with control. Now it's just about trying to find the path of least resistance. You've still got over a minute on the clock. You've got a decent amount of util between these 3.
Are they hedging B? No, it's a 2-2 split.
The biggest gap right now for Imperial is if there's a play through middle, right? Up short or even up through connector. But as we can see, going back through A. So Cello and that of Skulls partner up. Skulls will jump spot. Cello will be the unknown piece.
You could soften him up if he gets a good HE timing towards Tetris.
Skulls must have seen him. He's no longer jumping.
Yeah, NiKo, he's processed that now. Nate's not quite going to hit the money on the mark. This is a good util combo.
Get out of there.
Oh, that's perfect.
That's
Forced
beautiful.
into the AWP.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we can all add to our repertoire.
But Cello, unknown piece. Remember, he's still here.
He's sounding like he's overlooked. He's hearing these footsteps, but he's not going to be too quick. Waiting for that bomb plant, waiting for that round-winning kill.
Time.
NiKo's pathing just to the side, and he gets a free frag into the back of the head.
Can't plant.
Oh! Kixon saves him with a wallbang headshot.
Got to plant now, Kixon.
Get it in. Got to get it in. m0NESY plucks a jumping no way. Do see the plant go down in time. Can't really deny it from Try. Up on the stairs, tracks the first onto m0NESY. Kixon has to save him now. Try comes in, but Kixon hits the shot. Falcons, a bit of sweat on the brow in that round, gets very chaotic. Try, he comes down to a 1v1. He opened up with their first opening, couldn't find their first closing.
Yeah, I think that the kill there is obviously Kixon with the wallbang. Because if he doesn't get that, with the time that's on the clock, they're in so much trouble. So this is, well, not the opening exchange, but the one that does really tip the tables. This is a great combo, flushes out Skulls. He thinks he's just going to stay over towards Ticker, but they still have a boatload of util. Cello activates, kills NiKo. Kixon gets the trade back so he can plant. And then Try gives it his best, but 7-0. Guns back out for Imperial. Remember, that last round was their first round with an opening kill. So we'd love to see a rifle round start in that fashion as well. Try with 7 kills, 4 for No Way, 3 for Vinny, 2 for Cello, 1 for Skulls. So this top mid space for Kiyasuke and Kixon. No information play for Imperial on the CT side.
Yeah, Kixon's got 2 smokes here, so he'll be able to kind of act bigger than he is.
Okay, so it's a fake window smoke and top con smoke. And then it's going to be a B pop. But I think they were just blocked over towards... Oh no, B smoke fading, excuse me.
Kiyasuke to flash him in. It's Tassus that's going to be layering that on top and running out. NiKo has that bomb.
Vinny won't get blind here, I don't think.
Strafing out his Tessus, caught by No Way. That's the trades you want to see, though. NiKo not going to let that death of Tessus go untraded. And a save is the only option.
Yeah, that's 0 to 100, right? You're sitting in your spots, everyone's calling what's going on, and then next minute, everyone's in your face. You both be defenders at down there, and they get 1 kill. You're not even getting slowed down, so the rotation has time to get there.
So quick.
Just
like,
over.
What's the comms? Like, at that point, even...
They're coming B.
Even the professionals, it feels like B, 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 B.
And that's it, right? Yeah. And then Vinny probably goes save because he sees nobody floating close. If there's a third piece to either have assistance or find that gap to try and cause a little bit of chaos, maybe there's a way in, but this is another clinic. So this will be 8 consecutive rounds now. If you just missed the Vitality game, there was a whole lot more of this. It was just going through the motions. I was calling it live dry running.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? You kind of wanted to see this if you wanted to see a competitive major along the stretch. Falcons... Sure, it wasn't the best start, a win streak on Ancient broken. You do get put down, but Vitality lost to FaZe on Nuke. So if you want to say that you're on par with Vitality, you pick up a 13-2 here.
I think also what is a positive sign is it's the kick in the pants immediately, and it's one that has the lowest stakes. Now it's going to have massive ramifications to how the bracket unfolds.
True.
But if both Vitality and Falcons are able to go 3-1, then there's still a chance that the bracket does kind of start to fill out and populate in a way that could be. I don't want to say favorable because all games in the bracket, but favorable in terms of getting spicy matches in the semis and lining up for a great final, as opposed to just having these super stacked quarters where it's like, you've got Furia versus Vitality and Falcons versus Mouz, and then maybe on the other side, let's say you had like NaVi versus FaZe, right? And they get like a freebie through to a quarter. You want it to be equally matched, but how you place throughout this stage will determine how the bracket looks. So that is something to keep in mind with those upsets on day number 1. But either way, this course correction, if it continues in this direction, is beautiful, right? This is exactly what you want from favorites.
That's if it continues. I understand that if is doing a lot of work there because Imperial and 8-4 half is available. We just need to see more evidence that they can pull it off. An opening kill, perhaps. Looks like there's a big pressure onto the A defense. Skulls on top of the ladder, has that little elevated angle with his Zorpa holding ramp. Cello will be summoned over as the util sails in. It's m0NESY that's going to be throwing out that stairs and jungle util set. Blocked on ramp. Do you still go? Yes, you do. Skulls, nice tracking. Lovely work, that 1-2 punch. Skulls and Try defending the A site valiantly to get Imperial started. Another one, layered of flashes, missed shot from MongolZ. Skulls leaves with a double kill. Try the same. And Tessa's just with it all to do in the 1v5. So round 9 is where Imperial come online.
Okay. So they can salvage 4. This was the conversation in the Vitality game as well. Sorry to rehash a lot of this, but it is almost identical, right? Does it get a bit loose towards the end, right? Or is Kixen able to keep them restrained and leashed and focused in on the goal at hand, which is getting this done as quick as possible? Well, the next couple of rounds will be very telling of that. And I think that he's got wilder horses, right? If you were comparing stables, Apex is a well-tamed, well-trained.
Oh yeah, you could do like school trips with the Vitality horses, but
these ones they're naughty boys sometimes.
Yeah, you know, it's probably not the best idea. Trying to keep a leash on the Falcon individuals.
So Tessus and Kiyasuke in through underpass. Late window utility being thrown out now by Kixen. They did search towards A, right? They tried their luck, they kept the pressure on. But this is another CT setup where there's no info. So if there is just an execute and it is into B, Vinny and Noe are in trouble again. The rotation is miles away. They're not playing for info, they're not clamping down on mid, they're not grouping up on a timing as Falcons are taking mid control. I say that, Skulls is gravitating over. That'll give a third piece. Try might come towards window. So they are leaving a gap on A, but you do need to take these type of moves. That's what the best teams in the world are up to. So looking for a fight now.
Yeah, full team effort. Molly makes life uncomfortable for Kiyasuke. Doesn't look too uncomfortable for the first. Trade provided by Skulls. It's Tessus that's hoping he gets overlooked or can catch No Way, just glancing towards under for answers. Vinny beside him as Bomb is maneuvering towards that unguarded A site. I say unguarded. Skulls did just have a little passing glance.
I'd call it unguarded.
Yeah, okay, good.
I think you're bang on.
It's really going to be a waltz into the site for MongolZ and Kixen.
So Tessus going forward 2.
Down, though. Sure, it's info, but it is going to be a man advantage, and Try will get his eye to the scope. CT just going to sweep through the site, may catch NiKo's exit if he doesn't nail this. I think he may have got the info on the jiggle.
Time the problem.
Flash and out. Time an issue for sure, and multiple bodies on the screen. Kixen does go down, and it does look like it's going to be another problem for Falcons. 10 seconds, bomb needs to be picked up. NiKo 10. Is he going to make a play for this? Does take the jaws, and he takes the transfer. That's nuts.
Mate, he had the plan.
That's insane. The fight's come to him, but I don't know how much that fight was even brought to him. That's just a little pixel on the transfer.
I still just don't quite understand it. He had to get the bomb and plant.
What?
Right, there was 8 seconds left at that moment.
Yeah, you could be like knife out looking at a wall.
You let him make the move. By the time he picks up the bomb and goes back to the site, there's probably 5-6 seconds. So
the uncrouch is, foolhardy from Vinny. He wants to make sure that Skulls gets traded, but time was there.
Yeah, I don't want to be critical, right? Because they're already getting owned and they're making the play, but NiKo was the one who had everything to do. And you gave him the one thing he wants, heads up Counter-Strike.
But I mean, we all agree that that's like, there's only a handful of players that are going to punish that.
For sure, right? Okay. It was very good.
But still a mistake, an unforced error.
You gave it to him.
Yeah.
You gave him the opportunity to put his aim on display.
And that's, if Counter-Strike is many things, but one of them is just punishing those mistakes. And the very best players are the very best at doing so.
Well, this is the thing, right? It's a mistake because it didn't work. Otherwise, it looked beautiful. They double swung and they traded.
Oh, yeah,
great.
there we go.
Right? And it's clobber in time as it looks like it's back to those swift winning ways. Just going to be Vinny. As he lobs his way out window. Got the first. They're just going to waltz in towards B now. So MongolZ and NiKo just going to partner up and look for the close. So MongolZ will cover Cat. Vinny is going to rotate back through market. NiKo has to worry about the play through underpass and B apps. And that'll be that.
Got it.
Okay, 10-1. It's good that it's quick.
Yeah.
Not if you're an Imperial fan.
But if you're a best of threes fan.
They're coming up next. And there'll be no more best of ones at the major after these conclude. We also have a match going down on the A stream right now, casted by Harry and Hugo. That's their second for the day. They saw MongolZ take down FaZe, and now they are covering NaVi versus Pain as Try has found another opener.
Oh, and Tessus has managed to find a rebuttal. Cello was just kind of caught in the middle of nowhere there. Didn't anticipate just such a kind of a unprovoked walkout ramp. And Kixen is very confident that there's no one going to shoot him in the backside here. Just walking into B. Look at this pathing, the conviction behind Kixon.
Think about the constriction now of those rotations. The fact that he's able to press up this far, and look at all the nades that he has, right? At this moment, he obviously wants to get the jump on them rotating in, but if he just smoked this off, as soon as Tessus is close with the, well.
Yeah. And then they glance. He did miss his shot. It's all right. The end of the world. You still now know, okay, we can't go short, but we could throw a smoke and maybe we could build on the back of that. Really working on an Apps flank. No, did push forward of that.
Kirsuk has been caught, needs to smoke this off. So many nades just to block. This is crazy.
Are they just going to run through?
They have to.
And that's exactly what Vinny tries to do. Suke takes 2. A third from Kiyosuke. Falcons having a lovely feast.
Mate, he was just under pressure, getting shot in the backline, then just steps up and gets 3 massive kills. MongolZ closes it down. The scoreline is 11-1, but Falcons on the road to recovery. The 2-1 bracket awaits, and this is the Falcons that everybody wants to see.
Looking to put Imperial down into the elimination game tomorrow, and they're doing it rather quickly. Trying to build up that momentum as well. You know, this is that static start, that static friction, overcoming that and trying to get himself into playoffs.
We're on the B stream here, and it stands for beating to kick off the day, doesn't it? Vitality owning Bay, and now Falcons doing the same to Imperial. 11-1 if you missed it. You're tuning in. You missed a couple of stylish moments there from Kiyosuke, looking very sharp, 17 kills in total at the tippy top of the scoreboard. But it's been a relatively good team effort. Good calling from that of Kixon. Everybody maneuvering across the map, and when called upon, have hit some very nice shots. This pistol will get the job done.
Let's see if they can get it. Block smoke, Skulls doesn't choose to engage as NiKo's tap that starts us off. MongolZ, though, he's in the perfect position to farm up a couple. Double kill from him, chipping in. It's just try, and try as hard as he might, they won't.
Okay, Force playing out the game now.
Get her done.
These are 2 of the biggest stomps in back-to-back fashion that we've casted. We've casted some stomps. We casted the FlyQuest versus Fluxo 13-1 on Overpass. We did a 13-2 yesterday, which was NaVi versus Furia.
Yes, that was a dominant one, wasn't it?
Right, so there have been some real dominant games.
But I mean, that's what this major's about, right? It's like kind of, you know, you used the term sifting for gold. And now we're just trying to forge that gold into, you know, a trophy and a champion.
Well,
remove the imperfections.
Without a doubt, we've had the best of the best, right, throughout the season. We've seen them in finals, right? Furia's late surge is the most impressive, but Falcons have been in a bunch of finals. Everyone knows that hasn't gone their way. They haven't gotten what they needed. You could go back to the one they won with Degster, but that's a completely different roster to this one now. I don't think we'll be counting that. They're in a similar conversation for Mouz, but where Mouz has discussed having no aura, Falcons has a lot of it. Right, these are very popular players. household names. And you wonder if or when that time comes, or will they just continue to get painted with the choking brush? Will that perpetually follow NiKo? Tessus goes down for the opener. So there is a little something in this. Kiyasuke getting one back, and I think he's just...
he wants to fight.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
He's not playing scared. And nor is Skull's actually just jumping out and trying to bait them into that jump up, but Keekson happy to oblige. Looking like this might be a 13-1, folks. It looked like that a long time ago. Don't know why I'm saying that. Like, that's just... We're just realizing that. But yeah, maybe there's something to be said with this Cello. Did he get spotted? Yeah, surely NiKo knows. Cello does too. Kiyasuke, though, is the one you have to get past. And try. Oh, God, that's the perfect amount of ammo to body shot him through the wall. Of course. Picks up the scout to try and finish it. Oh, and he does just nail it. Kiyasuke, that's a big one. That's going to be a feel-good game. You can see that, just like a Sonic, the proud father, just looking at Kiyasuke saying, thank you very much.
Okay, well, 21 kills for him, just a casual day at the office, and plenty more counter-strike to come from Falcons in this major, you'd hope. There's the loving embrace of Sonic there. You only get those at majors, so you got to work hard for them. And now it's just one best of 3 separating them and the playoffs, which is where this team belongs at a minimum. You've got Falcons who would love to be their Vitality too. I think Mouz, we've got Furia, you got Spirit, you got G2. There's so many big names at Budapest around the year. And hopefully the Counter-Strike, look at him. He's telling the stories. Oh, this is how I own them. You know, he's come home from the school trip and he said,
dude, I threw this and no one was looking, and so I came this way. And
this is what's great about these majors, especially when you have a rookie as talented as this guy. The love of Counter-Strike, it's infectious, right? When you see, he's loving his life right now. They've just dominated a team. Sure, they're going to shrug this one off, and they weren't expecting Imperial to be a huge opponent, don't get me wrong. But to be able to, you know, have this game with your boys that you're working hard with, there's also some framing around that people going, oh, they didn't boot camp. They, you know, spent time at home. And it's like, well, at this point, right, these guys have been playing together all season. Oh, this one right here. It's not like it would have cost them anything, right? But it's a flashy moment there for NiKo. But this is what we expect from Falcons. This is what we hope to see going into the best of 3s tomorrow. More of this from Maxim, please.
And still kind of, you know, we didn't necessarily need MongolZ today. He wasn't really, you know, he was there. He was definitely there. Impact on that pistol. But as you were highlighting, you know, because his form coming into the major had everyone thinking, oh, here we go.
It was hard. So in the best of 3s, maybe that's where we get to see the best MongolZ.
Yeah, absolutely necessary today.
You can replay that for me 100 times. Those headphones come off and the biggest smile on his face again and again. So really just feeling the good vibes, aren't they? We're going to have to wait until we finish populating the 1-1 games and our 0-2 and 2-0 games before we know what the 2-1 bucket is going to look like for their opponents. That'll be happening at the end of the day. So there's a whole lot more Counter-Strike where that came from. This is just a quick appetizer. And I have a fortunate fact for everybody. We are on an accelerated schedule round here.
Oh, what a
So there's
what a
no
lovely
waiting,
game.
right? These have been 2 quick games, and we're just going to keep it moving.
Yeah, no, and talking of, you know, appetizer, the main course is actually cannibalism, if you're interested.
Yeah, it does sound violent, and it is.
Yeah, not human eating human, but American eating American.
Yeah.
I just called Americans, not humans.
Well, we know what you mean.
You know what I'm going for.
You're going for
North American
eliminating
Counter-Strike.
North Americans eliminating North Americans.
Yes, which is a bit of a running theme throughout, but we'll get into it.
We'll get into it. We're just going to be waiting to get an interview with one of the victors. Don't you worry about that. And then we'll throw over to Donna and hear what they have to say. But who do you think it's going to be? If you had to guess who's going to do the interview?
Oh, the interview? Oh, it wouldn't be Kiyasuke.
Why not?
Maybe a happy Kiyasuke or a Sonic would be my guess. Or maybe you get a smiling NiKo.
Well, Sonic and Zach were on the pre-game.
So you wouldn't we don't recycle?
I don't know, you could. But I think Donna, you know, maybe wants to get it.
Yeah, true, because it's Donna's
Kiyasuke
request.
played the best.
Donna requests Kiyasuke.
I reckon she does too.
Yeah.
But they might say no.
Yeah, and then it probably is NiKo.
Yeah, okay. Well, here's some scores on the doors. So you can imagine why they didn't have many CT side kills, guys. They didn't play many CT rounds, right? Whereas Try did. And that's where he got most of his frags. So that makes a whole lot of sense for everybody, doesn't it?
It's all computing.
You know, keep it simple, stupid. I want to recommend that everybody also go and whack on the A-string game, Pain versus NaVi. They're all tied up over there on their map. They are playing Dust 2. And guess what? We were right. It is a Kiyasuke interview with Donna. Check it out.
Well, that was an easy match for you, and now you're up 2-1. So tell me now, after starting with a loss but ending with 2-1 today, how is the mood in the team?
Good. We are enjoying.
Yeah?
Spending time together, enjoying.
Okay. I think you also have been enjoying yourself. You had an incredible performance. How do you feel about your own performance today?
Good.
Yeah?
Yes.
Only good?
Yes.
Okay, there is, although I feel like still pressure on the team to like win, because you came here to win, right? But what about you? Do you feel any pressure?
No, I just play tournament.
Okay, that's amazing. So you're the chill guy, good to know. And now you're up to 1, so tomorrow qualification matches, and you're gonna head into the best of 3, so no more best of 1 for you. How do you think your team will perform in the best of 3s?
I think team likes more best of 3 than best of 1. Their opinion. I don't care best of 1 or best of 3. So
okay.
Team will enjoy more.
You enjoy both, team enjoys more best of 3. That's amazing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to Machine and Sponge.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Who introduced you to CS and how old were you?
I was very young, like 5 to 6 years old. My brother introduced me. He was playing like semi-pro.
Okay, you still play with him sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah, we get some fun matchmaking.
Well, the first time I got introduced by Counter-Strike was in 2007. I was 14 years old. It was a friend. A guy just opened a cyber cafe in my town, and I wasn't such a big gamer back then, and I said, okay, let's go. And I realized CS was a good game.
Do you still play with that guy?
No, I don't. I saw him 2 years ago. There are two brothers that opened that thing, and I saw them 2 years ago because it was fun to see them again because they were the one that introduced me to Counter-Strike.
I've always been around computers, but I was 12 years old when my brothers took me to the Cyber Coffee. Had only 6 PCs on the beginning. It was amazing. I loved it first time.
Who introduced me to Counter-Strike? I mean, my parents, they were having a PC cafe, so I was just hanging out with them there, and I saw some people play it, and I started playing, and yeah.
How old are you?
4 or 5, something like that.
I was, I don't know, I remember it since I was born almost, like since I have conscious and memory. My big brother.
You still play with him sometimes?
Yeah, he still, until recently was we played FaZe, but both of them were playing CS, both of them introduced me to it, but yeah, once in a while we'll play.
Older brother. I think the first time that I played under his control, it was like I was playing on the mouse and he is on keyboard. It was like I was 3.5 years old probably, and like since 4 years old I can play like by myself.
It was my brother and my cousin. Like they started to play in a cyber cafe like together, and actually my brother bought him like his first PC, and we were doing 1 hour each every day to play CS. So that's how I learned the game.
And do you know how old you were?
6. I was 6 here.
I think no one, but I'm starting play Counter-Strike, I think 14, but I'm not play so much because for me when you so young you don't know it's good to play so much Counter-Strike or no.
Who's gonna be in the major grand final? I would go with, I don't wanna put us, I don't wanna jinx us, I'll put Furia versus Vitality.
Hope for us. And why not against Furia?
I really hope we do, and I would like to face Furia in the finals against us.
Hopefully us against Vitality. I always like to play against them, so Vitality.
Vitality and Furia.
Spirit and Falcons.
Who's going to play in the major grand final this time?
Spirit and Vitality.
Us against Vitality.
Mouz and Falcons.
I think Mouz and Furia.
Mouz and Furia.
Vitality and Mouz.
Us and don't matter who.
And who?
Doesn't matter who.
Us, I hope so. And Furia. Yeah, great final, right?
Division and Furia.
Oh, that would be cinema.
Hello, it's So from G2, and today I'm doing pick'ems for the stage 3. I will go with Furia for a 3-0. They have a pretty good map pool, so I think they can do good in best of 1s and best of 3s also, and then yeah, overall I think they can match up against other teams pretty good. I think we have had some time to practice and we can show good form here as well and need to believe in ourselves, so let's put us there as well. And then for the 0-3 teams, I think Imperial surprised by getting into stage 3, so I think it's a likely one for 0-3. We're gonna win Passion in the first match, so I will put Passion as 0-3 as well. The rest of the playoffs teams, so Vitality kinda straightforward. Can put Mouz there as well. They haven't skipped too many playoffs, so that's a clear pick, I would say, as well. Then for the rest, yeah, I think Falcons as well, they're gonna make it to playoffs. I think NaVi showed good form in stage 2, went 3-0, so I would put NaVi as well. And then, let's say Spirit because of donk. Let's put FaZe, actually, just to make it interesting. 3-0 choices, Vitality and also Team Spirit. I believe those are the two most likely teams to go 3-0. My friend from Passion Way might be one of the 0-3s, maybe Parivision as well. Even though I love watching Parivision, I'm watching them a lot. If I were to be emotional, those wouldn't be my picks, but I mean, this is me trying to be rational. So now let's go for the qualifying teams as 3-1, 3-2. Furia as my first pick. Not 3-0, but I think we can make it 3-1 or 3-2, hopefully. I need to consider my boys from Falcons. They are having a
a very good season, even though they're not getting the trophies. They're playing so well. We just had a grand final against them, and they're gonna come in hot. I have to consider Mouz. They are very solid, consistent, the entire year, deep runs, and every tournament they play. FaZe, I have to consider them. Also because of FaZe magic, you know? I really believe G2, they always come up with some cool things. And hard not to consider NaVi from what they showed, stage 2.
So I will start with the 3-0 category, and I'm gonna put Mouz 3-0. My team, gotta have belief. I also think a smart trick for the pick'ems is you need to play the system. With us, I'm gonna put Falcons. I think if we calculate out the system, there's a chance that we are not meeting each other in a 2-0 game. Pain, 0-3, and I will also put Passions UA, 3-1 or 3-2. I will have Vitality for sure. I'll go with Spirit. I would also choose G2 to make it through. I will have Furia. I will put NaVi as well. I'm actually gonna pick Liquid. So that's my pick.
So 3-0 with Vitality and Furia. And for the 0-3, maybe 8, maybe Passion UA. For 3-1 and 3-2, I will put us. We are not solid, but we are playing a good CS. I will put NaVi. They went good in the stage 2. Of course, Mouz. Falcons as well. Spirit, of course. And G2. That's all.
Welcome on back. The best of ones are done, and now it is time for the real deal. This is rather intense now, folks, because the loser of this game will be eliminated from the StarLadder Budapest major. Team Liquid coming into this one as the name favorite. Passion UA coming in as the one that started this competition a step behind. They did manage to claw their way back in, though. It was I don't know how to frame it. Like that win against M80, the ticket for them to be in this stage of the competition, it was a new accomplishment for JT and Co.
Sure.
They got that next accomplishment, and since then it's been two best of ones where they'd probably rather forget.
Yeah, and it's just yesterday, right? So was it a bad day, or is it the step up in competition that makes the difference? Well, going up against Liquid, I'd say these two are much more evenly paired. I understand in terms of the name value, yeah, stronger on one side than the other, but let's remove the mask. You may as well call them complexity. I don't think Passion as an organization would appreciate that, but this is the core of the team. They've just gone and moved org, and they've added them instead of Sixy, right? So with these two teams going head to head, there's actually not that much history, at least recently, right? The last game that they played against each other was much earlier in the year, I do believe, and I think that's when if I'm going to be honest, there was still JKS and Twists on the Liquid roster, right?
No.
So Liquid's come a long way in this year.
If we're calling M80, NRG, obviously NA teams.
Yes.
We can still call Passion and Liquid NA teams. Clash of Americas. You've got some of the founding fathers, your NaVi, your Elige on one side, and then you've got the disruptors that were Passion now, well, Complexity now Passion.
Now technically, Passion are still classified as a North American team by the VRS.
Yeah, they get that.
Liquid are not, but North America will claim them. So because of that, I think we're safe in calling them North American, right? So if we want to take a look at the run so far for North American teams, right, it's only where the strong may survive. M80 defeating NRG, Passion eliminating M80, and now Liquid must go to war with Passion. Only one can walk away from today still alive in the StarLadder Budapest Major 2025. The other will have their season come to a swift close, right? So this is going to be heartbreaking for one of the two. On screen right now, you can see 10 maps played, a win ratio 50%, guys. That means that they've won 5 out of 10 maps played. That's crazy. Mirage being the most played is also crazy because this is once upon a time, man in the middle of the screen, JT's permaban. They started removing Ancient since they moved into this Passion roster, and it's just the man Kvem with the Ukrainian flag that is the newest addition to I want to make sure I say roster, not team, right? Because he was already on the Passion team, whereas the roster has been brought across from Complexity. So this is tough for them because Mirage is something that JT, I'm pretty sure at the time we saw them playing one of their first within this stage, that he'd only played 10 times in the last 4 years, right? Since 2022 was the last time that he had a win on the map. Well, that's changed since.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be a pressure point, and I would make a really large assumption, because it's one of Liquid's best maps, that they are going to pick Mirage today against Passion. So there will be that pressure point immediately, and that is going to be tough, right? You're getting more reps in, you're probably starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, but this is a map that I think the likes of your Eliges, your Nerds of the world, even Ultimate, Big Tim, I'm calling him, should be able to get your number. This is where the rest of the map pool is something that we're going to have to explore for Passion, right? What's their pick going to be? They've seen Donk absolutely smash Liquid on Train. That could be a choice that JT and Co want to go for in the matchup today, because there'll be no overpass. That will be removed from Liquid. And then in terms of where else do you want to go, right? Do you want to pick in an Inferno? They've looked pretty good on Inferno. Liquid have played a couple of those as well that have been up and down. I'm just interested to see the map pool essentially between these two, because I don't want to just say Mirage is a gimme for Liquid. It should be a gimme for Liquid. It's not going to be that easy, right? They are going to have to graft for it. But we've got an interview standing by, so let's throw that over and see what they have to say.
Grim, thank you for joining us. How do you feel today?
I feel pretty good. 0-2 game is always rough, especially when playing some of my friends, John and Naf, Keith. So yeah, just we got to go and win because it's either us or them, and I don't want it to be us.
Yeah, you've been playing with them for a while back then in Liquid. Does it help you actually facing ex-teammates? Like, do you feel like you can anticipate their moves better, or does it not make any difference?
I'd say sometimes, but since it's been a while since we played with John, and been like almost 3 or 4 years since I played with Naf, I'd say like they can change and stuff in terms of like their preparation and the way they play the game. So I'd say it's a bit different, and it's not something I'm personally looking into going into the game.
I mean, yeah, you're 0-2, but I still think you guys have chances. You have really shown huge potential. So how do you honestly see your chances? Maybe if you could give us like a percentage or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we have a good chance. Obviously, we've been struggling in the best of ones this tournament, and I think it's just hard because of our pistols, but our pistols have been better as well. But best of threes, they give you a bit more leeway to make mistakes, and even if you mess up on the first map, you know, you can always come back in the second and third. So I'd say we're definitely going confident for today, and yeah, we'll do our best in the best of three.
Well, it's good that your pistol is getting better because I remember you complained about them in the last stage. And how is the map pool against them? Would you think it's good for your map pool or not to play against Liquid?
I'd say honestly we're as oh my god, if things go well, I'd say we are gonna get 2 of our best maps or better maps. So I'd say overall it's gonna be a good veto for us, and we just need to capitalize and do the stuff we've been talking about and come in with more energy than yesterday, because yesterday we definitely fell flat. Even though we got some hard matchups, we still could have beat them. If we had like a better start against G2, I think we could have beat them. And yeah, just need to come in today and do good on our map pick.
Okay, hope for a spicy match, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Grim there ahead of their matchup, and a big focus not only on maps, great questions from Donna, but also just talking about how strong starts feels fundamental, even coming into those best of threes. Passion UA, one of those teams that can kind of, you know, fade into nothingness if they don't get that strong start, but something that I think that, you know, once there's wind in their sails, they can get cooking.
I think if we reflect on the M80 game that they played, it was very direct calling within that series, right? On Mirage in the tail end where they got a string of rounds, and on Train, right? They were just flooding in towards the B bomb side. Everything was very direct. It wasn't chessboard Counter-Strike, which actually might play into the hands of some of these Liquid players. We've got Flashy on screen, coach of Liquid, and one of the 2 Hungarians who are representing the country with the major concluding in 2025. Now, Shui, the in-game leader, he's been brought in this year. Elijah's been brought back this year, and Nerds was brought in at the start of the year. So the roster looked completely different to kick off the campaign. Obviously, JKS was in the team, Twist was in the team, in-game leading for a while. For me, Naf has really found his form again, just confidence. He plays these extremity and anchor positions, and it's a position where you still have to make moves. Ultimate is one that when he first came onto our screens, we're like, wow, where did they find this kid? Can look quite flary. He's had some better moments at this major, and he's going to be a win condition. These interviews I always find quite funny, because I know he can be a bit of a troll, and he always comes across as quite a serious guy in the interview. So back to the veto. I think with Grim saying probably get 2 of their best maps, so I imagine that means they will be picking Train. Just depends if Train's the first map or if it's Mirage is the first map. And then I could see it simmer down to probably Nuke as the third and deciding. Now, if it goes 3, I'm going to take Passion, but Liquid will get to start CT side on Train. When they took on Donk yesterday, they started T side. And
that will make a difference.
T side Train is hard, right? It is very hard. It's hard like Overpass is, right? And those are, I don't envy anybody having to call into those. So we got the video on screen. Yeah, Train will be the first, so Liquid get to kick things off on one of the stronger CT side maps in the pool, and then they go into their choice of Mirage. So if Liquid pick this opener up, I can see them winning the series 2-0.
So it kind of starts here for Passion. Train, your pick. Grim says it's a comfort pick. Let's find out whether or not they can start this series, as they mean to go on a fight for survival between Liquid and Passion.
Yeah, that is, I guess, very important stakes because of the extra pressure. Heavy over towards B early.
Nuts is hearing this, but he wants to fight, and he's going to track. Does get one. It's Elijah as well with a chip in. He's going to be committed to the corner. He wants to play forward here. Kfem's trying to close that gap, and Elijah looking good. Sharp shot for the second. Just dips out and removes Kfem. Nyx will find the necessary rebuttal.
Yeah, it was impossible to help Elijah there. He was committed, so had to find his way out. But Shui has now piled up the high ramp, and this is the bomb.
It is, and a nice opportunity for Nyx to have brought down Shui. Forces him away, so a bit more territory gain. Naf is considering a flank, but doesn't want to go overextending.
Yeah, he's also miles away, right? So that's the problem if they do commit into B. Ultimate and Shui need to hold them at the door.
Okay, lots of space for Grim. Moving on forward. Look at that one tap. Doesn't quite nail it. Shui on the ladder. Hard to track.
Gonna get the plant.
It should be. Yeah, Nyx gets it in. Grim, half of his magazine gone. Has that flank onto Ultimate potentially. Who's going to hit the headshot first? Grim, that's a lot of missed shots.
Labored.
And that is a nasty way for the pistol to go down. That will already start sowing seeds of doubt in the Passion camp.
Okay, I think the fact that they got the bomb down is good.
Yes.
Right? I think that the shots there didn't look great out of anybody to close down that round, but that went both ways. The way that that started, Nyx was actually past Nerds, so they were much quicker on the timing than that flash was ready for. So this is the exchange again. You can see here, yeah, Nyx is literally behind Nerds by the time that frag happens. Elige does well to get another. Getting the bomb down, consolation considering how that kicked off, and then it looks clean with the final finish, but we saw it was labored before they can get there. So bomb going down does facilitate a force. We're going to see 3 Galils, 2 of which don't have head armor behind them, a UMP and a Deagle up against a fully fledged rifle round for Liquid. It's just a FAMAS. Again, heavy Lear over towards B to start. Some util thrown towards Yard to keep them busy, but Nerds is aggressive again.
Yeah, he's not letting off the gas, is he? This is kind of making a bit of a statement of intent. And now he pulls away, draws attention, and Shui. Oh, he profits as well. Swing for the trade. Hauser gets it. Elige down after 1. It's a bit more bloody than they would have liked. Nuts, he is playing a very aggressive brand of Counter-Strike here. Nyx will bring him down, but the damage done. Nyx already starting strong, but he's just run on down the ramp into NaFly's loving it. Embrace. FAMAS finds him.
He upgrades into a Galil. Okay, couldn't get one of the M4s. And you saw right there with the forward position of Nerds, the first bullet out of the gun into the head of an unhead armored opponent of Kvem. He's removed immediately. If he had a head armor, maybe there's a chance he doesn't go down straight away. So this, yeah, as you mentioned, it gets pretty dicey, but it is against a force like this, so you're happy to get past with denying the bomb. It doesn't go down this time, and you will be up against the full eco. Oh, what happened here? Oh, no. Okay, oh. Well, that's back where he started. All right, well, as long as he's happy.
Sometimes my mouse mat's not the right type of diagonal.
Yes.
Ultimate has made this eco.
It's over.
Quick.
It is very quick, isn't it? Okay, just Halzerk. And he's gone too. So that is a quick third round of play, but we now will bring out the guns. Halzerk's AWP could be equipped right now if he would like. Has enough to get Kevlar behind it. Will not be the opportunity for head armor. And it's going to depend on what the game plan or the call is. Now, the fact that he hasn't bought it is telling me that he's asking the boss man the question, or at least waiting for the call from JT. Still yet to buy, 4, 3, and he's in with the AK. So no AWP just yet. Also, spawns could be telling of what type of play is going to be made, but lobs out a sandwich smoke from the Instas as they throw through 2.
It's a very early lurk smoke.
And they want to really deny that pop.
Hard commitment to the Ivy fight. Now, Naf had a chance. He feels that pressure. Fem feels like he's done enough, falls back. And his boys have taken some space here.
Now you'd want to execute. If you know they're playing for pop, if you go for this B execute quite quickly, Nerds' rotation is going to be far away. You took a duel on Ivy, you have a good idea. You don't know for 100% that they are playing aggressive pop, but the way that the stance of the util, it tells you that they probably were. So Nerds has no rotation. If they execute right now, all is on Nerds. Shui's trying to hedge over, but he's not going to be there in time.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot of work.
Burning.
Standing in the Molotov, burns down to a crisp. Nyx finds the finish. They're going to give this a go. Flash through the smoke, trying to get some space to stretch their legs. Elige is going to take that fight with Nyx. He's going all the way around for it. JT will be punching in the code, and yeah, already looking uncomfortable in the 5-on-3. Did Liquid even want to have a go?
Well, Naf's worried about the Ivy lurk still, so as he worries about Kvem, this is just going to mean that Ultimate and Elige need to fight their way out somehow, but they are having a look.
There they are. Ultimate should be dead. Oh my goodness, Grim. Finds Ultimate some bulletproof corrugated iron.
Elige might go overlooked here. No, never mind. Spotted his feet under the board and gets wall banged. Now, this is slow response time from Liquid, right? They were rustled on the play because Nerds throwing in that pop molly that you saw him, runs up low ramp, throws it in towards the entrance to pop, is showing that he wants to make sure the T's can't drop straight in. But once they throw their own and then a smoke on top of it, somebody has to be rotating back. That responsibility could have been on Naf, but he was kept busy with Kvem early on that initial exchange that we were highlighting, and Nerds just got sold down the river. So that right there is showing that slow rotation time is really going to cost you, especially with how direct Passion can like to call. Ultimate just hoping he wasn't spotted there, but here it is. You get to see little tippy toes underneath as JT demonstrating to you. I'd be feeling a bit... okay, so Nerds has 2 options there. One, he should have stayed more aggressive and tried to do damage so they couldn't execute, or dropped all the way back to play retake.
Kind of ended a weird middle ground, flashed in the flames.
Grim spotted the player on red, and again they infest the brown walls. Ultimate's AWP posted in pop. And it looks like it wants to be more of the same as Grim is coming over to join this, so they'll push back pop. Can Ultimate get one?
It's going to be Flash, but I think he's tight enough on the line. He does get his opportunity, but jiggled out. Missed shot.
Yeah, it's just been left alone again. I'm so surprised. If you watch the M80 game, Passion UA were just doing a lot of set pieces.
And the game plan is working. Shui looks like he's coming over now.
But, well, he's got a smoke and a molly.
Poor guy, he's just booked, and that's surely sight gone. Round 1. They'll have a look. Elige, head-to-head with Grim, ex-teammate on for a 4-on-4.
Oh, Nav's found the lurk.
Oh,
okay, now they can focus on the retake. They've got kits for this. They've got good util as well. Couple of mollies, couple of smokes.
Elige isn't rushing this as well. Shui plays for the fade. Halzog lasting towards Thomas, and it's a free headshot for Shui. Halzog looking a bit silly. JT, though, loses his partner in crime. Nix goes down, and Elige, a really nice, stable retake from Team Liquid. Finding that lurk as well on main. Freed them up.
Yeah, it did look like Nerds was sold again there, but able to hold out this time. So that is confidence inspiring. The bomb going down will facilitate another buy into the Passion UA camp. So right now, AK is equipped for everybody once more. We'll see if they want to try for more of the same. Obviously, there's been... damn, okay. What's all that about? Well, nice shot there from Shui either way, as we do catch this in the highlight package. And that one's going to feel good, right? To be able to win a retake like that. And, oh, I like this from Flashy, because he knows that they probably got away with one there.
Yes.
He does take the tack timeout himself, getting on the mic to say, boys, like, if we need to be ready for these direct plays, we can't just be leaving Nerds on his own. I would imagine that would have been the conversation before they got into this. But either way...
Looked like he just pointed down the line at Nerd, said, that guy needs help.
That guy does need help. Oh, he dropped his pen. Here you go, boss. Unless he's like, admin, hold my pen while I talk, and I'll take it back once I'm done.
All right, well, timeout elapsed. Team Liquid 4 on the CT side. Passion, definitely opportunities for that to have been a second there.
Ultimate has a good spawn right now for high ramp. I'd expect him to take it with the AWP. That way they can get some early information. Obviously, he can be smoked off, but that's information in itself. And we see teams play behind that toolbox and then jump up on the ramp on low ramp contact. They're out, mate.
Fast, yeah, okay. Punchy, like the call from JT. And just look at them cowering. Overlooked on the E-box. Oh, Shui couldn't spin in time. Perfect off the back of the timeout.
Well, you play heavy towards B to mitigate the problem that's existed in the last 2 rounds, and JT is the one who calls the change-up. So now you're going to have these two left in a tough retake. The cluster of players around the bomb train right now won't persist forever. So this could just be the save, unless Nerds can find anything over the cusp of that smoke. It's faded now, and it might just be holding on to the goods. So giving over a second. Love that from Passion. Quick shift of the gear. Outside explosion, and we saw this as well against M80. One of the keys on their yard plays is not only would they throw the sandwich smoke and the camera smoke and have all the flashes, there would also be harassment utility on some of the first timing peaks for the riflers. We saw like a molly double nade combo down into Hell that cost Lake. This time around, Elige gets caught by HEs. So those type of moves are going to remove the CTs from going to be able to spam through smokes. So it is a nice little addition to an outside play, and it's put the smile on the face of the Passion UA players.
I mean, it's always going to feel good, especially when an enemy team has called a timeout. You kind of theory craft as to what their adjustments are going to be and then completely just bamboozle and bulldoze them with a pace change out main. Not something you can course replicate. You can't just keep going back and forth, but they might try.
And again, it will just be Liquid playing off of brown walls and trying to play for pop control. Well, Ultimate is going to start over towards camera.
Same sandwich and lurk start.
Yeah, but now you can go back to the B play.
Once again, Nerds finds himself on that island. Elige a little quick, though. Ultimate trying his hand at testing on the flames. It was an opportunity onto Kfem.
Elige is here much quicker. Okay, so Flashy's tactical timeout has netted in faster rotations. We've seen them just try and walk out high ramp before, but I think they need a pushback pop before they go for a B execute again. And Kfem just gets to lurk. He puts on Ivy pressure, then he gets to be the main guy if he wants, or he could join the rest of his team. So JT setting up his crew on the fade of the smoke. Halzog and Grim to peer in. It's just Shui playing on the jiggle to block. Oh, Halzog's played ahead of that.
Yeah,
he's got the bomb.
He's got the nade in his hand. Not the bomb! Did Shui see that? Did he register?
Doesn't matter. He can't do anything about it because of the molly.
Oh, you're right. Nix has spotted out Nerds in the meantime. Still weird death. Nasty one. Will need to be retrieved. Grim tasked with retrieval.
Does that change the call now? Because it did feel like they wanted to push back pop and then head in towards B. Halzog makes the choice because of the incendiary that was thrown very deep. Thought he could scout quickly. Lurk smoke now. Now it's tucks in below this. Means Elige has to be worried.
Oh, yeah, he's going to have an angle here. I think he caught a whiff of Elige. Yeah, caught with a nade in his hand. Oh, the cover from Nerds keeps Elige alive. 7 HP, but Grim's pathing out into the site. Ultimate now overlooking it. Getting caught out. Good catch from Kvem. Finds Shui. Closing the gap is Grim. Trying to pressure the Yorpa. Ultimate, some combat off it.
There we go.
Passes the test. Puts his name in the feed and puts a 5th next to Liquid's name.
A couple of misses there from Ultimate, but makes good on it, right? Under a lot of pressure. If he was unable to convert in that situation, that would have really left a mark in the Liquid finances. But he's able to steady himself, and it's the Doc, TC. He's going to get on the mic. South African representation alongside of the in-game leader, JT. They like the initials over there, don't they? But the two of them were partnered up for an awfully long time. Then TC got let go from Complexity, ended up on Passion, and then when Passion wasn't working with the Ukrainians, he went, hold up, I know some guys. Maybe we can bring them over here. We know that finances were tough for Complexity, difficult to get sponsors in the North American realms, especially if your team's not bringing in any glamorous results. But one more of those now, and they will be forcing a partial out of Passion UA. So this one had some shaky moments, but this is what we're hoping for. The last two best of ones, if you missed them on the B stream, were Clinics. We're hoping for something a little bit more clutch heavy as Grim doesn't look comfy, does he? Desk adjustments, chair adjustments, but it's T-sided train. They've already got 2. There's still a bunch more rounds to be played. So if they can get 2 more, they can work with that.
5 going brown hole straight away. Oh no, excuse me, misreading the minimap there. Typical pop nades. It's a main take. Leash!
Oh.
There's his corners! Oh, and it's crushing blow!
Good
3 go down! Charging main, bringing the fight to the T's. JT's committed to that angle. Shui has a deeper line, and so there's only Nyx left.
Well, this one won't have any saves, right? So with the 2,400 coming into the bank balance next, it's going to be quite limited in what they can invest. So Nyx, give it a go.
Look
you may as well. You are absolutely boxed in.
Shui's going to kill him as soon as he tries to bait him in. Ooh, I like the little bait and switch, and there's Nerds walking around the corner, catches him on the quick switch.
Okay, very well done. 6-2, 4-round gap, partial by now. There's the ability for a hero AK if they want in the hands of JT, some lighter upgrades. But this one here was a look. It's pretty common to see CTs go for the full crunch in main. It doesn't always work out that there's so many bodies in main. At least you won the round, Chief. The round was won.
Maybe that was from a previous round.
No, that was that round.
I refuse to believe that.
I guarantee you it was.
You just got like 3 kills in the opening and you...
I didn't get 4, did he?
Okay. What? I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, you should. Nerds has ripped off Nyx's head with a low ramp push. Ivy is the pressure point.
Caught in the smoke is Grim. Trying to path out, trying to get cheeky with it. Kvem's the one that's actually pulled off a cheeky maneuver here. Through that Ivy smoke, 2 backs are turned, and that smoke will fade. Oh,
At least doesn't know. But they must have known. This smoke's been down for a while. There you go. We'll be spitting more chips.
Give me the
after that
reaction
one.
to that one.
Give us an instant.
Just a picture-in-picture.
He's wearing an aura ring, so I wonder how his stress looks as well. Someone give me his data. All right, well, the bomb's in no man's land, but Shui should just be able to farm up the other 2 on this light investment.
Yeah, heart rate spikes when you get deagled in the back of the head, for sure. And there it is. Ultimate just puts it in.
Slightly concerning with, you know, a few of these little gaps, but he's... Yep.
It's a high-pressure game.
I'm not going to say anything.
It's an elimination game.
I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. Here it is. Oh, jump scare. You'd think they're losing.
Yeah. You won the pistol. It's all been kind of flowing quite nicely. 7 CT rounds.
You forced 2 tactical timeouts out of your opponent in the first half. But this is the moment that the game can shift.
Right.
Okay? So right now, 7-2. As I said, 4 rounds is enough. 3 rounds is also enough. Or 2 rounds could be enough in a while. But from where I'm sitting in the bar, let's just say 4. So at this moment, Liquid know they still need to keep things tight. They have residual buys available for almost all of their players, so that's going to be all good even if they do lose one. But if you're flashy, you want to keep this as spotless as humanly possible. This is your opportunity to take your opponent's map choice, go into what used to be their permaban, a map that they are still working the flow out on, and get this one done 2-0. You're in a 0-2 game, the pressures are the highest, you've been here before, that's where you found yourself in stage 2. And this is a whole higher caliber of opponent, but right now you match up against another stage 2 team. Mid play again. Stagnate's thrown deep.
Ultimate, ooh, missed shot, and with Grim opening up the account to Shui elsewhere. It's Confirm that feels actually a lot of pressure. He's actually going to hear the retreat of ultimate. Nyx onto nerds elsewhere. It's the Nyx round. Grim out main. They're just aim mapping out yard. And it's worked out wonderfully.
This is in Naf's wheelhouse, though. They know that Confirm was Ivy. The other two out main. If they just keep waltzing his way, Naf can confirm this Ivy kill.
Well, Grim was smart to tuck in, but it does mean that Naf is perhaps in a undetected position. Could get the wrap around here onto JT. Nyx playing
so
heaven.
late.
It's very late. Can't seem to find him.
Okay, yeah, well.
Hiding in plain sight, on the site.
Looks like he's just trying to get out of there now, so Naf not giving this one a go. Round will be given over, and there you have 3 added to the tally. So that is a great little round. We saw all the action towards Ivy. So Confirm keeping 2 players busy. That was an all-in call from Team Liquid out the gates, right? There was a move over towards Ivy. They were unable to get that kill. Confirm actually gets to walk away with his life as long as he avoids the bomb, and does. But it was all the action out main. So when you're putting an extra man for Ivy, that does mean that your main and pop control is going to be a little bit lighter. So very well done there from Passion. We'll catch some of that in the replay, I'm sure. Okay, so because of the choice to play heavier Ivy, everything else is going to be weaker on the defense, and you just saw them getting pipped. Halzerg has his AWP now. How does that change the flow? Do they want to head back into B and try and bruise outside of the map once more? Just 2 more rounds in this half.
Yeah, Halzerg's AWP's going Ivy.
It's quite fast. Kvem was very noisy.
Naf might be a little bit caught out by how far forward they are. Hits one headshot. It's the stray bullet into JT. I think he hadn't quite counter-strafed. It's Kvem that does find that immediate trade. And Elige, good tracking. Actually just perfectly one-taps Kvem out of the round. Finishes what Naf started.
Action on Shui. Might get the timing here.
Yeah, he's got that back turn just as easy as that. Well played.
Bomb confirmed.
Dips away. Grim pulls that bomb straight into B. They are so disconnected, Chad.
Yeah, just
Grim's
watching
planted.
the mini-map, it doesn't fill me with much confidence for Liquid, but they have a huge advantage.
Halzerg's coming in from the late flank. Grim needs to live as best he can. Tagged up an ultimate. Nert nearly caught with a nade in his hand. Shui ready for that late Halzerg, and now they know where he is. Some damage, but it's not enough. An 8-4 Team Liquid comes in rather, convincing on the scoreboard, 4 alive. But you had some doubts about the positioning on the minimap.
Yeah, the 3 players were essentially all around orange train, right? 6 train. I'm like, what's going on here?
Crazy little opening.
I know that Ivy was like a gap, right? But you've cleared out 3 players, or at least 2, and you know the AWP was there, right? So it's just some moments where I'm looking at it and thinking it's not so connected, which tells me that the comms are not clean on Liquid at the moment, and maybe that's also piling in with Elige's stress. But Shui with 14 kills. The captain putting in a shift right now.
I was impressed he was ready for such a late arrival of Halzerg. Good understanding of where he started and how far he could have gotten off to. Ooh, Elige versus Grim. Flash, incendiary combo, cover from Naf. These two been playing in Counter-Strike servers for a long old time. Sure, a little bit of a break, but Elige has returned.
Nick's going to play on the fade. Oh no, drops the molly in. Oh.
Still has vision. Doesn't
it
matter.
works out.
Doesn't matter. And he's taken down the highest flyer. Shui goes down, so that's a really important clawback from Nyx. Feel like we've been saying his name an awful lot on train, and understandably 11 kills if we're talking about Shui.
They're all playing through pop.
We should be talking about
through
Nyx.
pop.
Everyone is. And now from main comes Kvem. Elige is ready. Elige is fragging. That's his 2nd kill on the low HP. Dips in for the AWP.
Well, Nert's left
Nert's
B.
versus Halzerg. Oh, and he hits it on the cross. A 1v1. Elige not necessarily known to be an AWP player. Grabs the rifle. Halzerg doesn't commit to the bomb. Forced off by the flames. A bit of a battle of wits here between the North American and the Norwegian. Going for a ladder no-scope frag movie clip, and it's going to cost him. Smile on the face now.
Oh, it's a full spectrum of emotions in that first half for Elige. 9-3 on the half. We're going to a break, and we'll be right back for the conclusion of Train.
We're back in business. Best of 3. Loser goes home. Major dreams dashed, and the end of their Counter-Strike season, the end of their year. We got Passion UA versus Liquid, both seen as American representatives, albeit only with a couple in each. We're getting into that second half. We've swapped sides, and Passion UA managing 3 on their T side. Chad, you kind of set the bar. That was the base layer.
Yeah, the fact that they were all gun rounds as well, right? So decent output, but you have to convert the pistol if you're only going to walk away with the 3.
Okay, high stakes game.
Odds provided by our official betting partners who do get this one underway. Looks like it's a fast beat. Nix is here. JT's rotating.
Nix has got that P2000 primed and ready. JT doesn't get anything for free. Oh, good tracking from Nix. Keeps it up. Highest performer from Passion. JT with a chip in. Elige goes down. That bomb doesn't either. They're running out of chances here. Liquid getting picked apart. Passion UA. This is a must-win pistol. Nix has had a great pistol. Impact on the way in, catches one on the way out. That's going to put a smile on the face, and that's going to put a little bit of belief in the ranks.
Yeah, great round from Nix. Yeah, he's the heaviest hitter right now for Passion, 14 kills. The next closest on his team being 3 players on 5. That's Grim, JT, and Kvem. And JT just got a couple there within that pistol to convert. So that's now what we're cooking with, right? This is exactly what they need to start working back into this game. Hausuk didn't have a great first half, but T-side, we know how difficult it be. For AWPers, right? So some really nice shooting, and good that they haven't given up, right? I could see them just chilling within that halftime break, and that's good because you are knowing that you're about to go to war in this second half. You know it's going to be difficult, but you know if you lock in, you can deliver a CT half just as good as what Liquid did. So it will be an eco, and it will just be peeled apart. NaVi versus Kvem. We've seen their duels over towards Ivy. Kvem gets another. Now, we started off yesterday with Liquid versus Spirit, and they were getting blown out of the water. The only rounds that Liquid were able to win was over towards B, right? They were doing B executes into Zwei and Tania, and that B bomb site left a lot to be desired. Every time that they decided to go anywhere near main, Donk went, who the hell do you think you're playing against? And gave him a serve. He ended that with a 2.38 rating. He ended with 30 frags, 20 of them being headshots, an ace on the pistol round, an 11.72 swing, and 137.2 ADR. He was 4-1, right, in terms of opening duels. He had 7 multi-kills. He was just an absolute monster. There was nothing you could do against Donk if you were trying to go out main. And he delivered time and time again when asked upon. And when Elige was asked about that in the interview for the next game, he was like, yeah, Donk just smashed us. We didn't even get a chance. And he was right. But now, you've got a lot of chances. You start on the CT side, you're warmed into this. You lose the pistol, sure. You're not going to get anything done on this eco. That's fine. But now that you're into the guns, are you one-trick ponies? Can you only pull off B executes? Because if that's the case, JT, TC, they're going to be well aware of that. And Nix, the inside anchor, is in good form. So Liquid, you can't rest on your laurels. The first half doesn't matter anymore. It's about your T side. You can take that first half out of the equation. Start from squids, and away we go. Well, it's 2-0 if we're going with that.
First opportunity with the AKs in hand.
Very heavy. They want Elige.
Yeah, just straight in is Kvem. Elige versus Kvem. Just force him back. This Nerds and Shui duo are going to be the ones trying to work towards that box horse control.
Yeah, this is what's problematic, right, is these 2 players postured in pop. So unless you block them, right, they're going to clamp down. Yeah, Nix is going to push high ramp, JT's going to put... You're exactly where you want them.
Yeah, and Shui has already had a very audible reload. Oof, easy for Halzerk. Gets it. Important from JT activates. Nerds can be the difference maker, but they know exactly where he is. How's he supposed to win this? Incendiary doesn't spread. Grim is running at him. Oh, and he clears him out cleanly. So a man advantage after the dust will settle. Block smoke thrown. Elige partners up with NaVi to try and overcome this disadvantage. Now, don't forget that bomb is under their control.
Elige should wait.
Yeah, you think he would.
Elige really needs to wait.
He could. And he should. But he won't. Puts NaVi into a near unwinnable one.
Even if, so in this situation, what could have happened was Elige could have gone into White Walls, waited. NaVi could have either come back to join him and they can at least try and trade, even though it's really pokey corridors. It's never going to be easy, but at least there's trade potential. Now NaVi has a 1v3. Alternatively, NaVi could have tried to work through main into pop to open up another angle, which could have then given Elige a door, instead of just going in for that fight immediately. right? That move was perfect. That shows me that Passion have sat there and gone, all these guys had yesterday against Spirit was B executes. So what we're going to let them do is we're going to let them take Brownwell's control. They can have it, because then they're exactly where we want them to be. We'll throw a block smoke, we'll start pathing up pop, JT walks through the low ramp smoke, Nyx activates high ramp, and they just clobber them. There is so much. The comms are chaotic at that point, and there's not enough bodies for Liquid to deal with it. 9-6, very well done from Passion UA.
Yeah, that's convincing scenes that we're going to have a competitive half after all. 3 T rounds now quickly becomes 6. With 3 CT on the trot. First gun round falls through Liquid's fingers, and this is that crunch you were talking about. You can see this rundown of Nerds. He was put in such a horrible box.
Yeah, Houndsok's been loving that as well.
Feels good, rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it does. Plenty of Counter-Strike players are saying that one. So, saved AK, upgraded pistols. Unfortunately for NaV, unless they can get the bomb down now or he can get a couple of kills, it's going to be a pretty limp buy for him going forward. So, you're really hoping for NaV's sake into the next rifle round that they can get something. He's going to be the spearhead of this. Right now, Nerds is tasked with watching the B pushes. I can't believe Nerds is crosshair.
How bad is it? Oh, he's got the granddad crosshair.
Yeah, not everybody can see it, but it also depends on what resolution, right? So it could look slightly different, but that looks ugly as hell. Again, another staunch hold in pop as the rattles off a shot. So jiggled out, info given, and they're going to go knock on the door of Ivy again. But Passion really like to keep moving. You know, I know once you have the info, you're going to use that against us. So we'll keep this dialogue shifting. Kvem is going to play jiggling on the back of the 6 train. Housok playing new box, Grim forward on red. Kvem set up for probably a multi here unless NaV gets a clean trade.
The NaV trade with that saved AK-47, ultimate just path in. Kvem versus that NaV AK. Oh, he's nailed it. Okay, beautiful. Kvem in the server with a 3. Liquid sent back to T-Spawn, still with empty hands on this attacking side.
All 5 staying alive is huge, right? Because moving into this with the win bonus getting injected into the bank balance, they are all looking flush for cash. NaV can get in with a Galil, so no AK for him, and slightly lighter on with U2. So for the player tasked with pushing the back off of Ivy, you'd love to have a molly, you'd love to have the smoke, you'd love to have a couple of flashes, right? You want to push the AWP off the line. Then you want to throw a lurk smoke, then you want to molly him back so that they at least sow in the seeds of doubt. So is going to limit the possibilities for NaV. What's the opener called? Remember, if you're a one-trick pony, you know you've got his B hits, and you can't successfully pull off a B hit.
You ain't got any tricks anymore. Ooh, that's something. That's an opening kill onto Grim. Elige flashed, pushing smokes. Lovely to see.
Big miss.
Not what you want to see from Housok's AWP. Doesn't look like he's going to pay the ultimate price. He will get away with his life. 12 HP of it anyway.
Does JT really want to try and turn the screws? Aware that Elige could be loitering around in main after that exchange. Well, now it does make a B execute a whole lot easier. If they can't find one of these loose pieces on the other side of the map, then Housok is just going to have to play retake with this AWP. Nerds is going to be able to pop out high ramp. Should be an ultimate between the two of them. They've got a little bit of util. Smoke, molly, flash. Get that molly down towards Con. Get the smoke in play as well. It is just Housok full retake mode. And oh, hold up. Trying to get.
Ooh, head to head.
I'd rotate a second man now and I'd play 2-2.
That's exactly what's happening. Kvem's on the move. A little bit of an overextension.
Kvem has great nades to block. If he can get the molly down now.
He has thrown it. Is it too early? Is it too late? Gets that headshot anyway. Okay, just mincemeat. Running down into the spray. And Shui left. I mean, it's winnable with the health. Look how battered and bruised they are. He spotted 2 there towards connector. That's JT and Housok.
Well, the plant would go a long way. Get you another buy.
Okay, gets 1. Kvem is the unknown towards device side. Throws out a smoke. Will he go for the plant? Will do so. Kvem's going to try and walk in, find the angle on the uncrouch. And if he does, it could be traded. Nice attempt. A clutch comes down to a 1v1, and it's Kvem with 3 HP that picks it up for Passion.
Okay, good output from Kvem here. Something that was highlighted is just going back to get this AWP. Flash is going to call it tactical timeout. The diffuser will come in a little bit later than everybody's going to expect. Don't worry, he hasn't disconnected. He's just doing good reconnaissance. But the molly thrown towards Con there, if you don't throw it deep enough, you're actually able to stand on the barrels behind and get that low ramp angle. And that's what we saw him do, right? He's able to punish them. The whole point is you want to throw it in so it's deep enough to push them off of that angle so that you don't have to worry about it anymore. So an opportunity. Elige gets you the opener flashed against Grim to start off the round, and then you can't convert the 4v5, and that is problematic. So the bomb does go down. That will facilitate another buy, unless they really want to get out an ultimate AWP, which could see them go into a partial now. But what felt like a pretty mundane, par for the course, oh, we've had smashes all day, 9-3. 3 rounds is enough on the T side. As long as you do exactly what Passion are doing right now. Get the pistol, get the conversion, deal with the first rifle round. Right now, they are the ones who, I understand, still have a 1-round gap, but it feels to me that the flow of this game has completely shifted. This is what I'm talking about, right? He gets to stand behind the flames. He also constricts them at low ramp as well.
Such a perfectly timed Molotov as well.
Great output. JT lining up the team main block smoke, so the change this time. You won't see them thrust themselves forward into main control. And they do buy in again. Fem is pushing Ivy. He might catch Ultimate, who's just standing with nades out.
Oh, you're right. He's a complete
Ultimate's
sitting
not even acknowledging the Ivy smoke.
He's not even thinking about it as a possibility. JT swings pop, but Kvem's still just playing around the edge of that Ivy smoke. He's so lucky to be alive. It's going to fade soon.
I don't even know if he's going to pick deep, though.
Okay, okay.
Now he picks deep.
Oh, no, it's gone wrong for Kvem. NaVi has adjusted in time. The damage was done. He got dinked at range.
Ah, okay. Well, another round for Liquid where it starts 5v4 in your favor.
Sure, but that can change in a drop of a hat.
Especially with them aggressive in main like this. Grim, he's so forward.
They're both there. JT attempting for the double. Need that trade.
But
at least provides they might overlook Grim. You wouldn't be expecting someone to be so pushed up. This is such an audacious maneuver from Grim. He might just get a freebie here onto Elige. Yeah, pathing straight past him. Elige gets the double. NaVi loses the bomb, then likely the round. It's Nerds activating out pop. Grim reads it like a perfect book. NaVi might just be, Nerds might just be, caught off guard. Looking the wrong way, though. Nerds still hits the flick back, makes it a 2-on-2.
Someone has to get the bomb. It has to be Nerds.
He doesn't want to rush it. Worried about an AWP being on that line, but he will be able to back away.
Okay, well, he is starting to make that move. Shui's going to smoke off camera, and he's going to molly hell. That helps Nerds now get out into yard. The next thing I have to worry about is going to be that of connector. Well, Howzok's going to play through the camera smoke on Nyx's contact.
Just like that, spots out the heads. Nice headshot provided by Nerds, but now Howzok has to be the hero for Passion UA. Doesn't hit it. And there they are, breaking through. Liquid with their first to show on the T side, trying to match that output from Passion of 3.
Okay, so it didn't come with a B execute. The opening kill came their way. And in kind of both occasions, right? Elige getting Grim coming into main in the previous, and this was that Ivy push. So Kvem, obviously he doesn't know, and he's trying to mitigate the risk there. He's thinking NaVi might play around his lurk smoke. Well, NaVi's still at range, and can understand this from Howzok. The whole point of that situation is Nyx take contact, and then Howzok plays through, but Nyx doesn't get anything for the troubles. Howzok is having a very tough map, only 5 kills for the AWPer.
He's one of those players where it's kind of feast or famine, isn't it? It's like he's either found it and he hits those. We've seen him have a couple of like kind of nasty misses, whereas previously, you know, they're nonchalant hits.
If I was picking a nightmare attitude team, like for like huff and puffs down mics, it would probably be Howzok, Grim, and Elige would be my top 3
That's
picks.
True, they are very...
I'd add Justin in there as well.
Yeah, sure. Okay, you've got the dream squad there.
Yeah. Well, and then it would be me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's the 5-man rotation.
I think I'd last 1 map.
Everyone would just mute their mic by the end of the pistol.
Jeez.
Huffing and puffing and blowing their house down.
Okay, so with all that residual cash, a full buy for Passion. Looks like there might be a gear shift out main, or is it just pop, harass utility? Elige making a move.
He is, he's going straight out. He's had enough. He wants first blood and he wants to take it by force. Does manage so. Actually, Grim steals that away from him. Removing Shui from the pack. Grim noted towards hell. That molly makes life difficult. Elige is hunting him down, but it's actually Kvem, excuse me. Back 6 gets it. Keeps Passion with the advantage. Backs away, doesn't go down to the flame.
They're fully committed to this now.
You've got ultimate spotted and executed. That's a little flash of the other side of Howzok. Quick removal of the rival AWPer. Extending their advantage deep now with the bomb lost. It's already feeling quite helpless.
Yeah, NaVi is really unable to contribute to this. So unless Nerds can make a play, but just the way that they have this covered, these are not easy or traditional angles, right? This is obviously more mid-round and you're not in chaos anymore. You're going to be taking these fights with your boots feeling somewhat planted. Now, NaVi doesn't even have a flash to try and flash up a fight for Nerds. They're going to have to jiggle out some contact, hope they draw some eyes, or this one is going down the Swanee quite quickly. 2900 lost into the next. And now they're having a gander.
Oh, nice shot from Nerds. Catches JT on that little jiggle. And now NaV plays. Hoping attention is drawn, as you discussed. It's Nix has just looked away. Really brutal. He's tucked in. NaV's going to call it clear. Now susceptible to the flank. Is he going for the toe spam? Yes, he does. Catches halZerg with his dogs out. Nix has got that flank, though. NaV's not ready for this. He called it clear. Nix was tucked this whole time. Now Nerds comes to activate. He just turns away. Quem will catch him on the walk through. Passion, quick response. A chaotic round that then boils down to a really swampy mid-round.
Yeah, I know that it's when one door closes, another one opens. That felt like when one window opens, another one closes, right? With the timing there and all of that.
Oh, my God, yeah.
There was just so many gaps that looked possible for both teams. And that is the result that I think you're expecting based off of the opening exchanges. So going out main, Grim gets one. This is a nice little adjustment there from halZerg into ultimate. Nerds does take down JT. There is this gap. If NaV was prepared for that, that's a round-winning swing. But just going to be the partial now for Liquid. So it should be a chance for Passion to tie things up 10-10. But they are going to try their luck at a B execute again. halZerg heading over. I think JT's coming swiftly too. He just blocked deep pop and he's going back to connect it. Kvem's coming as well. They have the full read of the situation right now. They will have 4 players on the B bomb site to dispel Liquid.
Would have to be one hell of an execute, wouldn't it? Here they come. Counter mollies land, a deeper one as well, added to the variation. You're running through flames. Kvem's already removed one of you. Good angle from Nix. Sprays down one. Ultimate trades. Angle's working out for them. Kvem's had output. Running into the stack, and the likely result is found. 10-10, Kvem with 3.
Based off of that rotation, Liquid must be like a picture book to read.
Yes.
Because how early that came in, there was no Ivy presence, there was nobody in main. They just went, oh, there's nothing. Let's just, they rotated everybody bar Grim to the B site.
And within, what, 20 seconds of the rip?
Yeah, so that's something that you might need to go back to the drawing board if you're Liquid, if you do get to play on after today. But that'll be in question if you don't win this. Mirage up next, your choice. Nuke the third and decider. And if it goes the distance, I take Passion in this one.
Grim's once again playing this aggressive org. Up close, one-shot headshot. Pushing down the low ramp. Kvem goes wide, this time with empty hands. Nix springs to action. JT draws attention. Limited by the incendiary, rather the Molotov. Ultimate will be getting that bomb punched. It's Elige hunting them down. It's Grim with that flank as well. Passion UA versus Liquid in a 4-on-4. Nix finding that level up. Finds his 18th frag.
They're not ready for the Grim flank.
No, this Grim flank is going to come as a bit of a surprise, but there's a NaV flank on JT. Grim, oh, he got flashed off. What are the chances that's a team flash? Could be awkward. Never mind, JT's caught them both.
But it's a default plan.
Gets awkward now.
What's NaV meant to do?
Absolutely nothing. Can't do a thing. JT just stands and bangs for 3. Liquid left wanting in this one. Starting all sunshine and rainbows, a 9-3 half, and it's just disintegrating before our very eyes. The advantage now lies with Passion. And a timeout called by Flashy. I don't know if that's his last.
I think it is. Yeah, it is.
3 out of 3.
It is. Okay, because Grim's flank came in because of the main push, NaV's popped the entire time, right? So they're not expecting the around-the-world maneuver, but yeah, that is not even really the undoing, was it? It wasn't like his flank is the one that won the round. It's NaV coming in through con behind and everybody else dying. If someone is going to make the move that NaV just did, you need to survive. And they tried to press up. They couldn't get what they were looking for. Then they're marooned on the site, and that makes it very systematic for the CTs on the retake, right? You're talking through key positions. The whole point is when you have them restricted to connector, right, in those positions is where you need to keep them. As Kvem doing his best Grim impression.
Yeah, I think, his body, I guess, you kind of become, it's like liquid, you just take the shape of your container.
Sure, yeah.
Be like water.
Okay, well, they've shoved all in. 2 Galils make it 3. But this main control again, going to play through.
Thinks twice about it this time. Oh, it's the pop action again. Shui and Nerds have definitely had their fair share of woes up against this aggression. The fact that the halZerg's
Molly feels like it does nothing.
Doesn't push them too far back.
JT's throwing a block smoke.
Oh, halZerg, that combat orb, that's a frustrating death for Nerds. Now Shui has to throw out some block util.
You need your Ivy players to play, but they're also quite low. The map is so small right now.
Oh, he pushed through
my God. The map is tiny. This round is done. We'll call it 12.
12?
See, this is it. This is what I love to see, right? When we have such heavily CT-sided maps and people see the first half score, they just go, oh, this is a non-starter. No, this is exactly what you expect at the top tier of Counter-Strike. This is about the blue wall, showing that you can do it as well. And when you pick this map, you know you're starting on the T side. You've set the bar before you've even gotten into the server. You say, boys, if we get the pistol, yeah, maybe we can have a conversation about 4 or 5. We don't, 3 or 4. That's all good. And right now, just trying to scrap together this 3v5 disadvantage situation, Liquid. You have 1 round on your T half.
Grim against his former team, turning it around with his new boys. Running him down. Look at the timing. Impeccable. And it's Liquid that are wincing. Grim, spectacular. These timings on the flanks, puts himself up the top of the board with Nix, who had a great shift in that first half.
It's just been nothing, though, for Liquid, right? What territory have they ever had? Ever since the first rifle round where the game plan from TC and JT was, yeah, we'll let them try and take the brown walls control, and then we'll have 4 players ready to unravel them. There's just been nothing. They haven't been able to get any Ivy conditioning. They haven't been really being able to put too much pressure on main. There's been that one time that Elige won the fight. They're not using the lurk smoke. If you're not going to play late round train, you have to be able to get more space than what you're getting right now, and it's too little too late, I think.
JT's just ready to take the duel. Elise strafes in, happy to oblige. Thank you very much. Opening kill. Round 23 could be the last on train. Passion's picked. It was a must win. Chad explained why. Heading into the unknown charted waters of Mirage, a former permaban. Flash and go. Shui's booked. Oh, he just holds down the trigger. It does find Grim. It's JT that stabilizes, but the labored spray leads to Ultimate finding the trade. A 3-on-3. Weird one now. Getting into that mid-round.
I think you play retake B. Oh, Nix. Mate, the first half was Nix, right? And then coming into the pistol round, he had to back towards B.
Yeah, you're praising those 3, and I think Nix is a big reason as to where they came from. Nerds is actually ahead of this. This might be a surprise. Oh, we got him off the ladder. Great movement from Halzerk in order to secure that information, but not ready for the walk-up from Nerds. Booked and planting. Ultimate securing. Nerds holding. Catches Nix on the crouch peak. It's Kfem in the clutch. He's got Nerds. He could do it right here. Ultimate, because he jiggled him out. Kfem the dink! Oh, so very, very close.
Okay, down to the wire there, and I think they were ready to get up and go have the team talk for map number 2. So they do snatch that one away. Very well done from Nerds. When he is able to get space, he's a nuisance. But so far, space has been the thing eluding Liquid. They brought the fight to them after the opening exchange for JT, and it's Ultimate there with that extra frag that really brings the muscle in this one. So close, but not yet. One more attempt. Full buy for both teams. Round number 24. Liquid win this, and we're going to OT, and then everything resets, especially the mental for Liquid.
Oh yeah, if you can overcome that. Ooh, Halzerk with an opening. Goes aggressive. Nerds is in hot pursuit of that repositioning AWP though. Head in hands for Ultimate. Doesn't want to be watching this one. Just going to listen to the comms and hope it goes their way. Nix has taken down another. Now Nerds is in a similar position. Kfem an overextension again. Naf will punish.
Okay, can't do that again, can ya?
I like this from JT.
Low.
With Kfem dying, he's just going to immediately make sure that like Ivy's not a problem, boys. You can get your numbers in the right place.
Yeah, well, Grim is going to have to give up yard space, right, if you do this type of a play, right? He can't play for Pop, he can't play for main, he just has to monitor it. Actually, Halzerk's coming in, so Nix is going to play high ramp on his own, and the timing of JT looks like it is going to be able to snap into that of Naf. He's just going to backpedal into this and go down. This is easy.
Oh, that's going to be a sinking feeling in that Liquid ship.
2v4 now.
Shui and Elige. Grim, that's where the scope comes into play. Able to pivot, try and find that low ramp. Elige does put it down. It's a good cover. Nix gets them both. They run down the ramp into his crosshairs. Passion take their map pick.
Yeah, they strike first blood in this elimination game. 0-2, stage 3, StarLadder Budapest Major, and the mental of Liquid will be tested now. They go into Mirage up next. They know that this is a map where they can strike back, but I want to have a nod of the hat to Nix, who ends up with a haul of frags. I think it's 23 in total, and Halzerk, sure, he had a tough time, but he never backed down from looking for openings. He ended up being 3-1 in that department, and it is a close map, but this is Train, the resilience from Passion UA on display.
adrenaline rushes, it's numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative, I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of the speed. Are you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And make it stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51.